My name is Mingshu. I was sleeping deeply when a loud noise woke me up. It felt like an earthquake, and I kicked my bed in shock. My mother's harsh voice came from outside, yelling at me to get up. I opened my eyes, but it was still dark in my small room. Using my mental power, I checked outside and saw that it was already daylight. I sighed, sat up, and ran my fingers through my short hair before getting dressed and stepping out into the bright living room. My 4 younger brothers were eating breakfast, but when they saw me, they quickly stuffed food into their mouths like they were afraid of me. I told them to eat slowly, but they didn't listen. My mother, Lin Wanmei, came out of her room and told me to come home early after getting my graduation certificate because we were expecting guests. I just looked at her coldly and didn't respond. She always disliked me, and I was used to it. I went outside to wash up. At breakfast, my brothers whispered about how I didn't fight them for food today. My mother told them not to worry and hinted that I wouldn't be around much longer. I ignored their chatter, ate all my food without wasting a single grain, and left for school. On the way, I saw a group of young officials arresting my former teacher, shouting accusations against him. He used to be a respectable and kind man, but now he looked miserable. I felt a flicker of emotion but quickly pushed it aside. At school, everything was chaotic, and when I went to the principal's office, I saw it had been ransacked. It was clear I wouldn't get my graduation certificate. But in this world, a diploma didn't mean much anymore. I left school and wandered the streets, watching soldiers dragging people away, while others shouted slogans. Later, I stopped in front of a wall covered with a slogan about young people going to the countryside to build a better future. I stared at it for a long time before going home. At home, my mother was with a man named Wu, who looked much older than his age and was staring at me in a way that made me uncomfortable. My mother introduced him as someone she found for me to marry. I coldly told her I had no plans to marry and went back to my small room. I could hear them talking outside. My mother assured him that I had no say in the matter. She was trying to trade me for a better future for my brothers. Later, she called me out for dinner and sat me next to Wu. She poured me a glass of wine and insisted I drink with him. I knew something was wrong, but I drank it all in one gulp and focused on eating instead of his staring eyes. Back in my room, I felt my body getting hotter and my breathing became heavy. I realized too late that something was wrong. My mind was foggy and my body went weak, making it hard to stay conscious. I fought to stay awake, but everything was slipping away. I felt a sharp fear in my heart. No matter how much I guarded against outsiders, I was betrayed by my own mother. I realized I had been drugged. Desperate to stay awake, I took out a rusty knife from my hidden space and slashed my arm. The pain helped me stay conscious, but my body felt hot and weak. I leaned against the cold wall, gripping the knife tightly, waiting for the man my mother arranged for me to marry. Soon, I heard the key turning in the door. Wu, the man, entered with a smug smile, thinking I was helpless. When he tried to touch me, I opened my eyes and pressed the knife against his throat, warning him to leave. But he smirked, confident I wouldn't escape the drug's effects. Without hesitation, I pushed the blade forward, drawing blood. He finally backed off but kept taunting me. I knew I had to stay alert, so I cut myself again, the pain clearing my mind temporarily. When he hesitated to leave, I yelled at him to get out. He backed away, but insisted my mother had given me to him willingly. When my mother came into the room, she tried to convince me to accept Wu, saying it was for my own good. She admitted to drugging me with something powerful, meant to make me surrender. I felt disgusted but forced myself to stay calm. With a knife in hand, I threatened her and made her leave the room. Step by step, I moved out into the living room, facing both of them. I knew they wouldn't let me go easily, and when they tried to stop me, I slashed at them with my knife, leaving deep wounds. Seeing their terrified faces, I smiled coldly and made my way outside. Stumbling through the dark streets, I reached an old abandoned house I had discovered before. I collapsed inside, exhausted, but the drug was still burning inside me. I dragged myself to a water jar and plunged my head into the cold water, but it wasn't enough to cool the heat raging inside me. I slid to the floor, my body trembling and losing control. Just when I thought I'd lose my mind completely, the door creaked open and a tall man entered. In my hazy state, I lunged at him, unable to resist the drug's effects. By morning, I woke up feeling weak but clear-headed. The man was gone, and my clothes, apart from the cuts I made, were still intact. I didn't dwell on what happened. Instead, I stretched my aching body and looked toward my home with a cold smile. Then, I started walking back, determined to face whatever came next. I saw my mother, Lin Wanmei, sitting at home with a bandaged hand. She must have gone to the hospital after I cut her. She looked worried, probably afraid that I would take revenge or cause trouble for her. As soon as I walked in, she exploded in anger, yelling at me for refusing the man she had arranged for me and accusing me of running off with some stranger. I ignored her and sat down, tapping the table to interrupt her. I calmly asked, "Why did you drug me?" Hearing my question, she hesitated and nervously explained that she did it for my own good, so I wouldn't be sent to the countryside. I laughed coldly and stared at her. If it was for my good, why didn't you just tell me directly? Why use dirty tricks? She couldn't answer. I stood up and got close to her, looking straight into her eyes. "And why did you try to starve me to death 7 years ago?" She avoided my gaze, making excuses about a food shortage, but I remembered clearly she had given food to her relatives and my brothers looked well-fed. I grabbed her hair and forced her to face me. I asked again, reminding her how she had shared food with others while I was left to starve. She cried and tried to defend herself, but I wasn't convinced. Taking out my knife, I gently traced it against her face and demanded the truth. Panicked, she finally admitted it. She had drugged me so that Wu, the man she wanted me to marry, could secure jobs for my brothers and a promotion for herself and my supposed father. I was furious. "So, you were willing to sell me for their future?" I pushed the knife closer and asked where she put the drug. Scared, she admitted it was in the wine I drank. I mocked her for not caring if the drug harmed me. Looking into her guilty eyes, I suddenly realized something deeper. "I'm not your daughter, am I?" Her panic grew, and after pressing her further, she finally confessed, "I was not their real daughter. My real parents had left me in their care, and they had been sending money for my support." I was filled with cold anger. So why try to starve me when they were sending money all along? She admitted they wanted me gone so their own son could take my place and inherit better opportunities. Their selfishness made me sick. I had enough. I told her she would have to make things right, and if she didn't, I'd handle it myself. She tried to run, but I threw a knife past her, pinning her escape. Terrified, she agreed to do as I said. Returning to my small room, I finally rested but remembered something important. I took out medicine from my hidden space, swallowing some to prevent infection from my wounds. Meanwhile, back at the old house where I escaped last night, the mysterious man who had found me returned with medicine, only to discover I was gone. He stood silently, looking at the blood-stained blue cloth before disappearing into a hidden underground passage. Now that I knew the truth, I no longer felt the need to pretend with this fake family. Later that night, I listened in using my special abilities. I could hear my so-called father shouting, and my mother crying. After that, everything fell silent. I woke up and stretched my arm. It still hurt a little, but I knew it would heal in a few days. When I opened the door, everyone was home. My mother, Lin Wanmei, greeted me with a fake smile, acting all nice, telling me to have breakfast. I avoided her touch and reminded her, "Don't forget what I told you to do today. I'll be waiting." She nervously agreed. My younger brothers, however, weren't happy with my attitude. They started defending her, saying I was being rude. I smirked and told my mother to explain to them what she did to me yesterday. The room went silent. One of my brothers, Mingxin, got angry and tried to slap me, but I dodged it easily. When he tried again, I kicked him so hard that he hit the door and collapsed like a dead dog. My so-called father, Minghai, rushed to him, yelling at me for hurting my brother. I just laughed and lifted my knife to Mingxin's chin, taunting him. You called me a stray dog earlier, huh? So, you know I'm not really your sister? I turned to Lin Wanmei and demanded she tell the truth. At first, she hesitated, but when I pressed my knife to her throat, she finally confessed everything. She admitted to drugging me to marry me off for the benefit of her sons and her own future. The room fell into awkward silence as my brothers stared in shock. After I was done hearing the truth, I let go of her and went to eat a bowl of noodles. Then I left the house and spent the day wandering around the streets, thinking about what to do next. I had no money or food tickets, so I just walked around, waiting for the night to take action. Later that night, I made sure Lin Wanmei did what I ordered. She was too scared to back out and took the drug she had prepared for me. I watched from my small room as she clung to Minghai, desperate and panicked. The next morning, I heard knocking at the door. When I opened it, 2 men in work uniforms asked if I was Minghai's daughter. I simply replied, not anymore. They were surprised but went inside to look for him. Meanwhile, the nosy neighbors started gossiping. Apparently, everyone heard the noises from last night. The 2 men seemed excited by what they learned and ran back to the factory to spread the news. I smiled, knowing this scandal would spread fast, and for the next month, my so-called parents would be the laughingstock of the neighborhood and their workplace. I had breakfast and sat outside, listening to the gossiping old ladies who occasionally glanced at me. I didn't care. In the afternoon, Minghai and Lin Wanmei finally came out of their room looking exhausted. I used my mental power to check Lin Wanmei's injuries. Her hand was worse than before, and it might never fully heal. The neighbors teased them about their loud noises from the night before, embarrassing Lin Wanmei into running back inside. Later, Minghai went to work, confused by the strange looks people gave him, completely unaware of the gossip spreading behind his back. I didn't waste any more time. I cooked my meals and then knocked on Lin Wanmei's door. I demanded Wu's home address, and once I had it, I found out he was also staying home. It was time to pay him a visit. I left home and walked to Wu's apartment. Since it was either work or nap time, the streets were empty, and I reached his place without any trouble. When he opened the door, his injured hand was still wrapped up. Seeing me, he stepped back in fear, remembering how I had hurt him before. He nervously asked why I was there and peeked outside to check if anyone was around. I ignored him and walked straight into his house, then coldly told him to come in. He hesitated but obeyed, leaving the door open. I confronted him about conspiring with my so-called mother to drug me. "If I report you for attempted assault, do you think you can keep your job?" I said with a smirk. He tried to deny it, saying I had no proof, but I showed him the knife wounds on both of us, which were identical. He knew I wasn't bluffing and realized that if the truth got out, his reputation would be ruined, especially since many people already hated him. Fearing the consequences, he finally asked what I wanted. I told him I wanted 1,000 yuan and some ration coupons. I considered beating him up, but I knew it would cause more trouble. He seemed surprised I didn't ask for a job, but I just laughed. He wouldn't give me one anyway. Seeing I wasn't leaving without what I wanted, he quickly agreed and fetched the money and tickets. Before I left, I warned him that Lin Wanmei had no control over me anymore, making sure he knew she had lied to him. Back at home, I demanded the household registration book from Lin Wanmei. She hesitated but handed it over, asking why I needed it. "To register for the countryside," I answered casually. Her face lit up, realizing I was leaving. She even insisted on coming with me, worried I might send her precious sons away instead. I ignored her and walked to the local youth office to sign up for relocation. When I told the officials I wanted to go to Heilongjiang province, they were surprised. Most people avoided going so far because of the harsh winters. They even warned me about the cold, but I assured them I was prepared. They handed me a train ticket, an introduction letter, and a 200 yuan stipend. I put everything into my hidden space and went home, giving the registration book back to Lin Wanmei, who looked disappointed but said nothing. That evening, during dinner, I tapped the table to get everyone's attention and announced my decision. Seeing their relieved faces, I smirked. Clearly, they were happy I was leaving so they wouldn't have to go. I demanded some compensation for my troubles, but Lin Wanmei quickly pointed out I had already received 200 yuan. I turned to my so-called uncle and asked if he thought the same. He nervously claimed they had no money left and that everything my real parents had sent was spent on me. I didn't believe him. Then at least give me their letters, I said. He claimed the letters were all burned because my parents worked in a classified position. He also denied having their address or phone number. I stared at him, making him sweat. Without saying another word, I left for my small room, already planning my next move. Another sleep until dawn. Lin Wanmei's hand injury worsened due to intense exercise at night. Today, the two went to the hospital to see their hands. Ming-Shu took advantage of Ming-Hai and Lin Wanmei's absence and used her mental power to detect their rooms. The purpose was, of course, to find letters and money. She would not believe anything Ming-Hai said. Ming-Shu found that there were only 2 iron boxes, one in the closet and one under the bed. The iron box under the bed was hidden more concealed. It was really difficult for ordinary people to find it. It was embedded under the wooden board. She took out the iron box from the closet. There was no envelope, but some household registration books, food coupons, industrial coupons, and the like. Ming-Shu did not find the letter here, so she put it back in its place and bent down to take out the iron box from under the bed. When she opened it, she saw that it was an envelope. Ming-Shu searched and found no money, only envelopes, a total of more than 20. She picked up the top letter and saw that the writer was Comrade Ming-Dong, and the recipients were all Ming-Hai. Ming-Shu took out all the letters and read them. The words between the lines revealed their concern for Ming-Shu, and they also expressed their hope that she would succeed in her studies and hoped that she could write to them. Ming-Shu raised her head and took a deep breath. This Ming-Hai was really a thing. He never told Ming-Shu. Come to think of it, they both asked her to change her parents. How could she know? And this was the first time the couple had sent nearly 7 letters in the past 10 years. 8,000 yuan came, and the most recent one was 1,000 yuan sent back, asking Ming-Hai to help Ming-Shu find a job. The date on it was May of this year, 3 months ago. When Ming-Shu saw this, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Nowadays, buying a job is at most more than 700 yuan, and the extra 300 yuan is obviously a subsidy for the couple. In this era of 20 to 30 yuan per capita salary, 300 yuan is a formal worker's annual salary. But these two were greedy, not only confiscated all the money, but also wanted to marry the woman off to seek welfare for the whole family. Such greed is really greedy. Ming-Shu put all the envelopes into the space, and then used her mental power to detect it. There were still only 2 iron boxes. Ming-Shu bowed her head and thought for a moment, then stood up and walked to the table by the window, only to see the group photo of their family of 6 placed under the glass. Ming-Shu was not in any of the group photos. She had never stepped into this room before and had not paid attention to these things. Otherwise, she would have discovered the clues long ago. She lowered her head and carefully examined the photos. She looked from the side and suddenly saw another piece of paper at the bottom of the photo. She quickly moved the glass away and saw several pieces of paper placed under the group photo. Ming-Shu picked them up and examined them and found that they were all bank deposit receipts. The amounts were all different, totaling several thousand yuan. The deposit slips were all from Ming-Hai. Her uncle was extremely cautious. Ming-Shu put the deposit slips into the space and put everything back in place. Make the room look exactly the same as when she hadn't come in. She returned to the small dark room, touched the deposit slip carefully, and put it back in the space. We'll talk about it later. A few days before going to the countryside, Ming-Shu hadn't spoken to Ming-Hai's family. Mingwa wanted to say something to her several times, but Ming-Shu ignored it. These days, whenever Lin Wanmei goes out, she is pointed at by the Annies outside, and some homeless people touch her. She was so scared that she didn't dare to go out. She asked for leave at home on the grounds of a hand injury. Some idle men even hid outside the window of the couple at night to eavesdrop, to see if it was really that intense. Ming-Hai finally realized what those people around him who smiled at him with ill intentions for no reason meant, and he was immediately angry and embarrassed. In addition, the leader heard the news and accused him of bringing bad atmosphere, So he asked him to go home and rest for a few days. After he returned home, he was furious at Ming Shu's small dark room, accusing her of being vicious and wanting to destroy his family. Ming Shu didn't care. She put everything in the small dark room, including high school books, quilts, and clothes from the past few years, into the space. Then she went to pack some of her personal daily necessities. She stared at the small dark room where she had lived for 7 years with her mental power, feeling a little reluctant. Although there was no light in this room, it was always the safest place, she thought. Before Ming Shu came here, her life was ordinary because she could eat and her biological parents sent a lot of money. She was not hungry before the famine began. It was only when the famine began that they had the bad intention to starve little Ming Shu to death. Later, Ming Shu wore her body in the last days and got all her memories. She would not let herself starve. If Lin Wanmei wanted to deduct Ming Shu's food, Ming Shu would steal her son's food. Over time, whenever Ming Shu needed something and Lin Wanmei didn't replenish it in time, she would go and beat her sons. Anyway, she had many sons, so she could take turns beating them every day or take turns every few days. As a result, her sons became more and more afraid of her, and Lin Wanmei didn't dare to have any idea of deducting money. These days, Ming Haiden noticed that his savings certificate was missing, and Ming Shu continued to pack her luggage calmly. She took out the tickets given by Director Wu and took a good look at them. There were quite a few food tickets, industrial tickets, sugar tickets, cloth tickets, and so on. It seems that Director Wu's position is very lucrative. She sighed and put all the tickets back into the space. Ming Shu's train ticket departs at 3:30 in the morning. She made herself a few pancakes and meat sauce, a dozen boiled eggs, and a water bag early in the morning, so we can eat and drink on the train. Of course, she threatened Lin Wanmei to buy the meat herself. At 3:30 in the morning, Ming Shu walked to the train station with a big bag, a small bag, and a cloth bag. No one from this family came out to see her off. Ming Shu didn't need this false affection. It was likely that she would never come back here again. The train station was bustling with people. Now it was advocated that educated youth go to the countryside. Some families saw them off for 18 miles and were very reluctant to let them go. There were also people like Ming Shu, who came alone. Ming Shu walked quickly to the car. She was sitting with big and small bags in her hands and a small bag of food on her back. After getting on the car, there was a row of seats that were empty. She chose a window seat and put all the packages away. As soon as she sat down, she saw the man who saved him that day across from her. The man probably noticed her sight and looked at her. The two looked at each other. Ming Shu looked for a while and closed her eyes to rest when she saw that the man didn't come forward. The man saw Ming Shu close her eyes and sleep, so he didn't want to disturb her. Now he had something to do and would come to see her later. The train was moving slowly forward. Ming Shu, who was resting with her eyes closed, was pushed awake. She opened her eyes and looked up at her with squinted eyes. Wang Meiying saw that Ming Shu didn't say anything and smiled again. "Hello, my name is Wang Meiying. I got on the train in Beijing. You are also an educated youth who went to the countryside. The 6 of us traveling together are also educated youth." Ming Shu frowned and said in a deep voice, "Something happened." A hoarse voice just woke up with a sense of oppression came to her face. Wang Meiying's heart trembled when she heard this, and she forced a smile and said, "The 6 of us want to take care of each other on the road, so we want to sit together. In the whole carriage, only your place has 6 seats connected together. Can you see if you can change to that seat and give this place to us?" While speaking, she pointed to a seat by the aisle diagonally opposite. Ming Shu looked up and saw that the seat the woman in front of her was talking about was next to the man. She looked at the men and women standing in the corridor, 3 men and 3 women, all dressed appropriately. She lowered her eyes, folded her hands on her chest, leaned against the back of the chair, closed her eyes, and said, "No change. Comrade, we are all educated youth, and it is our fate to meet here. We should help each other and show the spirit of Lei Feng," said a man in blue clothes and a watch on his hand with a smile. Ming Shu closed her eyes and said nothing. Several men and women looked at each other, and one of them, A man with a flat head and green military uniform said, "If you have any request, as long as it is not high, I can agree to it." Ming-Shu opened her eyes and looked at the man who said this. He was wearing a brand new military uniform, carrying a big leather bag and wearing a watch on his hand. From his words, it can be seen that his family conditions are good. Otherwise, he would not say such words. Seeing Ming-Shu open her eyes, several people looked up and down at Ming-Shu, who was wearing old coarse blue clothes. They smiled at each other. I said, "You are dressed so poorly. You were pretending to be noble just now." Ming-Shu retracted her gaze, turned her head to the window, closed her eyes, and said nothing. Wang Meiying pushed Ming-Shu again, and Ming-Shu did not open her eyes this time. She looked back at her companions. "What should I do?" "I'll do it." The man in military uniform took out a box of steaming dumplings from his bag and brought it to Ming-Shu. "Here. I'll give you all the dumplings. Do you want to exchange?" Ming-Shu looked up at the 6 men and women and said, "Don't bother me." Ming-Shu finished speaking and continued to sleep with her eyes closed, but the buzzing of several blue wings beside her ears disturbed her. Ming-Shu opened her eyes and said, "You go find a window seat and I'll change." "There are no window seats left." "Let's give you something," said the man who had not spoken. "I get carsick." "If it's not a window seat, then forget it." Several people discussed and went out to look for one. When they came back, they all shook their heads and said, "Comrade, we really want to change. This is my only box of vanishing cream. I'll give it to you. Please get up, please." A tender and gentle voice came from the mouth of a pretty woman in a blouse. "I don't need it. If there is no window seat, I can't do anything about it." After speaking, Ming-Shu was silent. "Xiaoyan, if you don't ask her, forget it if you don't want to change. Let's find another seat." The man who spoke last took the bag and pulled the woman to find an empty seat. "Brother Zhou, Hiyun, there are no seats in the front. Now there are only 5 seats in a row. Let's sit down." Wang Meiying saw Zhou Wenfu was going to take Hiyun away. She was anxious and hurriedly smiled and pulled Hiyun forward. As soon as the 6 of them got on the bus, they looked for the 6 seats in a row, which resulted in the other seats being full. There was no seat for them to sit down. Zhou Wenfu looked around the entire carriage and found that there was indeed no seat. He glanced at Ming-Shu and felt that she was really in the way. Then he pulled Hiyun to sit down. Ming-Shu certainly noticed Zhou Wenfu's glance, but it didn't matter. When the others saw Zhou Wenfu sitting down, they also sat down. However, there were only 5 of them, and they could only take turns to sit. Who should stand first among the 6 people and 5 seats? Several people discussed it again. In the end, Wang Donli, who was standing, continued to stand, which made Wang Donli even more dissatisfied with Ming-Shu. Seeing that they had quieted down, Ming-Shu continued to sleep. Ming-Shu slept until the sun came out in the morning. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the seat that could only accommodate 3 people originally had to be squeezed in by 4 people. She sat next to the window. Ming-Shu pushed the girl who was leaning on her away with all her strength. The girl was caught off guard and lost her balance and fell outwards, bumping into Wang Meiying, who was pressing on her. Because of the collision, Wang Meiying bumped into Hiyun, who was sitting next to her, and squeezed her, who was sitting in the aisle. In the early morning, 3 screams rang out at the same time. "Ah! Hiss! It hurts!" The 3 people woke up slowly and covered their painful parts with their hands. Hiyun, in particular, was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wenfu, who was sitting opposite her, felt distressed. He quickly got up and helped her up, took out a boiled egg and handed it to her, asking her to apply it on her face to reduce the swelling. "Wang Donli, why did you bump into me for no reason?" Wang Meiying saw that Zhou Wenfu only cared about Hiyun, and she was jealous. She questioned Wang Donli angrily, rubbing her head and roaring at Wang Donli. At this moment, her face was hideous, and her features were almost distorted. "No, it was obviously she who pushed me first." Wang Donli's eyes were full of tears. She also covered her head and pointed at Ming-Shu aggrievedly. Seeing this, Ming-Shu slapped Wang Donli's hand away without any hesitation and responded coldly. "Why didn't you squeeze me first?" Even if you squeezed me, so what? Is it necessary to push so hard? Wang Donli still covered her head tightly, raised her head, and stared at Mingshu. Mingshu's calm eyes stared into her eyes quietly, without saying a word. In the end, Wang Donli was the first to give in. She didn't dare to look Mingshu in the eye again, lowered her head and murmured, "Humph. What's the big deal? It's just a squeeze." Mingshu said nothing, stood up, took off her backpack, and put it on the seat. Seeing Wang Donli blocking the way, Wang Donli lowered her head and moved sideways to make way for her. Mingshu squeezed through the crowd and came to the toilet to queue up. After using the toilet and washing herself casually, she returned to her seat. Her small bag was thrown on the table, and her seat was occupied by someone else. Mingshu was speechless about this group of men and women. Seeing a group of people who were well-dressed and highly educated and whose words made people feel superior actually occupied other people as seats. It was really unbearable. Wang Donli sat in Mingshu's seat, and Wang Meiying and Hian sat in turn. Several women looked up at Mingshu with pride. Mingshu didn't waste time talking to them and directly grabbed Wang Donli's collar, scaring her so much that she closed her eyes and screamed "Ah!"
Ah!
The three men saw their female companion being bullied, and they stood up one by one and glared at Mingshu. "What do you want to do?" Mingshu threw Wang Donli into the corridor without waiting for their reaction, and returned to her seat and sat down. Wang Donli didn't stand firmly, fell down and cried loudly. The man in military green clothes stepped forward to help her up. He turned around and punched Mingshu in the face. The veins on his hand bulged, which showed how much strength the man had put in. Wang Donli, who had just stood firm, was delighted to see her companions take action. She beat the woman severely and let out a breath of anger. Mingshu saw the fist coming down soon, and just as she was about to raise her hand, a man in blue clothes blocked her. Mingshu looked up and saw a tall, strong, and handsome man catching the military green man's fist with one hand.
Fist.
Pushing forward with his hand, the man in military green clothes fell on his seat. The man in military green clothes wanted to stand up, but was held down by the people around him. Everyone present looked at the man, who suddenly appeared. Anyone who could catch his companion's punch must be very capable. They know who to mess with and what not to mess with. Mingshu looked up and said to the man, "Thank you." The man stared into the eyes of the woman in front of him, and he smiled. "You're welcome." Mingshu lowered her head and took out 2 eggs from her bag and handed them to the man. "Here, commission." The man lowered his head and looked at the 2 eggs, then looked at Mingshu's serious eyes, stretched out his hand to take them and nodded at her. The man took the eggs and returned to his seat. "Shurian, why do you suddenly want to help others? Do you know that girl?" the companion asked curiously. "She knows me," Shurian said while peeling the eggs. "In fact, she can handle it without me. You fought with her." And she said in surprise. He turned his head and glanced at Mingshu. Her eyebrows were cold and a little plump. In this era, she still looks so good. I guess her family loves her very much. But I can't tell that she would fight. I can't tell. And she still didn't believe it. "Why are you so curious? Don't provoke her." "Even I can't." Shurian paused here, lowered his head, and didn't say anything.
"What?"
And she was waiting for him to continue, but his companion stopped talking. "Nothing." Shurian turned his head and looked at Mingshu, who was eating a pancake. "Hey, you talk as if you have fought with him." Shurian still looked at Mingshu. "It's not that we fought, but he was counterattacked. He had no choice but to obey her." Mingshu was eating a pancake and suddenly felt a sight. She looked up and saw the man looking at the pancake in her hand again. Mingshu secretly counted the pancakes in the bag, and the result might not be enough for her to eat. So forget it. If he hadn't been there, she would have helped herself. 2 eggs would be the limit. It's not worth a pancake. Mingshu lowered her head and bit the already hard pancake. They both knew that they recognized each other. But she didn't want to be involved with him. She could only pretend that she didn't know him, but she was sure. "I really don't know him. I will repay him for saving my life in the future." The man in green military uniform saw that Mingshu had someone helping her, so he didn't dare to attack again. Ming-Shu looked at his lowered hand coldly, feeling a little regretful. She lowered her head and continued to bite the pancake. Smiles flashed in their eyes, and they took out the sesame seed cakes and eggs to eat. The man in green military uniform might have a good family background. He took out a box of exquisite pastries. Several of his companions were not polite. They said thank you and reached out to finish the box of pastries. Seeing this, Shurian took out the pastries from his bag and walked to Ming-Shu and handed them to her. Ming-Shu looked up at him and shook her head. I don't need it. It's a courtesy to return the favor. Thank you for the eggs. Shurian put the cake in front of her. He turned around and went back to his seat. Ming-Shu stared at the exquisite cake in front of her and wanted to get up and return it. However, she hesitated for a moment, worried that she would lose face if she went over right away. Although she didn't understand the ways of the world, she knew how to respect people. If they treated her well, she would treat them well. Besides, he was her lifesaver. At this moment, Wang Meiying on the side curled her lips in disdain and muttered, "What a poor guy." Although the voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by Ming-Shu. Ming-Shu seemed not to hear it. She ignored her ridicule, stared at the cake, and put it aside. She turned her head to look at the scenery outside. Wang Meiying saw Ming-Shu staring outside. She reached out to touch the cake and was about to pick it up when someone pinched her hand hard. "Pain, let me go. It hurts." Wang Meiying screamed in pain. Ming-Shu looked at Wang Meiying with a sullen face. "You were trying to steal my things just now." When Wang Meiying heard the word steal, she looked up with a trace of guilt in her eyes and said stiffly, "Who stole?" "I just wanted to pick it up and have a look." "It's better to take a look." Ming-Shu caught the guilty conscience, sneered, and shook off her hand. "You." He-Yun, who was sitting by the aisle, pulled Wang Meiying, who was about to speak. Looking at Ming-Shu sitting by the window at this time, her pair of Danfeng eyes were full of impatience, and her tightly furrowed eyebrows were like the cold mountain and the cold moon, revealing a hint of coldness. Looking closely, she was still a beautiful woman. He-Yun glanced at Brother Zhou opposite. Seeing him lower his head, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Comrade, where are you going to the countryside?" "We're going to Heilongjiang province." "Are you too?" Ming-Shu glanced at Heilongjiang province. "What a coincidence. We're going to Qingshan brigade of Hongqi commune." "What about you?" Ming-Shu glanced at them and frowned even more. She said nothing. "Comrade, which commune in Heilongjiang province are you going to work in?" Yun insisted. "Qingshan brigade," Ming-Shu said directly, really annoyed by the question. He-Yun heard that Ming-Shu was in the same place as them and looked at the others. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the 6 people. Shurian, who was diagonally opposite, heard it and repeated Qingshan brigade in his mouth, as if he wanted to imprint these words in his heart. In the next few days, the 6 men and women did not provoke Ming-Shu again. Occasionally, they met and whispered, and from time to time, they looked at Ming-Shu, who was dozing off. Ming-Shu sat for several days and nights, and slept for several days and nights. She was very energetic. Ming-Shu wanted to take the opportunity to return the pastry to the man, but he had already got off the train, and the pastry could only be put into the space to keep it fresh. The 6 men and women looked like that looked superior when they got on the train, but after sitting on the train for 5 days and 5 nights, they were now as listless as castrated chickens. They arrived in Heilongjiang province in the middle of the night and sat next to Ming-Shu. The 6 men and women stood up one after another, carrying large and small bags and pushing and shouting to line up. Ming-Shu also carried 2 bags and a cloth bag on her shoulder. She stood up and slowly followed the crowd to get off the train behind them. The person who was specially responsible for receiving the educated youth at the station was holding a loudspeaker and shouting loudly, "Educated youth going to the countryside, gather here." The educated youth who went to the countryside should gather here. Ming-Shu heard the voice and hurriedly picked up her things and walked over with firm steps. She took out the letter of introduction and handed it to the young staff. The educated youth who followed her were surprised to see Ming-Shu carrying 2 bags and looking so relaxed. "Ming-Shu?" The young staff looked at the letter of introduction. Ming-Shu nodded in confirmation. Okay, stand aside and wait for a while. There are still several people who haven't arrived. When they all arrive, we will go to the guest house to rest. Okay. Ming-Shu stood aside and waited. Soon the 6 people came here: Zhou Wenfu, He Yun, Wang Donli, Wang Meiying, Li Xiaoming, Chen Guojun. The reception staff confirmed the names one by one. The 6 people nodded. Yi Lu, Chen Li here, the staff said to the 8 people, you all go aside and wait. Zhou Wenfu and their group stood aside. Yi Lu saw Ming-Shu standing alone. He pulled Chen Li to stand next to Ming-Shu, smiled at Ming-Shu. Hello, I'm Yi Lu. He is Chen Li. We are all going to Qingshan Brigade of Hongqi Commune. Hello, Ming-Shu. Qingshan Brigade. Ming-Shu nodded in response. The 3 of them stood together and began to chat. In fact, it was mainly the 2 men who chatted, and Ming-Shu listened on the side and nodded occasionally. After waiting for about 20 minutes, all the people arrived. The officer in charge of reception took them, the educated youth, to the guest house next to the train. The guest house was a 2-story building. There was someone on duty at the front desk of the guest house. The officer took a dozen keys from the front desk and stepped forward and said, you go and rest first, and then take a bus to the town below tomorrow morning. 2 people in a room, group up and come up to get the keys. The 6 of them stepped forward and took 2 keys. Ming-Shu also took one, turned around to look at the girls, and finally set her sights on the girl who had a big package at her feet. I'm going upstairs to rest. Do you want to follow me? The girl looked up at Ming-Shu, who was a head taller than her, and nodded slightly. Okay, can you help me move my things? Okay, let's go. Ming-Shu carried her 2 luggages in one hand and helped the girl to lift them up with the other hand. While the girl was carrying her own luggage, she looked at Ming-Shu, who was so strong. After entering the room, Ming-Shu and the girl put the luggage on the ground. She whispered to the girl, we will stay together temporarily tonight. I will rest first. Yeah, the girl responded softly, walked to the bed by the window and sat down. Seeing this, Ming-Shu went to the bathroom outside, washed her face, and came back to lie down on the bed and fell asleep. Seeing Ming-Shu fall asleep directly, the thin girl also took off her shoes and went to bed to sleep. At dawn, Ming-Shu squinted her eyes and opened them, staring at the white ceiling. She got up and saw that there was no one on the bed by the window, and the quilt was scattered on the bed. Her big package was not there either. Ming-Shu washed her face and went back to the room to eat a few eggs and went downstairs. Suddenly, there were many educated youths in the lobby on the first floor, speaking various Mandarin with dialects. Ming-Shu, are you awake? We will leave in a while. Here, fill your stomach first. There is nothing to eat in the kitchen now. Yi Lu was standing in the corner of the hall, talking quietly with Chen Li. He turned to look at Ming-Shu, who had just come downstairs, and hurried forward to say, thank you, I've already eaten. Ming-Shu shook her head. She looked at the hall and said, why are there so many people? 2 more groups of educated youth came last night. We'll all go together later. Ming-Shu nodded. She followed them to the corner and looked at the people in the hall. She glanced around and saw that the girl who shared a room with her yesterday was standing with the 6 people. The people in the hall waited for 10 minutes before the educated youth office came, called for assembly, and sent them all to the bus station. Ming-Shu and the others took out their letters of introduction to buy tickets and took a 7 or 8-hour bus to the town where they were sent to work. The bumpy journey made the girls in the car miserable. Except for Ming-Shu, she was agile and easily squeezed into the car with 2 large bags and found a seat to sit down. Close your eyes and pretend to sleep. Wang Donli, He Yun, and Wang Meiying were lucky to have companions to help them. The girl who shared a room with Ming-Shu in the guest house carried a large package on her back and squeezed into the car with difficulty. She was scolded by others when she bumped into them. She often looked at them with tears in her eyes. Seeing that the dozen boys did not respond, she turned to look at Ming-Shu. It was obvious that she wanted to ask Ming-Shu for help, but she did not speak. Ming-Shu pretended not to see it. When they arrived in the town, they had to take another bus to the Hongqi commune where they were sent to work. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the commune after staggering all the way through mountains and rivers. More than 20 educated youth stood at the gate of the commune, feeling relieved. This is Qingshan Brigade. An old man sitting in the front position of the ox cart saw a group of people who had just got off the car and shouted while smoking. Zhou Wenfu led them forward, and Ming Xu and the other two also stepped forward. The old man looked at the large and small bags at the feet of the 5 men and 5 women, turned the ox's head and said, "There are too many of you. This car can only carry packages. You can walk back." "Uncle, how many miles is it?" Zhou Wenfu took out a handful of fruit candies from his bag and handed them to the old man. "Not far, 10 kilometers. The old man took it with a smile, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. When Zhou Wenfu and the others heard 10 kilometers, their eyes went dark. "Isn't this far? How long will it take to walk this far?" "Uncle, can you ask a few girls to take the car? They haven't recovered from motion sickness yet," Li Xiaoming said with a smile. As soon as he said this, he was grateful to the 4 girls. Li Xiaoming was secretly proud of himself. It only takes a mouth to ask for something, and it doesn't cost anything, so why not do it? "No, there's no place to sit," the old man refused. "Put the packages up quickly. Let's go quickly before it gets dark." After hearing this, Zhou Wenfu looked at the daytime and put the luggage up first, followed by others. Ming Xu also put the luggage up. "It's 10 kilometers. It's easier for yourself." The girl put the luggage up with force, and the ox cart sank down. "Wow, did you move all the things from home? It's so heavy," the old man said to the girl with a bit of pity for the ox cart. "Uncle, this is what I often use at home." The girl lowered her head and said softly. The old man couldn't say anything when he saw this. He could only feel sorry for his own ox and go home to add an extra bunch of corn stalks to it. "Okay, let's go. You guys hurry up and follow me." The old man whipped the cart and led the way. Turning around, he shouted, "Hurry up, otherwise it will be dark and we have to walk at night." Ming Xu looked in the direction where the old man drove away and saw a long, loose road stretching out in front of her, as if there was no end. She raised her foot and stepped onto the long, loose road. Ilu and Chenli followed. Zhou Wenfu and the others looked at each other, frowned, and followed helplessly. Seeing that everyone else was walking, the girl hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up. For Ming Xu, walking this short distance was a piece of cake. Not long after, she left Ilu and Chenli behind and caught up with the old man. Seeing Ming Xu's good physical strength, the old man couldn't help but admire. "Kid, you are in great shape. In our countryside, we need kids like you who have good physical strength and can work." The old man was very happy to see that Ming Xu had walked for so long without sweating. "I didn't expect that the kids in the city were so capable." It seems that the team leader was too worried, saying that the kids in the city couldn't work and was afraid that they would make trouble. "Isn't this great?" The old man immediately had a great liking for these 10 kids. "Uncle, please excuse me. I have been energetic and have a good appetite since I was a child." Ming Xu's mouth curled up slightly. "That's good. In our village, we can have enough food if we work hard." "Kid, it's almost autumn harvest now. You may have a hard time when you first come here," the old man kindly reminded. "I'm not afraid." Ming Xu always stood side by side with the old man. Although Ming Xu didn't like to talk and was even indifferent, she still knew that when she went to someone else's territory, she had to bend down appropriately. Of course, it would definitely not work for her to bend down 90 degrees. Keeping it 15 degrees is just right. "Good comrade, yeah." Ming Xu kept listening to the old man and occasionally responded. She knew that the village, where she was going to work in the countryside, was a big family with many people divided into 10 production groups. The old man was the one who was responsible for the cattle in the village. His name was Zhang, so Ming Xu called him Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, how far is this place from the village?" "Not far, just over 2 hills." Ming Xu's eyes followed Uncle Zhang's whip. There were 2 high hills in the distance. "If you look at the mountain, you will die." Besides, they were all walking and they would probably have to spend the night outside. Ming Xu listened to what Grandpa Zhang said, secretly thanking herself for her good physical strength. She turned her head and saw that only Ilu and Chenli were behind her. The others were not seen yet, and they were probably farther behind. Grandpa Zhang looked back at the people behind him and saw that there were only 2 male educated youths behind him, and there were 7 people who had not caught up. He parked the ox cart under a big tree, and the old man got off and took out a dustpan from the front and put it under the ox's buttocks. Let's rest for a while and wait for them. Ming Shu saw this and sat on a stone beside to rest without changing her color. After a few minutes, Ilu and Chun-Li finally caught up. Ming Shu, you walk so fast, Chun-Li said, panting. Fortunately, you find a stone to sit and rest, and you probably still have a long way to go. Ming Shu looked up at them and reminded them. Thank you, Ilu nodded in thanks. No need, Ming Shu said. Ming Shu also talked to them when she heard the story. After all, they will probably need to get along with each other every day for a long time in the future, and maintaining a good relationship will help them live a peaceful life. The 3 people sat on the stone to rest for a long time. The sunset gradually sank and the sky gradually darkened. Uncle Zhang looked back and saw that the few people had not come yet. He was a little anxious. When he was about to look for them, the 7 people behind him slowly came over. Uncle Zhang saw them coming and prepared to continue on his way. Uncle, wait for us. The 3 educated youths behind him quickly ran over to stop Uncle Zhang. What for? Uncle Zhang stopped the car and frowned at them. Uncle, we really can't walk anymore. We want to take a car, Zhou Wenfu asked, wiping the sweat from his head and panting. Yes, Uncle, we want to take a ride. We are here to help you build a new countryside. You are deliberately ignoring and abusing us. Yes, Uncle, we female educated youth can't walk, so let them take the ride. Uncle Zhang looked back at the back of the cart full of packages and looked at Zhou Wenfu and the others. My ox cart is already full of your packages, and there is no room for all of you. Uncle, girls are lighter and can sit, Li Xiaoming said with a smile. When several female educated youth saw the ox cart stop, they also ran over quickly. Wang Donli panted, supporting her knees with her hands and looking at Uncle Zhang. Uncle, please let us take the ride. Our legs really can't walk. Uncle, we really can't walk anymore, and now my head is still dizzy. Uncle, please be kind. The girl swayed, as if she was going to faint at any time. Uncle Zhang saw them like this, and the good impression he had just risen on them fell to the ground. Fearing that something might happen, he impatiently waved the whip and said, Get on, get on. Wang Donli and the girl quickly climbed onto the cart, no longer looking exhausted as before. Uncle Zhang also saw it and snorted heavily. He muttered, You'll see later. Seeing that the uncle agreed to the girl doing it, Li Xiaoming immediately stepped forward and said, Women are also doing it for a long time now. We should treat them equally. We will take turns later. He Yun, Wang Meiying, and Wang Donli looked at Li Xiaoming angrily. But they didn't dare to disagree and agreed to take turns. The girls all got on the ox cart, which was indeed a bit strenuous. Ming Shu didn't get on. She saw several female educated youths squeezed beside the ox cart, their buttocks touching the edge of the cart. Their feet were dragging on the ground, and they looked exhausted. Uncle Zhang didn't see the female educated youth, but felt sorry for the old man's exhaustion, and hurriedly said, You male educated youths should each take a package. Otherwise, don't get on the cart. Zhou Wenfu saw Uncle Zhang's dark face, and they took their luggage reluctantly. Chun-Li and Yi-Lu also picked one. Halfway through the journey, Li Xiaoming called out for taking turns. He squeezed into the car. Although they said they would take turns, the other male educated youth were too embarrassed to do it, so he and several girls took a bullock cart to the village. We're here. Uncle Zhang looked at his house and finally smiled with his dark face. Ming Shu and the others saw that in the village not far ahead, in the dark night, only a few candles were emitting a faint light. Uncle Zhang sent 10 educated youth to the village chief's house, and He Yun and the others had not yet gotten off the bullock cart. Ming Shu looked in from the low wall outside the door, and the candles in the east wing were still on. Ningsheng, I finally brought the people back. Uncle Zhang knocked on the door and shouted, My uncle. You picked up several people, and it took you so long. A loud voice came from the room, and the voice had arrived before the person arrived. A strong man in a coat and a cigarette in his mouth opened the door and came out. Uncle, what happened to you on the way? Why did you come back so late? Those kids are too slow. I could only wait in front and finally came back by ox cart. Uncle Zhang complained. The village chief looked at the educated youth still sitting in the ox cart. He shouted loudly, "Why don't you get off? Do you still want to take the ox cart to the cowshed?" He was worried about the team leader in his heart, and now he could understand. It was simply a fantasy to rely on this group of people to help them build the countryside. He Yun and the others were awakened by the village chief's roar, and they slowly got off while mumbling softly. Everyone carried their luggage. "Let's go. We will take you to your place to settle down now." "Village chief, we haven't eaten yet," Li Xiaoming said, holding his stomach. "It's so late. Who would leave food for you?" The village chief said unhappily. "Let's go." The village chief took the lead and walked towards the resettlement site for educated youth. Li Xiaoming saw that the village chief was angry and did not dare to say anything. With her head down, she followed the village chief and came to a house. "This is where you will live in the future. Take good care of it. I repaired it not long ago. If it breaks down again, you will have to pay for it. One room for women and one for men. You can discuss it among yourselves. We'll talk about other things tomorrow." The village chief said a few simple words and went home to sleep. Ming Shu looked at the house she was going to live in. There were 3 rooms, bedrooms on both sides, and a kitchen in the middle. Then she went into the bedroom. The bedrooms on both sides were the same size, and the Kong was the same length. The color was darker than the earth wall. It was probably a new Kong that was specially built to accommodate more educated youth. There were 10 people in Ming Shu's group. Half of them were men, and half were women. It was the same for whichever side she chose. Ming Shu carried 2 packages and entered the room on the left. She was close to the Kong, and she tidied it up casually and put some old newspapers underneath. There was no Kong mat, so she could only put a thin quilt on it. Then she took out a thin quilt and went to sleep without washing. Seeing that Ming Shu had already gone to bed, the others also quickly tidied up, put newspapers on top, and then spread the quilt. If there was no newspaper, they just spread it on top. It was the right thing to do to go to bed and rest quickly. Ming Shu, who was sleeping on the Kong, slept soundly until dawn. She squinted her eyes because of the piercing sunlight outside. She was still a little uncomfortable. It had been 10 years since the end of the world and 5 years since the eternal night. It had been 7 or 8 years since she traveled through time here. This was the second time she was awakened by the piercing sunlight. Ming Shu squinted her eyes slightly, looked at the sunlight, and her mouth curled up slightly. She suddenly felt relieved. Wang Donli, who was sleeping next to her, stared at Ming Shu's face, which was more beautiful because of her smile, and muttered softly, "Fox spirit." Ming Shu's ears moved, and her black eyes stared directly at Wang Donli. After a long time, a cold breath forced Wang Donli, causing her to shrink into the quilt. "I don't want to hear this kind of words again." A low voice came into Wang Donli's ears, and she subconsciously covered her ears. After Ming Shu warned Wang Donli, she got up from the bed. Just as she put on her shoes, there was a knock on the door outside. "Dawn, get up quickly." Ming Shu opened the door and looked outside. She saw the village chief from yesterday standing at the door. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Village chief." Ming Shu nodded and said good morning. With a creak, a male educated youth walked out of the boys' dormitory on the right. "Village chief, good morning," Chun-Li greeted with a smile. Turning to Ming Shu, good morning." Ming Shu nodded at him. The village chief nodded at the 2 of them and said, "Please help the 2 educated youths to wake them up. I have something to say." Ming Shu and Chun-Li nodded and turned back to the room. They knocked on the door and shouted, "Get up." Chun-Li was also shouting from there. Everyone in the room woke up immediately. "Who is it? It's so loud. It's so noisy." Wang Meiying complained with her eyes closed. Wang Donli had already gotten up when she heard Ming Shu shouting. He Yun heard the sound and sat up. Seeing that it was dawn outside, he pushed Wang Meiying, "Get up quickly." When Ming Shu saw them get up, she went back outside and saw the village chief was still waiting for the people in the middle of the yard. She took the opportunity to find some toilets, which were in the northeast of the backyard. After using the toilet, Ming Shu looked around the backyard again. There were only a few private plots in the backyard. This should be for them to grow vegetables. Ming-Shu glanced casually and returned to the front yard. There were only the village chief, Yi-Lu and Chun-Li in the front yard, and the others had not come out yet. Ming-Shu stood quietly aside, looking at the mud house where they would live for a few years. It did not look very solid. Ming-Shu glanced at the yard again. The yard was quite wide. After waiting for a while, people slowly came out. The 6 people had changed their clothes. A thin girl followed behind them. Several people were in a bad mood, but the village chief didn't care about the expressions on their faces. He saw everyone clearing their throats and said, "Since you only arrived at midnight yesterday. So, I came here this morning to tell you something. You educated youth have just arrived here, and our village has decided to lend you 50 kilograms of food each. You can return it to us next year, and of course you can also buy it. Besides, you are the first group of educated youth to come here. This room has not been occupied for a long time. It is empty inside. The con in the room has just been cleaned up. You have to go to the mountain to collect firewood and fetch water by yourselves. One more thing. I give you a day off today. Go, and buy whatever you want. You will start working tomorrow. The work points will be calculated the same as those of us villagers. So you guys come to collect food at noon. There is no one in the granary now." After saying that, he walked towards the field with his hands behind his back. The 10 educated youth were left looking at each other. There was a moment of silence. At this time, Zhou Wenfu also coughed to attract everyone's attention. "We all come from all corners of the world. It is fate that we are together. Let everyone introduce themselves first. I'll go first. My name is Zhou Wenfu. I'm 18 years old this year. From the capital." He-Yun, who was standing next to Zhou Wenfu, quickly echoed, "My name is He-Yun. I'm 18 years old, and also from the capital." "My name is Wang Meiying. I'm 18 years old, and also from the capital." "My name is Wang Donli. I'm 18 years old, and from the same place as them." Wang Donli finished speaking and deliberately glanced at Ming-Shu. Then Chen Guojun, 19 years old, from the capital. Li Xiaoming, 18 years old, from the capital. "My name is Miao Dandan. I'm also 18 years old this year, and from Wucheng." Yi-Lu, 20 years old, from Lucheng. Chun-Li, 21 years old, from Lucheng. Ming-Shu, 18, from Anqing. Zhou Wenfu spoke again. "I have a suggestion." He paused, seeing that everyone was looking at him, except Ming-Shu, who lowered her head. Zhou Wenfu's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he continued with a smile. "I think with so many of us, we should elect a team leader to lead the educated youth to better serve the rural construction. I recommend myself as the leader of the educated youth." "I agree," He-Yun responded immediately upon hearing this. The 5 people behind him all responded one after another. Miao Dandan saw that they all agreed, so she also raised her hand in agreement. Zhou Wenfu and the other 7 all looked at Ming-Shu, Yi-Lu, and Chun-Li. "With just a few of us, how can we have a leader? How can we lead the team to work in the fields?" Chun-Li sneered and walked back to the house. "Let's discuss how to settle them down." Yi-Lu laughed. "Same here," Ming-Shu said. "You are destroying the unity of the people." Wang Meiying snorted and pouted. "Such a big hat." "We are not qualified," Chun-Li sneered as he walked out. "Let us think about how to settle down quickly. My idea is to elect a person in charge to act as a representative." "But you disagree," Zhou Wenfu said. "Do you mean that the person in charge will be responsible for this matter, and he won't have to go to work, and we will support him?" Chun-Li tilted his head and looked at him with a smile. "Of course not. He just wants to do his best," He-Yun said softly. "We feel bad about his kindness," Chun-Li said with a gloomy face. "Okay, we have to go to work tomorrow, so let's discuss the rules today," Yi-Lu said quickly. "But..." He-Yun wanted to say something but was pulled by Zhou Wenfu, who said, "Let's discuss it while it's still early and buy what we need. There are no pots and bowls in the kitchen, and eating is a big problem. Now you need industrial tickets and money to buy iron pots, bowls, chopsticks, plates, and all kinds of miscellaneous items. We also need 2 large buckets to hold water in a large tank. These are the things that everyone needs." Chun-Li just went back to the room and took a look at the kitchen, and there was nothing. Then let's divide into several groups and buy things, go up the mountain to collect firewood, and at noon, help bring back the food for those who haven't come back. Zhou Wenfu hurriedly followed. Each person pays 2 yuan first, we will go buy first, and those who don't have enough to buy can add it at that time, and then come back to check the accounts. After Chun Li finished speaking, he took out 2 yuan from his pocket. Ming Shu saw that he took out 2 yuan from his pocket and put them in Chun Li's hand. Yi Lu also took out 2 yuan and handed them to Chun Li. In this way, Chun Li followed Zhou Wenfu, He Yunmiao Dandan, and Chen Guojun to the town to buy things. The rest of the people went to the mountain to collect firewood. Ming Shu was the remaining person. She turned around and looked at the mountain in front of her. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Now she can finally eat meat. Ming Shu, let's go, Yi Lu called Ming Shu. Yeah, Ming Shu responded and followed Zhou. Li Xiaoming, Wang Donli, and Wang Meiying closed the door of their rooms and followed up. They passed the villagers' houses and walked up the mountain. They didn't meet many villagers along the way. They were probably working in the fields. Ming Shu and her friends saw that all the branches outside the mountain had been picked up, so they could only go a little further in. Each of them picked up their own branches. Ming Shu picked up firewood while walking in and slowly left the crowd. She now gently placed a bundle of firewood on the ground, slowly picked up a small stone, and threw it forward with force, instantly hitting a pheasant. Ming Shu walked over to pick up the pheasant, used her mental power to detect that there was no one nearby, and instantly put the pheasant into the space. Ming Shu now felt that her space with a preservation function was finally useful. At the end of the world, the space came too late, and there were ruins everywhere. There were no renewable resources, so there was nothing to put into the space to preserve. At that time, the space was simply useless to her. It was the same when she traveled here. She was more than enough to suppress her adoptive parents' family with her high martial arts, and she didn't need the space to hide food. And there was no money. Her space had been in her soul for more than 10 years, and she had very few opportunities to use it. Now it was in the countryside, and it was of great use. Ming Shu used her consciousness to scan the state of the pheasant. Seeing how it was when it went in, it was the same when it stayed in it, so she was completely relieved. She walked out leisurely with a bundle of firewood in her hand. At this time, the 3 people who were picking up firewood outside were gathered together, and Wang Meiying was muttering there. She can't even be content to pick up firewood. She wants us to go find her. I won't go. I won't go either. Who told her to wander around? She deserves to get lost. She looks so cold all day long. It's annoying. Wang Donli echoed. I won't go to such a big mountain. If I run into a wild boar or something, it will be fatal. Don't die for irrelevant people. My life is important. Li Xiaoming squatted down. That's right. It's better for her to be eaten by a wild boar. That will make me feel better. Wang Donli said gloatingly. Ming Shu heard this and threw the heavy bundle of firewood on her back in front of everyone. There was a dull, and the firewood fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, who is this? Are you looking for death? Li Xiaoming squatted on the ground and was covered in dust. He stood up in frustration, covered his nose and mouth, and took a few steps back. Cough ahem. Wang Donli and Wang Meiying, who were standing, covered their mouths and stepped back. When the dust settled to the ground again, they could see the people in front of them clearly. Ming Shu, what are you crazy about? What are you doing squatting here? Where's the firewood you picked up? Ming Shu said coldly. What does it have to do with you whether we pick up firewood or not? You made us covered in dirt, and you still don't apologize to us. Li Xiaoming patted the dirt on his body and roared angrily. Talking nonsense about me. Making you covered in dirt is a light punishment. Try it again next time, Ming Shu said lightly. The familiar feeling of oppression came again, and Wang Donli lowered her head and stepped back in fear. Li Xiaoming and Wang Meiying were caught talking behind people's backs, and they felt guilty and lowered their heads without saying a word. Ming Shu carried the firewood on her back and strode back. Then she looked back at them and paused. Where's Yi Lu? He went inside to look for you. Wang Donli pointed to the deep mountains. Ming Shu hurried to the mountains upon hearing this, and when she was halfway there, She remembered that she was carrying firewood and quickly dropped it on the ground. She quickly got up and walked inside. While cutting through the branches in front of her, she shouted loudly, "Ilu, Ilu." Ming-Shu saw that there was no response after shouting a few times, so she used her mental power to detect, but no human figure was detected nearby. She thought to herself that he would be okay. Ming-Shu walked inside while using her mental power to detect, but there was no one. But there were quite a few wild boars, pheasants, rabbits, and the like, but she had no intention of hunting. Suddenly, she felt a slight pain on the top of her head, and she looked up and saw a person on the tree, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you doing up the tree?" Ilu made a hushing gesture, signaling Ming-Shu to be quiet. After confirming that the wild boar had gone far away, he slid down with a few steps and grabbed Ming-Shu's wrist. "Let's go. A big wild boar just passed by here. You, and I can't beat it. Let's go." Ming-Shu wanted to shake him off, but she couldn't use too much force. After all, he encountered the wild boar because he was looking for her. She could only let him hold her. After the two walked for a while, Ilu let go of Ming-Shu. "I'm sorry, I was too nervous just now." "Don't mind." "No, let us go." Ming-Shu shook her head. Ilu looked at Ming-Shu's indifferent expression, confirmed that he was really not angry, and nodded. The two returned along the same route and saw the bundle of firewood that Ming-Shu had lost. Ming-Shu stepped forward and carried it. Ilu then remembered that he didn't seem to know where he had lost his firewood. Fortunately, he could pick up some along the way. When the two of them each carried a bundle of firewood to the place where they first came in, they saw that the three people were gone. Ilu looked down at his watch. "It's almost noon. Let's go back and move the food." "Okay," Ming-Shu responded. The two walked back to the residence of the educated youth. They saw the three people sitting on the stones in the yard to rest. Ming-Shu looked around the yard and didn't see the firewood. "Where is the firewood you picked up?" "Look, it's in the kitchen," Wang Meiying said, pounding her leg and pointing at the kitchen. Shi Zhou and Ming-Shu carried the firewood to the kitchen. Seeing 2 or 3 pieces of firewood in the corner of the kitchen, Ming-Shu walked out of the kitchen with the firewood on her back. It's better not to put them together with them, so as not to be unclear later. I didn't want to bother with them too much, but their behavior on the train and what happened in the mountains today fully demonstrated that this group of people is a bit self-righteous, and some of them like to take advantage, so they should be on guard. Ming-Shu put the firewood in the corner outside, and Ilu followed her to put it together. "Let's go move the food now." Ilu raised his hand to look at the watch and said hurriedly. "Yeah," Ming-Shu nodded. The two walked to the 3 people sitting in the yard one after another. Ilu said directly, "It's almost noon. Let's go borrow some food. We have to go to work again." Li Xiaoming got up from the ground very reluctantly, muttering, "I don't do so much work at home." Wang Meiying, who was standing next to him, also had a bitter face. She sighed and agreed, "Yeah, we don't need to collect firewood in the city. I was exhausted all morning, and now I have to move food." Wang Donli stood up without saying a word and followed everyone. She was scolded by Ming-Shu several times, and now she was a little afraid of her. Ming-Shu, Ilu, and the others went out to the gate of the youth courtyard. In the village, everyone went home for lunch at noon. When they saw Ming-Shu, they stopped and looked at her curiously. The country women talked carelessly, saying whatever they wanted without any hesitation. They stood not far away and pointed at them. This is the educated youth. The children in the city are different. They are all white and tender. Look at that female educated youth. She is white and tall. Her chest is bulging. Her children will definitely have no worries about food in the future. An old lady smiled at Ming-Shu with her big yellow teeth. Ming-Shu was calm and composed, and Ilu's face was slightly red. Behind them, Wang Donli and Wang Meiying had smiles in their eyes. Li Xiaoming lowered his head and glanced at Ming-Shu's chest, and then glanced at Wang Meiying and Wang Donli. His eyes flashed. She must be spoiled by her family, because she looks so good. How could they bear to send her to the countryside? Another old lady's eyes revealed a sense of pity. Those 2 female educated youth are no good. They are skinny and weak, without any flesh on their bodies. They look the same from front to back. Not good to look at. The old lady started talking again. That male educated youth is good. He is tall and strong. He can definitely work. The young man next to him is skinny, not even as good as the tall female educated youth. Wang Meiying and Wang Donli were secretly angry when they heard what the old lady said. They were full of disdain for them. They were really. Li Xiaoming didn't care when he heard the old lady's comments. He had been skinny since he was a child. If it wasn't because there was really no one in his family who went to the countryside, he wouldn't have come. Anyway, before he went to the countryside, his family told him that as long as he was good, he didn't have to work hard. They would send money every month. Auntie, can you tell me how to get to the granary? Ming Shu saw them lowering their heads and blushing, so she walked up to the aunties and asked. The aunties looked at Ming Shu in surprise. They didn't expect that this girl from the city was so thick-skinned that she came up to ask for directions. Usually, whenever they gathered together to talk, the young girls and newly married people in the village would avoid them, for fear that they would make fun of them. They looked at Ming Shu, who was asking for directions seriously, with sincerity in their eyes. One of the aunties pointed to the front and said, "The granary is just ahead. Walk straight, and you will see a sign hanging there." "Thank you." Ming Shu thanked him and walked to Ilu. "Let's go." Ilu and the others hurriedly lowered their heads and followed. When the aunties saw the educated youth leaving, they also laughed while carrying their hoes. The village is lively now. Ming Shu and her group found the granary. The door of the granary opened, and the village chief and a black-faced man were waiting for them there. "Village chief, I'm sorry we're late," Ilu said. The village chief waved his hand and said not bad, and pointed to the black-faced man and said this is the village team leader, who usually manages production. You will all be under his supervision when you go to work in the future. "Hello, team leader," Ilu, Ming Shu, and the other 5 people called out one after another. "Hello." The team leader looked at these city kids and felt bitter. They were here to make trouble instead of helping them. Turning his head to look at the tall and strong Ilu, and then at the tall and somewhat strong Ming Shu, thinking about what Uncle Zhang said in the morning about a female educated youth with good physical strength, he felt better. You came at an inopportune time. There is not much food in the village now. Each of you has only 50 kilograms. If it is not enough, you can find a way yourself, the team leader said in a deep voice. After that, the team leader and the village chief went in with a few sacks. After a while, a voice came, "Come and carry them." Ming Shu and Ilu looked at each other and walked in. They saw 10 sacks on the ground. Each sack had the name of each educated youth written on it, and it contained 50 kilograms of food, which was half a sack. Ming Shu went forward and picked up the bag with her name on it, then picked up another bag and walked out. Ilu also lifted his and Chen Li's 2 bags and walked out slowly. The team leader was surprised to see Ming Shu lift 100 kilograms easily and was very happy. This female educated youth is not bad. Not bad, but probably not easy to manage. The village chief frowned and blew out a puff of smoke as he watched Ming Shu walk out. How can a girl be difficult to manage? No matter how powerful she is still a girl. She is just more obedient. The team leader didn't care. The village chief sneered and didn't argue with him. Looking at the 6 bags of grain on the ground, he shouted outside, "Why don't you come in?" "Here we are." Li Xiaoming, Wang Meiying, and Wang Donli walked in. Looking at the 300 kilograms of grain on the ground, he smiled at the team leader and the other 2 village chief. "Team leader, I don't know if there's a cart in our village we can drag them back." "There is no empty one. There are things on it. You can drag it back by yourselves." The village chief refused and stood up to carry the grain outside. Seeing this, the team leader also stood up and picked up 2 bags and put them outside the door. When they came back and saw the 3 of them still standing there stupidly, the 2 smiled bitterly and took the remaining bags to the outside. They turned around and said to the 3 of them, "We'll put all the food outside for you. Go out and take it away. We have to lock the door." The captain saw that the 3 of them were still hesitating after he said that and immediately became anxious. "Hurry up and take it back to pack it up." Li Xiaoming and the others walked outside, as if awakened from a dream. The captain and the village chief locked the door and reminded them, "Hurry up and take it back, otherwise it will be stolen. There will definitely be nothing behind, and you will be hungry then." "Captain, we can't carry it. Can someone help us carry it?" Wang Donli said with a sad face. We all have to go to work now. Where is there anyone? After saying that, the captain and the village chief went back. Wang Meiying, Wang Donli, and Li Xiaoming looked at so much food, their eyes darkened. How could they take it back? The three of them were silent for a long time. It's so heavy, I definitely can't lift it. Should we wait for those two people to lift it? Those who are capable should do more work. Let's wait for them at the grain storage. Wang Meiying suggested. Li Xiaoming stared at the 100 gene grain in front of him. If he had to carry it back, his hands would definitely be very painful tomorrow. He thought Wang Meiying's suggestion was very reasonable, so he raised his hands without hesitation to express his agreement. Wang Donli had dealt with Ming Xu many times before, and she knew in her heart that they would never come back. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but say, let us find a way to carry these things back by ourselves. Wait a little longer, and the people who went to the town will be back, and they will definitely be busy making lunch. I haven't even had breakfast yet. If I can't have lunch at noon, I really can't hold on. Hearing what Wang Donli said, Wang Meiying and Li Xiaoming immediately felt their stomachs growling again. Their already exhausted bodies had no strength at all, so how could they have the mind to carry those heavy grains? No matter how hard Wang Donli tried to persuade them, the two of them just didn't want to move. Seeing them not moving, Wang Donli had no choice but to accompany them to guard the food, looking forward to others to help. Ming Xu carried the food back to the educated youth point and never went again. 2 bags of food per person. There is no need to divide it. Everyone knows that you just need to finish your own part. After a while, Ilu also brought the food back. Ming Xu saw him gritting his teeth and working hard. Seeing his comradeship in going into the mountains to find her today, she went up to help him carry a bag. Thank you, Ilu grinned. No need. Ming Xu shook her head and put the food in the kitchen. After putting it away, she returned to her bedroom, the female educated youth. Ilu smiled. He also got to know the personality of this female educated youth in the past 2 days and knew that she was a person of few words. After Ming Xu walked into the bedroom, her eyes looked at the Kong connected to the window and close to the outer wall. There is a hole at the head of this Kong, called the ground Kong stove, which is specially used to burn firewood for heating, and the end of the Kong is where the chimney is located. Whether in the past life or this life, Ming Xu is not from the north and knows little about the structure of this Kong, but she has heard of it more or less through the short videos she watched in the past life. The spacious Kong in front of her is enough to accommodate 7 or 8 female educated youth to sleep together. The Kong is right in front of the bedroom door, and the scene inside the house can be seen directly from the kitchen when eating. If there is no door curtain, there is no privacy. Fortunately, Ming Xu chose the end of the Kong last night, which is slightly better. This educated youth room is probably left by the lonely old man in the village who died. Because it is old and has not been repaired for a long time, there are some small cracks on the wall above the female educated youth's bedroom. But it's okay now, and it shouldn't be a problem to live there for a few years. Ming Xu sorted out the big and small bags she brought yesterday and took out her personal daily necessities and put them on her Kong. I'll go to the village later to see if there's anyone who can make wooden boxes. I'll buy a few then. They don't have to be very good, as long as they can be used. Ming Xu was sorting her things in the room when she heard a noise coming from the yard. She listened carefully and thought it was an argument, so she walked outside slowly. They went to the town to buy things, and except for He Yun, who was holding a bowl and chopsticks, the other 5 people had nothing in their hands. Chun Li and Zhou Wenfu were still arguing. Chun Li thought of the iron pot that didn't need a ticket and felt sad. I said that pot will do. It doesn't matter if it's been repaired, as long as it can be used. You just don't agree. That pot was used by someone else. We don't want it. It's too dirty, Hyun frowned and said with disgust. We are at home. I have never used something that has been used by others. Chun Guojun echoed. My comrades. We are penniless now and have nothing. It is not easy to find an iron pot used by others. Alas. Chun Li held his head, regretting very much that he followed this group of young masters and ladies out. He looked up and saw Yi Lu and Ming Xu standing at the door and hurried forward. Yi Lu, Ming Xu, please judge. Chun-Li didn't wait for them to speak and told them everything that happened when buying things in the town. Today they went to the town and happened to meet a family who wanted to exchange a pot for something. The pot had been repaired, but it was still usable and no ticket was required. Chun-Li wanted to buy it, so he went to discuss it with Zhou Wenfu and others. As a result, they all opposed it. No matter how they persuaded, they just didn't agree. 4-1, Chun-Li was alone and helpless, so he watched others buy it. As a result, whenever Chun-Li proposed to buy something, they opposed it. Not to mention these, just that iron pot, Chun-Li felt very sorry. If you don't buy the old pot, don't you have a way to buy a new iron pot? After listening to this, Yi Lu asked Zhou Wenfu directly. He knew that Zhou Wenfu was the leader of these people. Of course there is a way. Zhou Wenfu looked at Chun-Li with a hint of pride in his eyes. When will it arrive?
How much will it be?
Yi Lu continued to ask. It may take a while to arrive, and I'll give you the money when it arrives, Zhou Wenfu said after thinking for a while. Then what should we do today? Are we hungry? Chun-Li sneered at Zhou Wenfu. We walked around the town all morning today and didn't buy any iron pots. We have no choice, and it's not Brother Zhou's fault. Hyun pouted and said softly. It's only been a few years, and there won't be so many iron pots for sale in the supply and marketing cooperatives. You guys are so lucky to come across an old iron pot and still despise it. You guys are sick in the brain. Chun-Li really wanted to see what was going on in these people's minds. They couldn't tell the priorities. As soon as he said this, Hyun glared at Yi Lu and Chun-Li. Zhou Wenfu's eyes were filled with anger. Chun-Li, watch your mouth. Who is sick in the brain? I think it's you who are sick all over. You specifically look for things that others don't want and treat them as treasures. You are really poor, Chun Guojun angrily cursed at Chun-Li and the others. Chun Guojun, the proletariat is the most glorious at the moment. You are clearly discriminating against proletarian revolutionaries. Your ideas are very reactionary.
Hallucinated.
Chun Guojun's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he tried to defend himself. I have absolutely no reactionary intentions. Don't try to put a label on me. I am an educated youth who went to the countryside to support national construction, and labor is the most glorious. Yi Lu, there is no need to exaggerate. We are all proletarians, we all respect proletarian revolutionaries, and we also think that labor is the most glorious. Zhou Wenfu immediately retorted. You keep talking about poor people, and every word you say is about lowly lives. If this is not discrimination, what is it? Are we lowly and you noble? Yi Lu's eyes were full of ridicule, staring at Chun Guojun and asking back.
I
am not discriminating against those revolutionaries. I mean that the iron pot is broken and dirty, and you still want to buy it. Chun Guojun lowered his head and muttered softly. If we don't buy that pot, it will take some time to wait for your new pot. Then what will we use to cook? Are you hungry? Chun-Li felt sorry for the pot when he heard it and looked at them angrily. We have something to fill our stomachs, so we won't starve, said Hyun. You guys figure it out on your own. It seems like you. Chun-Li was interrupted when he was speaking. Ming-Shu saw that they had been arguing for a long time without any result, so she said, Okay, since everyone is not getting along, let's eat separately. Chun-Li pondered for a while after hearing this, and then his eyes lit up. This seems to work. Then we won't join them. Yi Lu also nodded after hearing this and looked up and said, Okay, then Ming-Shu, you should join us too. He knew that Ming-Shu was very annoyed with them. He also saw what happened on the train. Of course, it's okay, but I can't cook delicious meals. I can only cook them reluctantly. Ming-Shu had this idea in mind, and just proposed it. When she heard Yi Lu's invitation, she nodded. But it also needs to be made clear to them. It's okay. I can cook, Yi Lu said indifferently. I can cook too, Chun-Li also spoke quickly. Okay, Ming-Shu, and the others decided on the spot. Chun-Li immediately looked up and informed Zhou Wenfu and the others. The three of us will not share the fire with you. We will eat separately. Zhou Wenfu looked at Ming-Shu, who proposed this idea, and snorted secretly. Ming-Shu, it's not good for you, a female educated youth, to mix with two male educated youths. Zhou Wenfu, your mouth is really stinky. It's obviously just sharing the fire and eating, but you have such a dirty mind. Chun-Li immediately retorted. Ming-Shu, if a girl like you has your reputation ruined, it'll be troublesome for you to get married in the future. Zhou Wenfu saw Ming-Shu's cold expression and didn't take it seriously, so he deliberately made it serious. My business. Don't bother you to worry about it, Ming-Shu responded expressionlessly. Ming-Shu, Brother Zhou is worried about you. Don't be ungrateful, Hiyun said with sarcasm in his eyes. Do I need you to care? Ming-Shu looked at Zhou Wenfu indifferently. I mean, well, it's fine if you don't accept it. Don't blame us if there are rumors outside in the future, Zhou Wenfu said with threats in his eyes. Ming-Shu sneered at Zhou Wenfu, walked closer, raised her foot and kicked him, and the sound of a human body falling to the ground was heard. Zhou Wenfu instantly fell to the ground, not far away. Brother Zhou. Hiyun jumped up in fright, his hands spread out, the bowl broke all over the floor, and he hurried to Zhou Wenfu's side, shouting in pain, Brother Zhou, how are you? Are you okay? I'll help you up. Everyone in the yard was stunned by Ming-Shu's kick. I didn't expect that, Ming-Shu, you also know Kung Fu. Chun-Li patted Ming-Shu's shoulder in surprise. You are so powerful. Yilu was shocked and gave a thumbs up. Chen Guojun looked at Ming-Shu's kick and remembered when he wanted to beat her on the train. If there was no man, would he also lie on the ground like Zhou Wenfu? When he thought of this, his foot took a step back involuntarily. Miao Dandan thought that he had once thought of hitting Ming-Shu, and fortunately she ignored him, otherwise his small body could not withstand her kick or punch. Hiyun squatted beside Zhou Wenfu and saw his painful expression. He immediately stood up in anger and ran to Ming-Shu. Why did you kick Brother Zhou? Brother Zhou was just reminding you kindly. Did you have to be so cruel? You all want to spread rumors about me outside. The kick I gave you was not a light one. Ming-Shu sneered at Zhou Wenfu. How could we spread rumors about you? You are simply confusing right and wrong. You barbarian. Hiyun yelled angrily. I am confusing right and wrong. Why don't you say that he, Zhou Wenfu, is threatening me? Ming-Shu said coldly. I don't mean to threaten you, you misunderstood. You kick me this time and I won't bother with you. Next time I will call the police. Zhou Wenfu slowly got up, covering the place where he was kicked, and walked over to look at Ming-Shu gently. Ming-Shu's brows were cold and she stared at Zhou Wenfu with a sharp gaze. Whether I have misunderstood you or not, you know it in your heart. She glanced at Zhou Wenfu and Hiyun and said, I warn you, if there are rumors about me in the future, I will think of you first. Spreading rumors and slandering the reputation of educated youth is a serious crime. I will not only take action, but also call the police. I hope you will consider the consequences of spreading rumors. You are making specious arguments. You look like a foxy person, seducing and provoking others outside, and you come to us? Hiyun widened his eyes and looked angrily at Ming-Shu, who was standing there emitting cold air. Ming-Shu lowered her head and looked at her. She walked up to her at lightning speed and slapped her. The crisp and loud sound rang out again. Hiyun covered his left face and looked at Ming-Shu in shock. How dare you? How dare you hit me? Seeing Hiyun being beaten, Zhou Wenfu's face finally stopped being hypocritical and became sinister, raising his hand to slap Ming-Shu. Ming-Shu lightly raised his left hand to grab him, and then pushed him, and Zhou Wenfu fell to the ground. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. People who talk nonsense should be beaten you. Brother Zhou, he uncovered her face and looked at the fierce Ming-Shu in front of her. She was a little afraid and stepped back a few steps. Seeing Zhou Wenfu fall to the ground again, she hurriedly helped him up. I just want to live a quiet life in this educated youth home. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Don't blame me for being rude then, Ming-Shu said lightly. Us too. Don't disturb us if you have nothing to do. Chun-Li immediately followed up. Zhou Wenfu and Hiyun lowered their heads, not knowing whether they were afraid of being beaten or what, but they didn't say anything anyway. Yilu was afraid that they would still be entangled, so he hurriedly said to Ming-Shu and Chun-Li, It's getting late now, let's discuss what we should do? Yes. Chun-Li looked at the other people in the yard. He looked at the sky and nodded quickly. Well, let's go out and talk. Ming-Shu looked back coldly. The four of them looked at each other, turned around and walked out. Miao Dandan shuddered, and Chun-Li and Yi Lu followed behind. What should we do if we don't have an iron pot? Chun-Li touched his head in distress. We can use a clay pot. Yi Lu thought for a while and said, a clay pot can be used to make soup, but not for cooking. Do you think you have the conditions to cook now? Ming Shu stared at Chun-Li speechlessly. This kid quarreled with others for a long time because of an iron pot, and it turned out that he just wanted to eat stir-fried dishes. That's right, alas. Chun-Li looked back at the poor and empty youth educator's courtyard and responded dejectedly. Don't sigh. Let's go to the village chief now. Let us go. Ming Shu recalled the location of the village chief's house and groped her way over with Chun-Li and Yi Lu. The door of the village chief's house was closed, and the three of them looked at each other. Yi Lu raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, a girl's voice came from inside. Who is it? Then the footsteps got closer and closer, and with a creak, the door opened from the inside. A 15 or 16-year-old girl with a round face and big eyes looked at Ming Shu and the other two with a puzzled look on her face and asked hesitantly, "Are you youth educators?" "Yes, little sister, no, little comrade." Chun-Li gritted his teeth and responded quickly, then thought that this was a special period and hurriedly changed his words. "Yes, is the village chief here?" Yi Lu nodded and asked politely. "Lingling, who is it?" A woman's voice came from the house. "Mom, it's the youth educator, looking for Dad." The girl shouted to the house. When Aunt Zhang in the house heard that the educated youth had come to her door, she hurriedly got down from the Kong, put on her shoes, and walked out. Yi Lu and Chun-Li saw a woman who looked like the girl in front of them coming out. Auntie Ming Shu also followed and called people. "Are you busy? My old man has gone to the fields and is not at home. Why don't you come back in the evening?" The village chief and aunt looked at the three educated youth in front of her in confusion. "It doesn't matter. Even if the village chief is not here, we can still come to you." Yi Lu smiled and continued, "We would like to ask if there is anyone in the village who can burn clay pots, or if anyone has extra clean clay pots. We want to buy one to cook. Here, I have one at home. Come in, and I'll show it to you." The aunt breathed a sigh of relief and invited them in. She hurriedly went to the corner of the kitchen and took out a small clay pot. The diameter of the mouth of the clay pot was 10 centimeters. Yi Lu picked it up and looked at it carefully. "Annie, we want this. How much do you want to sell it to us?" "Oh, Auntie doesn't sell this. You can exchange it for something," Aunt Zhang said with a smile. "How about this, Annie? I'll take a pair of new socks and exchange them for the clay pot, okay?" Yi Lu thought for a long time, and there was nothing else. Only a pair of new socks that he hadn't worn yet. Okay. Aunt Zhang smiled and looked at Ming Shu. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he nodded quickly. "Then let's go back and get the things and exchange them later," Yi Lu said when he saw that the deal was done. "You can take it back and use it first, and bring it to us when you are free later." The Annie waved her hand. "Okay. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. You educated youth are really polite," Auntie Zhang said with a smile. "Annie, is there anyone in the village who can make wooden boxes? We need cupboards, tables, chairs, and boxes for clothes." Ming Shu, who had been silent all the time, asked. "Yes, I'll take you there now. He's very good at making boxes." When the aunt heard it, her eyes rolled, and she quickly responded. She walked out the door first, and Ming Shu and the others followed behind them. After following the aunt for 5 minutes, they arrived at a door. The aunt raised her hand and knocked on the door and said loudly, "Sixth uncle, sixth uncle. Open the door quickly." "Who is it?" A hoarse voice came. "It's me, Ingzi." A 60-year-old man opened the door with his back hunched and looked at Ming Shu and the other three with cloudy eyes. "What's the matter, Ingzi?" "Sixth uncle, these educated youth need to make tables, chairs, and wooden boxes. I saw that you have good skills, so I brought them here." Aunt Ingzi bent down and said, "Oh, that's right. We have everything ready at home. Come in and choose." The old man called Uncle Six heard that they were buying things, and he led them in with a smile. Ming Shu and the others followed into the yard. There was a large shed in the yard, which was filled with various tables, chairs, benches, and large and small wooden boxes. Ming-Shu picked out 2 large boxes to pack the clothes, and Chun-Li and Yi-Lu also picked out a large box each, followed by a table, 3 chairs, and 3 small stools. There were also 2 wooden barrels and a shoulder pole in the cupboard. They paid for their own boxes for personal use first, and then counted the public things. The 3 of them spent a total of 30 yuan. Ming-Shu alone took more than half. Chun-Li also took the opportunity to take out the 6 yuan he had collected in the morning and handed it to Uncle Six. Uncle Six counted the 30 yuan in his hand, his mouth grinning to reveal a mouthful of black teeth, and the wrinkles on his face, when he smiled, could kill a mosquito. He earned more than what people earned in the city that day. Uncle Six, stop counting, pull out the trailer, and send the things back to the educated youth, Anningsi reminded with a smile. Okay. Uncle Lu quickly put the money into his pocket, raised his head, and said, Ingzi, wait a minute. Pick out a small wooden box and take it back for Ling Ling to store her gadgets. Okay, thank you, Uncle Lu. Aunt Ingzi was not polite and picked out a very small wooden box from a pile of small wooden boxes to take with her. Of course, Uncle Lu pulled out the trailer and put it at the door. He said to them, Comrade educated youth, I will send your things back. Okay. Thank you, 6th Grandpa, Chun-Li said with a smile. You are a good talker, boy. 6th Uncle pointed at Chun-Li and smiled. Ming-Shu and the others loaded the things into the car, and 6th Grandpa drove them to the gate of the educated youth courtyard. Ming-Shu and the others supported the trailer to the educated youth site and unloaded the things one by one. After delivering the things to the educated youth site, the 6th Uncle turned around and pulled the cart back. Ming-Shu moved her 2 large boxes into the educated youth's room and placed them near the end of the Kong. Then she returned to move the other things to the kitchen with Chun-Li and the others. Miao Dandan and Chen Guojun stood at the door and watched them busy in and out. Miao Dandan wanted to ask several times, but when she saw Ming-Shu, she didn't dare. Ming-Shu didn't care about other people's affairs. She was not proficient in kitchen affairs, so she took the newly bought bucket and walked out. I'll go fetch water.
Hey.
Yi-Lu wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Chun-Li. Why are you worried about her? She is stronger than you. She is a female educated youth after all, Yi-Lu said with his head down. She kicked him so far away with that kick. She is not an ordinary female educated youth, Chun-Li said in a low voice as he looked at the man lying on the Kong of the male educated youth. Yi-Lu thought of that kick and didn't say anything. Put the cupboard they bought in the corner. Then put the firewood he and Ming-Shu picked up together. Ming-Shu was carrying a shoulder pole with 2 wooden barrels hanging on both sides. She swayed from side to side and tried to find her balance for a long time. She asked the villagers on the roadside before she found the well. Ming-Shu walked over, put down the wooden barrels, tied the barrels tightly with ropes, and shook them down. Wait until the water was full, and then shake it up again. When the 2 buckets of water were full, she bent down and picked them up with the shoulder pole. Although Ming-Shu tried hard to keep her balance, some water spilled when she arrived at the educated youth point. She carried the water to the kitchen and slowly put it down. It was okay to exercise her shoulders. It was much easier than killing mutant plants. Ming-Shu, then you go and have a rest, and the 2 of us will do it. Chun-Li smiled when he saw the 2 buckets of water. You go and have a rest first. We'll cook right away. Yi-Lu also nodded. No need. Ming-Shu shook her head and turned to get her food to Chun-Li. My appetite is the same as yours. Okay, we understand. Chun-Li took the food and put it together with theirs. Well, thank you for your help. If there is anything you need me to do, you should also tell me, Ming-Shu said softly when she saw them busy. Okay. Chun-Li nodded immediately. Ming-Shu went to the room and brought out a basin with towels, toothpaste, toothbrush, and cup in it. These were also brought by her. She no longer had anything in that house. Maybe the small dark room will be demolished soon. Ming-Shu scooped up a cup of water and took the toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed on it, walked under the eaves, and brushed her teeth. She got up early in the morning and just had time to take care of herself. Yi-Lu, can I borrow some water? Miao Dandan stood at the door of the educated youth female dormitory and looked at Yi-Lu and the others timidly. No. Chun-Li rolled his eyes and refused bluntly. Miao Dandan seemed not to hear Chun Li's refusal and looked at Yi Lu pitifully. Yi Lu looked at her helplessly and said, Miao Jiqing, I didn't choose this water. I can't make the decision. Miao Dandan turned her head to look at Ming Shu, who was washing her face outside.
She still didn't dare to speak. She stayed there for a long time.
Seeing that no one paid attention to her, she could only go back silently. Ming Shu washed her face and took a basin of water into the female educated youth's room. She put the water on the wooden box, turned around and closed the door, and began to scrub her body behind the female comrades in the room. After changing into clean clothes, she felt relaxed. Ming Shu took the dirty clothes she had changed outside to wash them. Then she hung them on the outer wall of the female educated youth's room. Hien closed her eyes and heard Ming Shu scooping water to scrub her body. She also felt that her body was very dirty, and she tossed and turned on the Kong. Finally, she got up and stood at the door of the male educated youth to call Zhou Wenfu out. Chun Li and Yi Lu cleaned the earthenware jars they had exchanged, but the kitchen had a big stove, and this small earthenware jar seemed unable to be placed on it. Yi Lu suggested setting up a small stove outside to use first. It was already evening when Ming Shu and the others had their first meal of the day. Ming Shu and the other two sat in the kitchen eating corn porridge in lunch boxes they brought with them. Zhou Wenfu was called out by He Yun and saw that Ming Shu and the other two had already eaten. He looked around the kitchen with a dark face and saw only a few bags of food in the corner. Where was their food? Ilu, where is our food? How should I know? None of you have come back. Didn't you notice it? Oh, I brought back a bag of food. I don't know whose it is. You can go and see for yourself. There are names on it, Ming Shu said after swallowing the porridge. Zhou Wenfu then noticed that Li Xiaoming and the others had not come back. He looked at the three people who were eating angrily. You really don't have a sense of unity. You have a sense of unity. It's getting dark. Go and find them back, Chun-Li grinned. Humph. Zhou Wenfu turned around and walked out in anger. He Yun and Chen Guojun followed him out. They met the captain halfway on the road, who was sending their food back with a trailer. Li Xiaoming and the others followed the captain dejectedly. Li Xiaoming, why did you come back just now? Zhou Wenfu hurriedly stepped forward and asked Li Xiaoming. The grain is too heavy. We are waiting for you to come back and help, Li Xiaoming said in a low voice with his head down. They slept outside the grain depot for the whole afternoon. The team leader pulled the cart forward and shook his head and sighed. The people above sent them a few living ancestors. Zhou Wenfu looked at the three people who were dejected with regret. He smiled and said to the helping team leader, "Thank you so much." The team leader smiled and did not respond. He delivered the grain to the door of the educated youth and turned around to pull the cart back. Zhou Wenfu gritted his teeth and carried 50 kilograms of grain into the kitchen. Seeing that the kitchen was half occupied, the anger in his heart could not be dispersed. Brother Zhou, you bought so many things, but why are there only 3 chairs? There are not enough for so many of us. Li Xiaoming walked into the kitchen with the grain, looked at the cupboards, tables, and chairs inside, and asked with surprise. Yeah, Brother Zhou, there are so many of us. Aren't there too few stools? And this earthenware jar is too small. How can we eat all this? Wang Meiying also came in with food. Wang Donli, at the back, looked at Zhou Wenfu in confusion. A puff laugh came from Chun Li's mouth. He stood at the door of their room with his arms around his chest, looking at them with a smile on his face. What are you laughing at? Wang Meiying stared at Chun Li with wide eyes. This is not for you to use. I, Yi Lu, and Ming Shu have already eaten separately from you. The tables, chairs, benches, cupboards, and earthenware jars in this kitchen were all purchased by us. By the way, the firewood was also picked up by Yi Lu and Ming Shu. The firewood you picked up is still piled there.
Chun-Li pointed to them while speaking.
Zhou Wenfu looked at the matches, and his face became more serious. Brother Zhou, what did you buy in town? Li Xiaoming looked at Zhou Wenfu with doubts in his eyes. We didn't buy anything. The money will be given to you later. Zhou Wenfu's face softened when he heard Li Xiaoming's question. Then what are we going to eat tonight? Li Xiaoming looked at Zhou Wenfu with wide eyes. He seemed to not believe it, and ran to their dormitory to see that their Kong was also empty. We will still eat the cakes we brought today. The iron pot will arrive in 2 days. We can cook and eat. Zhou Wenfu looked at them with guilt and explained.
Li Xiaoming.
What do you mean? What qualifications do you have to question Brother Zhou? He has been running around for us, and you, a grown man, can't even carry 100 kilograms of food. What's the use? Wang Meiying felt distressed when she saw Zhou Wenfu's guilty look and shouted at Li Xiaoming. Li Xiaoming looked at Zhou Wenfu's face, smiled, patted his shoulder, and said to Wang Meiying, I didn't question him. I was just worried that we would be hungry tonight. Didn't you bring food? We've been dealing with him for the past 2 days. For a moment, said Wang Meiying, sideways at him. I've finished eating today, Li Xiaoming said with a smile. Brother Zhou, do you have any? I'm so hungry now. Go get it for me later. Zhou Wenfu saw the smile in Li Xiaoming's eyes and nodded. Okay, Brother Zhou is so righteous. Li Xiaoming smiled and patted Zhou Wenfu's thin shoulder hard. Brother Zhou, we. Heian looked at Zhou Wenfu worriedly, and Zhou Wenfu patted her shoulder and shook his head. After eating the corn porridge, Ming Xu was still very hungry. She had no choice but to take out the pastries that the man had sent, because the pastries had been in her space and tasted good. But she was still not full after eating the pastries, so Ming Xu saw the pheasant she had shot. She looked at the other 4 people in the dormitory and decided to go to bed first. In the middle of the night, Ming Xu opened her eyes and used her mental power to detect that everyone in the Educated Youth Center was asleep. She got up gently and walked out of the yard quietly. Ming Xu walked quickly into the mountains. Finding a spacious and sheltered place, she took out the pheasant, plucked the feathers and removed the internal organs, lit a fire, and roasted the pheasant on the fire. After waiting for half an hour, Ming Xu didn't know if it was cooked, so she tore off a chicken leg and looked at it. The meat was white, so it should be cooked. Ming Xu took a bite and confirmed that it was cooked. She ate the chicken leg and put it into the space after the whole chicken was roasted. She put out the fire, confirmed that it was completely extinguished, and got up and left. At this moment, a man's voice came from not far away. Who's there? Come out. Ming Xu heard the voice and quickly moved away from the person who came. She turned back from a distance and used her mental power to see 2 men walking to the place where the fire was extinguished and looking around with a light. Ming Xu had just arrived, and she didn't care what the 2 men did. She hurried back to the Educated Youth Point and climbed onto the Kong to sleep. It was dawn soon. Ming Xu got up and washed up. She saw that there was no water in the bucket again. She picked up the shoulder pole to fetch a bucket of water. When she came back, Chun Li and the others had already cooked corn porridge. Other people in the Educated Youth Point also got up one after another and stood outside. It seemed that they didn't know what to do. When they saw Ming Xu coming back with water, several female educated youth pushed each other, then slowly came over and said, Ming Xu, can you borrow some water? Sure, bring something to exchange. Ming Xu was also very straightforward. Just some water, and you still need something to exchange, then I don't want it. Wang Meiying immediately refused when she heard that she had to exchange something. That little bit of water was also picked up by me. Okay, I'll exchange it for you with clam oil, okay? Although Heian also felt that it was not worth it, she had no choice but to exchange it. She had not brushed her teeth or washed her face for 2 days. Now she felt that she had a bad temper when talking to Brother Zhou. Okay, I don't have anything to exchange, or Ming Xu, I will wash your clothes and fold your quilts for you. Miao Dandan looked up at Ming Xu with tears in her eyes. I don't need it. If I don't have anything, then I'll owe it to you first, Ming Xu said as she put the water into the kitchen. Ming Xu, I'll exchange it with soap. Wang Donli handed the soap to Ming Xu. Ming Xu took it and nodded okay. Zhou Wenfu and Chen Guojun looked at each other and didn't ask for water. Zhou Wenfu was warned by Ming Xu yesterday and felt embarrassed. Chen Guojun felt that it didn't matter whether the man washed or not. Li Xiaoming came into the room and handed Ming Xu $1. Ming Xu looked at the money, but didn't take it. She looked at Li Xiaoming with a questioning face. I don't have anything to exchange, so I can only give you money. Li Xiaoming said. I don't want money either. If you want to use it, just do it like Miao Dandan. Ming Xu has been in this world for 7 or 8 years and knows how to trade freely in private. It is considered speculation, and if reported by someone with ulterior motives, they will be demoted to farms, cowsheds, and the like. But they can exchange things with each other. Okay. Thank you, Ming-Shu, Li Xiaoming said happily. He turned around and went to wash up. When Ming-Shu and the others had just finished their breakfast, the sound of gongs and drums rang out. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Ming-Shu walked outside quickly and saw that everyone in the village was walking to one place. She turned around and called Chun-Li and Yi-Lu. Let's go and have a look. The other educated youths followed quickly. They followed the villagers to a place. When they arrived at the village, it should be the square. The village chief and the team leader stood on it with loudspeakers waiting for everyone to arrive. Ming-Shu and the others stood on the side, watching the small square crowded with people, and it seemed that there was no big deal. The village chief, holding the loudspeaker, also saw the 10 educated youths. He nodded secretly. It would be good if they all came, so that he would not have to ask people to go again. When the village chief saw that everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived, he shouted with a loudspeaker, "All villagers, please be quiet. All villagers, please be quiet." He shouted twice, and the noise in the crowd gradually quieted down. The village chief was very satisfied and picked up the loudspeaker again and shouted, "Because of national policy, every brigade must accept educated youth. So our team will also accept the first batch of 10 educated youth, and there will be another batch in 2 days. Now we welcome the educated youth to the stage." Everyone applauded. The 10 educated youth were called to the stage. The first male educated youth was Zhou Wenfu, followed by their small group, then Chen-Li, Yi-Lu, and Ming-Shu stood at the end. The villagers below looked like they were looking at rare animals. One by one, they commented on them. The first male educated youth looks gentle, but his body is too thin. What can he do? The fourth male educated youth is fair and delicate. I thought he was a girl. These ones are as white as dumpling skins. The female educated youth is as tall as the male educated youth next to them. Oh my God! Is she still a woman? Are you blind? You can't see. If she is not a woman, what is she? Hey. Jing, the village chief, raised his hand to stop them, and after letting them introduce themselves briefly, he let them go down. These female educated youth are fair and tender. I wonder if they will still be like this in a few days? A bachelor looked at the female educated youth walking by with a smile. Why, which one do you feel sorry for? Just marry her and take her home to raise her. A man showed his big yellow teeth and smiled obscenely. We can't afford it. All the city girls are not likely to be attracted to country people like us. The bachelor smiled and shook his head, then stood up and went to get the farm tools. Don't think that they are still acting like city people now. Wait a few days, and you will see that they are just like us, the man said indifferently. I can't afford to marry her. I'd better find someone nearby to live a stable life. The bachelor smiled and walked away. Zhang Lizi, stop chatting and get to work, the team leader shouted on the stage. When the wretched man Zhang Lizi heard that he was going home slowly, he didn't go to work. The team leader shook his head and secretly despised him. You deserve to be poor. Seeing 10 educated youths, he hurriedly took them to the fields and assigned them to team leaders one by one. He told the team leaders to teach them how to work and then left. The 10 team leaders took one away each. Ming-Shu and the team leader who led her came to the land he managed. Dollies, take this female educated youth and teach her. The team leader pointed at Ming-Shu and said to an ant wearing a headscarf. Okay, the ant responded with a smile. You go to her and let her teach you, the team leader said, and went to work. Ming Jiqing, come here, I will teach you. Dolly's enthusiasm led Ming-Shu. This is just drop it. Ming-Shu walked over, squatted down, picked up the weeds, looked at them carefully, and nodded to show that she understood. Then she started to work. Dolly saw that Ming-Shu's white and tender hands had small scars due to pulling weeds, and he couldn't bear it, so he kindly reminded Ming Jiqing, when you come over in the afternoon, wrap your hands with cloth so that your hands won't be cut. Thank you, Auntie, I'm fine. Ming-Shu lowered her head and pulled the weeds and shook her head. These small wounds were nothing to her. Dolly's family saw Ming Shu lowered her head and didn't say anything, so she didn't say anything. Oh, you pulled the wrong one. This is not it's a vegetable seedling. The aunt's distressed voice sounded in the field next door. I'm sorry, Auntie, Meow Dandan said embarrassedly. These vegetable seedlings will not survive if you pull them out and plant them again. Remember, don't pull the wrong ones again. The auntie reminded him again and again with concern, but she still planted the seedlings. Yes, I know. Meow Dandan felt that everyone in the field was looking at her. Her face flushed, and her eyes filled with tears as she lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Ming Shu looked back when she heard it. For someone who had never planted crops before, it was normal to not be able to distinguish between seedlings and weeds. And she would not make a mistake, because of her good soul memory. Ming Shu followed Dolly's family and talked while pulling the weeds. Most of the time, it was Dolly's family who talked, and Ming Shu listened. Occasionally, she would agree with them, to show that she was listening. Dolly's family also slowly stopped. She turned her head and looked at the clean vegetable field they had cleaned up. She knew in her heart that this educated youth didn't talk much, but he was a good worker. Ming Shu looked down and didn't notice Dolly stop. She lowered her head to pull weeds, thinking, and suddenly frowned, thinking that her period, which was always on time, was delayed for 2 days.
This couldn't be.
Then she shook her head and thought it was impossible. She took medicine, but what if the medicine didn't work? Ming Shu was panicked when she thought of this, but her face didn't show any abnormality. It's better to wait for 2 days and see. It's normal to retreat for a week. But if she really is, then we have to prepare how to protect ourselves in this environment. Ming Shu thought for a long time, and suddenly raised her head and stared at the mountains behind. We worked for a whole morning. The team leader whistled, and everyone stopped and stood up and walked to the edge of the field, dusted off the dust, and went home in 2s and 3s. Ming Jiqing, come here again in the afternoon, Dolly said to Ming Shu with a smile. This morning, the two cooperated well, and the work points were about the same as usual. Unlike other teams who were shouting all morning, wasting the whole morning. Okay. Ming Shu stood up and nodded. Seeing her response, Deligia smiled and said goodbye to Ming Shu, and went home. Ming Shu also stood up and walked back to the educated youth site while looking at the mountains. The others also walked back to the educated youth site one by one with their heads down. Several female educated youth sat on the Kong and looked at their hands scratched by weeds. They remembered that they worked too slowly in the morning and were insulted by those illiterate farmers. Tears suddenly flowed from their eyes. Zhou Wenfu and several male educated youth were fine, just a little discouraged. Building rural areas was not as great as they imagined. Ming Shu didn't care about other people's affairs. She moved a stool to the yard and looked in the direction of the mountains. Chun Li and Yi Lu also looked a little depressed. Ming Shu, are you okay today? Very good. You'll get used to it, Ming Shu replied with a frown. Then she looked back at the mountains. She closed her eyes and thought about how she protected those so-called family members in her previous life, although later. When Ming Shu thought of this, a surge of anger suddenly surged in her heart. Asking herself, will she take another risk? Ming Shu was thinking when someone pushed her. Ming Shu eat. Ming Shu opened her eyes, and a flash of joy flashed across her eyes, which still shocked Ilu so much that he took a few steps back. Staring at Ming Shu, who had returned to normal, Ilu said, eat.
Eat.
Okay, thank you. Ming Shu stood up and thanked. You're welcome. Ilu still looked at Ming Shu with his head in a daze, and the machine answered. Lunch was still corn porridge. Chun Li had eaten corn porridge 3 times, and he couldn't stand it. Let us find a way to buy a pot. Eating porridge every day is not enough to be hungry. He said, let's go ask the villagers to see if there are any extra pots for sale.
Okay.
Ming Shu felt that Chun Li was right this time. This porridge was not enough to make people full. She still had half a chicken to deal with, but this was not a long-term solution. Look at these people, just waiting like this. Why don't you think of a solution? Chun Li stood up with the porridge and looked at Zhou Wenfu and others who were lying on the Kong to rest. Can their little mouths spare eating some cakes for several meals? Otherwise, we help them a little. It's too pitiful to see, It's a bit unbearable. Chun-Li saw that when he said this, the two of them were silent. Ming Shu forgets what happened to Yilu today. He looked at Yilu with confusion. Hey, what's wrong with you?
Nothing. What did you just say?
Yilu looked up at Chun-Li, then glanced at Ming Shu. He was lost in thought in Ming Shu's eyes just now. Although he was a little scared, he still couldn't help but be curious about what kind of environment caused Ming Shu to have that vicious look. Or what she had experienced. Forget it, I don't care about other people's business. I'd better drink the porridge. Seeing Yilu was absent-minded, Chun-Li didn't feel like talking either. Ming Shu lay down on the Kong for a nap after lunch. She closed her eyes and wanted to rest, but she still thought about her current body and those people in her previous life. It was so annoying. Every time she thought about what they did, she couldn't go back for revenge. Ming Shu couldn't fall asleep after lying down for a while, so she got up and grabbed a handful of hair in annoyance. She walked out of the educated youth site and prepared to go up the mountain. Passing by a big tree in the village, she saw a few children playing, and there was a man leaning against the tree, squinting at the children. Ming Shu glanced and continued walking, but at this moment, the man suddenly turned around and looked at Ming Shu. New, educated youth. She was so fair and tender, his eyes lit up immediately. Then he looked around, saw that there was no one, and hurried to Ming Shu. You are Ming, educated youth. Ming Shu glanced at him expressionlessly, then avoided him and went to the mountain. Seeing this, the man immediately stopped her. She looked at his black claws. Her eyes were cold and stern. Get out of here. Zhang Lizi saw that Ming Jiqing was more beautiful than the village girls with a cold face, and smiled flatteringly. You city people just came here. I am very familiar with this place. Where do you want to go? I will take you there. As he said that, he stepped forward and wanted to touch her again. Ming Shu was already irritable, and then encountered this. She quickly grabbed his black claws and twisted his hands behind his back. There was a sound of a broken bone, and then she gently pushed him out. The man staggered and fell to the ground. The pain in his arm made his face hideous. He climbed up and looked up to see Ming Shu. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened to curse. But Ming Shu saw this, stepped on his black right claw with one foot, and twisted it slightly. The piercing pain made him shout loudly. Sister, sister, he shouted in pain. A 5 or 6-year-old girl playing nearby looked at Zhang Lizi and cautiously looked at this powerful sister. Ming Shu looked at the children in the village. She lowered her head to look at the man and shouted coldly, Get out of here if you see me in the future. Otherwise, I will show no mercy next time. Yes, I understand. Ming Jiqing, I will definitely stay away from you in the future. Zhang Lizi, whose right hand was in pain all over, nodded repeatedly. Get out. Ming Shu let go of her feet and shouted. Zhang Lizi was so scared that he ran away and looked back to see Ming Shu staring at him. He sped up and ran away. He ran to the entrance of the village and sat down slowly. Rubbing his shoulders and shaking his red and swollen claws, he made a tearing sound. This city girl, how can she be so strong? Ming Shu kept staring at Zhang Lizi until he turned the corner and disappeared, still staring at them. If he wasn't a villager, it would have been a good idea for someone like him to beat him half-crippled. Everything is good about passing through here, except for one thing. Beating people up has to be considered so much. She glanced at the few children who seemed frightened and turned to walk into the mountains. Since there is a chance that she will live in the mountains in the future, now is a good time to get familiar with it. Ming Shu sped up and ran in the mountains for an hour. She finally found a flat place near the water. This place is far away from the village, and ordinary people definitely will come here. If it still doesn't work, she can only go further inside. She thought that if it still doesn't come after a while, it will probably be close, and then she will slowly move things in. Ming Shu measured the size with her feet. She could build a wooden house, which could accommodate 2 people. She also used her mental power to search the surroundings, but she didn't find any large animals such as lions and wolves. She was not afraid if she encountered any. She would just work. Ming Shu found the location and hurried back. They had already started working for a while. Ming Jiqing, you are late on the first day. Your work points will be deducted. The team leader frowned and walked over to look at Ming Shu, who had performed well in the morning. Yeah, Ming Shu nodded. She walked to the field and squatted to pull weeds. Pay attention next time. I will deduct 1 work point from you this time. The team leader saw her quick movements and decided to let her go. Thank you. Ming Shu looked up and thanked her. Then she lowered her head to work. The team leader also left. Ming Jiqing, did you oversleep at noon? Dolly's family asked with a smile. No. Ming Shu shook her head. Then she looked at the aunt for a while. Annie, do you have any iron pots for sale? Who has extra iron pans now? If you want to buy one, you can only go to town, Dolly's family said with a smile. Oh, thank you, Annie, Ming Shu asked, and then lowered her head to think about what she wanted to buy. At the end of the afternoon, Ming Shu and Dolly's work points were the same, 8 points. 1 point was deducted, and the scorekeeper was also surprised. I didn't expect this female educated youth to be so skillful in farm work. Ming Shu didn't care what others thought of her. She went back to the educated youth point after work, and the others also came back. Just as Ming Shu and the other 2 were preparing to eat, the village chief came with 2 young men. Come out, the village chief called as he entered the yard. Everyone looked at each other and stood in the yard, looking at the 2 young men carrying packages. Let me tell you, these 2 are also educated youth. They are the next batch to come early. You introduce each other, the village chief said, and he took the people to the task and left. Hello everyone, my name is Chi, and Chi smiled with a baby face, revealing 2 dimples on his face. It gives people a sense of intimacy. Shi Yan introduced briefly. He stood straight, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a sense of righteousness. But his starry eyes were fixed on Ming Shu. Ming Shu lowered her head to feel his gaze. She looked up and looked at him for a while, and then avoided him. Hey, that's enough. Don't you see that the female comrade is embarrassed to avoid you? And she smiled and bumped into Shi Yan and reminded him in a low voice. Shi Yan also knew that now is not the time to talk, so he retracted his gaze and said, Excuse me, where is the boys' dormitory? This way. Chun-Li pointed to their room enthusiastically. Thank you, brother, and she patted Chun-Li's shoulder and smiled. You're welcome, Chun-Li responded quickly and watched them go in. Shi Yan and Chi entered the room, looked at the empty space on the Kong, and spread the bedding. You don't take a good vacation for others and come to the countryside, and Chi whispered while making the bed. Yes, what's the matter? Do you have any objections? Shi Yan nodded directly. You come to chase your lover by yourself. What do you mean by pulling me to follow you? Isn't it good for me to stay at home? And Chi muttered with a smile in his eyes. You come to cover me, Shi Yan said seriously. She and I haven't started yet, and I don't want too many people to interfere. You have to keep it a secret for me, too. And Chi pinched his lips and nodded. Well, let's pack up and go out. The 2 walked out. Zhou Wenfu and others in the yard saw Shi Yan and his friends coming out and greeted them. Hello, my name is Zhou Wenfu. We met on the train. Zhou Wenfu saw in Chi's puzzled look. He quickly pulled Chen Guojun over and introduced him. His name is Chen Guojun. Hello, my name is Li Xiaoming. Li Xiaoming also stepped forward to introduce himself. The rest of the people came up to introduce themselves. Wang Donli and Miao Dandan blushed and stepped forward to introduce themselves in a low voice. Shi Yan and Chi both nodded. Turning around, he looked at the 3 people who were drinking porridge. For some reason, Shi Yan felt it was very dazzling. He walked forward and said, 3 of you, can you introduce yourself to us? It will be beneficial for us to get along with each other in the long run in the future. My name is Chun-Li. Yilu stood up and stared at Shi Yan. Their eyes met. Ming Shu stood up with an empty lunchbox and said, then went back to the kitchen to scoop water to wash the lunchbox. Ming Shu, Shi Yan repeated in a low voice. He was about to follow her into the kitchen. Shi Yan, let's go get some food, and she called out and tried to walk in. Okay. Shi Yan retracted his foot, turned around and followed Chi outside. After they left, Ming Shu also came out and sat in the yard. The yard was divided into two groups of people, one group standing on one side. Ming-Shu, Chun-Li, Yi-Lu and others sat on the stool together and looked at the sunset in the distance. "Do you know Shi-Yan?" Yi-Lu asked softly.
No. Oh.
Yi-Lu lowered his head and his body relaxed. Chun-Li looked at Yi-Lu and felt that something was wrong with him. "What's wrong with you?" Yi-Lu shook his head, and he didn't know what was wrong. How to tell Chun-Li what's wrong with him? On the other side, Zhou Wenfu and others were also discussing Shi-Yan and the other two. That Shi-Yan probably knows Ming-Shu. We bullied Ming-Shu on the train, and he helped Ming-Shu take my punch. So they know each other. Why are we afraid of them? Li Xiaoming didn't care. Miao Dandan lowered her head with a sparkling look in her eyes. No words. We don't talk about others. We should go buy some furniture like wooden barrels like them, or we will have to borrow water and waste money tomorrow morning. Li Xiaoming said again. Yeah, the pot and whatnot. I have nothing to eat now. Wang Donli complained. Can the wooden barrels made by the country people be used? We should wait until the next day off to buy them in the town. Zhou Wenfu shouted softly. A sour smell erupted. Wang Donli and Li Xiaoming covered their noses and mouths and stepped back a few steps. He-Yun's eyes flashed with disgust, and he quickly moved closer to him. Wang Meiying said calmly, It's just that the wooden barrels made by the country people will definitely leak. We just have to bear with it. Zhou Wenfu seemed not to feel the taste in his mouth, and he looked at Wang Meiying with admiration. This made Wang Meiying happy and said a few more words to let them bear with it. Li Xiaoming and Wang Donli could only bow their heads and wait after hearing what they said. Shi-Yan and Chi carried the food back and went straight to Ming-Shu and the others. We both want to join you in the fire. Okay, Yi-Lu didn't even say the word of refusal. Chun-Li had already agreed. Ming-Shu, what do you think? I don't care. Ming-Shu shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. Okay, can you cook? Yes. Then we'll work in groups of 2 once a day, and Ming-Shu will fetch water. Chun-Li immediately divided the work. He then introduced Ming-Shu to be responsible for the part. I'll fetch water. How can you let a girl fetch water? And Chi said with a smile. I can't cook, Ming-Shu said lightly. Okay, then we'll cook. I'm going to sleep first. Ming-Shu said hello and went back to the room. Let's go back to sleep. Eating some porridge every day still doesn't make you feel full. Go back and lie down to save energy.
Shen Li Shota.
Li Xiaoming's stomach was already rumbling with hunger, and he became even hungrier when he heard Chun-Li shouting. He thought of the half bag of food in the kitchen, and after thinking about it, he pulled Wang Donli to talk. The two stood up and walked in front of Chun-Li, smiling flatteringly, and calling out to him who was about to go back to sleep, Qin-Jiqing, can we lend you a clay pot and cook some porridge? Chun-Li stopped, turned around and looked at them, pretending to think about it. After a while, he smiled and said, okay. Thank you. Li Xiaoming and Wang Donli bowed and nodded repeatedly. Bring things to exchange and water is needed for cooking. No credit. The two looked at each other and heard gritted teeth and said, okay. Go get the things, I'll wait for you here. Chun-Li looked at Zhou Wenfu and others proudly. Trader Wang Meiying said fiercely, Meiying, they are right. If you are hungry, you have to eat, otherwise how can you work tomorrow? He-Yun said softly and raised her tearful eyes to look at Zhou Wenfu. She also walked to Chun-Li's side. I will exchange too. Oh, Miao Dandan saw that He-Yun was going, so she joined in. Zhou Wenfu saw that He-Yun and others were going, and his face was full of anger. But everyone was really hungry today, and they couldn't pay attention to his expression. He-Yun also saw it, and she deliberately put a few more corn kernels. In this way, Li Xiaoming, Wang Donli, He-Yun and Miao Dandan took out their own things to exchange for the first porridge in the past 2 days. One by one, they worked hard. Wang Meiying watched them eat and quickly turned her head outside, as if she could not hear the sound of them drinking porridge. He-Yun used a lunchbox to put more corn porridge and walked slowly to Zhou Wenfu. Zhou Wenfu turned his head away when he saw her coming. But when he smelled the aroma of corn porridge, he secretly swallowed his saliva. He-Yun pulled his clothes and whispered, Brother Zhou, I can't finish it. Can you help me eat some, please? Zhou Wenfu felt a little relieved when he heard it, but when he thought of Qin Li and others watching, he immediately frowned and said coldly, "Take it away." "Brother Zhou." Hyun clearly heard Zhou Wenfu swallowing his saliva, but he still refused with a dark face. Hyun took a look at Qin Li's eyes that looked at him with a joke, and knew that she had sent him at the wrong time. She stepped forward and whispered in his ear. Seeing that he still disagreed, she tugged at his clothes with tears in her eyes. Zhou Wenfu saw her tears and nodded helplessly. Hyun smiled and walked back to the room.
Shen Li snap.
He felt that he had avenged himself that day in the town. He felt relaxed all over, and then he put all the things that Li Xiaoming and the others had taken in the cupboard. "Chen Jiqing, what are you doing?" And she asked. "Oh, let me tell you too." Chen Li told the cause and effect of the festival on both sides, including why Ming Shu beat them. "Where is this Zhou Wenfu from?" Shi Yan narrowed his eyes when he heard the last part. "Yesterday, he said he was from the capital. How has his attitude been to Ming Shu these 2 days? He must want to save face, but Ming Shu has never paid attention to him." Lu said. "Oh." Shi Yan said nothing. "Go back to sleep." Shi Yan and Qi looked at each other and went back to their rooms. In the middle of the night, Ming Shu had just woken up when she heard a female educated youth next to her go out. She also heard someone from the male educated youth coming out. Ming Shu waited until they were far away before she got up and walked out lightly. As a result, the two of them were actually sitting at the gate of the yard. She had no choice but to go back to her room and lie down. Outside the courtyard gate, Hyun handed the box of cold corn porridge to Zhou Wenfu. "Brother Zhou, here, I'll give it to you." "Thank you," Zhou Wenfu said while hugging Hyun. "What is our relationship?"
"We still have to say thank you."
Hyun looked at Zhou Wenfu shyly with a smile. Zhou Wenfu was distracted by Hyun's look. He put down the lunchbox, lifted Hyun's chin and approached, and Hyun raised his hand to cover his mouth. "Brother Zhou, we haven't gotten married yet." She raised her head and said shyly, and then saw Zhou Wenfu's dark eyes. She quickly picked up the porridge. "Brother Zhou, you must be very hungry. Eat quickly." "I'm very hungry now, but I want to eat you more now." Zhou Wenfu pushed the lunchbox away. He approached Hyun and seduced her in her ear. "Brother Zhou, we are not suitable now." Hyun lowered her head and moved away from him. "Hyun, you also know that with my family background, I can't marry you uprightly."
"So?"
Zhou Wenfu's eyes flashed with impatience, and he paused. "Brother Zhou, if we are caught like this now, we will be finished." Hyun's eyes flashed with struggle and finally whispered, "Why don't we go to get the certificate tomorrow?" Zhou Wenfu knew what Hyun was worried about and quickly made a promise. "Brother Zhou, you promised to go to get the certificate tomorrow." Hyun hugged Zhou Wenfu's neck and approached shyly. Tomorrow, Zhou Wenfu saw Hyun agreed and happily lifted her chin to cover it. It was out of control in an instant. "Brother Zhou, it's not possible here. Let's go to the backyard." Hyun pushed Zhou Wenfu away and panted. Zhou Wenfu carried Hyun to the backyard. Ming Shu lay on the bed to detect them changing positions. She quickly got up and walked out lightly. Walking into the deep mountains, on one side of the male educated youth's room, Shi Yan was lying on the Kong with his eyes closed, ignoring the sound coming from the backyard. Suddenly, his ears moved and heard someone going out from the female educated youth. He intuitively felt that it was Ming Shu this time. He opened the door and saw Ming Shu's figure in the distance. He hurriedly followed. Ming Shu walked quickly in the mountains in the middle of the night. He ran forward like a night elf, and the person followed closely behind him. The two chased each other as if they were racing in the mountains. Ming Shu finally came to the flat ground she had found at noon, stopped and turned around, and saw the person following him slowly appearing. Ming Shu looked at the man in surprise in the light of the fire as he slowly walked from behind the tree to her side. Even though he was wearing patched and ragged clothes, he still stood straight with a righteous look on his face. He must have been a soldier. Or his family was a soldier. She frowned and saw the person coming.
"Why are you following me?"
Shi Yan walked up to Ming Shu.
"I'm worried about you."
"I don't need you to worry." Ming Shu looked at the man in front of her with cold eyes. "I know," Shi Yan said. "Go, I have something else to do." Ming Shu lowered her eyelids. "I'll help you." Shi Yan looked at her in confusion as he looked at the dark mountain.
But he didn't ask.
You can't help, Ming Shu refused firmly. Shi Yan took advantage of the moonlight to look around and turned to look at Ming Shu. What do you want to do? It's none of your business. Ming Shu turned and walked to a large rock and sat down. Ming Shu, have you forgotten what happened that night so quickly? Shi Yan saw that she wanted to pretend that she didn't know him, so he pointed it out directly. What do you mean? Ming Shu looked up and asked. What do you think our relationship is? We are a one-night stand at best, Ming Shu blurted out. Shi Yan was stunned and looked at Ming Shu. Do you think so? Oh, you're still my savior. Shi Yan lowered his head for a while and smiled again. Fortunately, you recognize me as your savior. What do you want us to do so that we can let go of that matter? Ming Shu folded her arms and looked at the man. His deep pupils were shining faintly as he stared at Ming Shu, and his thin lips opened slightly. I can't get over it. Ever since you forced me, I can't get over it.
You must be responsible for me.
Sorry, I can't take responsibility. I'll give you 1,000 yuan as compensation. Ming Shu took out 10 stacks of reunion tickets from her pocket and walked up to him and handed them to him. Shi Yan saw the 1,000 yuan in front of him, looked down at Ming Shu's eyes, and saw that she really wanted to use money to buy out the relationship between them. He felt a little sour in his heart. He lowered his head and slowly approached her, gritting his teeth and said, I don't want money, I just want innocence. My innocence was ruined by you. You have to give it back to me. When Ming Shu heard this, her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise as she looked at this man who said such shameless words. For a moment, her brain froze and she was speechless. After a while, she found her voice. Innocence? Your innocence? Shi Yan's originally depressed mood suddenly became relaxed after seeing Ming Shu's dazed look. He nodded with a smile in his eyes and said, Yes, that night was also my first time. What exactly do you want? Ming Shu, who regained consciousness, looked up at the man with starry eyes. I want to clear my name. You have to compensate me. The man raised the corners of his mouth and looked deeply into Ming Shu's brows. Didn't I give you 1,000 yuan? You don't want it, do you think it's too little? But I don't have that much either. Ming Shu frowned and thought. Let's try to be a relationship. Shi Yan said slowly. Shi Yan, we have no feelings for each other. How can we be lovers? Well, if you want compensation in the future, come to me and ask for it. I will keep this 1,000 yuan forever. When you think it through, come to me in the future. Ming Shu discussed with him in a gentle tone with impatience in her eyes. Shi Yan saw the impatience in her eyes, knowing that he had pushed her too hard today, and nodded. I'll think about it. Ming Shu was relieved to hear this. Then let's go back, Shi Yan said. Ming Shu knew that she probably couldn't do anything tonight, so she could only go home. She walked in front. Shi Yan followed her and looked up to see the back of the person in front in the moonlight. His thoughts went back to the night more than 10 days ago. He suddenly wanted to go back to the old house that night, but he didn't expect to meet Ming Shu, who was taking Chinese medicine. Seeing her forbearing appearance, he wanted to send her to the hospital at that time. But she was pressed down by her, and her strength was not as good as hers. A night later, he found several wounds on her hands, and he felt strange at that time. He stared at these wounds and felt that they were particularly dazzling. Looking at Ming Shu, who was still sleeping soundly, he dressed her and went to the hospital to buy medicine. When he came back, she was gone. He had something important to do at the time, so he had to go first. After he was done, he returned to the old house and waited for her to find him. He waited for her alone in the old house for several days, but he didn't see her. He thought that the two of them were just a flash in the pan and might not have any intersection in the future. Unexpectedly, he met her on the train. He was happy, but when he saw her cold eyes, he thought she didn't remember him, so he didn't go up to disturb her. As a result, when he saw her being bullied the next day, he couldn't help but go up to help. He later learned that she was in the countryside where she was sent to work in the production team. He went back and tossed and turned and tried to find a way to put himself next to her. After all, they had a real relationship, so he must be responsible. As for feelings, there would be some. Ming Shu also walked in front, thinking about the person behind her. She forced him at the time, so should she really be responsible? Ming Shu thought of this and shook her head. This was too ridiculous. How could a man ask a woman for innocence? She quickened her pace when she thought of this, and Shi Yan also quickened his pace behind her. The two returned to the educated youth point. Shi Yan looked at his watch in the moonlight, and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. The two went into their respective dormitories without speaking. Ming Shu lay on the Kong and sensed movement in the backyard. She closed her eyes, withdrew her mental power, and fell asleep. Just as dawn broke, there was a scream from the backyard.
Ah! Ah!
Except for Shi Yan and Ming Shu, everyone else in the youth league got up and went to the backyard to watch. Seeing Wang Meiying staring blankly at the front in the corner, Chun-Li and others walked over immediately. They saw Zhou Wenfu and He-Yun lying on the ground in each other's arms. He-Yun was awakened by a scream and opened her eyes to see so many people looking at her in shock. When she reacted, her face turned pale, and she quickly picked up the clothes to cover herself. She stretched out her bruised hand and pushed Zhou Wenfu. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou. Zhou Wenfu squinted and saw the dawn, then quickly opened his eyes and sat up to look at the large group in front of him. Brother Zhou, you two are really bold. In broad daylight, you. Li Xiaoming was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Brother Zhou, what should we do? He-Yun covered her chest and cried as she watched the educated youths come out. We'll go get the certificate today, don't cry, Zhou Wenfu said in a deep voice as he looked at the situation in front of him. When He-Yun heard this, she lowered her head with a gleam in her eyes. She raised her hand to cover the corners of her mouth, and her tears flowed even harder. Don't cry, get up quickly and find the village chief, Zhou Wenfu shouted at He-Yun. He looked at the people in front of him again. I hope you won't spread what happened today, lest it affect the honor of our educated youth. Brother Zhou, were you forced to do this? I'll testify for you. Wang Meiying walked forward a few steps and glared at He-Yun. Meiying, Brother Zhou and I are both willing. He-Yun raised his eyes and said softly. Don't make trouble, Zhou Wenfu said with a stern face and disgust. Seeing Zhou Wenfu's face full of disgust, Wang Meiying hurried back to the front yard. Seeing that the two had decided to get the certificate, the others also returned to the front yard. When Chun-Li and the others came back, Shi Yan had already cooked breakfast. They washed up, ate, and went to work. Ming Shu is still weeding with Dolly's family today. Today is the second day of the postponement. Does she still have to prepare children's clothes and daily necessities? More preparations are needed. What else does a child need to prepare besides clothes? While weeding, Ming Shu recalled what Lin Wanmei prepared for her youngest son when he was a child. It seems that milk powder is also needed. This seems to be difficult to buy. Ming Jiqing, Dolly's family, lowered his head and called to her while weeding. Ming Shu brought her thoughts back to Dolly's family. Auntie, what's the matter? What did you educated youth call in the morning? Screams were heard from far away. I don't know, I didn't go to see it this morning. Maybe they encountered a snake or something. Ming Shu made up an excuse to respond. That's possible. There are many mountains and snakes here. Yeah, Dolly, this male educated youth is also handed over to you. The team leader brought Shi Yan over. Okay, I know, Dolly stood up and said with a smile. Looking at the male educated youth. His eyes lit up. What a spirited young man. Young man, come.
Come.
Auntie will teach you how to pull weeds. Thank you, Auntie. Shi Yan lowered his head and smiled. Dolly's wife grinned. She just liked beautiful people. Ming Jiqing was also beautiful, but didn't like to talk. Come on, young man. What's your name? My last name is Shi. Shi Jiqing, come here and squat down. I'll teach you. Dolly's wife carefully taught Shi Yan the difference between weeds and seedlings. Shi Yan might have a good memory like Ming Shu, and he could tell the difference between the two at once. Shi Yan slowly moved closer to Ming Shu. He took out a pair of linen gloves from his pocket and handed them to Ming Shu. Ming Shu looked at the gloves and shook her head. No. Shi Yan still held the gloves and stared at her. Ming Shu just didn't want to take it, and the two were in a stalemate. Dolly's wife, who was standing next to him, saw the team leader coming from a distance and hurriedly said, Ming Jiqing, take it quickly. The team leader is here. Ming Shu looked up at Dolly's wife and saw that everyone around was looking at the side. She took the gloves and took them out of her pocket. 50 cents was handed to him. Shi stared at the 50 cents, looked at Ming Shu's serious eyes, and stretched out his hand to take it. When Ming Shu saw him accept it, she lowered her head and continued to pull weeds. That's right. Ming Shu's white and tender hands were scratched. I feel sorry for it when I see it. Dolly's family watched from the side and laughed. Shi saw that his gloves were still a little big on Ming Shu's small hands, so he would buy her another pair of women's gloves in the future. Ming Shu lowered her head to work without saying a word, calculating in her mind how many things she would need to buy to live in the mountains for more than 10 years. After calculating, it seems that she can only prepare some daily necessities for the children first and then think about other things. The whistle sounded at noon. The work time was noon today. Shi and Chi were called away by the village chief. The three of them had lunch. After Ming Shu finished lunch, they all lay on the kong to rest. Ming Shu went into the mountains and went to the open space. She took out an axe from the space, cut down a few trees not far away, dragged them over, and cut them into sections. When the time comes to build a wooden house, the place where the wooden house is built must be high. Ming Shu had already chosen a location on the vacant land, with a small pond underneath. Ming Shu decided to come over every noon and slowly build it. Now it was time to go back to work. In the afternoon, Ming Shu squatted on the ground and carefully pulled out weeds. At this time, she heard Dolly's family muttering with his head down. Why hasn't Shi Jiqing come yet? Ming Shu then noticed that Shi didn't come in the afternoon. She glanced at the place where Shi had been in the morning, then looked away and continued working. Ming Shu pulled weeds in the afternoon wearing gloves, and her hands did feel more comfortable. She put the gloves back in her pocket after finishing work. Back to the educated youth point. Everyone was in the kitchen, and Ming Shu walked in. There was a new iron pot on the kitchen stove, and Li Xiaoming, Wang Donli, and Chen Guojun were very happy, surrounding the iron pot. He Yin approached Zhou Wenfu with a shy face, and the two took out their marriage certificate. Li Xiaoming and the others congratulated them on their long life together. The two smiled and looked at Chen Li and the others proudly. Seeing Ming Shu come in, He Yin raised his head slightly and smiled. Ming Shu, we have an iron pot now. You can consider sharing the fire with us. It's not a good thing to always drink porridge, right? But if you want to share the fire, then you'll be responsible for fetching water every day in the future. Ming Shu raised her eyes slightly and glanced at her, then turned to Chen Li and the others and said, Is the rice ready? He Yin was frightened by Ming Shu's cold eyes, and the corners of his mouth shrank slightly. Chen Li showed his white teeth when he heard it, and hurriedly responded, Not yet. I'll do it right away. Ming Shu nodded and saw that their bucket was empty again, so she quickly picked up the shoulder pole and carried the bucket to the well. When walking back, Shi and Chi saw Ming Shu carrying water from a distance, and hurriedly ran up to take it. I'll do it. No need. Ming Shu avoided his hand while carrying the water. She continued to walk forward. Shi saw her like that, and it was not easy to it, so he had to follow her. After Ming Shu came back with water, Chen Li and the others cooked. Seeing Shi and the others come back, Chen Li hurriedly grabbed a few handfuls of food from their food bags. They finished dinner. It was still a little bright. Ming Shu said she was going to the mountain to collect firewood, and then walked up the mountain. Seeing this, Shi hurriedly followed. Lu watched the two figures walking away. After a while, he retracted his gaze. Ming Shu walked into the mountain quickly before stopping, turning around and frowning at the man who followed her. Why are you following me again? Of course I care about you. Shi slowly approached, his starry eyes now full of smiles, looking at Ming Shu. I don't need your concern. Ming Shu frowned and said impatiently. You don't need it as your business. I care about my future partner is my business. Who is your partner? Didn't you promise me last night that you would consider it? Yes, this is the result of my consideration. I still want to date you. Shi moved closer to Ming Shu. He could reach out and hold her not so slender waist. When Ming Shu saw him approaching, she felt a strong masculine scent coming from her, and she hurriedly stepped back a few steps. Hey, how are you? Ming Shu covered her forehead with one hand and put her other hand on her waist and looked at the man. I said I wanted to date you. Shi Yan did not move forward, but his tone was very serious. I don't want to. Ming Shu still refused coldly. Anyway, you have to be responsible for me. Shi Yan smiled gently. Hey, you. Ming Shu looked at Shi Yan, who was smiling and really didn't know what to say at the moment. She turned around and walked quickly into the mountains. Shi Yan didn't ask her what she was going to do, but followed her immediately. Seeing Shi Yan following her, Ming Shu didn't go to the open space, so she just killed a chicken and found a place to sit down to deal with it. Shi Yan sat down with him and saw Ming Shu plucking the feathers and peeling the chicken belly skillfully, and looked at him in confusion. How can you do all this? I can even kill people, let alone this. Ming Shu glanced at him and sneered. That's perfect, I can kill people too. We are a perfect match. Shi Yan was stunned and continued. Ming Shu looked up at him and didn't say anything about whether to kill or not. Don't you know how to cook? You should be able to roast a chicken. Yes, Shi Yan nodded. That's good. I'll give it to you. I'll go pick up some branches first. Ming Shu heard that he could and hurriedly handed him the processed pheasant. You didn't even wash it, and you're just going to roast it like this? Shi Yan looked at the bloody pheasant with surprise in his eyes. What else? Is there water nearby? Or can we go down the mountain and go back to the village to wash it? Ming Shu looked at Shi Yan with confidence. In the end times, she had eaten everything to survive, so this was nothing.
You.
Shi Yan looked at Ming Shu's expression and suddenly wanted to ask her about the 3 wounds. However, the relationship between the two was not yet confirmed, so he held back and didn't ask. Will you roast it? If not, I'll do it myself. Seeing Shi Yan's hesitation, Ming Shu stood up and wanted to take the pheasant. I'll roast it, but let's go to another place. Shi Yan stood up with the pheasant in his hand, and seeing Ming Shu didn't move, he smiled and said, Let's go, I'm a first-class chicken roasting skill. Seeing that Ming Shu still didn't move, he quickly stepped forward and took her hand and walked into the mountains. Ming Shu couldn't dodge in time. Looking at Shi Yan, who was holding her tightly, she struggled hard, but found that she couldn't break free. She looked at his arms, which were tense from exertion, and realized that he was also very strong. If she hadn't used her mental power to influence him last time, he would have escaped long ago. Ming Shu didn't want to use her mental power to attack people unless she had to. In the few years since she came to this world, her mental power was only used to detect the weather or to detect things as a clairvoyant. Ming Shu couldn't break free from his big hand, so she could only slap him with all her strength. Shi Yan, let me go, I'll go. Shi Yan felt the pain in his arm, turned around and saw Ming Shu glaring at him. Let go, I'll go. Shi Yan looked at himself holding her tightly, although he was reluctant to let go, but seeing that her eyes seemed to be spitting fire, he had to let go. Then you follow me closely. Lead the way. After the two walked for a long time, Shi Yan took Ming Shu to the open space where she was going to build a wooden house. There was a small pool below the open space. Ming Shu suddenly felt that it might not be safe here, and it seemed that she had to go further in. Shi Yan took the pheasant to the pool and washed it clean. Ming Shu saw that the big tree she had cut down at noon was still lying there, so she would come and move it away tomorrow. Now was a good time to break off its branches and use them as fire. Shi Yan cleaned the pheasant. He found some branches like fragrant leaves in the woods and burned them together with the branches Ming Shu had broken. As the fire grew stronger, sparks flew everywhere and a rich fragrance filled the air. Shi Yan placed the pheasant steadily on the fire, then held a wooden stick and gently turned the chicken body, letting the flames lick every inch of the chicken meat evenly. Gradually, the pheasant began to emit an alluring aroma, and the sizzling sound accompanied by sparks flying everywhere made people salivate. Shi Yan saw that the skin of the pheasant had turned golden, and he knew it was cooked. He picked up the roasted chicken, tore off a drumstick, and handed it to Ming Shu. Here, try my cooking skills. Thank you. Ming Shu took the drumstick and lowered her head to take a bite. Although the drumstick still had no taste, it had a sweet smell of branches, and it was indeed better than her roasting. She glanced at Shi Yan's slender fingers. She looked at her hands. Forget it, or don't want to think about it. Is it delicious? Shiyan saw her take a bite. Asked hurriedly. Mingshu looked up and saw his expectant eyes and nodded. That's good, I'll give you this side too. After hearing this, Shiyan tore the chicken into two halves with a smile on his face and gave Mingshu one side with the chicken leg. I'll eat this side. Mingshu took the other side directly. Shiyan nodded at this. He lowered his head and took a bite of the chicken. It had no taste at all. He glanced at Mingshu, who was almost finished eating. This roast chicken is still lacking salt and seasoning. It would be more delicious if there were seasonings. Mingshu looked at him and said nothing. They both ate the chicken legs in silence, and at this time there was a commotion of pheasants in the woods. The hares and other animals were running around in panic. Suddenly, two huge wild boars rushed from the woods to Mingshu and Shiyan. One of them kicked its hind legs and pounced on Mingshu. Mingshu! Shiyan was shocked and quickly threw away the unfinished chicken. He shouted and dodged in front of Mingshu, and at the same time raised his hand and hit the wild boar hard. However, at this moment, another wild boar also pounced from the side with a fierce momentum and claws. It opened its eyes wide and let out a low roar. Mingshu took advantage of Shiyan's inattention to quickly throw the unfinished chicken into the space. Then he kicked the wild boar in the abdomen. This kick was full of force, with a sharp gust of wind, and hit the wild boar hard. The wild boar screamed and stepped back a few steps, but soon stabilized its body and pounced on Mingshu again. Mingshu took out the fruit knife from her pocket, jumped up suddenly, rushed to the wild boar, jumped on its back, and used all her strength to stab the fruit knife in her hand into the wild boar's thick back. In an instant, blood splattered, and the wild boar let out a shrill scream. It struggled desperately and swung its body to throw Mingshu off. Seeing that the human on its back was still lying, it suddenly rushed into the woods. Mingshu, Mingshu! Shiyan rolled sideways and narrowly avoided the wild boar's attack. He stared at Mingshu lying on the wild boar's back and was taken into the deep forest. He shouted anxiously. However, the wild boar attacked again. I saw a flash of determination and fierceness in his eyes, and his body suddenly slid down and quickly came to the wild boar's abdomen. Then, he reached out without hesitation and grabbed a thick branch next to him and used all his strength to stab it into the wild boar's belly. This was as fast as the wind and as powerful as thunder, with endless killing intent and determination. The wild boar was in pain. It screamed, rolled over, and quickly retreated, fear in its eyes, and its four hooves slowly retreated. Shiyan looked at the wild boar that had already retreated. He threw away the branch and prepared to turn around and go to Mingshu. At this time, a gust of wind came from behind. He lowered his head and turned sideways, only to see the wild boar rushing towards him again with its teeth bared. Shiyan gritted his teeth and looked at Mingshu, and then at the wild boar. He made up his mind, grabbed the branch again, and rushed forward. Another wild boar carried Mingshu and rushed through the forest. Wherever it passed, the small animals in the bushes fled in fright. The trees fell, and the dust flew. Mingshu lay tightly on the wild boar's back, and when the time was right, she quickly pulled out, then stabbed it hard. The wild boar suddenly let out a scream that was even more shrill than before, and the sound resounded throughout the forest. With this scream, the wild boar suddenly stopped, but then made an unexpected move. It turned around and rushed towards a big tree frantically. Mingshu was lying on the wild boar's back. Seeing the wild boar move, she grabbed the wild boar's fur with both hands and pulled out the knife. Rolling to the ground, the wild boar felt a lightness on its back, turned around and saw Mingshu coming down, and rushed toward her. Mingshu stared at the ferocious wild boar with fierce eyes, holding a fruit knife in her hand, approaching it step by step. Her steps were firm and powerful, as if every step was stepping on the enemy's heart. As the distance got closer and closer, Mingshu suddenly exerted force and rushed towards the wild boar like lightning. She saw her hands tightly holding the handle of the knife and stabbed it hard into the wild boar's left eye. The wild boar howled in pain, and its huge body trembled violently. However, Ming-Shu did not stop and quickly pulled out and stabbed it hard in the head. Blood sprayed all over her body, and the wild boar collapsed. It fell to the ground, twitching and slowly dying. Ming-Shu saw the wild boar fall down. She sat on the ground with dirt all over her body to rest, with a comfortable smile on her face. It had been a long time since she had such a hearty fight, and her hands were not so good. Otherwise, according to her previous life, she could have knocked the wild boar down with one kick. After resting for a while, she stood up and looked at the huge wild boar. She used her mental power to detect that there was no one nearby, and with a wave of her hand, she put the wild boar into the space. Ming-Shu looked up and saw the moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling in the dense forest, illuminating the path in the dense forest. With the bright moonlight, she could see the surrounding environment clearly. She ran quickly along the way she came and hurried to the original place. She saw the wild boar lying on the ground motionless, but Shi was nowhere to be seen. She stared at the dark forest, the unknown danger, and hurriedly shouted and detected with mental power nearby. After shouting for about half an hour, there was no response. Ming-Shu's eyes finally showed ripples. She felt a little confused. No matter what, the two of them went up the mountain together, and Ming-Shu couldn't leave him alone in the deep mountains like this. Ming-Shu was anxiously looking for Shi in the forest. The longer she looked, the faster her heartbeat became. Suddenly, she heard a shout from behind, and she felt relieved. She turned around and ran in the direction of the voice while responding. Shi also heard Ming-Shu's voice over there. He also ran in the direction of the voice. The two were running towards each other. Finally, they saw each other's figure between several big trees. Shi saw Ming-Shu not far away, and a hint of surprise and anxiety flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he quickly took a step and ran towards Ming-Shu. In the blink of an eye, Shi came to Ming-Shu. He didn't care about the stains on his body and Ming-Shu's body, and hugged Ming-Shu tightly. Ming-Shu! Ming-Shu! Shi called in a low voice, his voice full of worry. Ming-Shu, who was hugged tightly by Shi, was stunned at first, and then felt the warmth from his arms. Shi, Ming-Shu didn't know where to put her hands as he held her. She pushed him away. Shi ignored her and continued to hold Ming-Shu tightly to comfort his uneasy heart. Ming-Shu was pressed tightly against Shi chest, and she heard boom 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 the sound of rapid beating. She raised her head and stared at his anxious face. She wanted to push him away. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Shi shouted again, "Shi, let me go first." Shi heard Ming-Shu's cry, and he calmed down and slowly let go of Ming-Shu. He frowned and looked down to carefully examine Ming-Shu. He saw the dried blood, and his eyes suddenly shrank. He lowered his head and asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm not." Ming-Shu shook her head, looked up and saw him staring at the blood on her body, and said, "This is pig blood." Shi brows relaxed when he heard that. "Then are you injured?" Ming-Shu asked. "I'm not either, and the blood on my body is also pig blood." When Shi heard Ming-Shu's concern for him, a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. "Then go back quickly,"
Ming-Shu said.
Shi didn't answer. He looked up and looked at the towering trees all around. The dense branches and leaves of these trees intertwined together to form a green sky. The moonlight and stars in the sky were blocked tightly, leaving only some mottled light and shadows falling on the ground. He looked at his watch in the moonlight. The time was blurry, and he could only see the hour hand pointing to 8 o'clock. "It's still early. Let's go and carry the pig I killed down the mountain to the village. I guess you don't know where your pig is, so you won't look for it." "Okay." Ming-Shu nodded, her mind scanning the wild boar lying in space. Better to carry one of the two pigs down. They couldn't carry such a big wild boar out to sell it openly, so they might as well give it to the village as a favor so that they could explain it in the future. In addition, they were both covered in blood. If they ran into someone who slept late, they would not be able to explain it if they didn't take something back to the village. Ming-Shu and Shi returned to the pool. The huge wild boar was still lying there intact. After such a long time, there was no sign of being eaten. It was probably because of the fierce battle just now that the nearby animals were scared away. Shi Yan hurriedly went to the vines in the woods next to him, walked over, and pulled down a bunch of them. After pulling hard, they found that they were quite strong. "Use this to tie it up," he said, bending down and holding the vines to tie the wild boar's four hooves tightly. Ming Shu went to find a long piece of wood. He passed through the pig's hooves, held one end, and looked at Shi Yan, who was standing there. Shi Yan looked at the huge wild boar, which weighed almost 400 kilograms. "No need for this. I can do it," he said as he pulled out the wood. Then he lifted up the wild boar with his strong shoulders. Ming Shu watched Shi Yan carrying the wild boar effortlessly, and she had a new assessment of his skills. She threw away the wood and said lightly, "If you are tired, let me do it." Ming Shu walked in front to lead the way. Shi Yan followed behind carrying the wild boar. It took them more time to walk out. Halfway through the journey, Ming Shu asked Shi Yan to carry the wild boar, but Shi Yan still disagreed. He felt that as a man, he should carry it if he could. "If you can't, just put it down and take a break." Ming Shu rolled her eyes at him and took the break to stride forward carrying the wild boar. Her posture seemed as relaxed as Shi Yan's effortless performance. Shi Yan looked at Ming Shu's tough back from behind, as if a layer of mist covered his eyes, making him want to clear his mind about her past, and couldn't help but want to explore further. Ming Shu carried the wild boar forward for more than 10 steps, and did not hear any sound from behind. She looked back and saw Shi Yan sitting on a stone, looking at her with a dazed look. She frowned and shouted loudly, "Let's go." Shi Yan was called back to his senses by Ming Shu. His eyes instantly regained clarity. "Follow him." The two walked for another half an hour before they reached the foot of the mountain. At this time, most of the people in the village were already asleep. Ming Shu carried the wild boar and Shi Yan back to the educated youth point. Most of the people in the educated youth point were asleep. Only Enchi lay on the Kong and waited for Shi Yan. Enchi heard the sound of the yard door opening. He came out with a flashlight and stood at the door. He saw Ming Shu carrying the wild boar. His eyes opened wide with shock and his mouth was shaped like an O in fear. Ming Shu walked into the yard and threw the wild boar to the ground. The ground shook and splashed with dust. Shi Yan followed in and closed the yard door. Enchi walked into the yard and used the flashlight to sweep the huge wild boar on the ground, and then swept the blood on the two of them. His voice was a little trembling. Did you guys kill this?" Shi Yan said quickly. "Yes." Ming Shu glanced at Shi Yan and said nothing. "You are too bold, Shi Yan. Although you are in good health, you can't take such a risk," and Chi's face was full of fear and worry when he heard it. He thought Shi Yan followed him up the mountain to pick up some firewood. It took so long. If he didn't know Shi Yan's skills, he would have gone out to look for it. "What are you going to do when you carry the wild boar back?" "Give it to the village tomorrow." Shi Yan shook his head. "Isn't it a bit of a loss to give so much to the village?" And Chi was relieved to see that they were fine, and his mentality returned to normal. He began to feel sorry for having so much meat. "And Chi, we are new here. We still have to build good relations with the villagers." Shi Yan glanced at his childhood friend and comrade in arms. "Isn't it? You have a point." And Chi saw Shi Yan's eyes and nodded quickly. Ming Shu glanced at the two of them. This pig was killed by Shi Yan, and the one she killed was in her own space, so she had no right to comment on this one. "I'm going into the house," Ming Shu said to the two of them, and then entered the house. Shi Yan nodded. Looking at Enchi, "Go to bed first." "Yeah," Enchi looked at the wild boar on the ground and followed Shi Yan into the house. Ming Shu was fetching water to wash her hair. Shi Yan saw it and said, "If you wash your hair with cold water in the middle of the night, you'll have a headache tomorrow." "Wait a minute, I'll go boil some water." "The weather is still warm now. It's okay to wash it occasionally." "It's getting late now, so wash up and go to bed early," Ming Shu said as she walked to the yard with the water in her hand. She scooped water with a ladle and poured it on her head, then rubbed it with soap. Shi Yan now knew that Ming Shu was very opinionated, so he didn't say anything else. He also washed his hair with water. And she stood at the door and saw the two of them. He smiled, yawned, and went back to his room to sleep. Shi Yan and Ming Shu washed up gently, and when their heads were dry, they went back to their rooms to rest. They were also tired today and fell asleep quickly. A night passed, and they were awakened by screams again. Wang Donli got up in the morning and prepared to go to the toilet. When she went out the door, she saw a black object in the yard. She screamed in fear and ran back to the room quickly. Her face was pale, and her breathing was rapid. She pointed at the yard and said, "There is a black thing in the yard." "How scary. What are you yelling about so early in the morning? It's broad daylight. Why are you yelling?" Wang Meiying, who was woken up, looked at Wang Donli with a very bad face. "There really is something. Get up and have a look." Wang Donli ignored her disgusting look and pulled her up. "What is that, Donli?" Hien asked while sitting up and getting dressed. "I don't know, a black thing, and it seems that I can't move." Hiyun heard Wang Donli say such a weird thing. She got off the Kong, put on her shoes and walked outside, and saw the black thing clearly, showing its fangs. She screamed immediately and hurried to the male-educated youth, knocking on the door and shouting, "Brother Zhou, get up quickly. There is a wild boar running into our yard." "Wild boar? What wild boar?" Hiyun, who was lying on the Kong and didn't want to get up, when Wang Meiying heard about the wild boar, she got off the Kong in a hurry. She ran outside and saw a black wild boar lying in the yard. She immediately followed in the footsteps of Wang Donli and Hiyun, screaming loudly one by one. At this time, all the educated youths were called up. Chun Guojun and the others came out with their heads covered and saw Wang Meili and the others hiding in their room in fear. They turned around and looked at the wild boar lying in the yard with a confused look on their faces and retreated in shock one by one. Seeing that the wild boar seemed to be motionless, several people slowly approached with benches. Seeing that the wild boar's 4 hooves were tied, they were relieved. Chun Guojun stretched out his foot and kicked slowly, and found that the wild boar was still motionless. "This wild boar is dead." The other people were relieved when they heard it, and Li Xiaoming even reached out and touched it, and the body was stiff. It seemed that it had been dead for a long time. "Who beat this?" "It's in our educated youth's possession." "Who knows?" Chun Guojun shook his head and glanced at the clothes drying in the yard. There were still bloodstains on them that had not been washed clean. "This is self-evident." The educated youths pointed out that someone beat it. "Who beat it?" "It must be those people." "It might be the female educated youth." "Who cares? No matter who it is, we will buy some to eat later. We haven't eaten meat for a long time." Li Xiaoming swallowed his saliva as he looked at the wild boar. Ming Shu lay on the Kong with her eyes closed and frowned. She opened her eyes and looked at the people in the room. She sat up and got off the Kong. She grabbed her hair casually and said to them, "Get out. That's a dead pig." They frightened each other and stared at her. "Did you beat it?" "Yes," Ming Shu nodded directly. She wanted to scare them with this pig so that they would behave themselves in the future.
"Ah, you."
Wang Donli was so scared that she ran behind Hien. Hien was also shaking a little. Seeing them like that, Ming Shu opened the door and went out, just in time to meet Shurian coming out. Morning, the two nodded to each other. Ming Shu picked up the shoulder pole and prepared to fetch water, but Shurian got there first. Ming Shu looked at his back as he walked quickly. She lowered her head. She went to the yard to look at the wild boar, whose body was already stiff, and it closed its eyes, no longer able to pounce on them like it did yesterday. Just like people, only by closing their eyes can they be quiet. Ming Shu turned and walked towards the kitchen and saw that only Chi was sitting there. She took the clay pot and put it on the small stove built by Yi Lu. After a while, Shurian came back with water. Ming Shu went to scoop water to cook corn porridge, and Chi didn't intervene when he saw Ming Shu cooking porridge. "Eat." Ming Shu brought the corn porridge, and Chi, Chun Li and others hurriedly brought bowls over. Seeing the corn porridge was a bit sticky, several people took bowls to scoop it up, but it turned out to be a bit undercooked. Looking at the sticky corn porridge, it actually lacked a fire. The men now believed that Ming Shu really couldn't cook. The simplest porridge was a little raw, so one could imagine what other things would taste like. Ming Shu ate the porridge that was a little undercooked with a frown, but she eventually ate it all. It was her motto not to waste food. Ming Shu and the others finished their breakfast. Shi Yan and Qi carried the wild boar to the square. Chun-Li, Yi Lu, and Li Xiaoming followed them to the square. At this time, people in the square were talking in groups of 3 or 2. Suddenly, a puzzled voice came. What are the new educated youth carrying? Wild boar? The villagers turned their heads to look. They saw a group of young educated youths surrounding Shi Jiqing and In Jiqing and carrying a wild boar towards them. The villagers were stunned for a moment, until Shi Yan and the others approached and threw the already stiff wild boar in front of them. They then reacted. Wild boar, village chief, the educated youth were carrying a wild boar. Did you educated youth kill this? Li Xiaoming and Wang Donli, who were surrounding Qi and Shi Yan, looked at the villagers with proud eyes and shouted, Shi Jiqing and his friends killed this. When the man heard this, his eyes moved around the huge wild boar and then looked at the tall figures of Shi Yan and Qi. He immediately clapped his hands and laughed. We can finally eat meat now. The village chief arrived at the square early. He saw the educated youth carrying the big wild boar from a distance. He also heard what Li Jiqing said. He walked quickly to the front of the wild boar. He looked left and right. Then he looked at Shi Yan and his friends in disbelief. Did you kill this? Ming Jiqing and I killed this together. Shi Yan glanced at Ming Shu, who was standing outside the crowd, and said directly, Ming Jiqing? The village chief looked at Ming Shu in surprise. Although Ming Shu did not look like the delicate educated youth, he did not expect that she would dare to kill a wild boar. Really? And Annie asked with a look of disbelief. Yeah. Shi Yan nodded affirmatively. A female educated youth who can hunt wild boars. In the crowd standing aside, a few people heard this and lowered their heads unconsciously, suppressing their thoughts. Especially Zhang Lizi, who had just been beaten up by Ming Shu a few days ago, covered his arm and quietly hid in the crowd, not daring to make a sound. At this time, the team leader came over and asked with a dark face, under normal circumstances, wild boars will not go to the periphery. How did you encounter it? We didn't go into the mountains. We wanted to go up the mountain to collect firewood last night, but we met this wild boar and wanted to attack us. The two of us worked together to kill it, and then thought that this was a collective thing of the country, so we carried it down and handed it over to the team. Shi Yan smiled faintly. Periphery? The village chief and the team leader's faces instantly became serious when they heard it. Shi Yan looked at the expressions of the village chief and the two, his eyes firm, and nodded. Yes, but we were there, and we looked around, and we didn't find other wild boars. Only this wild boar. The village chief and the team leader immediately relaxed their expressions after hearing this. If there were really a few of them, the two men would not be able to get down the mountain safely. The village chief looked at the newly arrived educated youth in front of him, afraid that they did not know the degree of danger. He emphasized, the back mountain is very dangerous. You can't go there again. If something happens, it will be too late. The team leader frowned and glanced at the back mountain, then retracted his gaze and stared at Shi Yan and the others, and reminded them, you are all young people. If you don't want to die here, don't go in again. Yes, village chief. Team leader, we've taken note of it. Shi Yan nodded in response. Ming Shu said nothing. Well, the team leader looked at the two men, nodded with a relaxed expression. The village chief then looked at the wild boar on the ground. He immediately picked up his big loudspeaker and shouted, everyone, you saw it too. Shi Jiqing and Ming Jiqing killed one of the 4 pests and handed it over to everyone. Let's applaud and thank them first. Everyone immediately applauded excitedly. The village chief pressed it with his hand and shouted seriously, and just now, you also heard that the educated youth encountered it when they were collecting firewood. This means that wild boars have moved to the periphery. So when you go to collect firewood, be careful. If you see a wild boar, run back quickly and inform the team leader or me. Don't take risks yourself. Do you understand? Got it. We all know that we don't mind having a long life. Everyone said with a smile that there is meat to eat today. Okay, just remember it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If anyone is greedy for that bite of food and leads the wild boar down the mountain, don't blame us for being rude then. The village chief looked at everyone's expression and warned again solemnly. Do you understand? Got it. The villagers are not stupid. They are not hungry these days. Why would they run to fight with wild boars? Okay, now that we have made it clear, you can go to work. Village chief, when will we kill this wild boar? We will share the meat. An old lady saw the meat and shouted with a smile in her eyes. The village chief and the team leader looked at each other, and then the village chief looked at the two people who had killed the wild boar next to them. They had worked hard to kill the wild boar and handed it over, so he couldn't just give them nothing. Besides, those who can kill wild boars have good physical fitness and ability, and the conditions in the city are probably not bad. So there is no need for him to make trouble for a little thing. Kill it at noon and come and exchange meat after you get off work, the village chief said loudly to the villagers. Then he said, Shi Jiqing and Ming Jiqing have worked hard to kill the wild boar, and they will also be given 15 kilograms of meat. No work points are required. No, village chief, this is a collective thing, we don't agree. When an old lady heard this, she looked at Ming Shu, who was quiet and didn't say anything, and then pursed her lips. Yes, our village's things. Why should we give them to outsiders? An old lady next to her felt uncomfortable when she saw that they got meat without any work. The village chief was standing on the stage, looking at those troublemakers. He was angry and shouted, That's enough. They killed a wild boar for us, and you are still not satisfied. If you want to eat meat, shut up. You don't earn much work points every day, but you talk too much about this kind of thing. At this time, Dolly's family stood up and said seriously, Lizzie's mother, they handed over such a big wild boar. It's normal to share some meat. That's our village's property. We can't just give it to them just because they killed it. At this time, a dark and thin man was unwilling. You too, the new educated youth, killed a wild boar. Can't you eat some meat? The woman next to Dolly's family couldn't stand these lazy people and sneered. Of course not. We don't have many work points, village chief. Why don't you give my family 10 pounds of meat directly? Lizzie's mother smiled and looked at the village chief. When the words came out, some people in the village laughed at them, while some people excitedly stared at the village chief, as if they would follow suit as soon as the village chief opened his mouth. The village chief looked at the villagers below and could only point his finger at the woman. It was pointed out that the two of them were seriously slacking off, fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2 days, gossiping about other people's affairs every day. The family was very poor. They were not diligent in their work. The village chief had a lot of opinions about their family. He persuaded them many times, but to no avail. He never persuaded them again. Ming Shu didn't care whether she could get a share of the meat. She was a little surprised when she saw Shi Yan taking her with him. But she didn't say anything. Since he was going to take her with him, it was nothing. The village chief looked at the reluctant people below, and he shouted with a loudspeaker, Okay, they also use work points to exchange for meat. Village chief, you are kidding. Where do they get the work points? The dark and thin man said again. Can we buy on credit first? The village chief rolled his eyes at him, and then shouted, Everyone hurry up and work. Uncle Dafa will stay to kill the pig, and everyone will come to exchange meat at noon. Hearing this, the square was boiling. Now is the autumn harvest season, which is the most tiring time of the year. In the past, they would never think of eating meat. The villagers stared at the wild boar with shining eyes. Don't look at it, go to work, the team leader shouted hurriedly when he saw the appearance of the villagers. Everyone came back to their senses and walked to the fields reluctantly. Ming Shu and Shi Yan saw that there was nothing for them to do, so they went to the fields with the villagers. Shi Jiqing, Ming Jiqing, wait a minute, the village chief called the two men, walked quickly down to them and said with a smile, You can see, I'll give you the meat on credit first, and you can return it to the village when you have work points in the future. Village chief, since the villagers don't want to, forget it. Shi Yan's original intention was to take down the wild boar and build a good relationship with everyone. He didn't want to annoy anyone because of this little meat. What are you talking about? We are all honest people in our village, and there are only 1 or 2 unreasonable people. The village chief immediately rejected it with a smile. Such a big piece of meat should be divided among you. Shi Yan saw that he couldn't refuse, so he said, Village chief, can we buy it with money? Young man, You just arrived. Keep the money to buy things. There are still many days to come. The village chief laughed when he heard it. The ordinary people, value money more, so when they exchange meat, they use work points to pay. Ming Shu also didn't like to buy on credit. The most important thing was that the pig was not hers. Village chief, I'll pay for the meat, Ming, the educated youth. You can earn at most 70 cents a day by working in the fields. A pound of pork costs 50 cents.
How many pounds can you buy? Listen to me.
It's most cost-effective to use work points to offset it. The village chief kindly calculated the bill for Ming Shu.
Thank
you, village chief. We can buy on credit. Shurian knew that it was the village chief who suggested it, so he interrupted Ming Shu and pulled her away quickly. Go to work well, and remember to come at noon. The village chief looked at them and said loudly. The other educated youth standing not far away saw that they could buy on credit with work points in the future, so they flashed with excitement. They all came to the village chief. Village chief, we also want to buy on credit for meat. The village chief looked at them and shook his head. This is the treatment given to Shi and Ming educated youth for hunting wild boars. You don't have it. After that, he turned and left. It was not that he didn't want to buy on credit, but he was afraid that if he continued to buy on credit, it would cause dissatisfaction among other villagers. The villagers must be upset when they asked for food and meat now. Li Xiaoming and the others heard the village chief refuse, without hesitation. Everyone was dejected. They followed the villagers to work. Shi Yan pulled Ming Shu to the edge of the field. Ming Shu looked at Shi Yan's big hands holding her tightly and looked at his tall back. He said lightly, "Let me go." Shi Yan turned around and looked at the two people's hands. He slowly let go of her and reminded her softly. Ming Shu, we just got here. Keep a low profile. Ming Shu certainly knew to keep a low profile, but she didn't want to share his things. I know, Ming Shu said, and then she went to the field to pull weeds. She lowered her head to think about her own things, and her hands were not slow. Today, Shurian saw that Ming Shu didn't speak, so he looked at her for a few times, lowered his head to think about things while working. It was the first time he was interested in a woman in his 20s. So he didn't know how to please a girl. In the army, I heard those soldiers say that if you want to chase a girl, you have to work for him. But it seems that the current situation is not suitable for him, and he doesn't have much time. The two of them pulled out all the weeds in the vegetable field while thinking about things. At noon, when the team leader in charge of their work came to inspect, he couldn't help but stare at the two children from the city with astonishment. He originally thought that these spoiled city people must know nothing about farm work, but what he saw was completely unexpected. The two were not only quick and efficient. The team leader was surprised, and when his eyes fell on the vegetable field that had been cleaned up exceptionally clean, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. How should the work points be calculated? It's not the time for autumn harvest yet. Usually, a whole day's work can only get 8 work points. When it's busy, you can get 10 work points a day. After thinking it over, the team leader decided to go to the captain to discuss it. After the captain learned the news, he carefully checked the situation on the scene and made a decision without hesitation. It will be calculated as 8 work points for the whole day. As for the part that will continue to be worked in the afternoon, it can be calculated separately. This is not good. The other team members will definitely make trouble if they know it, the team leader said hesitantly. They slack off every day, and I didn't say anything to them, but they still have the nerve to make trouble. It's such a large vegetable field, and the educated youth from the city can finish it in one morning. They've been doing this work for a long time, can't they finish it? The captain still had that face, and said, unhappy. That's it. If they come to make trouble, let them come to me, the captain said with a black face, and then told Ming Shu and Shi Yan to keep it up and left. Ming Shu has no concept of work points now, so she doesn't care, and Shi Yan doesn't care even more. The two were stopped by the village chief on the road, and they remembered that they had pork for lunch. The two turned around and followed the village chief to the square. The village chief took out 15 kilograms of meat and handed it to the two. Ming Shu glanced at the 5 kilograms of meat in her hand halfway and said to Shi Yan, I'll buy your meat. What are you doing? Shi Yan frowned and looked at Ming Shu. You killed this wild boar, so I can't take your things for nothing, Ming-Shu said firmly. Shurian stared at Ming-Shu for a while. Okay, you can look at it yourself. He now knew that she was tough, and he couldn't force her too much. Besides, she couldn't cook it anyway. It would be better for him to cook it and give it to her directly. Ming-Shu took out 3 yuan and handed it to him. Thank you, this money and part of the wages. Please help me deal with it. I can't cook. Okay, I'll take the money. Shurian took the money and the meat. Ming-Shu was relieved when she saw him accept it. Shurian looked at Ming-Shu's expression and smiled bitterly in his heart. Go back. Well, He-yun and Jo Won-fu just got their marriage certificate yesterday. Now they're still living in the educated youth point. When Shurian and his team brought the meat back, everyone was looking at it. Later, He-yun and the newlyweds exchanged 5 pounds of meat for a banquet on the grounds of their wedding. As the weather was too hot, Shurian and his friends braised the remaining meat in a clay pot in the yard. There was a full pot of meat, and Li Xiaoming and Wang Donli exchanged 2 pounds of braised meat to leave. Chun Guojun did not exchange. And Wang Meiying had been silent since she encountered that scene yesterday morning, when Jo Won-fu and He-yun got their marriage certificate. Miao Dandan looked at the braised meat in the pot, and also exchanged half a pound. There were still a few pounds of braised meat left. Several grown men plus Ming-Shu finished it quickly. After Chun-Li and Yi-Lu finished their meal, they went into the house and handed something to Shurian. What are you doing? Shurian looked down at the food in front of him and looked at them in confusion. Sure, Jiqing, although we are partners, we are eating your pork today, so we have to give you something. Otherwise, we won't feel at ease eating. Yi-Lu handed the only pencil to Shurian. Yes, sure, Jiqing, we have eaten so much of your meat, so we have to show our appreciation. Chun-Li said with a smile while holding something. No need, we are all comrades, just eating some meat, no need to be so discriminating. Shurian pushed their things back. Since you are so polite, why don't you cook for us for 5 days to offset the money for the meat? And she said with a smile. Chun-Li saw that Shurian really didn't want to accept the things. He thought about it and nodded. Okay, we will cook for you for 10 days. Yi-Lu also nodded in agreement. Okay, and she agreed quickly. He was the person who hated cooking the most. Shurian glanced at In-chi and said nothing. Ming-Shu's 5 pounds of meat were mixed together and part of it was exchanged by others. Shurian gave Ming-Shu the things that others exchanged. Ming-Shu didn't say anything after taking it. After eating and drinking, she walked towards the village. After walking for a while, she saw that Shurian didn't follow her, so she immediately raised her feet and walked up the mountain. Ming-Shu quickly rushed to the place where Shurian and the wild boar had fought fiercely yesterday. The scene in front of her was shocking. The ground was covered with broken branches and leaves, and it was in a mess. Obviously, this place could no longer be used, and she had to find another place. Ming-Shu climbed up the tree branch and looked around, catching a glimpse of a dense forest. She slid down the tree and recalled the direction she had just seen. She took a knife and cut the weeds and walked over there. She looked around the environment with sharp eyes, and her feet stepped on the soft fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. The further she walked in, the fresher and more moister the air became. The sun cast mottled light and shadows through the gaps between the leaves. At the same time, it also allowed her to see the medicinal materials clearly. Ming-Shu saw a large cluster of green leaves in front of her on the left, with a red seed in the middle of the green leaves. She stepped forward and took a closer look, recalling the picture of ginseng she saw on the internet before the end of the world. This is exactly the same as the picture. Ming-Shu quickly used her mental power to check and found that there was a large piece of ginseng below. There was a hint of joy in her eyes. She looked at the ginseng forest and recalled the article she had read in her previous life about identifying ginseng. She chose some ginsengs with tall leaves and dug slowly with a knife. She dug out 10 old ginsengs. She put them all in the space to keep them fresh. She kept the rest for later. Ming-Shu walked around the ginseng forest and memorized the location. In the future, as long as the ginsengs don't become spirits and run away, she can find them. She walked forward and saw a few Ganoderma lucidum next to the big tree. She carefully picked them up and put them in the space. She came across some fruits on the trees, such as pine cones. Ming Shu picked some fruits, but not pine cones, because there were a few squirrels on them staring at her. Ming Shu suddenly got playful and picked up a pine cone and threw it at them, which immediately angered the squirrels. They picked pine cones from the tree and threw them at her. Ming Shu couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the head a few times. She picked up the pine cones again and threw them at them. They threw them at her. One person and a few squirrels, throwing them back and forth like this.
A few back and forth.
Ming Shu had enough fun and made a stop gesture to them. Suddenly, she remembered that they didn't understand. She quickly hid in a patch of grass and shouted to them, "No more fighting, truce," regardless of whether they could understand or not. The squirrels squeaked when they saw this human talking and threw pine cones. Ming Shu could only run forward quickly. Seeing that she had left the squirrels' territory, she smiled and found a rock to rest. She supported herself with her hands and looked up at the blue sky. For a moment, she felt that if she really lived in the mountains, it would be a very good choice. The air here is good, and the supplies are so abundant. If she lives here for a long time and eats natural ingredients, she will definitely live a long life in the future. Ming Shu was intoxicated with beautiful thoughts. Suddenly, she heard a sliding sound, and she stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw two huge pythons coiled on the large platform above the rock where she was sitting, one with patterns and the other black. The two pythons were entangled with each other. After a while, the black python slid away. The patterned one was coiled there with its eyes closed. Ming Shu quickly lowered her head and was about to walk lightly to the edge of the rock to hide. But at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the distance. The python was awakened. It opened its big copper bell eyes and saw a human standing here. It slid over slowly. With its head raised high, its mouth spitting out scarlet tongues, its big copper bell eyes stared coldly at Ming Shu, who was sitting on the rock. It seemed to see through her soul. Ming Shu saw that she was discovered, so she stood up and watched it slide towards her with its head raised. A flash of anger flashed in her eyes. She tightly held the knife in her hand, and at the same time, she concentrated her energy, mobilized her spiritual power, and stared at the giant python firmly, without moving. Suddenly, the giant python made a hissing sound, and its upper body contracted and rushed towards Ming Shu. Ming Shu quickly jumped onto the rock, turned around quickly, stared at it, concentrated her spiritual power and attacked it fiercely, and at the same time replaced the knife with a chainsaw to chop it. The giant python's head and body felt pain at the same time, and it twisted its body and quickly surrounded Ming Shu, trying to strangle her. Seeing this, Ming Shu jumped from the rock onto it and cut its head fiercely. The giant python was attacked from both sides, and its head, which was originally held high, began to slowly droop. It twisted its body desperately to resist the attack. Seeing this, Ming Shu did not dare to take it lightly and accelerated the refinement of her mental power. This invisible offensive became more powerful, and once again, wave after wave, it pressed down on the giant python. The electric saw in her hand turned into a knife and stabbed harder. Finally, after Ming Shu stabbed dozens of times, the giant python lay on the ground, its snake eyes blurred. She took the opportunity to sense the location of the giant python's heart, and with one cut, the giant python was completely dead. Ming Shu sat on the rock again and looked at the corpse of the giant python lying on the ground. She panted lightly and took out the pheasant that she had not finished eating before to replenish her energy. Ming Shu looked around while eating. This was the first time she came here and encountered ferocious animals like pythons. It seemed that this should be the innermost part of the mountain. The location of the fight with the wild boar last night should be considered as the periphery. She looked up at the sun and found that it was slightly shifted to the west. It was estimated that it was around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as she was about to leave again, there were sharp shouts coming from the front. Ming Shu quickly hid in the bushes. After a while, a man leading the group was seen holding a box and running forward in a panic, followed by several men in black. They ran and screamed, and looked back from time to time. Not far behind them, the black python was chasing them with its fangs and claws. Seeing that the distance between the python and them was getting closer and closer, the situation became more and more dangerous. At this moment, the man closest to the python did not hesitate to reach out and pull out a pistol from his waist and shot the python while running and looking back. When the gunshot rang out, Shi Yan, who was sitting in the youth courtyard, twitched his ears and turned around to ask Chi, "Did you hear the gunshot just now?" "No, how could there be a gunshot here?" "You heard it wrong," and Chi said, sitting on a stool against the wall with squinting eyes. Shi Yan raised his hand to touch his ear and looked up at the direction of the mountain. In the deep mountains, the burly man running in the front heard the gunshot, turned around suddenly, and shouted angrily at the man who fired the gun, "Sixth brother, who told you to shoot?" His voice was like thunder, echoing in the air, with majesty and abnormal anger. "Boss, if you don't shoot, I will be eaten by this python." The man who fired the gun was frightened by the strong man's roar and paused for a moment, then quickly ran to his side and said, "I warn you again and again, don't shoot. If others hear us, we will be finished." The python that was shot was immediately enraged and quickly slid towards the men. "Old lady, don't say anything. Run quickly, the python is about to catch up." But before they could run a few steps, the huge python with its bloody mouth opened was in front of them, and the men were so frightened that their faces turned pale as paper. One of the men shouted to the leader in a trembling voice, "Boss, what should we do now?" The other men stepped back while staring at the python and looked at their boss with horror. Their boss hugged the things in his arms tightly and looked at the man who fired the gun beside him with a sinister and vicious look. He stretched out his hand and pushed him into the python's mouth and quickly ran forward. Before the man who fired the gun could react, he was swallowed by the python. The others looked at their boss in horror. They didn't expect that the boss who usually treated them as a brother could be so cruel. Just as they were surprised, they saw the python catching up again, and they fled in all directions. The python nimbly shuttled through the woods, chasing them relentlessly. It swallowed them one by one without waiting for them to pull the trigger. Then it went after their boss. Ming Shu still stopped and observed. She ate the half-chicken she roasted to restore her strength as soon as possible. The boss looked up at the python close at hand. He took out his gun without hesitation and shot it several times, but the python's skin was thick and it couldn't hurt it at all. Shi Yan and Chi, who were still sitting in the yard, heard the gunshots coming from the deep mountains. They suddenly stood up and looked at each other, then turned their heads and stared at the mountains with a serious face. Then, the two ran towards the mountains at lightning speed. At this time, the boss saw that he was going to die in the snake's mouth, so he threw the box in his hand at it. He tried to use it to scare the python away and get away. The box hit the python and slid straight into the bushes, not causing any harm to it, but angering it instead. It slowly slid above the man, looking down at him. The man looked at the bloody mouth above his head and trembled with fear. Seeing the snake's mouth getting closer and closer, the man finally disappeared into the snake's mouth with a scream. Not far away, Ming Shu narrowed her eyes as she looked at the box that was sliding down, but she didn't move at all. She watched the python silently. When the python swallowed the last person, blood flowed from the corner of its mouth and dripped on the grass, and the snake's body exuded a dangerous message. And when it turned its big eyes like copper bells and looked back at her, Ming Shu still didn't move, but the knife in her hand had quietly replaced it with a bloody electric saw. She stared at the python in front of her without blinking. The man and the snake just stared at each other in the air. Suddenly, the python shook its body violently and slid towards Ming Shu like an arrow from a string. In the blink of an eye, it was close. Ming Shu quickly dodged to the side and swung the electric saw in her hand quickly, slashing at the python. The python dodged the attack swiftly, and with a sudden swing of its tail, Ming Shu fell to the ground. She quickly stood up, dodging its attack skillfully, and using her mental power to attack the python's head to slow down its movements. She took the opportunity to dodge back, slipped to the python's abdomen, and stabbed the snake's heart in the same way. Then, She took out the chainsaw again and chopped at the python frantically. While the python was in unbearable pain and swung its tail wildly, she took its life. After Ming Shu chopped several times, she saw that the snake finally stopped moving. She turned pale and completely collapsed on the ground. After killing 2 giant pythons, she really had no strength left in her body. She took out the fruit and ate it, and carefully pulled a ginseng beard and put it in her mouth. Slowly waited for her body to recover. When Shi Yan and Enqi, who were still running, entered the deep mountains, they did not hear the gunshots. At this time, the two could only run to the deep mountains by sound. Shi Yan ran faster, and he was still worried about Ming Shu. She was not at the educated youth point at noon, so she must have gone up the mountain again. He didn't want to follow her too closely and bore her, so he didn't follow her. Now there was a gunshot here, and he didn't know how she was doing. Ming Shu, who he was worried about, had recovered a little after eating the ginseng whiskers, but she was still very hungry. When she was able to sit up and lean against the python, the sun moved a few points to the west. She looked back at the dead body of the python and thought about cutting it up and roasting it to replenish energy. But after seeing it eat 5 humans with her own eyes, Ming Shu said that she was spoiled and really couldn't eat it. She leaned against the python to rest and didn't dare to take the ginseng whiskers again, fearing that eating too much would be bad for her health. She had to take out some fruits to eat. After eating them all, she felt better. Ming Shu slowly stood up and walked around the python slowly and saw the iron box thrown by the man. She squatted down and looked at it carefully. How could it be here? Ming Shu looked at the iron box with confusion. Suddenly, she felt that she shouldn't be curious about this thing, but after thinking about it, she put it in the space. Find an opportunity to take it out later. Ming Shu stood up, feeling dizzy. She hurriedly held onto a tree to rest for a while, then broke off a thick branch to support her soft body and slowly moved out. Along the way, she ate everything she could eat, hoping to recover her strength as soon as possible. At this moment, her own fragility made her feel terrified. Whether she was betrayed by her loved ones at the end of the world, or those people drugged her before going to the countryside, she had never been so powerless and terrified. Although Ming Shu had traveled through time for several years, she rarely ate meat. Usually, she ate some coarse grains. Even if Lin Wanmei bought meat, she would take her sons to her mother's house for a snack. They thought Ming Shu didn't know. In fact, she knew everything, but she didn't want to argue with them about these things anymore, and she was exhausted. She decided to train her body and strengthen her mental strength in the future and store more food in the space. In case this happens again in the future. Shi Yan and Enqi had already quickly run to the place where Ming Shu was fighting with the python. The people on both sides missed each other perfectly. The two looked at the python about 3 meters long lying on the ground with its eyes closed. It was covered with wounds from being cut by knives. Enqi poked the python with a long branch, but it didn't move. He was surprised, good man, who killed such a big python. Where is the shooter? Shi Yan frowned and stared at the python. Suddenly, he saw several blood holes like beads on the snake's abdomen. He walked forward, squatted down, stretched out his slender hand with a serious face, touched the blood hole, lowered his head, and looked at it carefully. It was obviously a gunshot wound. He lowered his head a few more times and saw that the muzzle was not deep, and the bullet was still embedded in the surface of the meat. It seems that the python did not die because of these bullets. Shi Yan picked up a sharp branch on the side, stretched out his hand, and pried the branch towards the muzzle. After a while, a bullet was pried out. Shi Yan picked it up and observed it carefully. His face suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly. Enqi saw that Shi Yan's face was serious. He quickly came over, took the bullet from his hand, and examined it for a few seconds. Frowned and looked at Shi Yan. How did it get here? Shi Yan shook his head. He frowned and looked around the python, stomped his feet and stared at the snake's bulging belly, squatted down and reached out to touch it carefully.
He found that it was a human outline.
Enqi, come here. Shi Yan called Enqi and continued to touch it. And she, who was prying the bullet over there, hurried over and saw his movements. You suspect that the owner of this bullet was eaten by the python. Basically certain, and the python died not long after eating. Shi Yan took the lead with a gloomy face. Then we. And she said seriously. Yeah. Shi Yan and Shi nodded in tacit understanding, and at the same time they both found a sharp branch, and the two struggled to cut open the snake's belly. After an hour or so, the two looked at the 5 mutilated men lying on the ground whose faces were partially corroded by the snake's stomach acid. And Shi and Shi Yan looked at each other. Remember their faces. Draw them when you go back, and I'll search them. Shi Yan looked at the people on the ground and said to Shi seriously. And Shi stared at the features of the bodies. He replayed them one by one in his mind and confirmed them. Shi Yan took out the linen gloves he had prepared for Ming Shu from his pocket. These gloves were made for men and fit Shi Yan just right. Shi Yan squatted down and searched the men one by one. He first found guns from their waists, which still had unfired bullets. There were also many documents such as bills and money and a special document. Shi Yan took off his gloves and took a look. He stared at it for a long time, his eyes narrowed slightly. And Shi, take a look at this. Shi Yan handed the thing to Shi. And Shi looked at the thing in front of him, and suddenly sat on the ground. He took it and looked at it and sneered, "Great job, double agent." Shi Yan patted his childhood friend on the shoulder and looked at the bodies in front of him. "Take a break, I'll go see if there are any other clues." Okay, and Shi put down the documents and looked at the bodies. His eyes were full of coldness, and he stared at them intently. It seemed as if he wanted to engrave them in his mind. Shi Yan stood up and walked slowly nearby. After walking around carefully, he saw another giant python. He circled around the giant python and found that this one had the same cut wounds as the other one. Judging from the wounds, it might have been cut by one person. Shi Yan continued to check and suddenly saw bone fragments scattered in the grass. He squatted down and picked up a small bone. A gust of wind blew over and a fragrance came into his nose. Shi Yan was stunned. He put the bone to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. There was a hint of surprise and panic in his eyes. He looked back at the abdomen of the python and found that there was no female corpse. His expression relaxed a little. Then he took it away and looked at it for a while before throwing it away. He laughed at himself for thinking too much. He stood up and walked to Shi. He saw that he had just finished a few paintings. He went to the snake's abdomen and pried up all the bullets. He rubbed it clean with a large leaf and put it in his pocket. He took the large leaf and wrapped the search things, sorted them out, and put them in his pocket. Okay, let's go down the mountain quickly. I'll call to report the situation, and you can draw them. Shi Yan looked at the corpse and said to Shi, who was still sitting. Shi retracted his gaze and stood up.
Okay.
The two looked back at the python and the corpses and quickly went down the mountain. After the two went down the mountain, Shi Yan went to borrow a bicycle from the village chief and rushed to the town. Shi went back to the room and drew the general appearance of several people in his mind. Ming Shu hit a pheasant the road and was by the pond. Sitting on a rock, she plucked the chicken feathers and removed the internal organs, washed it, and roasted it over a fire. When she felt it was cooked, she immediately tore off a chicken leg and started eating it. After eating a chicken, Ming Shu sat on a rock and leaned against a big tree behind her, closing her eyes and adjusting her breath secretly. Strengthen the chicken she had just eaten and let it turn into energy to replenish the emptiness in her body. At this time, she closed her eyes and dozed off. The cool breath originally emanating from her body gradually converged. The sunlight shone through the leaves on her pale cheeks, gently caressing her delicate skin, making her originally bloodless face actually have a faint halo. It also made her originally cold and beautiful face gentle and delicate. Suddenly, there was a noise from the bushes in front of her on the left. Ming Shu's eyelids moved. Brother, there is a woman over there." A man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks pulled aside the tall grass and saw Ming Shu leaning against a big tree in front of him. He immediately retracted his head excitedly and shouted, "You dream of having a wife, don't you? How can a woman come from this wilderness?" A man laughed hoarsely. obviously not believing what the monkey said. "Monkey boy, how can a woman come here in this wilderness? Don't dream in the daytime." Another sturdy man's voice came. "Ha, that's right, monkey boy, you're almost 18 years old. This year, let your mother find you a wife. You won't daydream anymore if you have a wife." "Yes, yes, yes, ha ha." At the same time, several men laughed loudly. "Hey, third brother, there is really a woman in front." Seeing that his eldest brother and third brother did not believe it, the monkey boy hurriedly pulled his third brother out of the bushes. Pointing at Ming Shu, he shouted, "Third brother, look, isn't that a woman? And a beautiful woman." The man called third brother looked at Ming Shu, and suddenly his eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes hard, and when he saw that the woman did not disappear, he shouted, "Brother, there is really a woman here. You already have a wife at home. Why are you still thinking about women?" The eldest brother joked and led several other men to stride over through the bushes. Seeing that his eldest brother and the others were coming over, the monkey boy walked over proudly and pointed at Ming Shu and said, "Brother, isn't this a woman?" When the 8 men saw that there was really a woman, and a delicate and beautiful woman, they stared at her closely. Some men who had not touched a woman for a long time even swallowed their saliva. The leading man was a little wary when he saw the woman who suddenly appeared, but not much. The 7 men could not care so much about each other, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Ming Shu felt the of these people, and she opened her eyes, and the gentle expression on her face instantly turned cold. She swept across the 8 men in front of her. The older man in the lead seemed to be holding a shotgun in his hand. Some of the other men were holding kitchen knives, and some were carrying hoes. Except for the shotgun, the others were carrying some weapons that did not cause much damage. Ming Shu swept over and saw that they had several sacks hanging on their shoulders. Some of the sacks were bulging, and there were movements in the sacks. It was estimated that the prey was not a villager from the Qingshan Brigade. The man called the eldest brother was also looking at Ming Shu's expression. Seeing that she saw the 8 men in this desolate mountain, there was no fear on their faces. He glanced at the chicken feathers and the extinguished fire beside her. It was clear that this was a bold woman. "Brother, she's the only woman here. Why not us?" A man wearing black coarse cloth and with a scar on his forehead rubbed his hands and said with a grin, "Yes, brother, this woman looks like an educated youth from the city. Her family must be far away. After we have our fun, we can secretly take her back. Hey, keep us for a few months and then kill us. No one will find out." A pockmarked man looked at Ming Shu's fair and tender appearance with a vicious look in his eyes and said to their eldest brother with a smile, "Okay, I agree. The women in our village are not as pretty as the educated youth in the city. We can keep us for a few months and then sell us. It would be a pity to kill her." A man with yellow teeth smiled at Ming Shu. "Yes, let us all have a taste, especially the monkey boy. He has never touched a woman before." "Yes, let the monkey boy have a taste." These men seemed to be awakened, and several other men said at the same time, "Their wives are not more delicate than this woman." The man in the lead had an idea on his face, but he remained alert. He had been going up the mountain for many years and had never seen a woman dare to go up the mountain alone. He was afraid that this woman had something dangerous. Ming Shu, who was sitting on the stone, heard the harsh words of the men in front of her. A flash of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She supported her recovered body and slowly walked to the middle of the group of men. When the men saw Ming Shu approaching, their eyes were immediately attracted by her beautiful body. 2 or 3 of them were so anxious that they couldn't wait to untie their belts. The man with pockmarks on his face drooled and stuttered. Big brother, this is the legendary. The beauty often mentioned in the opera, right?" The leading man had no time to answer. He looked at Ming Shu, who was walking towards him with empty hands. He gradually let down his guard and stared at Ming Shu, his eyes full of greed and desire. Ming Shu stood there expressionlessly, ignoring these ugly faces. Seeing the leading man's face relaxed, she suddenly dodged behind him and placed the fruit knife in her hand across the aorta on his neck. She shouted fiercely in his ear, "Give me the shotgun or I'll kill you." Ming Shu pressed the fruit knife down a few inches. The leading man froze, his face full of horror. He had never thought that the seemingly weak Ming Shu would be so courageous. He raised the shotgun tremblingly and handed it to Ming Shu. The other men were stunned when they saw Ming Shu holding their boss with a knife, and they all looked at Ming Shu in amazement. Especially the monkey boy. He didn't understand why the beautiful lady had changed. Ming Shu quickly took the gun and replaced the knife with a gun muzzle pointing at them. In her eyes, and she pointed the gun at them. "Don't move. If anyone dares to move, I will shoot." The men were frightened by Ming Shu's momentum and froze in place. "Throw away the things on you." Ming Shu pointed the gun at them expressionlessly. Seeing that they were still hesitating, she raised her gun and fired a shot into the air. Yelling "Hurry up!" the men were frightened when they saw Ming Shu really shooting, and they took off their things and threw them away. Ming Shu raised her gun and fired at them again, including at the feet of the leading man. Regardless of their screams, she pointed at the depths of the mountain with a blank expression and said to them with a dark face, "Put your hands up and go inside." The 8 big men were frightened by Ming Shu's cruelty, and they raised their hands and walked inside in fear. Ming Shu walked behind them with a gun. "Girl, we are villagers from House Han Village. This time, we didn't mean to offend. Can you make an exception?" The leading man raised his hand and came back to his senses. Seeing that Ming Shu wanted to drive them into the mountains alone, his face changed, and he begged in a deep voice. "Don't talk nonsense, get out of here." Ming Shu was unmoved, raised her gun, and hit the man's back hard. The man groaned in pain, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. "Oomph, no offense? How can those who can think of imprisoning her, playing with her ruthlessly, and even selling her after that be good people? Girl, please let us go. We are all good people. We are really bewitched today.
We can't go to this steep mountain.
There are many wild beasts in it." The pockmarked man in front burst into tears. When Ming Shu heard it and was about to shoot, it turned out that there was no bullet in the gun. At this moment, the leading man seemed to know that there was no bullet in the gun. He quickly pulled a knife from his sleeve and turned around to stab her. Seeing this, Ming Shu swiftly dodged to the side, quickly stepped back a few steps, and quickly raised the shotgun to block the tip of the knife, and then kicked him hard in the chest. The leading man lay not far away. He lay motionless on the ground as if he had fainted. The others, seeing his eldest brother resisting, all turned around and besieged Ming Shu. Seeing this, Ming Shu took the gun and shot at them without panic. One by one, they were beaten back and fell heavily to the ground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. It is true that one force can defeat 10 skills. No matter how many people there are, they are just paper tigers in front of absolute strength. Ming Shu raised her feet and stepped on them one by one, using her mental power to sense whether they were really fainted. She walked into the woods and pulled a few vines, and tied them up like the Calabash brothers. Ming Shu walked in front, holding the vines that were specially left, and dragged the 8 fainted men behind her. She stepped on the weeds, stepped over the sharp stones, and stepped over the rugged, steep slopes. Wherever she passed, she left a trail of blood-stained roads.
To the side of the python.
The 8 men behind were so miserable, their flesh and blood were blurred, and their original appearance could not be seen at all. Not only that, there was not a single intact spot on their bodies. Some wounds were still bleeding. Ming Shu dragged the 8 people who looked like corpses behind her and walked to the belly of the python. She was immediately shocked by the blood in front of her. She saw that the belly of the python was cut open. It was empty. There were all kinds of meat scraps in the grass beside the belly, and there were several fresh corpses that had not been digested. Ming Shu endured the nausea and looked carefully at the clothes on the men. They were scattered from the inside, as if they had been searched. She looked at the corpse suspiciously. Could it be that these men were important figures? She thought of the iron box in her space. Suddenly, her head hurt a little. Could it be that he took something he shouldn't have taken? Ming Shu pondered for a while, looked up, and saw that the sun was gradually setting. She decided to deal with the work in her hands first. At worst, she could fight against the enemy with her generals and cover the water with earth. And her identity could withstand investigation. She was not afraid no matter what. She tied the 8 bloody men to the big tree one by one, and then collected all the sharp objects on their bodies. If they can survive like this, it only means that they are lucky. If they are lucky enough to survive and still want to take revenge on her, then she will have to send them on their way. After Ming Shu tied them up, she stepped back a few steps, looked at the 8 men, and checked them again. No problem. She turned around and wanted to go back. However, at this moment, she suddenly seemed to be frozen, and her whole body was stunned, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Her eyes were fixed on the figure in the bushes in front of her. Looking closely, it turned out to be Shi Yan. At this time, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat as big as beans, which were rolling down continuously, soaking his clothes. But he was unaware of it. His tall and straight body stood firmly in place. His brows were furrowed like the ups and downs of mountains, and his eyes were staring at her. Ming Shu recognized the person coming, and her eyes flickered several times in succession. Shi Yan stared at Ming Shu, who turned around and was stunned not far ahead. He saw that she was standing next to a pile of corpses, with a calm expression and no fear on her face. She was covered in dirt and dust, but it was hard to hide her beautiful but not coquettish temperament. He scanned her body and saw that she was safe and sound, and finally put down his heart. After he and she reported to their superiors, they hurried back to the educated youth point to wait for orders, but Ming Shu was nowhere to be seen. He became more and more flustered and uneasy, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Without time to think about it, Shi Yan immediately walked towards the mountain while shouting. When he walked to the place where he hunted wild boars last time, he saw traces of dragging on the ground, and his heartbeat accelerated. Shi Yan suppressed his uneasy heart and walked forward along the traces for a while. Bloodstains appeared, and the bloodstains became more and more, which made Shi Yan's heart heavier. He followed the bloodstains to here and saw that she tied several bloody people whose life and death were unknown to the tree. But he stood here but did not stop her, and even had the urge to help, just to make her not so hard. Ming Shu saw Shi Yan frowning and staring at her. She didn't know whether he disapproved of her behavior or thought she was cold-blooded. Ming Shu felt bitter when she thought of this. She wanted to say something, but felt it was unnecessary. No matter which one it was, they were not the same kind of people. Even when she suspected that she was pregnant and he proposed marriage, she also considered getting a marriage certificate with him. But she was forced by the environment and wanted to let her child live a peaceful life. Don't be like her, who spent her entire childhood wandering around. As for feelings, they can be cultivated slowly in the future. If they can't be cultivated, it doesn't matter. For the sake of the child, she is willing to live a good life with him. But that was just a fleeting thought, and she was quickly dispelled by herself. She thought of all the complicated interpersonal relationships. She would rather go to the mountains to be a savage than disrupt her peaceful life. And now it is even more unnecessary. Ming Shu is now very sure that she is not pregnant. Although she has never given birth to a child in her previous life, she also knows that excessive exercise is the most taboo in the early stages of pregnancy. Running and jumping like this afternoon, she didn't feel any pain in her stomach. She must not be pregnant. Then there was no connection between him and her. Since they were not on the same path, there was no need to get entangled in unnecessary trouble. Just as she was about to speak, he strode over. Shi Yan saw Ming Shu standing there motionless and took a few big steps to her. He looked at her carefully from a close distance and saw that except for a few weeds on her short hair, she was not damaged at all. He reached out and picked the weeds off her head and looked down at her bright eyes. "Are you tired?" Ming Shu felt the slender hands passing over her head. She looked up at his eyes full of concern. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She stared into his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "How long have you been here?" "I just came." "Aren't you curious about why I tied them up?" "You tied them up, it must be their fault." Shi Yan's eyes swept over the bloody people on the tree. At first glance, they were all men, and in this uninhabited mountain, Ming Shu tied several men to the tree, and it was self-evident why. Shi Yan's eyes flashed with anger, but his professional ethics made him suppress it. He looked up at the bloody men and hung on the tree. Whether they can hold on until someone comes to rescue them tomorrow depends entirely on their own fate. Shi Yan recalled the phone call he made not long ago, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. He held Ming Shu's wrist tightly. Let's go back first. Ming Shu lowered her head and stared at her wrist, feeling the warmth and strength from the other's palm. She did not break free from the pair of powerful hands, but silently followed Shi Yan down the mountain. Along the way, both of them were silent. Ming Shu turned her head from time to time. Her eyes fell on the resolute and steady figure beside her. She was in a very complicated mood at the moment. The wind blew the leaves and made a rustling sound. Shi Yan carefully led Ming Shu through the dense woods, vigilantly paying attention to the movements around. Ming Shu followed him silently with her head down. The two came to the edge of the pool. Shi Yan stared at Ming Shu, who was all dirty, and said softly in a gentle tone, "Wash yourself. After you are clean, we will go down the mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to a place not far from Ming Shu, then turned around and faced her with his back. Ming Shu's eyes followed Shi Yan closely, and seeing his deliberately suspicious behavior, she couldn't help but feel a different emotion in her heart. She subconsciously reached out to touch her cheek, but felt her hands full of dust. She squatted down, stretched out her hands to scoop up a few handfuls of clean water, and casually splashed it on her face to wash it simply. Then she grabbed a few handfuls of water with her hands and quickly rubbed her hair a few times. After doing all this, Ming Shu stood up and stared at her face reflected in the water. It really looked much neater than before. "Okay," Ming Shu shouted loudly to Shi Yan, who was a few meters away. The voice echoed in the air and was clearly heard by Shi Yan. Shi Yan turned around and walked over quickly. When he approached and was about to speak, his eyes, which were originally looking straight ahead, drooped involuntarily, and his sight happened to fall on her shirt that was accidentally soaked with water from washing her face. At that moment, the memories of that night came to his mind like a tide, making his ears slightly flushed. Shi Yan didn't dare to think too much and quickly turned his eyes away. He quickened his pace and continued to move forward. Ming Shu was keenly aware of Shi Yan's gaze. She lowered her head and looked at her soaked shirt, and the fair skin inside was clearly displayed in front of her through the wet shirt. The wet clothes stuck to her skin, making her feel a little cold. There was also a hint of embarrassment. Ming Shu pinched the collar and shook it. Just as she was about to follow Shi Yan down the mountain, she suddenly saw some scattered things in the bushes. She remembered that she threatened those people to throw them. She used her mental power to detect each sack and found that there were many wild animals and herbs in it, as well as a ginseng, a Ganoderma lucidum, and the like. Ming Shu was not familiar with herbs, and her guesses were based on the pictures on the internet. She looked at the man standing in front of her waiting for her to catch up with Shi Yan. She wanted to call him, but then she thought that they were living in a dormitory now, and if she took these things back to the residence of the educated youth, it would inevitably add a lot of trouble. It would be better to put them in the space first and wait for later. Having made up her mind, she took advantage of Shi Yan's unpreparedness and put all the things scattered on the ground, including hose, kitchen knives, etc., into the space in the blink of an eye. After doing this, she hurriedly stepped forward and followed Shi Yan closely. The two walked slowly down the steep mountain road, without saying a word. When they were about to see the village, Shi Yan looked down from time to time at Ming Shu's front and saw that the clothes were dry, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Ming Shu rolled her eyes at him in her heart, pretending not to see his little thoughts, and quickly walked back to the educated youth point. From a distance, not far from the educated youth, she could hear laughter and various congratulations from inside. It was obvious that Zhou Wenfu and He Yun were hosting a small banquet. Ming Shu had just entered the youth courtyard when she saw two tables placed side by side in the middle of the courtyard. The tables were filled with meat and dishes. The tables were full of people. He Yun was wearing a military green dress with a red flower on her chest. She had a little blush on her face, and her hair was tied with a red cloth. She looked well dressed, and Zhou Wenfu also had a red flower on his chest. But his face seemed a little reluctant. The two of them sat in the middle. Wang Donli, Miao Dandan, and Wang Meiying sat below He-yun, and on the other side, Li Xiaoming, Chen Guojun, and Chen Liyilu sat below Zhou Wenfu. And she was not here. What was going on? Aren't the two sides incompatible? Why were they sitting together? Ming Shu was confused in her heart, but her face was calm. He-yun was the bride today, and also the heroine. She was accepting the blessings of the youth court with a happy face when she suddenly saw Ming Shu with messy hair and clothes stained with dirt walking into the courtyard. She was secretly unhappy, but thinking that today was her good day, she quickly stood up and walked over with a smile. Ming Jiqing, why did you come back just now? Today is a good day for me and Brother Zhou, so we prepared a banquet here. If you don't mind, we welcome you to join us. Zhou Wenfu also stood up immediately and walked over with a glass of wine, smiling. Yes, Ming Jiqing, we all come from all corners of the world, and it's fate. Taking advantage of Xiaoyun and Ai's banquet, we can put aside our past grievances and prejudices. In this strange place, we will work together to stand firm and not let others look down on and bully us educated youth. Ming Shu looked at the two people in front of her expressionlessly, with extremely hypocritical smiles on their faces. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. She looked at the table and saw Chun Li and Yi Lu looking at her. She understood instantly. She sneered in her heart, and suddenly the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Her originally calm face suddenly seemed to bloom with a colorful flower.
She said softly, okay.
Her voice was clear and pleasant, but with a hint of subtle sarcasm. Ming Shu walked to the table and saw that there were still a few empty bowls. She picked up a pot of wine on the side and filled the bowls in one go. She held it up and walked in front of them. I wish you two a happy marriage and a long-lasting love. After saying that, she picked up the bowl and drank it all. She put the bowl on the table. She looked at the people at the table and said, "Excuse me," and turned to go into the house to take a shower. People in the yard were watching Ming Shu walk into the room, and they were all stunned by her smile. They had been in the countryside for several days, and had never seen Ming Shu smile a few times. At most she would sneer. At this moment, she smiled and instantly amazed everyone. Yi Lu looked at Ming Shu's back, his eyes flickering, and he tightly grasped the wine glass in his hand. Zhou Wenfu stared at Ming Shu's back, surprised that he didn't realize she was so beautiful. He-yun looked at Zhou Wenfu, her husband, who was actually staring at Ming Shu's back. A trace of relief flashed in his lowered eyes, and then he turned his head and said gently, "Brother Zhou, let's go back and sit down." Zhou Wenfu was reminded by He-yun's gentle voice, and he immediately came back to his senses. Looking at He-yun with a gentle face, he suddenly remembered that he was already married. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and then he remembered that Ming Shu kicked him last time, which still made him feel pain when he thought about it, and the regret in his heart immediately dissipated. He still likes gentle women, like his newlywed wife. He immediately raised his hand and held He-yun's hand. "Let's go back and sit down." "Yeah." He-yun lowered her head and responded gently. She walked to her seat with Zhou Wenfu and glanced at the room with a dark look in her eyes. Ming Shu stood in the kitchen and didn't know what the people in the yard were thinking. She saw a lot of kitchen utensils added to the kitchen. It seemed that they had seen the facts clearly and no longer thought that they came here to travel and stay for a few days and then leave. Instead, they had become educated youth who went to the countryside with their faces facing the Lus and their backs facing the sky. They would live here for the next 10 years. And in these 10 years, their small educated youth site would continue to increase in the future. Ming Shu thought of this, her eyes rolled. Looking at the narrow kitchen, these two rooms would definitely be crowded in the future. She didn't know if she could move out. The more Ming Shu thought about it, the more feasible it was. She sorted out her ideas carefully. She would talk to the village chief another day. Now Ming Shu fetched water and went back to the room to wash herself. Then washed the dirty clothes and dry them. When she returned to her room, she glanced at the male educated youth and found that there was no one inside. "Hey, where is Shi Yan who came back with her?" She talked to He-yun as soon as she entered the yard, and she didn't notice whether he followed her. She turned around and looked at the yard, and found that there was no one at the banquet. Ming-Shu took another look and found that Chi was not there either.
I guess the two of them went out for something.
Thinking of this, Ming-Shu put aside these thoughts and lay down on the Kong. When she was about to go to bed, she found that there were still things in the space that she had not looked at. She used her mental power to check the iron box in the space. It was called a box, but it was actually as big as a box, but it was square in shape and looked like a big box. She used her mental power to detect it. It was immediately retrieved. There was really a radio inside. There were also a few bills. Ming-Shu instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. This was not something she could take, so she had to find a chance to throw the secret thing to the Public Security Bureau. Putting it aside for the time being, she still looked at those sacks to see what was in them. 4 or 5 sacks. One sack was full of pheasants. There are also wild animals with lots of meat, such as rabbits. In one sack are common medicinal herbs, and the most special one is a small ginseng and a small ganoderma. This ginseng and ganoderma are probably very young. The village is far from the hospital in the town, and most villagers dig some herbs to boil and drink when they are injured. If the injury is serious, they go to the hospital. Ming-Shu didn't know the herbs, so she kept them in the space. She went to look through other bags and found that some of them were filled with mountain products, walnuts, dates, corn, chestnuts, pine nuts, and other fungi. Ming-Shu looked at the things in the space that she had obtained without any effort, and she felt no guilt at all. Those people deserved it. If it wasn't too troublesome, she would have wanted to get rid of them forever today. Ming-Shu used her mental power to put the 10 ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum in the space aside, put the other things aside, and closed her eyes and fell asleep. Shi Yan and Chi also came back. Seeing that people were still eating and drinking in the yard, Zhou Wenfu came forward to invite them, but both refused. After returning to their room, they lay directly on the Kong. In the middle of the night, Shi Yan opened his sharp eyes. He glanced at Chi, who was sleeping next to him. He quietly got up, ran out of the Educated Youth Point, and went up the mountain. He followed the route that Ming-Shu dragged, and he quickly eliminated these traces. He went to see the men again, and saw that they were breathing out more than breathing in, and it was estimated that they were in danger. When he returned to the Educated Youth Point, the roosters in the village began to crow. He had just entered the yard when Ming-Shu came back from the backyard. Ming-Shu stood in the yard and looked up at the sky. It was bright, probably around 4 o'clock. She saw Shi Yan, who had just entered the yard, his hair still wet, and immediately wondered, "Didn't you come back last night?"
Just got up early.
Shi Yan was a little surprised to see Ming-Shu, but he immediately continued. After a pause, he thought of something, and his originally haggard eyes suddenly became bright, staring at Ming-Shu closely, as if he wanted to see through her eyes to see her inner thoughts. Then he walked up to her with his slender legs, bowed slightly, and looked down at her eyes with a pair of starry eyes. "Are you worried about me?" Hearing this, Ming-Shu suddenly looked up at him with an expectant look, took a few steps back, lowered her head to avoid his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just asking." After saying that, she turned around quickly and prepared to walk into the female educated youth's room. When Shi Yan heard the answer, the light in his eyes flashed dimly. Then he returned to normal. When he saw that she was going back to the room, he quickly took her hand and pulled her in front of him, staring at her eyes and whispered, "Don't go to the mountain today."
Huh?
Ming-Shu looked at him in confusion. Although she was not going to the mountain today, she had to know why she couldn't go up the mountain.
"Listen to me. I'll explain it tonight,"
Shi Yan said in a deep voice. Ming-Shu frowned and looked at the man for a long time, then nodded. She didn't have to wait for him to explain in the evening. She knew the reason. Before they went to work in the morning, a large military truck came to the village. It stopped at the entrance of the mountain, and then an orderly team got off the car. This group of people were dressed in military uniforms, and their movements were quick and neat. In the blink of an eye, they rushed towards the deep mountains like an arrow from a string. Such a large truck was rarely seen in the village. One by one, they held their rice bowls in the morning and watched it not far from the truck to eat. They discussed while eating. This truck is really big. It can carry a lot of corn and wheat. A middle-aged man stuck his head in and said while looking. What are you talking about, kid? This is for loading bullets to shoot at the enemy. An old man came over shakily with a cane and hit the big man with it. Sir, I was just talking nonsense. The big man dodged again and again. Hey, are the two people walking in front just now Shirjiching and Injiching? An old lady laughed.
Yes.
Aren't they educated youth? How come they are mixed with soldiers? The old lady was very puzzled. Who knows? The educated youth in the crowd were looking at Shi Yan and Shi, who were different from usual. They had all kinds of thoughts in their minds. Miao Dandan looked at Shi Yan and Shi taking the lead and walking in front, and her hidden thoughts began to move in her heart. Ming Shu stood in the crowd watching the excitement, her eyes fixed on Shi Yan and Shi and the team. They looked solemn and dignified and ran at the forefront of the team with firm and powerful steps. Acting as a guide, Ming Shu stared quietly at their receding backs. She was not curious about how the two of them went up the mountain with the soldiers. She only thought of the radio in her space. Frowning and taking a deep breath. Should this thing be thrown into the Public Security Bureau, or should this hot potato be thrown back into the depths of the mountains? Ming Shu thought for a moment and continued to stay in the crowd and watch the mountains. After a while, the village chief started shouting heartbreakingly with a loudspeaker over there. His hoarse voice came through the loudspeaker. Don't look, go to work in the fields to earn work points, and share the money at the end of the year. When the team members heard the village chief's first shout, none of them moved. They continued to discuss around the truck. When the village chief shouted for the third time, they slowly began to walk towards the field. Ming Shu followed them to a new vegetable field. As soon as they arrived at the field, the team leader came over and called her in a deep voice. Ming Shu knew that it must be because of what happened yesterday afternoon. Sure enough, the team leader said, "Why didn't you come yesterday afternoon? And you didn't ask for leave. Deduct work points." Okay, Ming Shu nodded neatly. The team leader looked at Ming Shu and swallowed what he wanted to say, turned around and left. Ming Shu lowered her head and continued to work. Today she was still weeding. Ming Shu had become much more skilled. In the morning, half of the weeds in her vegetable plot had been pulled out. At noon, the team leader came over and saw it. Your work is not easy to calculate. Come over in the afternoon and finish this piece. It will be counted as 8 centimeters, and your work points yesterday will not be deducted. Is that okay? The team leader saw that this educated youth Ming was a bit capricious. But as long as she worked on time and didn't drag her feet, it would be fine. Okay, Ming Shu nodded. She was supposed to come in the afternoon anyway, and she kept this time to kill time in the afternoon. Otherwise, she could work harder in the morning. When the team leader saw Ming Shu nod, he looked at her suspiciously, but still left. Ming Shu stood up and looked at the sun. She walked towards the educated youth point. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she was called by someone in the kitchen. Ming, educated youth, you're back. Go and fetch a bucket of water. We'll need it later. He Yun and Miao Dandan were cooking in the kitchen and looked at Ming Shu and called out. Ming Shu stopped and looked at Chun Li and Yi Lu, who were standing in the yard. She said coldly, "What does this mean? Ming Shu, why are you still standing there? Go quickly, we are waiting for you." He Yun stood at the kitchen door with a bunch of vegetables in his hand, calling gently. Ming Shu pretended not to hear. She looked at Chun Li and Yi Lu with confusion. Ming Shu, we are together again now, and they have an iron pot. We can cook together. We can't stand drinking porridge every day. Chun Li said with a smile. Ming Shu, we are a whole, and we need to unite and take root here. Are you sure you want to go with them? Ming Shu looked at them with a slightly cold look. Yes, we are sure. Chun Li nodded immediately. Ming Shu stared at them, then walked into the kitchen, looking at He Yun and Miao Dandan. Did you take my food at noon today? Yes, He Yun said with a smile. We are cooking for 10 people, of course including yours. I take the same amount. Ming Shu nodded after hearing this, and then said, You want me to fetch water? Yes, we found out that there was no water when we were washing the vegetables. Sorry, we were waiting for you to fetch water. Hyun still smiled so softly, with a little pride in it. Hee. Ming-shu didn't say anything and picked up the pole to carry the bucket through the yard. With a slightly cold look, she swept the 5 educated youths who were sitting in the yard to rest. She quickly walked to the well and fetched a full bucket of water. Here, wash the vegetables. Ming-shu put down the bucket. She moved a stool and sat outside to close her eyes and rest. Hee-yun and Miao Dandan saw that Ming-shu was so obedient this time, thinking that she was afraid and worried about being kicked away by them, and the smiles on their faces deepened. The two looked at Ming-shu sitting outside. After looking at each other, they said, Ming-shu, we don't have firewood here. Go to the mountain and pick some up. We'll use it at night. Ming-shu closed her eyes and said nothing. She was thinking about going to the village chief to move out after dinner. Hyun saw that Ming-shu didn't say anything, so she called out again, but Ming-shu still closed her eyes and ignored her. Seeing this, the other people in the yard looked at her. Just as they were about to speak, Ming-shu opened her eyes and glanced at them coldly. One by one, they suddenly remembered that she was ruthless and swallowed the words in their mouths. At lunch, Hyun took out 5 brand new large bowls and 5 small bowls. She placed the 5 large bowls in front of the male educated youth and the 5 small bowls in front of the female educated youth. Ming-shu looked at her coldly, and then looked at the men who were also looking at the big shots in front of them in surprise. The female educated youth didn't seem to care. Ming-shu looked at Hyun expressionlessly and asked, Didn't you just say that our rations are the same? It's the same. Then why are their bowls so big, and our female educated youth so small? Ming-shu questioned. Ming-jiqing, we girls eat less to begin with, and we can't finish more. Why don't we let the male educated youth eat our fill? Then we can ask them for help in the future, and it will be easier for us to ask for it, Hyun said with a smile as he carried the dishes. Do you think I will need help from someone who is not as good as me in the future? Ming-shu looked at the people sitting there with a smile. After these words came out, no one in the audience said a word. Ming-shu looked at them coldly, stood up, and put the small bowl heavily in front of Hyun. There was a thump, and Hyun was frightened. Then she went back to her room and took out her lunchbox. She filled a lunchbox for herself, and Wang Donli stood up and filled a bowl for herself with her lunchbox. Hyun saw this. Maying you stick to them, but I don't. Wang Maying ate corn porridge. She ate with vegetables. She lowered her head and said in a deep voice. Ming-shu finished eating in a few bites, stood up and looked at them. I will eat alone in the future, and I won't share meals with you. After saying that, she didn't even look at their expressions. She went to the kitchen to take out her own food and put it in her box, and then threw it into the space. Then she came out and looked at Chun-li and Yi-lu. Since you have chosen to cook with them, then we need to settle the items we bought together before. You can choose to take these things back, or let me pay you the corresponding money. Which one do you want? Chun-li and Yi-lu looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. They stared blankly at Ming-shu, who looked indifferent, and thought to themselves, we want money, Chun-li said immediately. Yi-lu wanted to say something, but seeing Ming-shu's cold eyes, he covered his chest and lowered his head. Okay, Ming-shu nodded, calculated secretly, and took out 15 yuan for them. Is this the number? Yes, Yi-lu took the money, but in his heart he smiled bitterly for the throbbing in his heart that he had just figured out. Chun-li also nodded. Seeing them take the money, Ming-shu went back to get a basin to pour out all the water she had carried at noon, went back to her room to wash, and sat under the eaves to rest against the wall. Ming-shu expressed her understanding of Chun-li and his behavior of partnering with Zhou Wenfu and his people. 2 18-year-old boys couldn't stand drinking porridge every day. They still had to work, and their bodies couldn't stand it. If she didn't occasionally go to the mountains to hunt pheasants to eat, she would probably be hungry every day. Now there is an iron pot, stir-fry a few dishes and steam some buns, etc., so it's not a big problem to eat enough. At least you can change your taste. Although Ming-shu expressed her understanding of them, they agreed to partner with them without discussing it with her. The behavior of disrespecting her really made her feel unhappy. Forget it, people with different ideas can't make plans together. Hyun saw Ming-shu used up all the water she had brought at noon. She was angry. She looked at their pots and various kitchen utensils. She smiled at Ming Shu outside and said, Ming Jiqing, since you are cooking alone, let us talk things out. Well? Ming Shu closed her eyes and responded coldly. Heian looked at her indifferent and felt very uncomfortable. With a gentle expression, he said, This iron pot and these kitchen utensils were all bought by us. You can't use it for free. Well, Ming Shu, since she wanted to move out, she didn't think of having any contact with them. Of course you can use it if you want, then you have to help us fetch water, as your rent, right? Brother Zhou, Heian stared at Ming Shu outside and said, then turned back to ask for his opinion. Of course, this iron pot was bought by me with great difficulty. Since you don't eat with me, you can't use it for free, Zhou Wenfu said to the people sitting there. There was a hint of warning in his words. Ming Shu didn't say anything this time. She was too lazy to pay attention to them. Seeing that Ming Shu didn't say anything, Heian thought she agreed, and suddenly felt that he had got the magic weapon to restrain Ming Shu. After all, a person must have a pot to cook alone. Now, an iron pot is a big item. Not only does it require industrial tickets and money, but also luck. The iron pots in the supply and marketing cooperatives are not available every day, and sometimes there is no one for several months. And there is only one big stove in the kitchen. Now that it is occupied by them, she has no place to cook. Although it is summer now, you can build a stove like they did the other day, you can cook porridge. But in winter, that would definitely not work. So, she could only compromise with them. Thinking of this, the smile on Heian's face became gentler. Chun Guojun and the others nodded when they heard what Heian said. Yilu looked at Ming Shu outside. He thought to himself that he would go and persuade her later. Ming Shu closed her eyes and sensed the sound of the big truck starting. It was probably going to the town. She just guessed and threw it away. When she let go of her thoughts and was about to fall asleep, the village chief's loud speaker sounded again, and it was time to work in the afternoon. She got up, patted her clothes, and went to the field. The rest was cleaned up in the afternoon, and the team leader also fulfilled his promise, 8 work points and no deductions. Her work points yesterday meant that she was worth 8 centimeters per person for this plot of land today. In this era of work points, a man who earned 10 work points a day was considered very impressive. A capable woman could only earn 8 work points a day at best. Just like Dolly's family. Ming Shu remembered that she and Shi Yan had finished weeding a plot of land in the morning yesterday, and each of them was worth 8 work points. Even so, she still lost money today. Then he thought about what happened tonight. Forget it. Pulling weeds is not a big job. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit of loss. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Leave a good impression on the team leaders and the village chief so that it will be easier to do things tonight. After Ming Shu got off work, she went up the mountain again. This time, she didn't go inside. She roasted a chicken outside and ate it. Then she went down the mountain. When she returned to the educated youth point, they were still eating. Heian saw Ming Shu coming back alone with a gentle and worried expression. Ming Shu, do you want to eat? Come and have a bite. Ming Shu didn't respond. She picked up a bucket and went to the well to get half a bucket of water. She came back to wash herself and sat in the yard. She planned to wait until dark to carry the pheasant and some mountain products to the village chief's house. After the people in the kitchen finished their meal, the others came out, and a few female educated youth stayed to wash the dishes. There were still a few large bowls and a few small bowls. Wang Meiying and Wang Donli also had small bowls, but they gave less food. Miao Dandan's portion was still the same. She just gave it to a few men for free. Miao Dandan had no intersection with these people at all. It can be said that they had never met before. Since arriving at this place, she was recognized and accepted by that group of people only because she behaved well and obediently. If Heian asked for her food to be distributed to the male educated youth, she would not dare to refute it. She was afraid of being kicked out. If she was kicked out in this unfamiliar place, if she was bullied by the villagers, no one would help her. Ming Shu looked at the male educated youth in the yard, and then looked at the female educated youth washing dishes, cleaning the table, and sweeping the floor in the kitchen, and laughed secretly, wondering if they still thought they were in a patriarchal society. But the female educated youth were happy to do it one by one. Ming Shu retracted her gaze, touched her hair, and found it was dry, and got up and was about to go back to her room to sleep. As a result, she heard the sound of a gong, accompanied by the urgent shouting of the village chief. Meeting in the square. He quickly walked to the educated youth point and shouted to them, "You educated youth, please go to the square for the meeting. Everyone must go." After shouting, he quickly walked forward, beating the gong and shouting, trying to make every villager hear. Ming Shu saw the village chief in a hurry and guessed that it must be related to the mountain. So they immediately left the educated youth point. Several male educated youth who were standing in the yard and talking heard the urgent voice of the village chief and were still confused. When they saw Ming Shu walking out of the yard, they quickly reacted and followed, and did not forget to call the female educated youth in the kitchen. Several people followed Ming Shu to the square. The square was full of people. They were discussing in groups of 3 or 5 why the village chief was so anxious to call them to a meeting tonight. Some old people guessed that it might be related to the big truck this morning. Ming Shu stood at the edge of the square, watching Shi Yan and Enqi talking to the team leader with their heads down, with a slightly serious expression. "Ming Jiqing, come and stand with us," said Dolly's family. Someone called her from a distance and waved. Ming Shu turned around and saw Aunt Dolly and several other women from the village standing together and talking. She walked over. After calling Auntie, she stood by without saying anything. As for what they were talking about, rural women usually like to talk about the trivial matters of their neighbors. They are not interested in things like why an emergency meeting was suddenly held tonight. Anyway, the men in the family will support them even if the sky falls, so these women don't care about that. At this time, a round-faced auntie saw Ming Shu standing leisurely beside her and couldn't help but praise her. "Oh, Ming Jiqing, you are really a good worker. I heard that you worked 8 work points yesterday and today." You don't know, Ming Jiqing and Shi Jiqing each earned 8 work points yesterday morning, which is better than the girls and boys in our village. The round-faced auntie smiled and looked at Ming Shu. Her eyes glanced at her round buttocks and nodded while looking at her. "Ming Jiqing, how old are you today?" 18, Ming Shu answered, and looked at Aunt Dolly, who called her, "Annie, is there anything? If not, I will leave." If she hadn't seen that Aunt Dolly was very kind to her on the first day of work and gave her all kinds of careful instructions, she would not have come over. "Nothing, I just called you over to talk. Since you have something to do, just leave." Dolly's family held the round-faced Annie's hand and said to Ming Shu embarrassedly. Seeing Ming Shu was about to leave, the round-faced auntie quickly shook off Dolly's hand, smiled and took Ming Shu's hand, and said directly, "Ming Jiqing, my son is 18 years old this year. He is very hardworking, good-looking, and has a good personality. Do you want to consider it? Ming Jiqing from Dahai's family already has a partner, and your son's dark appearance can't compare to hers." Aunt Dolly hurriedly stopped the round-faced auntie. "How do you know they have only been here for a few days and they already have a partner? Who is it?" Several aunties next to them looked at Ming Shu with gossip and surrounded Aunt Dolly to ask, pushing the round-faced auntie to the back. "Yes, who is my partner? Why don't I know?" Ming Shu also looked at Aunt Dolly with a puzzled look. Aunt Dolly couldn't help laughing when she saw this. She stretched out her hand and pointed at Shi Yan, who was standing next to the team leader. "It's Shi Jiqing. I saw it on his first day at work." The way Shi Jiqing looked at Ming Jiqing was the same way my boss looked at me back then. It was a look that wanted to swallow you whole. Upon hearing this, several aunts laughed and teased Dolly's wife. "Can your old man still swallow you now?" Dolly's wife understood what they meant instantly. She wasn't embarrassed at all. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Ming Shu, who had a dazed look on her face, and immediately remembered that there was an unmarried girl here, who was from the city. She interrupted them quickly. "Hey, why no need to talk? The village chief is coming." When the aunties heard that the village chief was coming, they all looked towards the stage, saw Shi Yan standing next to them, and turned back to look at Ming Shu, who was still dazed. Their eyes looked back and forth between Shi Yan and Ming Shu. Both of them were good-looking and both were from the city, so they were a good match. Ming Shu looked at Aunt Dolly with a dazed face and muttered to herself, "Aunt Dolly's eyesight is really bad. How did she know that they were a couple?" She wanted to explain a few words, but found that she didn't know where to start. Forget it, I won't say anything. Just at this time, the loudspeaker on the stage sounded again, quiet, quiet, and the people in the audience were also very curious about what was going on. They suddenly stopped talking and stared at the village chief's loudspeaker with pairs of eyes. Seeing this, the village chief quickly told the story. That is to say, there was spy activity in their back mountain, so the villagers were alert and should report any strangers or strange things in time. The most important thing is that there are big snakes on the mountain. They are very dangerous. You must not go into the depths of the mountain at will. If you hear, did you hear it? After saying that, he glanced at Ming Shu, who didn't care, and picked up the loudspeaker and called out, Ming Jiqing, did you hear it? At that moment, the whole scene became unusually quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ming Shu. However, facing this sudden gaze, she was calm and composed, and slowly raised her head without panic, her eyes directly looking at the village chief's eyes that were sparkling with shrewdness. She nodded slightly, indicating that she heard it, but she certainly couldn't do it. She had just found the fun of going into the mountains. How could she stop? The village chief looked into her eyes and knew that she would not listen. He also reminded her that if something really happened, it would never be his fault. And in the past 2 days, every time the villagers saw her going into the mountains, they would cast concerned eyes. Seeing that she returned empty-handed every time, she probably didn't get in.
He was relieved.
After all, if the educated youth got into trouble in his village, although it couldn't be blamed on him, it was still a trouble no matter how big or small. The village chief finished talking about this matter. Then, he went on to talk about the major events of their entire village. The autumn harvest will start the day after tomorrow. If you have important things to do tomorrow, hurry up and do it. No leave is allowed after the autumn harvest begins. The villagers are all looking forward to the autumn harvest, which is related to their food rations for next year, and everyone is ready to work hard. However, the autumn harvest starts directly every year, and they will be notified in advance. They all looked at the educated youth, who came a few days ago. Some of the educated youth had yellow skin after a few days of work. Some were still glowing white. When Ming Shu, who is glowing white, heard this, she remembered that she seemed to have never been to the town since she came here, and raised her hand on the spot to ask for leave. After discussing with each other, the other educated youth also raised their hands to ask for leave. The village chief seemed to have expected this, and agreed readily. Everything is said it was over, and it was getting dark. It was getting late, so he hurriedly shouted dismissed. The villagers went home slowly in groups of 3 or 5. He Yun and the others agreed to go back together, and Ming Shu was not called. Shi Yan and In Chi, who had just stood beside the captain, were also gone. Ming Shu saw the crowd dispersed, and she began to walk. Halfway to a dark place, she detected that there was no one nearby, and took out the gift that had been prepared long ago from the space. Then she walked to the village chief's house. Ming Shu carried the things and walked to the village chief's door and knocked on the door. There was a sound from inside. Then the door opened, and it was Ming Jiqing. Aunt Ingzi hurriedly smiled and said, "It's Ming Jiqing, come in quickly." "Auntie, is the village chief here?" Ming Shu came in and asked directly. The village chief's wife saw the things in Ming Shu's hand. She looked at her in a daze. "Ming Jiqing, what's the matter with you?" "Auntie, I have something to ask the village chief." "Then come in, he's in the house." The village chief's wife led the way in front, while shouting into the house, "Ming Jiqing is here." The village chief in the house also heard Ming Shu, hearing the sound of the pheasant and mountain products in Ming Shu's hand. He got up from the Kong and went outside to sit. He looked at the pheasant and mountain products in Ming Shu's hand, thinking that what he said in the square just now might really be in vain to this educated youth. "What are you doing here, so late?" Ming Shu didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of this trip. "I want to move out of the educated youth's sight." "Move out?" The village chief stared at Ming Shu in surprise. "Why do you want to move out?" Ming Shu shook her head slightly, and she said, "Village chief, if there is an empty house, I will rent it. If not, I can build it myself. When I return to the city in the future, this house will belong to your village." The village chief wanted to ask more, but his wife was pulling his clothes desperately. Her eyes kept signaling him to agree. It was such a good thing to get a house for free, so why not agree quickly, so that his youngest son would have a place to live when he gets married in the future. The village chief pulled back his clothes and frowned at his wife. He was a little relieved. Okay, but there are no extra houses in our village. You have to build it yourself. Ming Shu heard the village chief say this. Okay, I'll build it myself. You just have to pay for it yourself. The village chief thought about it and nodded, and recalled the situation in various places in the village. There is no vacant land near the educated youth site to build a house. However, there are still many vacancies on the back mountain. If you plan to build a house, you can only choose there. Well, okay. Ming Shu listened and nodded repeatedly, which was exactly what she wanted. In this case, you don't need a big house if you live alone. Yes, it doesn't need to be too big, just enough for me to live alone. 1 bedroom and a small kitchen will do, Ming Shu replied. The village chief nodded when he heard this, and saw that the house was still in the village in the end. I'm afraid that this educated youth doesn't know how to build it randomly and waste materials. He straightforwardly told Ming Shu about all the materials needed to build a house. You can buy these things as long as you pay a little money. Village chief, I want to use blue bricks to build a house. Ming Shu said bluntly. Blue bricks? Blue bricks have to be bought from the commune. Blue bricks are 1.5 cents a piece, and building a house requires about 800 to 900 blue bricks, so the cost is higher. If you use earth bricks, it will be much cheaper. It doesn't matter, I'll just use blue bricks, Ming Shu nodded firmly. Okay, then I'll issue a certificate, and you can go to the commune to buy blue bricks. Village chief, please issue it to me now, and I'll go buy it tomorrow. Ming Shu heard, and she could just go to the town tomorrow to bring it back. Why are you in such a hurry? It's autumn harvest time now, and we don't have time. The village chief looked at Ming Shu in surprise. It's better to move in earlier. Ming Shu has money, so this little expense is nothing. She will feel better if she moves out earlier. Okay then. The village chief saw that she was so sure, and without saying anything, he took out a certificate from the cabinet and gave it to Ming Shu. Ming Shu took the certificate, paused, and felt that some things should be written down in black and white. Village chief, if I build this house, do I have to sign an agreement with the village? The village chief understood immediately. You need to sign an agreement. If you are sure you want to build it, sign it now to avoid trouble. Very sure. The village chief saw that she was determined, so he took out a piece of paper and wrote an agreement, which said that if Ming Shu built this house, she would have the right to live in it as long as her household registration was in the village. If her household registration was moved away one day, the house would belong to the village. Ming Shu looked at it and said, there is one more thing to add. This house was built with my personal funds. No one can live in it or let others live in it without my consent. The village chief laughed and added this sentence. The two signed, and the agreement was completed. In the village chief only needs to sign, and the village chief is responsible for everything except production. Ming Shu took the agreement, thanked him, and went back. The next day, just after dawn, Ming Shu walked to the entrance of the village with a cloth bag on her back and saw a tall man standing on a bicycle with his hands in his pockets waiting. She saw who was coming and asked, "Why are you here?" She remembered that she was the first one to get up in the whole educated youth center this morning. Did this man not go back to sleep last night? I'll go to the town with you to buy things. Shi Yan saw Ming Shu coming, took his hands out and put them on both sides and walked a few steps towards her, lowered his head and smiled at her with a very rosy face. Ming Shu looked up at the morning sun shining on his red eyes, probably not sleeping last night. I can do it myself, you go back and rest. Shi Yan looked at the girl in front of him and said caring words to him in the lightest tone, and a low and slightly magnetic laugh came from his mouth. I don't need to rest, let's go. I have something to tell you. I originally said it last night, but I was too busy yesterday, he said, pushing the bicycle in front of Ming Shu. The meaning was very clear. Ming Shu thought about the radio station in her space, and it happened that she also wanted to inquire about the news, so she went forward and sat on it sideways. Shi Yan felt the weight behind him, kicked his long legs, and the bicycle flew out. After riding for a while, neither of them spoke. After a while, Shi Yan broke the silence, saying in a low and slow voice, "Of the 8 men tied to the tree, 2 died, and the other 6 went crazy. After hearing the news, Mingshu's face did not show any fluctuation. She just responded lightly, yeah. Shiyan did not stop. Listening to Mingshu's calm voice, he could not help but feel a strange emotion in his heart. What on earth had she been through? Why did she look at life and death so indifferently? He thought of those people. Although he had cleared all the traces, there were always loopholes in everything. He still reminded her, be careful. Yeah, then have you found out what happened to those people? Mingshu nodded first, then asked. That matter is too complicated to be explained clearly at once. Shiyan said ambiguously. Mingshu, who was sitting in the back, understood it at once and didn't ask any more questions. The two didn't speak again along the way. When they arrived in the town, they got off and pushed their bicycles. When passing the post office, Mingshu thought of her parents whom she had never seen. She frowned slightly and turned to the man beside her and said calmly, Go and do your business. I still have a lot of things to buy today. I can't go back so soon.
I'm fine.
I took a leave today just to accompany you, Shiyan said seriously. Mingshu silently stared at the man beside her. Seeing that he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, she said no more. Then, I'll go mail the letter. You wait for me here.
Okay.
Shiyan parked his bicycle against the wall and looked at the noise in the street. Mingshu walked into the post office, reached into the cloth bag, and took out an envelope from the space. After carefully looking at the address on the envelope, she borrowed paper and pen from the staff and roughly wrote a short letter. The text in the letter mainly expressed that she had gone to the countryside and mentioned Lin Wanmei's disgusting behavior. Mingshu had no idea whether she could receive their reply. But they chose to believe her and would naturally respond to her. If they didn't believe her, then it would be better not to have such parents. After all, it has been missing for 20 years, so it doesn't matter. After handing the written letter to the staff and paying the money, she walked out of the post office, staring at Shiyan, who was bathing in the morning sun. He was wearing a white shirt and military-colored trousers. The sun shone on him, outlining his tall figure and thin, angular face. The angular face and slender phoenix eyes made him both handsome and masculine. Shiyan felt Mingshu's gaze and turned back to smile at her. Are you okay? Mingshu looked at his pair of slender phoenix eyes looking at her with a gentle smile, and the light in his eyes was so bright that it made her feel blinded. Okay, Mingshu responded by holding down her heart, which was a little bit abnormal, then walked to his side, looked up and asked, Aren't you going in to communicate with your family? No need. They don't have time to worry about me. Shiyan smiled and shook his head. His parents were not at home for a long time, and there was no one at home. Mingshu heard what he said and didn't ask much. Well, let's go. Go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. The two walked and looked, people coming and going in the town. When she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, she asked Shiyan to wait outside, and she took the money and tickets to buy oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. Fortunately, she exchanged a stack of tickets from Director Wu at that time. In recent years, she probably won't be short of tickets or money. Mingshu carried the necessities of life and left the supply and marketing cooperative. Looking at the time, she felt that it was still early, and she wanted to go shopping in the black market. I want to buy a pot from those places. Do you still want to follow me? Shiyan understood what she meant as soon as he heard it. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at her fair face. It's too unsafe for you to go alone now. I'll go with you. No, I'll just go for a walk, Mingshu said speechlessly. Mingshu took out the certificate and money from her pocket and handed them to him. If you have nothing to do, help me buy blue bricks from the commune and then wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Shiyan didn't take the things. Seeing that she insisted on going, he frowned and looked at her firmly. I'll go with you. Mingshu looked at the people coming and going on the street and staring at them, and her tone was helpless. Let's go, explore the way. The two pushed the cart and searched carefully on the street. Mingshu used her mental power to detect the surrounding 500-meter area and entered an alley with many connections. It was quiet here. They basically didn't see anyone along the way. If Mingshu hadn't detected that someone was trading here from the outside, they would have thought it was an ordinary residential building. The two of them walked slowly inside. Ming Shu knew that there were people in some houses in the alley who were secretly observing them. When she walked to the door of a house and stood ready to knock on the door, Shi Yan stopped her. "I'll do it," he said, pushing Ming Shu to the back, reaching out and knocking on the door a few times, but no one responded. Shi Yan stopped and leaned on the door to listen to the movement inside. Ming Shu stood behind Shi Yan, staring at his tall back, sighed helplessly again, and moved to the side. "Knock a few more times. There are people inside." Shi Yan looked back at Ming Shu with his phoenix eyes in confusion, but did not ask. He then knocked a few more times before there was the sound of footsteps from inside, shouting as he walked, "Who is it? So early in the morning?" Ming Shu heard the person inside say this. She looked at the sky and estimated that it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that the person inside was a night owl. Soon, a sloppy man opened the door from the inside, yawning, and looked at the good-looking man and woman at the door with a puzzled look. A hoarse and puzzled voice came from his mouth. "What are you doing?" Ming Shu glanced inside casually and saw that there were many good things in the deepest house. Of course, there was an iron pot. "We are buying things," Ming Shu said directly. "Go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. Why are you coming to my place?" The man's originally confused eyes suddenly looked sharply at the man and woman in front of him, and Shi Yan sensitively pulled Ming Shu behind him. Suddenly the atmosphere was tense. Ming Shu walked out from behind Shi Yan, looked at the man, and slowly said, "I just bought some things. There's no need to be so nervous." The man stared at Shi Yan's defensive posture, feeling even more worried. He frowned and said stiffly, "This is a residential area. It's not a supply and marketing cooperative. If you want to buy something, go there. Go. Don't disturb my sleep." As he spoke, he tried to close the door quickly. Seeing this, Ming Shu quickly stepped in the gap between the doors and said coldly, "I just wanted to buy something that I couldn't buy at the supply and marketing cooperative." "No," the man still denied. "I just saw a man go out carrying something," Ming Shu said with her only patience. "Really go," the man shouted when he saw that the woman was so difficult. Ming Shu's eyes sank. She was never a good-tempered person. Seeing that he still had the same attitude after talking for so long, she looked at him sharply and said in a slow tone, "I know you have a lot of things in this room. If you don't sell things to me, I can only report it." The man stared at the woman who said this lightly in front of him with wide eyes. It was really eye-opening. He had never seen such a person before. He was immediately enraged. "What are you reporting? I said there is nothing here, so get out of here." Ming Shu heard this and said to Shi Yan with a sullen face, "Go to the Revolutionary Committee and report it, and say that there is a grain base hidden here, with a lot of grain and oil, cloth, and various knives. There are even dangerous items." With every word Ming Shu said, the man's face turned paler. He didn't understand how this woman knew the things in his room. However, before he could figure it out, Shi Yan had turned around and walked a few steps. Just as he was about to call him, a mellow male voice came from behind. "Wait a minute, they are all guests to June. Please invite them in." Ming Shu and Shi Yan looked at the man who came out from inside at the same time. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit, black pants, leather shoes, and had a smiling face. June turned and stared at the man in the Zhongshan suit slowly walking out of the house. He was a little hesitant. "Masterly. The two of them. What if they really are that one?" Masterly heard this and waved his hand gently, without much response, but a sinister and fierce look quickly flashed in his eyes. However, in a flash, he regained his superficial gentleness, turned to Ming Shu and Shi Yan who had been trying to buy, and smiled. "Comrade, if you just want to buy something, there is no need to report it.
Come on.
Come, go inside to choose." Ming Shu and Shi Yan looked at each other, and Ming Shu raised her foot and stepped towards the house without hesitation. Shi Yan held her hand tightly, staring at her with extremely serious and focused eyes, and shook his head gently. Facing Shi Yan's reaction, Ming Shu patted his hand and said, "You wait for me outside on the street.
Im just buri na pot."
"I can go in alone." "I'll go in too." Although Shi Yan knew that Ming Shu was very powerful, he still couldn't help feeling uneasy. "No, I'll be out right away." Shurian looked at Ming Shu's eyes that showed she had to go. He looked at the people nearby who were looking at them, so he let go of her hand. Ming Shu nodded at him and asked Master Li to lead the way. Master Li looked at Shurian, who was standing outside, and then at Ming Shu, who was walking in, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then went in. Ming Shu followed him, and the army behind him saw that Shurian was really standing outside waiting, so he followed him. Ming Shu looked around as she walked. This was part of a 3-story mansion where ancient people lived. There were many thresholds, and judging from the traces, it was probably improved later. It should have taken less than 20 minutes to pass 5 thresholds. There was no ghost, and no ghost would believe it. Ming Shu calmly followed them in. Master Li, who was walking in front, saw Ming Shu's leisurely look, sneered to himself, and continued to walk forward. After walking for a few more minutes, they arrived at a patio where there were several strong men. Everyone saw Ming Shu come in, and immediately looked at Ming Shu curiously, and then looked at Master Li and the man called Jianjun. Master Li, what is this for? A big man with a long face asked with a smile on his face. She came to our doorstep, teach her a lesson, let her know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Master Li found a seat and sat down with his hands behind his back, looking at Ming Shu with a cruel and sneerful look, who was looking at the group of people calmly. He wanted to see who this person was. It was very abnormal for a beautiful woman to not be frightened in front of several strong men. What did she do to make Master Li so angry? She threatened me that if I didn't sell her things, she would report me. There was also a man outside. The two were very arrogant. The army with an indignant look on his face, he followed the sturdy man and said, "TB, which, you want to make us starve?" One of the thin men was so angry when he heard this. They are willing to risk being caught, isn't it just to make some money and make life better for their families? If this woman really reports it, then they will have no source of income, and they will have no food to eat. That's right, Brother Li, this woman, can I do that? One of the one-eyed men looked at Master Li with a certain desire in his eyes. Master Li looked at the one-eyed man fiercely and said in a deep voice, "Do even think about it. The man outside is not easy to mess with. Don't cause trouble for me." Yes. The one-eyed man lowered his head and suppressed his unbearable thoughts. Just beat him up. Ming Shu stood in the middle of the patio and used her mental power to detect the things in the whole house. She saw that there was a dark room with a lot of food, oil, and the like. There were also various fabrics. There were even watches and radios. Ming Shu's eyes flashed with joy. She really needed a watch. Without a watch, she usually looks at the sun to determine the time. On cloudy days, she has no idea. It is not convenient. Ming Shu was discussing in her mind while using her mental power to detect. Suddenly, she felt a sharp wind blowing on her left face. She leaned back and raised her hand to block the big hand from the right. Then she kicked over and instantly kicked the 2 strong men to the side of the chair where Mr. Li was sitting. He suddenly stood up and looked at the 2 men who fainted beside him in surprise. He stepped forward and kicked them, but saw that the 2 had no reaction. His eyes sank, come together, and waved his hand to let the other 5 men come together. Next, the water tank in the patio broke. The doors and windows were smashed. The chairs were also broken, and the 5 men fainted on the ground. There were footprints all over their bodies. Mr. Li looked at the things that were smashed everywhere in the yard. His face was black, and he looked at Ming Shu, who was agile. Suddenly, he felt like he was inviting a wolf into his lair. "Comrade, we are all ordinary people, and we don't engage in speculation," Mr. Li said calmly. Ming Shu was speechless when she saw him like that. "Pot, are you going to sell it?" "This is not a black market, comrade. You've come to the wrong place," said Master Li with an innocent look. "I really just want to buy a pot to cook. Why don't you believe me?" Ming Shu, who was always calm, looked at Master Li helplessly. Master Li stared at Ming Shu's eyes, and seeing that she might really be buying something, he felt a little relieved, but when he thought of the righteous man outside, he still shook his head. "I really don't have anything here. I'm an ordinary citizen. How can I do speculation, comrade? We are going to work soon, you go back." Ming Shu looked at this overly cautious Master Li. She grabbed a handful of hair in annoyance. Then I'll get it myself. Mingshu pushed him away and walked straight to where the iron pot was placed. She kicked open the door and saw that the room was full of things that people needed right now. At this moment, she felt like a bandit. There was no way she was the only one in the town who had pots, and this person was too wary of her. Masterly, who had always been calm, was shocked when he saw Mingshu walk directly to the storage place. He hurried to stop her, but he couldn't stop her. How did this woman know that the things were in this room? He had just moved these things here yesterday. Who leaked the news? Masterly frowned and thought about the people who followed him. Mingshu walked around the room a few times, took a pot and a watch and came to Masterly. Tell me, how much are these? How did you know I have things to sell here? Masterly asked suspiciously. He frowned and looked at Mingshu. I didn't mean to hear that.
Come on.
Count the money quickly. Masterly looked at Mingshu with suspicion for a minute or two, until Mingshu frowned and looked at him, and instantly remembered how powerful this woman was. But he still asked cautiously, Are you really just buying a pot, and you're not an undercover agent? No, calculate quickly. Masterly looked down at her eyes and decided to take a gamble. Anyway, he had been discovered. At worst, he could move to another place tonight. He immediately lowered his head and smiled apologetically. Haha, then I'm relieved. You know, the situation outside is too serious now, so we don't have to be so cautious. I'm sorry for being rude to you just now. Well, calculate the money. I have something else to do. Mingshu nodded to show that she knew that she didn't really break in for pot. Masterly wanted to say something, but seeing Mingshu's impatient eyes, he quickly quoted the price. The iron pot is 50 yuan, no invoice, and the watch is 150 yuan, plus an industrial invoice. Here, Mingshu took out 200 yuan and slapped an industrial invoice on the table. Not bad. You can come to me if you need anything now, Masterly said while counting the money. We'll talk about it later. Mingshu saw that the money and goods had been paid, so she put the watch on her hand and looked at Masterly. Would you like to take the wild animals? Masterly saw that she was still not leaving and wanted to ask her if she needed anything else, but when he heard the word wild animals, eyes suddenly lit up. This is a very scarce thing. At the same time, it can be confirmed that this woman is not an undercover agent. She is likely to be the same as them, which is very reassuring. He kept saying, take it, what's the price? Pheasants are only 2 yuan each, hares are cheaper at 1.5 yuan, and large wild animals must be more expensive. Mingshu nodded after hearing this. What about wild boars? What? Pork is 50 cents a pound. When Masterly heard about wild boars, he looked at the woman who was talking in surprise. Well, I have one, then I'll come to you tonight. Do you really have one?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll wait for you here tonight. Masterly responded immediately. Meat is a real rarity in the market now, and a wild boar can make him a lot of money. Okay. Mingshu stood up with the pot, looking at the room full of fainted strong men, and sneered at him. Being too cautious is not necessarily a good thing. Masterly looked at the mess along his line of sight, and the fainted men could only swallow his bitter smile. It was originally him who started it first. Yes, Mingshu sneered and strode out. Shi Yan was waiting outside. Seeing that she hadn't come out for a long time, he was considering whether to go in when he saw Mingshu coming out with a pot. Are you okay?
Did you start?
Shi Yan went forward to take the pot. Yes, let's go, let's eat now. Mingshu let go and let him take the pot. Okay. Shi Yan saw the new watch on her hand. He was not surprised at all. Mingshu followed Shi Yan to the state-owned restaurant. It was lunchtime, and there were no seats in the restaurant. Just when the two were about to leave, they were stopped by someone, or to be more precise, Shi Yan was stopped by someone. The two looked up and saw that all the people at the educated youth point were there. Except Chi. They sat inside. There were several plates of dumplings and a plate of braised pork on the table. The plate of braised pork was placed in front of Zhou Wenfu. It was obvious that he ordered it. Shi Jiqing. Miao Dandan stood up and smiled with a red face and called Shi Yan. She had taken a fancy to Shi Jiqing since his first day in the countryside. She deliberately glanced at Mingshu. She knew that Shi Jiqing liked Ming Jiqing. But just like Heian said, Mingshu's temperament is too cold, and men can't stand this. Sure, Jiqing will definitely give up in the future. Her chance has come. Hien looked at the iron pot in Mingshu's hand. She pulled Zhou Wenfu's clothes and whispered, Ming Jiqing also bought an iron pot. No wonder he looked down on them. Zhou Wenfu also looked over when he heard it, and saw the iron pot. His eyes flashed, and he stood up with a smile, and said to Shi Yan, Shi Jiqing, come here. We have a seat here. Yes. Shi Jiqing, we still have a seat here. Miao Dandan hurriedly agreed with a smile. Thank you, no, we have something else to do. Shi Yan responded with a smile, turned to Ming Shu and whispered, let's go. Come next time. Well, Shi Yan rode the bike. Ming Shu sat on it with the iron pot and went to the commune. And the people in the restaurant. Zhou Wenfu glanced at Chen Li and Yi Lu and was relieved to see that their faces showed no change. He used an iron pot to invite them to come over and join the fire, and he wanted them to listen to him in the future. It didn't matter if Ming Shu had a pot. The three of them had completely fallen out. Now there were a total of 12 people in the educated youth point, and they already had 9 people. If they pulled Shi Yan and Inchi over, it would not be easy to isolate Ming Shu alone. Let's see how he can subdue her. If he can subdue her, then wouldn't it be? Zhou Wenfu thought of Ming Shu, who smiled so beautifully that night, and he still missed her. If she was as gentle as Hiyun, and let him. Before he could finish his dream, it was shattered by Wang Meiying's ridicule. She already has a partner, and you still want to steal her away. How shameless. Wang Meiying's words were very targeted and shocked several people at the same time. Who has a partner? The whole village is saying that Shi Jiqing and Ming Jiqing are dating. Yi Lu was also a little surprised. So soon? At the same time, he felt a little bitter. Miao Dandan lowered her head with a sneer in her eyes. So what if they are dating? As long as they are not married, everything is possible. Zhou Wenfu still wanted to tame Ming Shu, but he got a partner so soon. How could that be? He wanted to speak, but now is not the time. The 9 people were thinking about it, finished their food, and prepared to walk back. On the road, they saw Ming Shu pulling the blue bricks and Shi Yan pushing the cart from a distance. Shi Yan just learned that Ming Shu was planning to build a house. He thought about the people in the youth camp who were all thinking about their own things, especially the one named Zhou Wenfu, who was full of hypocrisy. It would be better to move out so that they could live in peace. I'll cook for you in the future. No, I'll do it myself. They looked at each other, walked a few steps faster, and slowly caught up with the two of them. Shi Jiqing, are you pulling blue bricks for the village chief? Without waiting for Shi Yan to answer, they said, is the village chief going to build houses for our youth camp? I heard that there will be a few more youth camps next time. I'm sure the people above will see that we are too crowded, so they asked the village chief to give us 2 more rooms. They would dream one by one. It would cost hundreds of yuan to build a few rooms like the youth camp. How could the village spend more money on outsiders like them? Ming Shu was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. She pulled the cart forward, and Shi Yan followed. The two of them quickly walked back to the village with things. Shi Yan followed Ming Shu and pulled the blue bricks to find the village chief. One thing cannot be done without 2 masters. Ming Shu asked him to help find a few people to build a house, without meals, and $1 per day per person. Ming Jiqing, the autumn harvest will start tomorrow, and there will be no one during the day. How about this, after work let a few people go, and you can pay a few cents each? The village chief thought for a while, and said, how many days will it take to build it? 10 days. Your house is not big, okay? Ming Shu remembered that she had not bought the wood yet before leaving, and happened to see that the village chief's family had wood for building a house. So she offered to buy it. The village chief's wife saw that Ming Shu's money was not bad, and the house would be theirs in the future, so she nodded in agreement. The two carried the pot, blue bricks, and wood back to the Jiqing site and put them in the backyard. After that, one of them carried water, while the other cooked porridge. And she, who had just woken up, looked at Shi Yan, who was waiting for water to cook porridge in the yard. When did you come back? Just now. Why did you go to town? Just to accompany someone? And she narrowed his eyes and looked at Shi Yan, who was still full of energy. Today I will accompany her. According to the current situation, we will not stay here for long. I will accompany her for 1 day. Shi Yan looked at Ming Shu, who was carrying water to the educated youth point, with phoenix eyes. How is the progress of you two? Nothing special. Her personality is not ordinary cold, are you sure? And she chuckled. What do you think? Ming Shu sat beside her after carrying water, waiting for the two of them to cook porridge in the clay pot. The two now knew that Chun Li and Yi Lu were working together with Zhou Wenfu and others again, and Ming Shu bought the clay pot. Shi Yan was happy to see this. He saw that Yi Lu had different thoughts about Ming Shu on the first day, so it was better to stay away from her. He would feel more at ease in the future. After lunch, Shi Yan and Qi went for a nap. Shi Yan didn't sleep the whole night and fell asleep in seconds after falling on the bed. Ming Shu was in a very good mood. She went to the house of the sixth grandfather who sold furniture and bought a large backpack. She went to the mountain and roasted a pheasant for herself. After eating and drinking, she walked around the outside of the mountain and caught some pheasants, rabbits, and other wild animals. She filled the backpack and put it in the space. After going down the mountain and arriving at the youth cadre station, a voice came from the backyard. Brother Zhou, let's ask the village chief to use these blue bricks to build a house for my husband and me. We have been married for a few days, and it is really inconvenient to live with them. Heian leaned on Zhou Wenfu. She said softly and tenderly. Okay, I'll find a chance to go then. Zhou Wenfu thought so too. He touched Heian's waist with his big hands. Heian leaned against him, felt his heat, and immediately blushed and stepped back. Brother Zhou, let's go to the village chief now. The sooner the house is built, the sooner we can move out. Okay, let's go now. Zhou Wenfu looked at Heian's blushing face. At this time, he was more impatient than Heian. The two of them walked to the front yard and went to the village chief's house. Ming Shu lay on the Kong thinking about the evening. Slowly fell asleep. Heian and Zhou Wenfu went to find the village chief, but the village chief was not there, and the two returned disappointed. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, Ming Shu got up from the Kong, tidied herself up, and left the educated youth center. Except for Shi Yan and Qi, everyone else in the educated youth center was influenced by Zhou Wenfu and Heian, and now they ignored Ming Shu and didn't care where she went. In the past, Heian wanted Ming Shu to help them with hard labor, but later found that Ming Shu ignored him, so she and Zhou Wenfu mobilized the people on their side to isolate her collectively. They were all watching how far Ming Shu would last. Ming Shu was walking on the road in the dark and rushed to the town. She found a very remote place, took out the wild boar and the wild animals in the basket, and saw the small ginseng. She thought about it and put it back. Ming Shu used her mental power to detect that there was no one nearby, so she carried a few 100 pounds of wild boar and wild animals on her back and quickly walked to the door of the house. She used her mental power to detect that it was Master Li and the awakened big man inside. She kicked the door with her foot, and the person inside hurried over to open the door. Looking up, a wild boar was in front of her, and she took a few steps back in fear. Such a big wild boar, comrade. You are really awesome. The man named Dejun was a little afraid of Ming Shu after the heavy kick in the morning. At this time, he smiled and gave a thumbs up. Get out of the way. Ming Shu kicked the man away, and she carried the wild boar inside. She walked to Li Yi and threw the wild boar to the ground. The wild boar fell heavily to the ground. Anyway, the wild boar's skin was rough and the meat was thick, so it would not be broken. Li stood up and looked at such a big wild boar, with surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that this woman could really beat a wild boar. He immediately admired the beautiful woman. Here, count it. Ming Shu put down her back. Let them count. Li looked down at the wild animals in the basket and signaled his men to pour out the wild animals. He carefully checked and found that the wounds on the wild animals were very small. Could these be killed by her one? He looked at Ming Shu in shock, and his understanding of her went to a higher level. How much are these? Ming Shu asked. Wait a minute. Let's weigh the wild boar. Master Li asked his men to get a large scale. The wild boar weighs 450 kilograms, 50 cents a kilogram, so it's 225 yuan. You will get 300 yuan for all these wild animals. Masterly calculated the price for Ming Shu according to the market price. He didn't dare to give less. In addition to her sharp skills, he also wanted to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with her so that they could make money together. If the meat is sent to those big factories, it can easily make 100 yuan. If you sell these wild animals one by one, you can also make a lot. He looked at the wild animals on the ground with a smile, as if he could see the money flying to him. Okay, Ming Shu calculated in her mind and found that it was about the same. In this era, when the average salary is only 20 yuan, she earned more than a year's salary tonight. The two settled the money. Ming Shu used her mental power to scan the entire room and found no herbs or anything like that. It is estimated that he does not accept herbs, but he is a person in the town and should know people in this field. She thought about it and asked directly, "Do you know anyone who collects medicinal herbs?" Upon hearing this, Master Li was surprised at this woman again. She was really bold. Nowadays, people who know Chinese medicine don't dare to come forward, but she dares to sell medicinal herbs. Ming Shu saw the surprise in his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. "Don't you know him?" "No, I know him, but he doesn't collect medicinal herbs now." "Oh, since he doesn't collect them, then forget it." Ming Shu didn't ask any more questions, got up and walked to the street to explore by herself to see if she could find him. Ming Shu used her spiritual power to scan the street, but she didn't see anyone collecting herbs in the house. Instead, she came across a purchasing station that collected herbs, but the price was low. Seeing this, Ming Shu temporarily suppressed the idea of selling herbs. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when she returned to the Educated Youth Center. Ming Shu fetched some water, wiped herself in the room, and changed her clothes. Her voice was very light, but it still caused others to curse her inwardly, but they also cursed inwardly and did not dare to speak out. At dawn, the voices of the team leader and the village chief came from the big loudspeaker. The whole village was instantly boiling, and the people wearing straw hats. Holding a sickle, they walked towards the wheat field. Autumn harvest is a harvest season for the villagers, but it may be a nightmare for the educated youth. They have never experienced autumn harvest and don't know what it is like. Of course, Ming Shu and the others are not included. Although they have never participated in autumn harvest, they can still keep up with the physical strength. Needless to say, Ming Shu can survive 10 years in the end of the world, let alone this autumn harvest. Shi Yan and Qi are probably people with special professions. Although I don't know why they came here as educated youth, they probably don't take farm work seriously. The villagers are already preparing to work hard in the fields. Zhou Wenfu and the others are still eating breakfast slowly as before. Ming Shu, Shi Yan, and Qi, although the three are not the same as them, they are not as active as the villagers. When they arrived at the field, the villagers were already ready to listen to the team leader's instructions. When the captain saw the three of them, he looked behind them and didn't see anyone else. His face suddenly looked very ugly. "Where are the others?" "They're still having breakfast," and Qi answered. The captain's face changed instantly when he heard it, and he cursed inwardly. These lazy city people who didn't know how to distinguish between grains were completely dragging the team here. He said to Ming Shu and the others with a sullen face, "Go find the team leader to get a sickle, and go to the field quickly." As he said that, he walked quickly to the educated youth point, and she looked at the angry look of the team leader, sneered, turned around and saw Shi Yan and Ming Shu were already in the field. He also hurried to find his team leader. Ming Shu and Shi Yan divided a piece of land. One was cutting wheat, and the other was bundling wheat. When they were tired, they took turns. After cutting a small part, the educated youth came, and everyone's face was red. I don't know if it was because of shame or anger. Regardless of whether it was men or women, their faces were red. Let's just say it was because of shame. After all, there were so many people watching. Those few people had just gone to the field, and they were in trouble. Holding sickles, they either cut themselves or cut the skin of others. If the sickle hadn't been thrown out accidentally, the innocent injured people complained, there was nothing they could do, fearing that they would hurt others and affect the autumn harvest. Several team leaders made suggestions, and the team leader agreed to put them all in one field. Let them work in groups. Of course, the time was limited, and 9 people per acre of land had to be finished this morning. I don't know why the team leader arranged them in the wheat field next to Ming Shu and Shi Yan. Ming Shu and Shi Yan were working while listening to crying and cursing over there, or sighing. There were also occasional ouch sounds, as if they were cut again. The crying was of course Wang Meiying, Wang Donli, and He Yun, and the cursing was Chen Guojun and Zhou Wenfu. Although Zhou Wenfu looked like a gentleman, he could curse easily, and it seemed that he cursed a lot. The sighs were from the rest of the people. The injured people were looking at Shi Yan with tears in their eyes. Shi Jiqing, can you help me? My hand was cut, and it hurts. Miao Dandan pressed the wound with ash and looked at Shi Yan, who lifted a bundle of wheat easily, with a pitiful look. What does your cut have to do with me? I don't have time. Shi Yan replied stiffly, and continued to work. When Miao Dandan heard this, she lowered her head and looked at the wound on her hand and cried silently. Shi Yan looked at her with a slightly cold look and switched with Ming Shu. Ming Shu was bundling wheat in the back, and her neat appearance made the male educated youth jealous. Seeing the powerful Ming Shu, Zhou Wenfu changed his mind and raised his hypocritical smile. Ming Jiqing, we educated youth are one. We must unite and help each other. We must learn the spirit of Lei Feng and be helpful and set a good example. Yes, Ming Jiqing, Shi Jiqing, we educated youth should unite. We cannot be separated from the group, and we must care for everyone in the group. Li Xiaoming quickly echoed. His waist is sore, his neck is tingling, and his head is dizzy. He really needs someone to help him. At this moment, he really regrets going to the countryside. But now he can't go back. He can only ask his family to send him malted milk essence so that he can replenish his body. Ming Shu never responds to their words. What are you guys standing there for? Are you acting like wooden stakes? The team leader yelled at Zhou Wenfu and others in the field with a sickle. The heavy voice resounded throughout the wheat field. It made those people look at them. Zhou Wenfu and his men suddenly became embarrassed, and they bent their stiff waists, holding the wheat in one hand and the sickle in the other, gritting their teeth and cutting. Li Xiaoming's eyes rolled, his hands moved, and he suddenly screamed, "It hurts, it hurts." The shrill cry attracted the people in the field, who looked at him and saw that blood was constantly flowing down his legs. Zhou Wenfu, Chen Guojun, and others immediately surrounded him and pressed the wound with the wood ash they had prepared long ago. The bleeding slowly stopped. At this time, the captain hurried over and frowned at Li Xiaoming, who was sitting on the ground in pain. What are you doing? Is it stopped? It is stopped, but the wound is a bit deep. I guess I can't work. Chen Guojun squatted down and looked at the wound. The captain took a closer look, sighing, then let him rest. Chen Guojun helped the wounded Li Xiaoming back to the educated youth point. Zhou Wenfu and He Yun stood there looking at Li Xiaoming's back. Their eyes flickered one after another, and then they looked at each other. The team leader looked at them and shouted, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and work." Zhou Wenfu and He Yun smiled at the team leader, bent down, and continued to work. After the team leader left, they looked up at the wheat field that seemed to be endless. Their eyes darkened, and their speed became slower and slower. Chun-Li, who was working well at first, also slowed down and dragged Yi-Lu to slow down. Finally, at noon, the whistle sounded, and the team leader came to see their results. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it, but his face darkened a few layers. 8 people, 4 young men and 4 female educated youth, did not do as much as the other 2. He took off his straw hat and didn't yell, but advised earnestly, if you don't work harder, you won't have work points. When it's time to exchange food, you won't have food. What will you eat next year? By then, it will be a problem for their team again. It's only 4 years since the famine. During the past 5 years, the villagers have been very careful about food. They were already very dissatisfied with the educated youth who came to share their food before the autumn harvest. Seeing them dawdling, they were even more reluctant to lend them food. No, selling grain is not an option. Zhou Wenfu and his friends didn't care about what the captain said. They had their families to support them, so what was there to be afraid of? The captain saw that they didn't care and knew that what he said just now was in vain. If it was the villagers, he would have been furious. But for these educated youth from the city, they couldn't be treated lightly or severely. MD is really a living ancestor. The captain frowned and looked at them. Then he just comforted himself. No one knew when they would go back. It would be their problem if they didn't have food in the future. He should think of a way with the village chief to make fewer educated youth like this come. It was really unbearable. The captain frowned and strode to find the village chief, but was called away halfway. Zhou Wenfu and his friends were tired all morning, and now they just wanted to go back and rest. When they slowly walked back to the educated youth site, Ming-Shu and his friends had already set up the iron pot outside to fry a few dishes. They were already on the dining table and started eating. These fresh vegetables and steamed buns were bought from the village chief's wife's house. The few people who had just returned drooled at the sight of the food and looked at the three people eagerly. Ming-Shu and Shurian lowered their heads and ignored them and ate by themselves. And she couldn't stand it anymore. He swallowed the food in his mouth and shouted, "Why are you just looking at us? Go and cook. We don't have any share for you. And Jiqing, we are all from the same Jiqing point after all. It's too selfish for you to do this," Zhou Wenfu said, touching his belly and pursing his lips. When Enchi heard this, he rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. I just want to have a good meal, and I don't want to waste words with you."
You.
Zhou Wenfu wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly saw Ming-Shu looked impatient and swallowed the words in her mouth. Even if he had feelings for Ming-Shu, he could not forget the kick she gave him. It hurt when he recalled it. Ming-Shu and the other two finished their meal under their eager gaze. The autumn harvest, farm work was much harder than weeding in the past few days. Everyone was exhausted and hungry. Zhou Wenfu saw that the three of them had finished eating, but he didn't ask him to eat a bite. He could only sit on the stool, touch his stomach, and shout, "Xiaoyan, cook quickly, I'm hungry." "Okay," Heian replied tiredly. She had also done the work in the morning and didn't want to move now. But after hearing Zhou Wenfu's words, he still called a few female educated youth to cook together. Wang Meiying dusted herself off, lay on the Kong and closed her eyes, saying, "I don't want to eat. You can do it yourself." Wang Donli didn't move either, indicating that she didn't want to eat either. Heian saw that he couldn't get them to come, so he could only ask Miao Dandan to come and cook. Miao Dandan didn't dare to refute and looked down at the wound on her hand and could only get up and cook obediently. When the two were about to cook, they saw that there was not a drop of water in the bucket, and then looked at Ming-Shu's bucket, and there was not a drop of water either. She stood at the kitchen door and looked at several male educated youths and called out softly, "Who of you should go fetch some water? There is not even a drop of water now, and we can't cook." Several male educated youths looked at each other, but no one moved. Zhou Wenfu felt that he was an invisible leader of the educated youth point and didn't have to work. Chen Guojun just didn't want to move. Although Chun Li and the others came later, they were the ones who fetched water for the past 2 days, so they didn't move either. Seeing that none of them moved, Zhou Wenfu had to call out, "Ilu, you go fetch water, and Chen Li will do it tomorrow. You go fetch it yourself. We have been fetching water for the past 2 days. Ilu refused with a sullen face. "Now I am the boss of the educated youth courtyard. If I say I want you to fetch it, then you go." "Zhou Wenfu, who do you think you are? You just let me go, but why do you want to be a dictator in the educated youth point?" Ilu stood up and stared at Zhou Wenfu. If Chun-Li hadn't pulled him back these days, he would have left them long ago. "Ilu, you don't put the blame on me. I don't have such an idea." Even if Zhou Wenfu had such an idea in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. "Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention," Ilu said, and went back to the kitchen to put his food into his box. The meaning was very clear, he would not join them. Chun-Li saw him and went in to find him immediately. "Ilu, we are separated from them now. How are the two of us going to cook?" "It's up to you. I won't go. I don't believe that a man like me would starve myself to death." Ilu closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Ming-Shu lay on the Kong, listening to the quarrels outside, and slowly fell asleep. They still had no lunch after all the quarrels here, and could only fill their stomachs with the cakes bought yesterday. In the afternoon, the horn sounded again. Except for Li Xiaoming, who was injured and did not have to go to the fields, the others were yelled at by the team leader to go to the fields. The team leader saw that they were still procrastinating, and his temper was about to burst out. Ming Xu and Shi Yan had just gone to the fields. Shi Yan took a towel in his hand and handed it to Ming Xu. "Wrap it around her neck so that your neck will not be scratched by the wheat." Ming Xu touched her neck. There were many small scratches, which were a little itchy, but she could bear it. She shook her head and said, "No, it's too hot to wrap it around." Shi Yan looked at Ming Xu's neck, which was covered with red spots, which made him very uncomfortable. He knew that Ming Xu was not a very particular person, so he stepped forward and tied it on her quickly. Female, educated youth should be nicer to themselves. Ming Xu looked down at the scarf and raised her hand to take it off. She was held down by someone who was staring at her, and the two stood on the ground in a stalemate. "What are you two doing standing there? Hurry up and work." The team leader, who was not far away, saw the two men standing like wooden stakes and shouted, "Team leader, Shi Jiqing is tying a scarf for his partner." An auntie, who was bundling wheat not far away, laughed loudly. "What are you doing? Hurry up and work." The aunt didn't say anything else, but she was still smiling over here. Seeing that everyone was looking at them, Ming Xu put down her hands, bent down, and continued to cut wheat. Shi Yan heard others say that they were a couple and laughed secretly while bundling wheat. He felt relieved after marking it. Miao Dandan kept staring at them with a sickle, watching Shi Yan carefully tie a scarf for Ming Xu. She touched her neck that was scratched to pieces by herself and looked at the several wounds on her hands that had not yet scabbed. She thought even more. Yi Lu glanced at Ming Xu, then lowered his head and continued to cut wheat. The whistle sounded again in the afternoon. Several team leaders didn't know how to score the work done by Zhou Wenfu and his team, so they went to find the team leader. The team leader came over and saw that Zhou Wenfu and his team had cut the wheat sparsely on this field. The field was full of scattered wheat, and the bundles of wheat fell apart when they were lifted. Finally, he got angry and said, "Let them go back to work tonight. They are not allowed to rest until they finish the work." When Zhou Wenfu and the others heard that they still had to work, they immediately disagreed and shouted that the team leader was abusing the educated youth and wanted to report to the commune. The team leader heard it, sneered, and ignored them. Then he went to find the village chief angrily and told him that he must have a good talk with the people in the educated youth office about these educated youth. It would be better to send them all back. After Ming Xu and the others finished their meal, Ming Xu went to find the village chief alone. While the village chief was being pulled by the team leader to complain, "Village chief, you must go to the commune tomorrow to talk about the behavior of those educated youth. It's only been a few days, but I can't stand it. It's better to send them all back." The village chief was also in the field to understand the specific situation today, and then sighed, "Don't even think about sending them back. You know that the current national situation is like this. In a few days, there will be another batch of educated youth, probably several more. Just be patient. If they don't want to work, just forget it. Just like that educated youthly, they should have a good rest and be quiet. Then when the time comes to distribute the food, if they don't have any, they will still come to us," the team leader said worriedly. "If they come to us, we will let them buy it with money. We won't lend them money and they won't be able to pay it back even if they lend them money. After 2 years, if they can't go back, they will work hard," the village chief said repeatedly. Ming Xu was listening outside the door. Seeing that they were almost done talking, she knocked on the door quickly. When she heard someone coming in, she pushed the door open and saw the team leader coming out with a gloomy face. Seeing Ming Xu nod, she hurried to the field. Seeing that there was no one in the field, he immediately felt that what the village chief said was very reasonable, and he didn't care at all. Ming Xu went to the village chief to explain her purpose. The village chief saw the 12 educated youth in the field today, and only Ming Jiqing, Shi Jiqing, and In Jiqing were working obediently. At first, he thought Ming Xu was difficult to discipline, but now he found that she was just indifferent, but she worked hard. Except for going up the mountain from time to time, everything else was good. After understanding her purpose, and also readily asked his wife to take her to the village to invite 6 good workers, saying that they would come to help Ming-Shu build a house after work in the afternoon and after dinner, and each person would be paid 50 cents a day. When these people heard that they would get 50 cents, they immediately agreed. One of the families even wanted to include the little kid who didn't work at home, and also wanted Ming-Shu to pay a share of the wages. Ming-Shu didn't say anything at the time and was suppressed by the man of that family. Ming-Shu saw that the materials were ready and the people were found. She immediately said that she would build a house immediately. The village head's wife heard it and agreed with a smile and told the old man after returning. The next day, the village head asked the few people he invited to go to the back mountain to dig out the foundation, and then took 2 people with Ming-Shu to the educated youth site to pull blue bricks. Village head, where are you pulling the blue bricks? Aren't they for building houses for our educated youth? Hee-yeon saw the village head and a few people pulling blue bricks out of the backyard, and hurriedly asked. She also wanted the village head to agree to use these blue bricks to build a house for herself, but she became anxious when she saw the blue bricks being pulled away. The village chief looked at the educated youth who was holding his hand with a sullen face and said, "Who said that these bricks were for you to build the educated youth courtyard? These were bought by Ming educated youth herself." Hee-yeon didn't believe it. Looking at Ming-Shu and then at the village chief, Ming, the educated youth, bought it. What did she buy it for? Of course, to build a house. Get out of the way. It's getting late, and we still have to work. The village chief frowned and looked at them. Zhou Wenfu and the others looked at Ming-Shu and the village chief. They all thought that the house was for the educated youth compound, but they didn't expect that Ming-Shu bought it herself. If she wanted to build a house, she had to build it outside. We educated youth came to the countryside to suffer, but Ming, the educated youth, wants to indulge in hedonism. Village chief, how can you agree to let her build her own house and move out? Zhou Wenfu heard that. That wouldn't work. He hadn't subdued her, so how could he let her go? Village chief, we educated youth are a group. Her behavior is to break away from the group and destroy unity. We all won't agree to her living outside. Chun Guojun looked at Ming-Shu with disapproval. Yes, we educated youth have enough to live in now. We are worried about her living outside alone. Hee-yeon heard that Ming-Shu was going to build a house and said gently with a worried look on her face. The male and female educated youth behind him heard that Ming-Shu was going to build a house and move out, and their faces varied. The village chief looked at these troublemakers and suddenly had a headache. They were all not good at work, and they were the first to find trouble. If you all want to build a house, I will approve it. Just pay for it yourself. Hee-yeon heard that they could build it, but they had to pay for it themselves. She glanced at Zhou Wenfu and asked, "How much does it cost to build a house?" The village chief said, "It will cost about 100 yuan. Hee-yeon's face suddenly became embarrassed when she heard 100 yuan. Now, she didn't even have 50 yuan on her. Her family kept 100 yuan from the 200 yuan she brought to the countryside, and she used 50 yuan to buy 2 sets of good clothes, a pair of leather shoes, and other miscellaneous things in order to make herself a good match for Zhou Wenfu. She looked at Zhou Wenfu, knowing very well that he had no money and she couldn't ask his family for money. If they found out that he married her in the countryside, they would force them to divorce, and all her efforts would be in vain. Now she could only get married to his family by virtue of her status as a mother, but she also needed a house for 2 people if she wanted to get pregnant as soon as possible. A gleam of light flashed in Hee-yeon's eyes. Thinking of this, she walked to Ming-Shu, bowed her head and gently begged, "Ming-Jiqing, you see that brother Zhou and I are both married, but we don't have a house. Can you give this blue brick to my husband and me?" "Yes, Ming-Jiqing, you are a single female comrade, and now you should selflessly give the blue brick to married comrades," Chun Guojun said again. He didn't usually talk like this, and today he talked a lot. When Hee-yeon heard Chun Guojun say that he would give it to her selflessly, a smile flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Ming-Shu pitifully. Ming-Shu sneered at them, and her impression of their shamelessness was about to be refreshed.
Just as she was about to speak,
a mocking voice came from the front. "I have heard shameless words, but I have never seen such shameless people. How come your mother forgot to bring out your faces when she gave birth to you? Everyone looked up and saw Shi Yan with a cold and handsome face and in Qi, who had just laughed loudly, coming down the mountain. Shi Yan saw from a distance on the mountain that the educated youth stopped the village head and Ming Shu in the educated youth courtyard. From the shape of their mouths, they could see that they were targeting Ming Shu's house building. He and Qi hurried over. His phoenix eyes swept across Chen Guojun sharply, and he shouted in a slightly magnetic voice, "Didn't the village chief say that if you want to build a house, go to the village chief? Why do you want to rob the educated youth without money? What's the difference between you and bandits?" Shi Jiqing, the country now advocates keeping everything simple. Isn't it a waste for an educated youth to build a house by himself? Chen Guojun said seriously. Chen Jiqing, right? I remember that the watch on your hand seemed to be bought for hundreds of yuan. What do you need a watch worth hundreds of yuan for as an educated youth who went to the countryside? Isn't this a waste? And Zhou Jiqing, you said that you worked a few work points a day here, and when you returned to the educated youth point, you were like an ancient young master, waiting for others to feed you. Are you trying to revive bourgeois ideas and undermine the people's foundation? He Jiqing, you married a petty bourgeois like Zhou Jiqing. Do you also want to revive bourgeois ideas like him? Then we educated youth can't tolerate you. Shi Yan paused output, making the three of them pale. Shi Jiqing, don't accuse people randomly. We didn't do that. Zhou Wenfu and I are both children of the working class. Labor is the most glorious. Chen Guojun thought of his watch worth hundreds of dollars, which was sent by his family from abroad. He secretly brought it out to use. He thought no one here could see it, but he didn't expect that Shi Jiqing actually knew it. He shuddered all over when he thought of this. He looked at Shi Yan with a fierce face. He lowered his head and dared not speak. Labor is the most glorious. You didn't behave like a child of the working class today. And Qi folded his arms and sneered at Zhou Wenfu. That's because I'm not used to it today, Zhou Wenfu explained with his head down. And Qi laughed a few times in a low voice, then look forward to your performance tomorrow. Zhou Wenfu and others didn't dare to say anything. Shi Yan didn't look at Zhou Wenfu again. He swept his sharp eyes over the other people in the yard. They were so scared that they lowered their heads one by one. Only Miao Dandan looked at Shi Yan with shining eyes. She imagined that one day he would stand up and protect her like today. But it was just a fantasy. Shi Yan glanced at her. Ming Shu said nothing to Shi Yan, who helped her out, and said to the village chief, "Village chief, please help me pull the blue bricks over first. I will come later." "Okay, let's go first." Seeing that Shi Yan had subdued these educated youths, the village chief hurriedly pulled the blue bricks and left with the two villagers. As soon as they walked out of the yard, the voices of two villagers came. There are all kinds of people in this city. Like Shi Jiqing, he usually looks cold, but unexpectedly, he has a lot of tricks, and his words made those people dare not say a word. The village chief, do you know what the educated youth meant? Don't ask, don't inquire, just live our lives well, the village chief said in a deep voice. Ming Shu looked at the village chief who was going away. She grabbed Chen Guojun's clothes, dragged him into the kitchen regardless of his shouting, and kicked him directly into the corner. Then she went out and dragged the couple into the kitchen with both hands and kicked each of them. The two men immediately bent over in pain. With a face full of pain, Ming Shu stacked these people again, picked up the stool beside her and put it on them, stepped on it hard, and looked at the three people under her feet with murderous eyes. In the future, if you encounter anything about me, shut up. You chatter every day, which is really annoying. Several people looked at the cruel Ming Shu at this time. They were all trembling. Chen Guojun, who was pressed at the bottom, felt pain all over his body, with fear in his eyes, and nodded repeatedly, with a flushed face. Panting hard, I know, I will shut up in the future. I can't breathe. Ming Shu sank her feet down, and yelled to He Yun and Zhou Wenfu, what about you? I won't dare to say it again. I won't dare to say it again. Zhou Wenfu was stuck in the middle and couldn't breathe, and quickly gave in. He Yun, who was on top, was lying on her back, so the stool just got stuck on her chest. The severe pain made her speechless. She could only close her eyes and nod vigorously, If you keep interfering in my affairs, I will have to beat you up every day." As she said this, she pressed down harder. Only when she heard them screaming in pain did she put her feet down. When Hien saw Ming Shu loosen her feet, she immediately took the stool away and rolled down. She rolled and crawled into the room. She lay on the Kong, regained her senses, turned up her clothes, and saw that her chest was covered with bruises. She bared her teeth, her face was painful, and her eyes were faintly resentful. Zhou Wenfu rolled on the ground, holding his chest and standing far away. He was truly afraid of Ming Shu, who was cold and impatient. At this moment, he had no intention of subduing her and just wanted to stay away from her. Chun Wojun was at the bottom. He was lying on the ground and breathing in the fresh air, and suddenly felt reborn. At the same time, he felt a sense of fear towards Ming Shu. Everyone in the educated youth's yard looked at Ming Shu in surprise. Even though they saw Ming Shu fight on the first day she arrived at the educated youth point, the feeling was completely different from this time. They could feel that Ming Shu really wanted to kill He Yun and the other two this time. So everyone ran away in fear. Ming Shu snorted at them. She glanced at Shi Yan again, said nothing, and went to the back mountain. Seeing this, Shi Yan hurriedly followed. And she, who stayed in the educated youth's yard, looked at the faces in the yard that were either terrified or afraid. There was also the person who was holding his chest and gasping for breath. He sneered, "You are cowardly and useless, and you took the initiative to provoke others. You deserve to be beaten." After that, he slowly went to the back mountain to help. The people in the yard saw that the three people had left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After working all day, they were already exhausted. Now they were threatened by Ming Shu, and now they were all listless. Regardless of whether it was clean or not, they all lay on the Kong. Ming Shu went to the back of the mountain and saw the location chosen by the village chief for her. It was close to the village. She was not very satisfied, but she saw that everything was almost tidied. After a closer look, she found that even if it was close to the village, it was still some distance away from the village. Ming Shu swallowed the words of changing the location. She walked to the village chief and asked, "What else is missing? If it's not enough, I'll go buy more." "It should be enough." "You bought enough things," the village chief said, and then looked at the blue bricks and frowned. "If you use blue bricks for this house, it may not be enough." "Well, then please issue a certificate and I'll find time to get it." "Okay." "Ming Jiqing, isn't it too unsafe for you to live so far away alone? If a pack of wolves comes down from the mountains, our village is far away from here, and I'm afraid it will be too late to save you." The village chief looked at the location here and said worriedly, "Don't worry, it's okay." When Shi Yan heard this and looked at her like that when he saw her in the mountains, he knew that she was not afraid, but two fists could not beat four hands, so it was better to be careful. "Or I'll find you a wolf dog." Ming Shu looked at Shi Yan. "Do you think it's suitable to raise a dog at this time? Besides, does she look like someone who likes to raise dogs?" It's also because people have just eaten their fill now, and raising a dog is giving people a handle." Shi Yan patted his head, as if he was not the wise self he used to be since he met Ming Shu. "Then you should be careful." "Yeah." Ming Shu looked at the village chief and the villagers discussing the foundation, and there was nothing for her to do for the time being. "Village chief, I have something to do now. Please help me watch it first. I will be back soon." Seeing the village chief nodded, Ming Shu said to Shi Yan, "Come with me. I have something to give you," and walked up the mountain. Shi Yan didn't ask anything and followed her. The two still walked to the pool. "You wait for me here." Ming Shu walked into the deep mountains a little and detected that there was no one nearby. In an instant, a large square iron box appeared in her hand, and she turned back to the pool. Shi Yan heard the movement and looked up, only to see Ming Shu holding a box and walking up to him and handing it to him with both hands. He looked at her in confusion. "Here, I guess you have been looking for it these 2 days." Shi Yan heard this, touched the box, and looked at Ming Shu in surprise. "Why is this with you?" He and she searched the mountain for the past 2 days and couldn't find it. It turned out that it was with her. "I was there when they were eaten by the pythons." Ming Shu stared into his eyes with a sharp gaze and said truthfully. She thought about it and decided to give the things to Shi Yan. Although she didn't know him very well now, she knew how he handled things, so it shouldn't be a problem to give it to him. Of course, there was also the risk of being suspected, but he couldn't find any evidence. Without evidence, there was nothing he could do to her. So you killed the 2 pythons. Shi Yan felt that the bone was familiar at the time, and he suspected that it was her. But he didn't expect that she was the one who killed the 2 giant pythons. Yeah, Mingshu nodded slightly, and Shi Yan stared at her soft body with powerful strength. The words turned around his mouth, and he still asked the question in his heart, "Who drugged you that night?" Mingshu looked at him for a long time, thinking that he was suspicious of her, but when he heard him ask this question, he couldn't help but paused. It was an insignificant person. Mingshu's words about insignificant people were in great pain at this time. Lin Wanmei was crying and felt that her life was not going well recently. After all her calculations, her 2 children still had to go to the countryside, one to the northwest and the other to the south. They were so far apart that it was difficult for them to see each other in the future. She looked at her swollen hands. She had been feeling severe pain in her hands for a while, sometimes with a little twitching, which scared her to go to the hospital. After examination, she was diagnosed with tetanus. Fortunately, it was in the early stage. She finally got a shot. I don't know if it will work. She is now worried every day. Because of the rumors outside, she hasn't been out for a long time. She took a leave of absence some time ago and didn't go to work, which caused complaints from the factory. She was afraid of losing her job, so she could only go to work with injuries. She lived in the malicious laughter of others every day and had to endure physical pain. Minghai also went to work every day and faced other people's comments on him. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't stand it. When he came back, he took his anger out on Lin Wanmei, making Lin Wanmei suffer every day and feeling that life was suddenly full of malice. Director Wu also got tetanus. His symptoms were milder than Lin Wanmei's, and he was diagnosed earlier. He got a shot earlier, and the doctor said that his prognosis was good. He is now working with an injury, and the pain makes him emotionally unstable, and he takes his anger out on others, which makes his mortal enemy seize the handle and divide a lot of power, making him even more furious and hate Lin Wanmei. If she hadn't promised that the matter would be accomplished, he wouldn't have wanted to force it, and was cut by that evil star. However, Mingshu went to the countryside to settle down, and he couldn't reach her, but fortunately Lin Wanmei was close at hand. So, he began to torture her with the little power in his hands, and threw all his anger at Lin Wanmei, and took his anger out on Minghai, making their lives even more miserable. When Shi Yan heard her light response, he didn't ask how the 3 knife wounds came about. He held the box, straightened his body, and said to her seriously, "Thank you." Mingshu smiled and shook her head. The 2 of them walked down the mountain side by side. The village chief and Enchi were talking when they saw the 2 of them coming down the mountain empty-handed. Suddenly, they saw the big box in Shi Yan's hand and squinted their eyes. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. His hands were shaking. "Shi Jiqing, what are you?" The village chief's voice was trembling. He really didn't expect that there were spies in their mountains. "Shi Yan, where did you find this?" And she was surprised to see that something that he hadn't found in the past 2 days suddenly appeared in front of him. Those people hid it in a rock in the mountains. It was all thanks to Mingshu, who accidentally discovered it and helped us find it. Shi Yan's excuse was very smooth. He said, "Village chief, and Jiqing, and I probably can't help with the autumn harvest. Please talk to the team leader and borrow your bicycle." Okay. The village chief was still in shock. Shi Yan glanced at Mingshu, and he and Enchi quickly went to the village chief's house to borrow a bicycle and rush to the town. Mingshu looked at Shi Yan's back for a long time. "Village chief, Ming Jiqing, it's getting dark now, let's do it here today and come back tomorrow." A rough-voiced man shouted from the other side of the foundation. At the same time, he called the village chief and Mingshu back to their senses. The village chief looked at the sky that was getting dark. "Ming Jiqing, it's getting dark. You should go back soon." Well, the village chief saw Ming Shu agreed. Then, he took the villagers who were working back home. Ming Shu was still standing there, looking into the distance. Suddenly, she curled her lips and turned to the mountain. She shot 2 wild boars, a dozen wild rabbits, and 8 or 9 pheasants. These seemed to be the most common species on the mountain. Ming Shu put them all in her space and would sell them after the autumn harvest. 3 days passed by in a flash. Since they were beaten by Ming Shu and Shi Yan that day, the educated youth asked these people to calm down one by one. Li Xiaoming seemed to be working more efficiently and did not dare to lie down and go to the ground with injuries. I know how he got this injury. If someone sees it and exposes it, if you are found guilty of evading labor, you'll be in trouble. In serious cases, you will be sent to the farm. Therefore, these people no longer dawdle as they did on the first day and come to the fields early every day. Although they are still new to farm work, they have made significant progress compared to the first day of autumn harvest. When the captain saw this situation, he was confused at first, but after the village chief explained it, he suddenly understood. I felt relieved. It would be best to have someone to treat me. Shi Yan and Chi went out that night and haven't come back yet. Ming Shu's working partner also turned into Andali. The two had experience pulling weeds and worked very well together. With Ming Shu helping Andali, his work points were 2 more points than before. Ming Shu helps the builders after work every day and learns how to build a house. Although she had learned how to build a simple house in the last days, it was still simple and not strong enough. If you learn one more skill, you may be able to use it in the future. When she was studying and watching them build firewalls and fire pits, she remembered that the winter here was tens of degrees below zero, which was extremely cold and lasted for several months. If you don't take heat preservation into consideration when building a house, you will not be able to survive by burning firewood for heating. Ming Shu now only feels that her idea of living in the mountains was a bit futile. No way, she has never been in the Northeast. I don't know exactly how cold it is. When I first started, I just wanted to solve my own problems and didn't think about these things. Ming Shu reflected on herself and put it aside. Her came the night before yesterday, and she completely let go of her worries. Today, Ming Shu finished her work and returned to the educated youth spot. She saw a few cleanly dressed young men and women sitting in the yard with their luggage. She squinted and recalled what the village chief and team leader said yesterday. This was a new batch of educated youth. The newly arrived educated youth saw Ming Shu, who had just entered the door, dressed as a farmer, with a straw hat covering half of his face and a scarf around his neck. There was still dust on my face, and sweat was dripping from my hair. There was also a hint of sweat that reached their noses as they passed by. They all immediately covered their mouths and noses to avoid it. When Ming Shu saw this, she walked into the kitchen without stopping, took a bucket, and went out to fetch water. Now Ming Shu is using it alone, so she carries a bucket of water every time she needs it. No more, no less, just use it up. When Ming Shu came back, He-yun, Zhou Wenfu, and the others also finished work. They were all exhausted and had no energy to talk. Those who care about cooking will cook, and those who fetch water will go to fetch water. They all want to eat quickly, and then lie down to rest. They have been exhausted by the autumn harvest these days. Their hands have been wielding sickles countless times every day, and now they are sore. It's swollen again, and I can't even lift my hands. Since the wheat they bundled always fell apart, in order not to waste time and put them in charge of cutting the wheat, the team leader rearranged people to bundle the wheat so that efficiency would increase. Ever since Zhou Wenfu was called a petty bourgeoisie by Shi Yan that day, he didn't dare to mess around with others anymore. He also took turns fetching water with them. Now he was carrying the bucket and met Ming Shu, who was carrying the bucket, and subconsciously took a step back. Ming Shu ignored him, carried water back to the kitchen, and took an iron pot to cook some porridge outside. But when the new educated youth stood in the courtyard and saw the older educated youth who were older than them, they ignored them. It was okay to just stand there. They looked at each other and pushed out a handsome-looking man who walked over to Ming Shu, who was lighting the fire. "Hello, comrade. My name is Wang Hongguang, and I am a new educated youth. Who is the person in charge of the educated youth center now?" Ming Shu lowered his head and was igniting the fire. When he heard the voice, he raised his head and looked at him without any emotion and said, "There's no one in charge. It's up to you." Wang Hongguang was startled by Ming Shu's cold eyes and then nodded repeatedly when he heard the word "it's up to him." Walking to the other side of the group, they whispered, and then they carried their luggage into the room. When Ming Shu saw the fire, she washed the pot and cooked the porridge. Ilu, who was cooking porridge in an earthen pot, saw it and wanted to speak, but he didn't dare. He felt shameless because he could get the earthen pot back from Ming Shu, and he never had the courage to start a fight with Ming Shu. Ming Shu was well aware of the emotions of the people around her, but it had nothing to do with it. After dinner, she went to her new house. She found that some of the green bricks had been stolen last night. She would go and have a look today.
If
Ming Shu thought of. Here, her eyes sneered. Were her things so easy to get? She went to the new house, took 2 hours off yesterday morning, and scanned the new bricks she brought back, and they were stolen at least in the past few days. 60 green bricks were stolen. Each brick cost 15 cents, which was about half a month's salary in the city. Ming Shu stood there and looked at the whole village, then walked towards the village. After exploring the village, Ming Shu finally stopped in front of a house without knocking. She turned to look for the village chief's house and saw the village chief enjoying the cool air in the yard. She called out at the door, "Village chief, my bricks have been stolen. Now I have found the person who stole the green bricks.
Please come with me."
The village chief was smoking a dry cigarette. When he heard that there were thieves in his village, it was okay. He quickly stood up and said, "How much did you steal? Where is it?" "Holmes stealed 60 bricks, a total of 9 yuan. Who is it?" The village chief's face darkened. Then he strode forward. "I didn't know them when I came here, but you come with me." As she said that, Ming Shu took the village chief to the door of that house. She looked at the village chief. Looking at Ming Shu's bright eyes, the old man's face turned red, but he was not satisfied with the villagers. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. A sudden pop sound shocked the neighbors. "What's wrong with the village chief? Do you need help?" Several families looked over in their yards and asked one after another. "It's okay. You guys go back and go to bed quickly," the village chief said angrily. The man was not angry either, so he simply came out and stood at the door. Village chief, when he saw it, he couldn't ask anyone to go back. When he saw that the door was still not open, he raised his hand and knocked hard several times. The door finally opened from the inside. When he saw Ming Shu, he smiled and said, "Siyuan, what's the matter? What's the matter with bringing an educated youth to my house this late at night?
What are you talking about?
Don't you have something in mind?" The village chief walked in with a dark face and his hands behind his back. Ming Shu followed him in, glanced around, sneered, and stood behind the village chief. The village chief looked at the entire yard, but did not see the green bricks. He turned back and looked at Ming Shu in confusion.
"Shu."
Ming Shu nodded to him. "It's right here." The village chief looked at Ming Shu's firm eyes and turned to the woman with a serious face. "Dahai family, please take out the things and return them to Ming Jiqing. Don't make your face look ugly when the time comes." The Dahai family still smiled and said, "Village chief, what are you talking about?
We don't understand."
My boss didn't bring anything back today. Did Dejia, your family really didn't touch the blue bricks of the educated youth? No, village chief, we don't like to work, so you can't accuse my family unfairly. No matter what, we are still people in the village. Don't you understand us? The Dahai family smiled, smoothed their sleeves, looked at Ming Shu and said with a smile, "Ming Jiqing, you just came to our place, so you may not know much about my family. My family never steals from other people's homes." "Yes. Ming's hiking, are you mistaken? His family has never stolen anything from other people's houses." People watching the excitement in the yard said, "You are an educated youth. You can't bully us rural people who don't know a few people just because you are an educated person in the city." "Village chief, can you look at the blue bricks in my yard? You know Qing is fooling around, but you still listen to her," the Dahai family said while looking at Ming Shu.
"What are you talking about?"
"Shut up." The village chief glared at Dahai's family and walked around the yard again, but didn't see any blue bricks. Ming Jiqing, did you make a mistake? The village chief looked at Ming Shu again in confusion. It's right here, village chief. Please ask again. If you still don't admit it, I'll report it to the police. Ming Shu looked at the woman with cold eyes. Dahai's family heard about reporting to the police, and a guilty look flashed in his eyes. Then he accused Ming Shu with a dark face. I said there was no, so why did you report it to the police? It will affect various indicators of our village, Ming Jiqing. You can't be so ignorant. That's right, Ming Jiqing. You can't spoil the atmosphere of our village. Don't report it to the police for a small matter. Ming Jiqing, if you have something to say it nicely. Don't easily trouble the police comrades. When the onlookers heard that Ming knew the truth but still reported it to the police, they started to persuade him one after another, and the village chief also frowned. If a thief is reported to the police in the village under his jurisdiction, it will be a loss of face for him. Ming Shu looked back at the village chief. Village chief, what do you say? Ming Jiqing, you must have made a mistake. Otherwise, I will ask for you at the meeting tomorrow morning. Now that the thief has not been caught in the act, it is useless to just talk about it. The village chief can only say this. Ming Shu looked at the village chief quietly. She called him the village chief with the intention of using courtesy before force. As long as she is right, the villagers will have nothing to say even if they use force. However, she also knows that catching a thief requires seizure of stolen goods, so she walked straight into the kitchen of this house. The villagers who were watching the fun saw her go to the kitchen and followed her. Ming Shu entered the kitchen and kicked the stove in full view of everyone. In an instant, the whole kitchen was rumbled and the stove collapsed. The blue bricks that had just been laid were exposed. There was still glutinous rice, mixed with mud that had not dried on the blue bricks. Everyone was stunned. Last time she and Shi Jiqing went to hunt wild boars, they all secretly talked about her and were skeptical. That time, they really saw with their own eyes how powerful Ming Shu's kick was. Everyone was terrified and looked at Ming Shu. Seeing that she was still relaxed, she picked up a blue brick and looked at it in her hand, as if it was easy for her to kick down a large stove. Ming Shu looked coldly at Dahai's family and the village chief, who were both dazed. She showed the blue brick to the village chief and said coldly to Dahai's family, "Now the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say?" Dahai's family came to their senses, looked at the stove that had just been repaired today, and began to throw a tantrum. "This was picked up by my family. How can you say it's yours?" The village chief also came back to his senses from the shock and took a look at the blue brick. It was really stolen by the villagers. There were thieves in the village under his jurisdiction. This is a problem of work style. If Ming Jiqing really reported this to the police, he would really lose face in front of the commune. When he went to the meeting, he would be criticized in public by the director of the commune. The village chief's face darkened when he thought of this, and when he heard her quibbling, he shouted angrily, "Enough, Dahai's family. Do you still have any shame? Ming Shu is the only one in the village who is building a house, and she uses blue bricks to build a house, which is the first time in the village. Picked it up? Picked it up from the village?" Then he turned to Ming Shu and said, "Ming Jiqing, don't worry. The village will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." After that, the village chief ordered 2 villagers to take Dahai's family to the brigade headquarters. Others followed one after another. Ming Shu followed behind with a blue brick with mud. The brigade headquarters is where the village cadres usually handle internal meetings. The big square is where the whole village is held. Ming Shu attended 2 meetings in the big square. This is also her first time to the brigade headquarters. Village cadres, village chief, brigade leader, women's team leader, accountants, cashiers, etc. Now, the cadres are off work. When the village chief was about to shout on the loudspeaker, the women's team leader came again. Seeing the Dahai family being pressed down, she frowned and said, "Village chief, what are you doing?" The village chief told the whole story in a deep voice. After hearing this, the women's team leader's face was also very heavy. She shouted, "Dahai family, this is a mistake, Captain. I really didn't mean to steal. My big stove is not short of a few holes. Well, I thought about patching it up so that I can cook, but I don't have any bricks at home, so I asked Ming Jiqing to borrow some. Dahai's family squatted on the ground, lowered their heads, and whispered. Ming Shu heard this and sneered. The village chief has now found the person who stole the bricks. I wonder how you are going to deal with it. There were so many people at the door of the village chief, and he thought for a while and spoke. Ming Jiqing, you go back first, and we will discuss it and notify you when the time comes. Okay, I'll wait. Ming Shu nodded in agreement, just to give face to the village chief, and turned to check the progress of the new house, and then went back to the educated youth point. She took the bucket to fetch water, and then used the pot to boil some hot water to take a bath. Now her body is different, so it is more comfortable to take a hot water bath. When she changed her clothes and came out, she saw the 5 new educated youths followed the village chief to the educated youth point. As soon as the village chief entered the yard, he called everyone together. These 5 new educated youths, you came a few days earlier than them. You are all educated youths. You should help each other. Taking them to get familiar with our village will help them integrate into the village. Village head, there are not enough places for us male educated youth to live now. What should we do? Li Xiaoming said with a worried face. His foot was injured to begin with, so he had to be very careful when sleeping. It happened that Shi Yan and Shi were not here these 2 days, so they had a lot more space, and he would not be bumped by others. If 10 educated youths were crowded together, their feet would inevitably be bumped. Then his foot injury would be more serious. Li Xiaoming now regretted very much that he scratched himself in order to avoid working. It was really a loss over gain. How can such a big Kong not be enough? Shi Jiqing and Jiqing are not here, so fall asleep first, the village chief said unhappily. He knew very well about Li Xiaoming's behavior of avoiding work. This behavior was left over by the lazy people in the village. Just because he had just arrived, he didn't say anything to him. As soon as Li Xiaoming saw the face of the village chief, he immediately lowered his head and said nothing. Among the educated youths, only Li Xiaoming made suggestions. Except for Ming Shu, the others looked particularly listless and listened to the village chief with their heads down. When the village chief saw that the matter had been explained, he said to the new educated youth, "You came at a very unfortunate time. It is now the autumn harvest time, and you all have to go to the fields tomorrow. Go to bed early tonight." After saying that, he looked at Ming Shu. Ming Jiqing, I'll give you the result of your matter tomorrow. Okay, Ming Shu said the same thing, and waited for the result tomorrow. If she was not satisfied with the result, it would still be too late. The village chief looked at Ming Shu's calm eyes helplessly, which contained ice and fire. The village chief also understood that if he did not give a satisfactory answer tomorrow, she would probably not let it go. Thinking of this, the village chief narrowed his eyes and made a decision. He strode home with his hands behind his back. Seeing that he finally came back, the village chief's wife hurried out to greet him. "Why did you come back so late today?" "Huh. Educated youths are always troublesome," the village chief said in a heavy tone as he walked in. The village chief's wife smiled. "They are still children. They are only 2 or 3 years older than our Lingling. They don't understand anything. Aren't they troublesome? Our Lingling is much better than them. They don't know the difference between grains and come here to make trouble." The village chief entered the room and sat on the edge of the Kong. He was very unhappy when he heard his wife compare his daughter with them. Okay, Lingling is good." The village chief's wife came in with water and said with a smile. Then she thought of what she had heard, put down the water, sat on the Kong, and stared at the old man. Asked, "Is Ming Jiqing's kick really that powerful?" The village chief washed his face with a towel and exhaled comfortably. "Well, the stove of Dahai's house collapsed with one kick. Oh my god, it's so powerful. It seems that she and Shi Jiqing really killed the wild boar last time." The village chief's wife slapped her thigh and laughed loudly. "This Ming Jiqing is good at work, but doesn't cause trouble, and is not afraid of trouble. He is also a troublemaker." The village chief thought of Ming Jiqing's kick and suddenly got a headache. Don't think about it. I'd better solve the thief case as soon as possible tomorrow. Try to satisfy Ming Jiqing." She is a girl who left her hometown. If she is not powerful, how can she protect herself? Too powerful is not good either. The couple had a small discussion about Ming Shu's matter. In the end, the village chief's wife won. Ming Shu didn't know how the village chief would solve her problem.
She was facing a problem now.
She was just going to the toilet, and her quilt was rolled to the side. The Kong is so big, can't she sleep somewhere else? Ming Shu frowned and stepped forward to stop the female educated youth who was about to spread the quilt. Comrade, there are people sleeping here, didn't you see? The new female educated youth was spreading the quilt when she was suddenly stopped. She looked up at Ming Shu, who had a beautiful face, cold eyes, and a hint of charm. She had just carefully scanned all the female educated youth here. Except for the female educated youth who spoke softly and gently, who was pretty, the other female educated youth looked very average. Just when she was proud that her appearance would be the best in this educated youth courtyard, she didn't expect that there was another female educated youth with a beautiful appearance here. Her heart sank, which instantly made her appearance, which she had always been proud of, dim and dull. Ming Shu saw the new female educated youth staring at her, her face changing again and again. She picked up the cup and knocked it. The sound reached Chen Shuang's ears. She came back to her senses and looked at Ming Shu, who was looking at her coldly. Thinking of her previous question, her face suddenly changed. She stood up with grievance and looked at Ming Shu with tears in her eyes. Comrade, I have had poor health since childhood, and I can't sleep among people. If I am pressed by others, I can't bear it. Can you move to the middle and give this place to me? Isn't the window seat also empty? There is more space there. Ming Shu sneered and motioned her to look at the position outside the window. There. I'm timid and will be afraid. Chen Shuang lowered her head and pinched her clothes and whispered. After hearing this, Ming Shu looked at her impatiently. I don't care if you are timid or not. Now you immediately put my bedding back to its original position. Comrade, I really can't sleep here, Chen Shuang cried while sitting on the edge of the Kong. Comrade, Shuang is indeed timid. You should give it to her. Another female educated youth, Lu Yuemei, he came over to support Chen Shuang and persuaded her with a hint of impatience. The other 4 female educated youth in the room did not dare to say a word, but lay down with their eyes closed and listened with their ears. Yun was very happy to hear that these 2 people came to cause trouble for Ming Shu. Even if they could not do anything to her, at least they could bring bad luck to her, and she would feel comfortable. Ming Shu raised her hand to see that it was getting late. Without wasting time talking to them, he reached out and threw the person and the blanket to the side. Before Chen Shuang could react, she fell to the ground. Wang Donli was squinting and peeking at Ming Shu. She felt that the action was familiar to her, and instantly shrank his head in fear. After Ming Shu cleared the irrelevant people, she tidied the quilt herself and lay down on it to rest. Chen Shuang fell to the ground, hugged the quilt, and burst into tears instantly. The male educated youth who were sleeping next door were woken up. Zhou Wenfu and others who were lying on the Kong looked at each other and closed their eyes again. The 3 new male educated youth recognized that the voice was the female educated youth who came with them. The 3 of them got off the Kong and knocked on the door of the female educated youth. Chen Shuang heard the knock on the door, and her crying became quieter. She hurriedly got up and opened the door without caring about the other female educated youth in the room. When she saw that it was a male educated youth outside, she immediately looked aggrieved, with tears hanging on her face, and she looked so pitiful that the 3 male educated youth with her felt so distressed. Shuang, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Shuang, don't cry. Tell your brother and help you vent your anger. The male educated youth with a 3:7 hairstyle came forward and raised his hand to gently hold Chen Shuang's shoulders. Bring her out. Shuang, are you not used to it? The male educated youth with acne on his face came forward and held her waist, whispering. His eyes would occasionally glance at the female educated youth. Chen Shuang let the 2 men hold her head, lowered her head slightly, sobbed a few times, and shook her head from time to time. The other female educated youth in the room also heard the knock on the door and wanted to respond loudly. As a result, they saw the new educated youth open the door directly, and they were so scared that they didn't even have time to stop him and could only hug themselves tightly. Because it is early autumn now, they still wear sleeveless clothes when they sleep, which are hollow inside, so it is easy to expose if you are not careful. Hee-yun and others were wrapped in thin blankets, looking at the female educated youth and the three male educated youth at the door of the bedroom with dark faces. Shuang shuang, don't cry. If anyone bullies you, we will help you. The male educated youth, with acne on his face, slowly rubbed Chen Shuangshuang's waist. Chen Shuangshuang raised her head and looked at the three male educated youth in front of her with tears in her eyes. Contempt flashed in her heart, but her face was wet with tears. He looked at them with trust in his eyes. Really? Of course it's true. Ho Jiang nodded vigorously. You are so nice, unlike those people who bully me as soon as they come, Chen Shuangshuang said with a touched face. Ho Jiang immediately asked, who bullied you? Chen Shuangshuang then turned around and looked at the female educated youth in the courtyard, pointed to the end of the Kong, and whispered the reason with sobs. Brother Ho, I am really scared and my health is not good. She leaned against Ho Jiang and whispered with a pale face. We educated youth should help each other. Since you are not in good health, she should give up her seat immediately. Ho Jiang became furious. Brother Ho, what should I do tonight? I dare not sleep by the window. Chen Shuangshuang saw that Ming Shu seemed to have fallen asleep. She suddenly became anxious and looked at Ho Jiang expectantly. Ho Jiang's words sounded very nice, but he did not dare to enter the female educated youth's room casually. He could only stand at the door, stretching his neck inside, roaring at the top of his voice, looking as funny as he could. He saw that Ming Shu was unmoved after he had roared for so long, and he saw Chen Shuangshuang's expectant eyes and the smiles in the eyes of the two educated youths next to him. He was furious, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his foot and walked straight into the house. Hee-yun, Wang Meiying, and other female educated youth were so frightened when they saw Ho Jiang coming in that they hugged the quilt and leaned against the wall, shouting in unison. Hey! This is not a place you can enter. Get out. Get out, you are being a hooligan. Wang Meiying shouted angrily. Wang Meiying's loud voice startled the male educated youth over there, and they stood in the kitchen looking into the dormitory for the female educated youth. Seeing the new male educated youth inside, several people's faces changed, wondering whether they should take him out.
Just when they were hesitating,
Ming Shu, who was about to fall asleep, was awakened by the scream. She turned her head and saw that a male educated youth had broken in and was striding toward her. Seeing this, she picked up the enamel cup on the box with her left hand and smashed at his right leg. There was a crisp click sound, like the sound of a broken bone. The man suddenly leaned forward and fell to the ground, hugging his right leg tightly with both hands, and let out a shrill cry. This male educated youth broke into our female educated youth dormitory in the middle of the night. Is he trying to do something improper to us female educated youth? It seems that I have to go to the village chief tomorrow morning and explain everything to him. By then, I don't know, you will be sentenced to several years in prison for hooliganism, or directly sent to a farm for labor reform. After hitting the man, Ming Shu sat up and looked at the man who was hugging his thigh and wailing on the ground with a calm but firm tone. Are you crazy? Do you think you have the right to bully us new educated youth? You actually hit me so hard. I must go to the police station to report it. Ho Jiang hugged his right leg, with pain on his face, and stared at Ming Shu with anger. Ming Shu looked down at the person kneeling on the ground calmly. Oh, bullying her? She looked up at Chen Shuangshuang, who was standing at the doorway, huddled there with her head down, and not saying a word. You broke into the female dormitory without permission and acted like a hooligan. Even if you are beaten to death, everyone will only applaud. Hearing this, the man groaned while holding his injured thigh and suddenly became speechless. His eyes slowly turned to the Kong, and he saw that the female educated youth were trembling with fear and leaning against the wall. He suddenly woke up and saw that he was now in the female educated youth dormitory. Suddenly, layers of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't say anything like calling the police. He didn't care whether he was injured or not and crawled out. Chen Shuangshuang huddled there with his head down. The two male educated youth who came with him were stunned by Ming Shu's cruelty. Several people did notice that Ho Jiang needed help. Finally, Yi Lu and Chen Li couldn't stand it anymore, so they came in and carried him out. Ming Shu saw that it was quiet, so she lay down and went to sleep again. He-yun glanced at Ming Shu quietly, then got off the Kong, put on her coat, and walked outside to pull Zhou Wenfu into the yard. The two of them chatted outside for a while, then came back and were about to close the door. She looked at Chen Shuangshuang, who was standing outside the door with a bad tone. "Are you coming in or not? If you come in, close the door." Chen Shuangshuang looked at the end of the Kong with some fear in her eyes. Seeing that the person there had already fallen asleep, she went into the room and gently closed the door, picked up the quilt, and walked to the window, spread it out, and slowly lay down. Wang Meiying looked at He-yun's sneaky behavior and sneered. He-yun heard it and immediately looked towards Ming Shu in panic. Seeing that Ming Shu was asleep, her face immediately returned to normal. Then she lay down with her back to Wang Meiying. On the male, educated youth side, Ho Jiang was carried to the Kong by Chun Li and Yi Luqi. At this moment, Ho Jiang felt a sharp pain as long as he moved his legs slightly. This pain tortured his face and made it hideous and distorted. Zhou Wenfu, who was standing by, saw Ho Jiang in such pain, and He-yun's words flashed through his mind. He hurriedly said, "Why don't we go to the village chief to borrow a car and send Comrade Ho Jiang to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible? The longer the time is delayed, the worse his condition may be." Zhou Wenfu said and looked at the people in the room. Chun Li and Yi Lu looked at each other, both with surprise in their eyes. Chun Guojun immediately agreed. When Ho Jiang heard that someone was going to send him to the hospital, he endured the severe pain and looked at Zhou Wenfu gratefully. "Thank you, Comrade Zhou. No need to thank us so much. We are all educated youth, and it is our duty to help each other," Zhou Wenfu replied with a smile. Turning his head and smiling at the other two educated youths, "Comrades, can you come with me to borrow a car?" Wang Hongguang and Lu Dali were about to speak. "I'll go with you." Yi Lu stood up and looked at Zhou Wenfu expressionlessly. "Let's go." Zhou Wenfu looked at Yi Lu's dark eyes, nodded, and the two went to the village chief's house. After a while, he came over on a bicycle. Zhou Wenfu volunteered to take Ho Jiang to the hospital. Yi Lu looked at Zhou Wenfu suspiciously, who was different from usual. He always felt that he had bad intentions, but now he couldn't tell anything. Yi Lu looked at the bicycle in the distance. He turned back to his room and went to sleep. Li Xiaoming looked at his wound that had not healed yet and felt very sad. He followed him back to the house. At the village chief's house, the village chief's wife looked at the old man who had returned to the house, frowned and asked, "What's the matter again?" "Hey, it was said that the new educated youth broke his foot." "Broken? Didn't they just come today? They haven't started working yet. How could their legs be broken?" The village chief's wife looked at the helpless old man in surprise. "How should I know? There are so many things going on every day, and I can't rest in the middle of a night." The village chief frowned and touched his sparse hair. He felt that his hair had become thinner since the educated youth came. "You didn't ask more questions?" "No, it's just those things, isn't it?" The village chief's wife yawned and closed her eyes when she found out that she couldn't get any information. "Go to sleep, you have to go to work tomorrow?" The village chief didn't respond to his wife. He stared at the roof and thought for a while before closing his eyes and going to sleep. The next day, just after dawn, the loudspeaker sounded again, and the village chief's voice came from it. "Dear villagers, everyone hurry up and eat. At 6 o'clock, there will be an emergency meeting at the square. Dear villagers, everyone hurry up and eat. At 6 o'clock, there will be an emergency meeting at the square." The village chief notified twice in succession. Ming Shu was walking on the road carrying water. When she heard the loudspeaker, she paused and continued to go back to the educated youth point. She washed up and made breakfast. Of the 5 new educated youth, 1 was killed on the first day. The remaining 4 were a little scared when they saw the cold and beautiful Ming Shu, especially when Chen Shuangshuang saw her walking close to the wall at that time. Ming Shu was of course very satisfied with their performance. It would be best if they stayed away from her in the future. After she finished her meal, she packed her things one by one. Wearing a straw hat, she walked to the square. The village chief started the microphone so early, probably to give her a result for yesterday's incident. She came early, and there were not many people in the square. The village chief, who was the one who called the microphone, had not arrived yet. Seeing that it had not started yet, Ming-Shu chose a comfortable place to sit down, gently closed her eyes, and prepared to take a short rest. The young men standing not far away noticed Ming-Shu, who was resting with her eyes closed, smiled at each other, and their eyes were all focused on her. They whispered, "Ming Jiqing is so beautiful." Yes, she is beautiful, and she is also powerful. I heard that she kicked down the stove of Uncle Dahai's house last night. Just like this, the man said, and made a kicking gesture. Well, she is so powerful. No matter how beautiful she is, I dare not marry her home. TSK. You are daydreaming, and you despise her. She is the one who despises you. A man with majestic features looked at the man who said this sarcastically. I'm not wrong. She's so powerful. Can you beat her? If she kicks you one day, will you just break up like that stove? The man retorted in a low voice. Yes, what you said is true, but you don't have to worry so much. She has a partner. Shi Jiqing. Speaking of Shi Jiqing, has he returned to the city? I haven't seen him at work for a few days. I don't know. Ming-Shu frowned. She heard these chatterboxes chattering like birds from a distance, which was really disturbing. Just as she was about to change the scene, the village chief, the team leader, and several cadres came from the team headquarters with 2 people pulling Dahijia on each side. A man and 2 teenagers followed behind. The villagers gradually gathered. The people from the educated youth point and the newcomers also came. The village chief sullenly asked the people who were escorting Dahijia to the stage. His anger was loudly heard through the loudspeaker. I have gathered everyone here today. I believe you all know that a thief has appeared in our village. We haven't seen a thief in many years, but now he appears again. This is a shame. Now, let us announce the results of the punishment of the thief. Dahai's family stole Ming Jiqing's 60 blue bricks. The blue bricks had been pasted with glutinous rice mud. Now Ming Jiqing needs them urgently. Let Dahai's family pay for it. Blue bricks are now 1.5 cents apiece. Dahai's family needs to pay 9 yuan. They also have to carry manure for 3 months. When the man behind heard that he had to pay 9 yuan, he was shocked and ran to the village chief and shouted, "Village chief, my family has no money to pay." Dahai's family was originally looking at the ground with shame and anger. Hearing that he had to pay compensation, he immediately lost his face and sat on the ground with a thud, slapping his thighs with both hands and howling like a ghost while slapping. The educated youth bullies people. The educated youth bullies the hard-working peasant brothers. Ming-Shu was originally very satisfied with the result of the village chief, but now she crossed her arms and watched her performance expressionlessly. At this time, the village chief's face was black, looking at the Dahai couple crying and making a fuss on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Why are you crying? If you don't have money, use work points to make up for it," and asked Ming-Shu, "Ming Jiqing, his family has no money. Can he use work points to make up for it?" Ming-Shu sneered, "Village chief, work points can be used to make up for it, but this auntie slandered me for bullying her. What should I do?" "Don't worry about her, just agree. You can also agree with me. But this auntie just slandered people with empty words. I am a person of noble character, and I can't stand this slander." Ming-Shu looked at the village chief and said. The village chief stared at Ming-Shu's eyes, knowing that there must be a result today, and seeing that it was getting late, he quickly said, "Well, then let's add another 3 months of carrying manure." "Village chief, I." Zhang Dahai looked at his wife's pale face. He wanted to plead, but didn't know how to say it. "Okay, Dahai, take good care of your wife in the future, and don't let it happen again." The village chief looked at Zhang Dahai with a fierce face. "Ming Jiqing, how about it?" "Okay." Ming-Shu thought that carrying manure for half a year was not bad. The village chief saw that the matter was settled, so he quickly adjourned the meeting and went to the fields. Dahai's family was taken to carry manure. Ming Shu knew that the village chief would not really do anything to Dahai's family, and she did not want to do anything to her either, just teach her a lesson. It would be better for them to stay 3 miles away from her in the future. Ming Shu thought very clearly and followed the villagers to harvest in autumn. At almost noon, 2 police officers came to the village. When the village chief heard the police, he immediately looked at Ming Shu, thinking that she was the one who called the police. But when he asked, he still looked for Ming Shu. Ming Jiqing, come here, 2 police comrades are looking for you. Ming Shu squinted at the 2 police officers. A cold light flashed in her frowning eyes. When Ming Shu heard the police were looking for her, she guessed the reason. She walked over slowly. The villagers who were harvesting wheat in the field looked up curiously at the police, and then started to discuss when Ming Shu came over. This educated youth Ming, didn't she agree to the compensation from Dahai's family? Why did she call the police again? Is she dissatisfied with the low compensation? What if it's something else? The people working in the field immediately started to discuss. The team leader frowned and stood up with a sickle to sweep the surrounding fields. Don't look at it. Work quickly, be quick. Everyone smiled and lowered their heads to continue working, while others discussed in a low voice. The team leader looked at Ming Shu and muttered, "What a waste of time." He Yun, who was harvesting wheat in the field, heard the police looking for Ming Shu, and a smile flashed in his eyes, as if harvesting wheat was not so painful. 2 men in military green police uniforms looked at the female educated youth standing in front of them. Are you Ming Shu? A square-faced police officer asked Ming Shu seriously. Yes, Ming Shu nodded calmly. Someone reported that you beat someone and broke his leg. The square-faced policeman looked at the educated youth in front of him suspiciously. Yes, I did. The 2 policemen didn't expect Ming Shu to admit it so easily. And there was no panic on their faces. They looked at each other, with a slight surprise in their eyes, and then immediately asked seriously, How did you beat him? What did you use, and where did you beat him? In our female educated youth dormitory, I hit him with a cup, Ming Shu answered directly. In your female educated youth dormitory? Another policeman looked at Ming Shu with a dark face. He asked again, Were there other people in your dormitory at that time? Yes, everyone is here. The 2 policemen looked at Ming Shu, who was very calm, and said to the village chief who was waiting on the side, Village chief, please call all the educated youth. We need to question them thoroughly. The village chief nodded and immediately went to the ground to call people. Soon all the educated youth were together. The 2 police officers looked at all the educated youths and, without wasting time, they shouted, We called you here to clarify the incident about Comrade Ho Jiang, the reporter, being beaten by Comrade Ming Shu. We learned that you were all at the scene at the time. Now tell us the whole story of what happened last night. After that, they looked at the 10 or so educated youths in front of them. Seeing this, Lu glanced at Ming Shu, raised his hand and said, At that time, the male educated youth directly broke into the dormitory of the female educated youths. Ming Jiqing was acting in self-defense. After saying this, he pulled Chun-Li, and Chun-Li immediately agreed. What Jiqing said is true. We were sleeping soundly at the time, but were awakened by Wang Jiqing's scream. When we went out, Ho Jiqing was already inside the female educated youth. The 2 police officers nodded, and the square-faced man asked, Who is Wang Jiqing? I am... Wang Meiying answered, raising her hand. Is what happened last night the same as what these 2 educated youths said? Wang Meiying opened her mouth and was about to speak when she felt someone pulling her clothes. She looked over and saw Heian winking at her. Wang Meiying sneered, waved her hand away, walked out and said loudly, Yes, it's the same as what Jiqing and Qin Jiqing said. Ming Jiqing beat the hooligans away in order to protect us from being harmed. When Hiyun heard Wang Meiying's answer, her eyes dimmed. She lowered her head and said nothing. The 2 police officers. Then he looked at the remaining 8 or 9 people, raised his hand and pointed at Hiyun, who was lowering his head, and said, Comrade, you tell me. When Hiyun heard the police questioning, he immediately looked up at them and turned his eyes to Ming Shu and saw that she was still indifferent, as if nothing could stop her. Thinking of her attacking twice, he hated her with gnashing teeth in his heart. He wanted to deny it, and it would be best if he could send her to jail so that her house would be theirs. But in front of the police, he didn't dare to say that he had perjured himself. He thought about the villager in the morning who was given an additional 3 months of manure-carrying task just because of a few casual shouts. If she slandered him, wouldn't she go to jail? Moreover, Wang Meiying and the others had already told the truth, and they couldn't just slander her if they wanted to. Thinking about this, Hyun looked up at the police and whispered, "It's true." Ming Shu was a little surprised to hear that they all answered truthfully. If they didn't testify, she would have a way to make Ho Jiang tell the truth. The 2 police officers asked other people, and except for the newcomer who hesitated and refused to say anything, everyone else told the truth. Just when the 2 policemen thought they had understood the matter clearly and were about to go home, Ming Shu called them. "Comrade police, I want to report a case. Ho Jiqing broke into the dormitory of female educated youth last night and wanted to do something bad to me. Although I defended myself for self-protection. But Ho Jiqing really wanted to be a hooligan to me." The 2 policemen looked at each other again, and the square-faced comrade said, "Comrade Ming Shu, we have accepted your report. Now we want to confirm with you again, is what you just said true?" As they spoke, the 2 policemen looked at the educated youth they had just questioned very seriously. When Yi Lu and Chen Li heard that Ming Shu was going to report a case, their faces were a little complicated, but they still nodded to confirm that it was true. The 2 policemen immediately merged the 2 cases into one, and the defendant became the party involved. "Okay. Thank you for your cooperation," the square-faced comrade said seriously. "Ming Jiqing, please be patient and wait a moment. We will give you a reply after we go back to discuss it." "Okay. I believe that our police comrades will definitely severely punish the hooligan. I'll wait for your good news," Ming Shu responded with a smile on her face. "Please rest assured, we will not let the bad guys go." The 2 policemen nodded with the village chief and rode to the town. The village chief looked at the educated youth who were still here and did not move, and hurriedly sent them back to work. Having listened for so long, he also understood that the male educated youth's leg was broken by Ming Jiqing. He now understands Ming Jiqing's character a little bit. As long as you don't provoke her, it's okay. If you provoke her, you will be skinned alive. The key is that she is still reasonable. He still told the villagers not to provoke her. The village chief was relieved when he thought that the house she built was in the back mountain. He was not as worried as he was at the beginning, and at the same time he was glad that she was far away from the village. Hyun was relieved and worried as he walked. He was glad that he didn't tell a lie just now. He was worried that what she said to Zhou Wenfu last night, if Ming Shu knew about it, she didn't know how she would beat them in the future. Ming Shu didn't want to report the case, but since Ho Jiang went to report the case, don't blame her. They are not good men and women. They never repay evil with kindness.
"What is that?" Ming Shu said she didn't know.
The only person she could let go was Lin Wanmei, but don't think she let Lin Wanmei off lightly. A rusty knife cut them both. Even if they were vaccinated, they would probably be swollen and painful for a while. There were also rumors and all kinds of colored eyes outside. In this era, it would embarrass two-faced loving people for several months. And that hypocritical and money-loving Ming Hai, if he knew that thousands of yuan were missing, I don't know how angry he would be. And later, her beloved sons will definitely go to the countryside, all over the country, and it will be difficult for them to meet in the next 10 years. How many times will Lin Wanmei cry a day? And Director Wu, who found that he was teased, might not let her go. The 2 of them are just biting each other. She never treats people who provoke her with a good face. One kick is light. Sharpening the knife is the most painful. Ming Shu is now very annoyed with the people at the educated youth point and wants to move out quickly, but unfortunately her house will take several more days to be occupied. Ming Shu felt a little annoyed when she thought about this. Her anger was unconsciously directed on the wheat. She kept waving her sickle, and the wheat fell down piece by piece. Aunt Dolly behind her tried her best, but couldn't keep up. Ming Jiqing, I can't do it anymore. You should take a rest. My old waist can't take it anymore, she said, sitting on the wheat with her hands on her waist and catching her breath. Ming-Shu looked back and saw that she and Aunt Dolly were already 7 or 8 meters away. There was a large area of unbundled wheat in the middle of them. "Aunt, I'll bundle it, you take a rest." Ming-Shu's face was slightly red as she went forward to bundle the wheat. No, Ming-Jiqing, sit down and take a rest." Aunt Dolly hurriedly stopped Ming-Shu. It was originally agreed that one would cut the wheat and the other would bundle it. The two had always had a clear division of labor. "It's okay, Aunt," Ming-Shu said as she bundled the wheat. Aunt Dolly saw that she couldn't stop Ming-Shu, so she didn't take a rest either, and stood up to continue bundling the wheat. After they finished bundling the wheat together, they stood and took a rest. "Ming-Jiqing, has Shi-Jiqing returned to the city?" Aunt Dolly asked softly. Ming-Shu paused and shook her head lightly, not very clear. "I haven't seen him for several days, not very clear." Ming-Shu said the same thing, and it was also the truth. She really didn't know. "Ming-Jiqing, tell your aunt the truth. Did you separate?" Aunt Dolly looked at Ming-Shu cautiously. "Aunt, he and I are not in a relationship." Ming-Shu looked at the first person who spread the rumor speechlessly. "How can we not be, then?" Aunt Dolly wanted to say something to refute, but when she saw Ming-Shu's bad face, she quickly swallowed the words. Ming-Shu was relieved to see that Aunt Dolly finally stopped the topic. Ming-Shu picked up the sickle and continued to cut the wheat. After being interrupted by Aunt Dolly, her anger disappeared and her speed slowed down. Aunt Dolly was also much more relaxed, although she worked more and got more work points. But it was useless if her body couldn't keep up. After work in the afternoon, Ming-Shu fetched water and ate, and then went to help in the new house. After helping for a long time, a big man with a simple face suddenly said, "This place is so far away from the village. It's a bit of a waste to build a house here and a toilet." When Ming-Shu heard this, a flash of lightning flashed through her mind, and she realized that she had actually forgotten about the toilet. She hurried to find the village chief to see if it was too late to buy materials. The village chief smoked a pipe, listened to her, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and said lightly, "I included the toilet when I calculated the materials for you." Ming-Shu was immediately grateful and decided to send a wild rabbit tonight to the village chief. She thanked the village chief and went back to work until dark. Ming-Shu saw that the house seemed to be missing only a roof and anxiously asked the man who was building the house, "How long will it take before people can live in it?" "It will take another 3 or 4 days. The roof needs to be built solidly to avoid being crushed by the snow." Ming-Shu nodded. There were still a few days left, so she could only endure it. It was dark, and there was no one around. Ming-Shu went up the mountain. When she came to the edge of the pond, she first shot a pheasant and roasted it. After eating, she leaned against a big tree and looked up at the vast starry sky. She had never seen such a beautiful starry sky before or after the end of the world. Suddenly, there was a burst of talking. Ming-Shu listened carefully. It was the sound of irrelevant people chatting, but just as she was about to go hunting, it turned into a quarrel. Finally, it evolved into a fight. Ming-Shu probed over and saw that they were punching and slapping each other, and they didn't stop talking. They were 2 men pulling each other's hair. They completely inherited the true skills of their old mother. The 2 people fought and scolded each other, very smoothly. Even rhymed. A closer look showed that the 2 were from the Qingshan Brigade. The 2 fought hard and focused and didn't notice Ming-Shu watching on the side. Generally, Ming-Shu doesn't like to watch this kind of street-swearing excitement, but I was not in a good mood today. I leaned against a tree and watched the show. I gradually understood why they fought. Unequal distribution of spoils, plus old memories. This big melon almost made Ming-Shu sick. She turned and walked all the way inside, killing 30 pheasants and rabbits before stopping. On the way back, the 2 were still talking about the past. Ming-Shu rolled her eyes secretly and went down the mountain. When she returned to the Educated Youth Point, she saw Shi and Enqi sitting in the yard and talking in a low voice. Ming-Shu saw that the 2 people who had not seen them for a few days were in good spirits. They looked serious when they lowered their heads and talked. The female educated youth blushed and secretly glanced at them. Just when Shi was talking excitedly. Suddenly, he stopped talking, looked straight at the door, and his eyes suddenly brightened. And Chi patted Shi Yan on the shoulder when he saw Ming Shu coming back. He got up and went back to the house. Shi Yan's eyes just lit up and dimmed a little, but he quickly got up and strode towards Ming Shu. You're back. Well, the work is done. Shi Yan looked at Ming Shu with dust all over her head and wheat bran all over her body, and hurriedly said, Go wash up first. We'll talk later. Ming Shu looked at him suspiciously and nodded, okay. Ming Shu boiled some hot water for herself, cleaned herself up, and sat outside. Shi Yan came out and sat beside her, looking at her, thinking for a long time, and suddenly said, I'm leaving. Ming Shu's eyes flickered several times when she heard it, and then quickly returned to normal. She stared at Shi Yan quietly. When are you leaving? I'm leaving soon. Okay. Ming Shu looked at the mountains and responded softly. Shi Yan stared at Ming Shu's calm face, hoping to see a hint of different emotions in it, but the pair of dark eyes still showed no ripples. A dim flash passed by in his eyes. Then he smiled and reminded Ming Shu, Don't forget what I told you. I will write to you when I have time. Ming Shu fiddled with her hair, stood up and looked at Shi Yan. Then I'll go to sleep first. I wish you a safe journey. Shi Yan took a deep breath, stood up, clasped his hands tightly, looked at her and nodded. Okay. Ming Shu lowered her eyelids. He turned around and walked into the room. Shi Yan stood there quietly, with an incomprehensible affection in his eyes, staring at Ming Shu's back. And she came out with 2 pieces of luggage and said in a deep voice to Shi Yan, Let's go. Shi Yan slowly retracted his gaze, took the luggage, and looked at the female educated youth's room again. Let's go. Shi Yan resolutely turned around and walked outside. And she also looked inside the educated youth's room and followed. The 2 quickly ran out of the village and got on a car, driving away. Everyone in the Educated Youth Center was secretly discussing why Shi Yan and Chi suddenly returned to the city. Miao Dandan looked at Ming Shu with disdain, saying that they would separate sooner or later, and Shi Jiqing didn't take her back when he returned to the city. He just wanted her to be fresh for a while. Miao Dandan felt aggrieved when she thought of this. Before she could think of a way to get close to Shi Jiqing, he left. She needed to find someone again. She thought about all the male educated youth in the Educated Youth Center, and it seemed that only Yi Lu and Chen Li were more diligent. Which one is suitable for her? After Ming Shu returned to her room, she lay on the Kong. Her eyelids moved slightly, and then she slowly fell asleep. Passed quickly. Ming Shu opened her eyes instantly. Her eyes were clear. She got up quickly, fetched water, washed her face, and made breakfast. After eating, she went to work. Today, the team leader changed her partner again, saying that Aunt Dolly had a backache and needed to do some light work. When Ming Shu heard this, she remembered that she was too fast yesterday and Aunt Dolly couldn't keep up. Maybe she had a backache. She looked at her new partner, who was also an ant. Ming Shu nodded at her and went to the field to cut wheat, slower than before. This ant was quick at work, but she talked too much. She talked to Ming Shu all morning. Ming Shu responded a few words at first, but later, seeing that she was too talkative, she kept silent. But this ant was still talking to herself. Sometimes she asked her about things in the city, sometimes she asked when the educated youth would go back, and sometimes she said that the children at home were disobedient. Anyway, she always had something to say. But Ming Shu didn't want to answer any of them. In order to be quiet, she picked up her speed again, and soon there was no noise in her ears. However, the same thing happened to Aunt Dolly yesterday. This ant also sprained her waist. The next day, another ant was replaced. Ming Shu wanted to refuse, but seeing that the ant was shy and didn't talk much, she agreed. As expected, this ant just focused on working. Ming Shu's speed also returned to normal. The 2 of them tied and cut the wheat, taking turns. It was not tiring. Soon the wheat was harvested. The next step was to harvest corn. During this time, the police came again, and they still found Ming Shu to explain the sentencing results of the hooligan case. Ho Jiang was demoted to the farm with a leg injury for 2 years of labor reform because of the hooligan case. The village chief was afraid that the male educated youth who had just arrived was taken away for hooliganism. He quickly held another meeting and warned the young men in the village. The central idea was not to be a hooligan or steal. These were all problems of work style. Don't commit them again. Learn from Ho Jiang's experience and Dahai's experience. Ming Shu was very calm about the behavior of others who brought it upon themselves. As for the educated youth, several new educated youth were upset that Ho Jiang was sent to the farm just like that. After all, they came here together and had agreed on the way to stick together and help each other so that they would not be bullied. But Ho Jiang was carried away on the first day. Several people saw Ming Shu looking relaxed and contented. Even though they were afraid of her, they could not help but feel resentful. Ming Shu had no time to pay attention to these people as she was busy moving. Ming, educated youth, we have to wait until the stove and Kong are completely dry before we can use them. It will take about 3 to 5 days before we can light a fire. Okay, I understand, thank you. Ming Shu distributed 30 yuan to them, 5 yuan per person. Now 1 work point is exchanged for about 7 cents, and a capable man only earns 70 cents a day, and some only 50 or 60 cents. Zhang Dahai's family needs 130 work points to exchange for 9 yuan. That is equivalent to his main force working for half a month for nothing. Labor is the cheapest now. Some people earn nothing all year round. They didn't earn a penny, and the work points they earned had to be exchanged for food. Some diligent people would get a few dozen yuan at the end of the year, but they were a minority after all. So these men took the 6 yuan, and the smiles on their faces never stopped. They carefully put them in their pockets and took them home. Ming Shu looked at the new house that she had spent almost 200 yuan on and felt a little relieved. She walked around inside and outside, and everything was fine except that the windows had no glass. The glass issue would be discussed later. Now move all the things from the educated youth site. Ming Shu asked the village chief to borrow a trailer and put all the stools, buckets, tables, cupboards, etc. that she had bought here on the truck and prepared to tow them away. After a few days of autumn harvest, Lu Yuemei, Wang Hongguang, Lu Dali and others had become black-faced educated youths, not at all the fair and tender skin they had when they first came. When they saw Ming Shu moving the tables, chairs and benches that they usually shared to the trailer, they didn't care about Ho Jiang's affairs and hurriedly asked, Ming Jiqing, these are the things of the Jiqing site. Where are you dragging them to? I let you sit on my stool for a few days. How can it become the Jiqings? Ming Shu sneered at the 3 new Jiqing. She didn't want to answer their questions. Isn't this what the Jiqing originally had? The only thing that the Jiqing site originally had was this empty house. Ming Shu sneered and pulled the trailer to the new house. Lu Yuemei, Wang Hongguang, and Lu Dali looked at each other and then looked at the people inside. They hurriedly stepped forward to ask the old Jiqing and learned that she bought all those things by herself, and she had built a house and moved out to live alone. Several people were stunned. They had just arrived. Ho Jiang was hit and fractured, and then they went to the fields to harvest in autumn, exhausted every day, and heard that Ho Jiang was sent to the farm for hooliganism. They were overwhelmed. They didn't understand the Jiqing site yet. They didn't know what the Jiqing site was like before they came, and they thought all these things were prepared by the village.
So they didn't ask,
eat, and use with everyone. It was not until today that they knew that these things were bought by the previous educated youth. When they thought of this, they all felt their pockets. They all lowered their heads and kept silent. Zhou Wenfu and He Yun, who were in the kitchen, were relieved to see Ming Shu finally move out. They were afraid that when Ming Shu found out, they would instigate Ho Jiang to call the police. Although Ho Jiang was arrested in the end, they were still afraid that Ming Shu would find out and then find an excuse to beat them up. After all, her kicks really hurt. The 2 of them turned from hating Ming Shu to fearing her. At the same time, they also recognized a fact that now they have gone to the countryside and are married. They must have their own house. The 2 of them decided to find a place to share the things they bought with these people. It is estimated that they can get 70 or 80. If they borrow some more, they should be able to build a single room. The 2 of them are just afraid of Ming Shu, but it does not mean that they are afraid of these people. They glanced at all the educated youth present. He Yun clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and said, You also know that all the kitchen utensils in the kitchen were bought by Zhou Jiqing. Now, if you want to use them, don't you have to contribute some of the expenses? What do you think? The 4 new educated youths lowered their heads when they heard that they had to contribute. Chunli asked, "How much will each person contribute?" 10 yuan per person. Hyun wanted to quote 7 yuan per person so that 12 people would pay 80 yuan, but suddenly an idea flashed and he quoted 10 yuan so that they would not have to borrow money to build the house. This is too much. I remember when I went to buy things, I didn't even use 10 yuan at that time. Lu frowned and looked at her. We spent 100 yuan and an industrial ticket to buy this pot. At that time, we saw that everyone had no money, so we didn't ask you for it. Hyun explained with a smile, without any guilt. 100 yuan for a pot, isn't it too expensive? Li Xiaoming said with a smile. This was the price at the time, and I bought it through connections. Zhou Wenfu said as he sat on a stool. He looked at the reluctant faces of the people in the yard and quickly winked at Hyun. Hyun immediately said in a soft voice. When Brother Zhou bought this pot, he asked many people to help him.
It was not easy.
He also brought an industrial ticket. How much do you think an industrial ticket is worth now? If each of you goes to buy a pot, can you buy it for 10 yuan? Hyun said and looked at Li Xiaoming and Wang Donli. Li Xiaoming smiled and didn't respond, and Wang Donli didn't say anything. Chun-Li heard Hyun's explanation. Seeing them always making a fuss about this pot, he was so annoyed.
10 yuan is 10 yuan.
Just consider it as buying part of the pot. He didn't want to argue with them, and was about to take it out when he was held down by someone. Lu, you pay 10 yuan and you can use the pot too. Hyun also saw Chun-Li taking out the money, but he was held down by Lu and immediately said, "No, I'll find a way myself." Lu got up and pulled Chun-Li out. Hyun wanted to say something, but Zhou Wenfu stopped her. "Don't worry about them for now. This is the real business." Lu pulled Chun out of the yard. "Lu, what are you doing?"
10 yuan is 10 yuan.
Iron pots are not easy to buy. Just pay 10 yuan and consider it as our joint purchase. Then they won't dare to bother you anymore. I'm going to build a house and move out, Lu said in a deep voice, looking at Chun-Li. Is this necessary? We have everything here, Chun-Li said in surprise. It is necessary. There may be more people coming to this educated youth site in the future. We don't know how long we will stay here, but we probably won't be able to go back for nearly a year. Let's live outside, and it will be quieter, Lu said firmly. When Chun-Li heard this, he thought that there were too many male educated youth and they couldn't even turn over at night, so he felt a little tempted. But when he thought about the money needed to build a house, he looked at Lu hesitantly. Then, how much does it cost to build a house? You know, I don't have much money. We definitely can't afford to build a house with all blue bricks like Ming-Shu did, but building a mud brick house and building a smaller one should only cost 70 or 80 yuan.
This.
Well, it's acceptable, but let's go out and get a pot separately. How can we cook without a pot? I don't want to drink porridge anymore. Lu was a little reluctant at the thought of drinking porridge. Lu lowered his head and thought for a while, ask Ming-Shu for help and ask her to buy us a pot. It shouldn't be a problem. Will she help? After all, Chun-Li looked at Lu suspiciously. She's a good person. Have you ever seen her causing trouble? After all, we helped her a few days ago, so she should be able to do it, Lu, and the others have been with Ming-Shu for a few days and have some understanding of her character. Yeah, then you can find a time to ask her. I won't go. I'm scared when I see her now. Chun-Li nodded and smiled bitterly. I'll ask tomorrow. Let's go to the village chief to apply for building a house first.
Lu nodded.
Okay. Thank you for your hard work. In the educated youth point, Hyun coaxed and threatened the new educated youth to pay 10 yuan each. As for the others, she wanted to collect money from them, but Wang Meiying said they paid 2 yuan each on the first day they came, and they only had to pay 8 yuan. Wang Meiying's words reminded them, and they remembered that Zhou Wenfu had never given them the 2 yuan, and they all said they would only pay 8 yuan. So the couple had no choice but to agree to collect 8 yuan from them. A total of 80 yuan was collected. Hyun looked at the money in his hand and secretly felt fortunate that the price had been raised, otherwise he would not be able to collect so much money. Ming-Shu didn't know that after she left, she was not interested in listening to the affairs of the educated youth. She was tidying up the kitchen. The cupboard was placed against the wall, and then the pots and pans were put in one by one. 2 buckets were placed beside the stove. Tables, chairs, and benches were placed on one side. Although this stove cannot be used now and she can't cook, it is comfortable to put it there. Then she went to see the bedroom. The bedroom is about 15 square meters. The Kong is next to the window. The window of the bedroom is large. This is what Ming-Shu specifically requested. It looks spacious. Ming-Shu spread the quilt and stood in the bedroom to look at the whole house. She touched the wall and smiled slightly. This is her home, the first home in her past and present lives. She looked at it for a while, then went out with the trailer and bought 2 more small wardrobes at Zhang Liuya's house. Afterwards, she returned a trailer to the village chief's house and gave him a wild rabbit. Ming Jiqing, what are you doing? Take it back quickly. The village chief's wife looked at the wild rabbit in Ming-Shu's hand and scolded. The village chief drank, without saying a word. The little daughter stared at the wild rabbit. Ming-Shu was not stubborn. She looked at the attitude of the village chief's family and knew that the village chief did not want to take it, but he was probably afraid that it would be spread out and gossiped about. Village chief, this is for Aunt to taste, it's not a big thing. Ming-Shu didn't like the women's pushing and shoving. After saying this, she put the hair on the table and went home. The village chief's wife looked at the village chief and saw that he closed his eyes, so she reached out and took the hair away. Ming-Shu went home, cleaned the wardrobe, and folded all the clothes and put them in. Then she went to sort out other things. Finally, she lay on the Kong in the new house. It was so big that it was so comfortable to lie alone. After a dreamless night, Ming-Shu opened her eyes and saw that it was dawn outside through the paper outside the window. She quickly got up, dressed, got off the Kong, fetched water to wash, set up a stove outside, cooked porridge, ate, and went to work in the fields. Today, it was Aunt Dolly who would break corn with her again. Ming-Shu didn't care who she was partnered with. Ming Jiqing, you don't have to be so hard today. Take your time, Aunt Dolly said with a smile while breaking corn. Aunt, is your waist feeling better? Ming-Shu asked with a bit of warmth in her tone. Aunt Dolly heard Ming-Shu's concern, and she smiled and answered loudly, It's been well for a long time. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's good as long as it's well, Ming-Shu replied, and continued to work seriously. Aunt Dolly asked softly, Sure Jiqing, has he really returned to the city? I don't know, maybe. Ming-Shu shook her head. You two are really not a match. Aunt Dolly looked at Ming-Shu's calm face and asked suspiciously, No. Ming-Shu looked at Aunt Dolly and responded seriously. Dolly looked at the serious eyes and nodded quickly, indicating that he understood. He worked quietly. After getting off work at noon, Ming-Shu was stopped from behind while walking on the road. She turned around and saw the person coming, frowned and looked at him. What's the matter? Yilu walked up quickly. I want to ask you for a favor. What favor? Well, we also want to build a house, so we also need to buy a pot. I think you have connections, so please help me. Yilu explained the matter quickly. Ming-Shu frowned slightly and looked at Yilu. Now she knew why they helped her to testify. She might as well treat it as repaying a favor. Okay, after the autumn harvest, prepare 50 yuan and an industrial ticket. Yilu was immediately happy when he heard Ming-Shu agreed. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. It's so early. I still have to rely on luck. I can only try my best, Ming-Shu said seriously. Yilu's smile paused, and then he thought about it. If it was so easy to buy, he wouldn't have to come to Ming-Shu. Okay, just try your best. It doesn't matter if you can't buy it. You can buy it later. You can always buy it. After the autumn harvest, just give me the money and tickets. Okay? Ming-Shu nodded at him and walked home quickly, fetched water to wash, and cooked a bowl of porridge. She frowned and looked at the porridge as if she was tired of eating porridge. What to do? Ming-Shu frowned as she stared at the porridge in the bowl. It was not good to drink this all the time. She still had to learn how to cook. No matter how difficult it was, she had to learn. But she had to find a master for herself. Ming-Shu thought of her old work partner Aunt Dolly, but she had to wait until after the autumn harvest to discuss this. After Ming-Shu finished her porridge, She went into the mountains to roast chickens and hunted some wild animals to store in the space. In the afternoon, she continued to break corn. Ming-Shu went to work with the villagers every day. In the blink of an eye, the autumn harvest was over. The wheat was dried in the sun, the corn was threshed, and the soybeans were dried. They were packed in bags and stored in the granary. After the last day of the autumn harvest, the village chief, it's time to pay the annual public grain. After paying the public grain, we will distribute the grain. When the villagers heard that they were going to distribute the grain, they were very excited. S face showed an expectant and satisfied smile. They secretly calculated how much food they could exchange for their work points and whether it was enough for the whole family. The village chief held a loudspeaker and shouted to the educated youth, "Tomorrow, except for children and the elderly, everyone in the village must go to pay grain, including the educated youth. Prepare dry food and be ready to spend the night." Ming-Shu has not returned to the educated youth since she moved out. Now she is standing in the corner. Hearing this, her heart was full of doubts, but her face was still normal. She was a person who traveled through the city in the end times, and she really didn't know what paying public grain was. Before the end of the world, it was the big digital age. If she didn't search specifically, she would never see these popular science videos on paying public grain. After all, for her in the future, this is really a long history. Although she didn't know, she just followed the villagers. And Lu Chunli and the others looked at the village chief with doubts. The village chief looked at the group of educated youth who were now as dark and thin as their villagers. "You will know if you follow us tomorrow," the village chief said seriously, and finally did not forget to give a stern warning to the lazy man in the village. "Tomorrow, no one is allowed to be lazy under any excuse. Otherwise, don't blame me and the team leader for being rude." The lazy man squatting in the corner responded with a smile. No. They are not stupid. They rely on the relief food from the village every year. If he is still lazy about this, then when the food is distributed, he will not be given any, or will be given less, and he will have nothing to eat next year. The lazy man also knows it clearly. After the meeting, Ming-Shu went home, washed up and drank porridge with a frown. She was about to go to the back mountain to find a snack. There was a knock on the door. Ming-Shu got up and opened the door in confusion, only to see Ilu standing outside the door. Ilu handed her the money and the ticket. "Sorry for the trouble," Ming-Shu said with a normal expression. Reaching out to take the "try your best," Ilu wanted to say something, but seeing her indifferent look, he nodded and went back. That day, he and Chun-Li went to the village chief to talk about building a house. The village chief was shocked at first, but then agreed, but only let them build it in the front yard of the educated youth site. Ilu disagreed a little. He wanted to build it in the back mountain. But the village chief said that the back mountain was a bit dangerous and refused to let them build there anyway. After all, they were not Ming-educated youth. Ilu could only nod his head. As long as they could build a house and move out, it would be fine. The village chief also explained to them the materials needed for building a house and let them buy them themselves. Later, he would come forward to help hire people. So their new house is under construction in the front yard. Ming-Shu took the money in her hand and went home to put it on the table. Zhang Lizi, who was wandering around, accidentally saw Yi Jiqing and Ming Jiqing talking. He quickly hid and saw Ming-Shu taking Ilu's money. He rolled his eyes and hurried to the village. Ming-Shu locked the door and walked up the mountain. This time she walked farther, almost to the place where she killed the python last time. Ming-Shu roasted 2 pheasants, ate one, and saved the other for tomorrow morning. The products here are much richer than those outside. There are all kinds of dry goods. There are also wild fruits that are almost ripe. Ming-Shu climbed up the tree to pick wild fruits. She put them directly into the space, and then came down to kill 2 wild boars, dozens of pheasants and rabbits. She sorted out the space and saw that there were not a lot of things. Ming-Shu was going to find an opportunity to make a move tomorrow. Just as she regained consciousness, she found the savings certificates that had been in the space for more than a month. Ming-Shu frowned and stared at it, and she still had to find a way to get the money out. The next day, before dawn, the sound of the village chief's loudspeaker came from inside. Ming-Shu looked at the watch, and it was only 4 o'clock, so she got up quickly. She quickly ate a roasted chicken. washed up, and found that there was no peculiar smell, so she locked the door and went to the village granary. The team leader and the village chief stood at the door of the granary with flashlights. When all the villagers arrived, they immediately shouted, "Move the grain." The villagers walked in quickly and came out carrying the grain. The ants couldn't carry it alone, so 2 people carried it. Ming-Shu also joined in, and soon the grain was piled on the cart. The village chief and the team leader watched Ming-Shu move the grain. They looked at each other, and the village chief walked towards her. "Ming Jiqing, you'll pull the first cart later, and then a young man will be assigned to you." Ming-Shu didn't ask why. She was the same wherever she was. At dawn, the grain carts were ready, and the couple was responsible for 1 cart. Young people and widows were randomly paired. At the order of the village chief, Ming-Shu, who was in charge of the first cart, and a young man pulled and pushed the cart towards the village entrance. The people behind followed one by one, pulling carts. But halfway through the journey, someone was so tired that he shouted, "Captain, when are we going to take a break?"
Dahai's family.
"Do you want us to spend the night at the door with grain tonight?" The captain, who was standing at the back, shouted at the people and roared. When Zhang Dahai heard what the captain said, he thought of his family's recent life and lowered his head and roared to his wife, "What are you talking about?
Get to work."
It wasn't so tiring in previous years. Why are you so tired today?" A sister-in-law also said with her head down. "This year Ming Jiqing is in the front, and as soon as she leaves, we have to follow. How can we not be tired? In previous years, we could still take a break. Get in line earlier, pay the public grain earlier, and come back earlier to distribute the grain. This is good." Ming-Shu was in the front. She didn't feel tired, but she also thought about stopping to let the people behind rest, but the village chief disagreed. It was dawn when they arrived in the town. Seeing that they were about to reach the grain station, the village chief said quickly to Ming-Shu and the others, "It's just the last hurdle. Hurry up and run." Oh, Ming-Shu was confused, but she followed the instructions and ran with the young man, pulling the grain and following the village chief. The village chief led the way in front, and the team leader urged the team to follow. Ming-Shu and the others followed the village chief, pulling the grain, and quickly arrived at the intersection of the grain station. There were already people lining up in front of the grain station. The village chief was running in front, and he was shocked to find that there were also people paying public grain on the roads on both sides. The villagers frowned, and then they saw that those people were farther away from the grain station than them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. But to be on the safe side, he hurriedly said to Ming-Shu, "Hurry up. Quick, Ming's hiking, Red Army, hurry up." Seeing this, Ming-Shu pulled the cart and rushed to the door of the grain station. Zhang Hongjun followed all the time and occasionally ran to catch up when he fell behind. She parked the grain cart behind the queue, and the village chief and the team leader were busy directing the team behind to catch up and line up behind. As soon as they lined up, they heard noisy disputes from behind. Ming-Shu and the others looked over and saw that the other villages that were just far away were now crowded behind them. They were arguing about who would come first and who would come later. The scene was somewhat spectacular. Some villagers even picked up carrying poles and pretended to fight, using force to decide the outcome. The villagers of Qingshan Brigade who had already lined up sat down to wait, rest, and watch the excitement. At this time, Ming-Shu's hair was dripping with sweat. Her face was wet because of the running just now. Her face was rosy. She also understood from their quarrel what the village chief meant by "you'll know what's going on after you try once." It's about fighting for position. There are many brigades as far away as theirs, and everyone sets out at about the same time and arrives in town at about the same time. There will always be 1 or 2 times when they have to fight for position with other brigades. If they don't fight, they will have to wait 2 or 3 hours at the back. If the front is slow to collect, it may take a whole day.
It was the same with Qingshan Brigade in the past.
This year is different. The village chief thought proudly it was a good idea to put Ming-Shu in the first car today. Several villagers who had complaints at the back thought the same thing when they saw people about to fight. The village chief smiled at Ming-Shu. "Ming Jiqing, you go to the side and have a rest. I'll watch over you." When Ming-Shu heard what the village chief said, She hurried to the side to have a rest. She wanted to tell the village chief that she would leave in a while. But seeing that everyone was waiting, she didn't want to be special, so she decided to wait until she had delivered her cart of grain. Ming Shu squatted aside to have a rest, and suddenly there was a shadow in front of her. Ming Shu looked up and saw a young man standing in front of her looking at her. "What's the matter?" Ming Shu said coldly. "Hello, comrade, I'm an educated youth from the next team. You're also an educated youth, right?" Wang Jun squatted side by side with Ming Shu and smiled. Ming Shu frowned at the man and asked again, "What's the matter?" "No, I just wanted to say hello to you." Seeing that he looked bored, Ming Shu ignored him and stood up and walked to the grain cart. The team in front had delivered the grain. Holding a white slip, he happily pulled the cart home. The male educated youth kept staring at Ming Shu, and when he saw her leave, he wanted to follow her and say a few words. But when their village chief called him again, he had to go back to their team. Ming Shu looked at the white note, not knowing what it meant. "Go to the side, quickly move the grain down and open it." An old man shouted loudly. Ming Shu looked at the village chief, who was bending down to hand the old man a cigarette. The old man looked a little impatient. Okay, got it." The village chief hurriedly asked Zhang Hongjun to move the grain. Ming Shu saw him and immediately went up to follow him, moving all the grain on the car, and then opening it all. The old man impatiently took an iron rod and poked it into the open sack, then came out. Seeing that no grain was taken out, he waved to let them pass. The village chief immediately went over and smiled apologetically. Zhang Hongjun and Ming Shu the loose belts and asked the grain station staff to take over, and the two pulled the cart out. Ming Shu looked down at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Zhang Hongjun was a little surprised to see Ming Shu take out a watch from his pocket, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. "Ming Jiqing, what time is it now?" "Almost 11 o'clock. "That's really early this time. In previous years, we had to queue up until the afternoon, and sometimes we even stayed here overnight. You were like this in previous years, rushing on the road in the middle of the night?" Ming Shu asked. "Of course, if it's later, it will be like when they quarreled just now," Zhang Hongjun said while pointing to the back. Ming Shu looked in the direction of his finger and saw that the villages that had just been arguing now had a result and continued to queue, with no end in sight. She took a glance, then retracted her gaze and asked Zhang Hongjun, "Now that the grain has been paid, I'll leave first. You pull the cart by yourself." After Ming Shu finished speaking, she looked at the village chief and wanted to say something to her, but seeing how busy he was, she didn't bother him. Ming Shu went straight to find that Mr. Li. Jun, the gatekeeper, heard a knock at the door and leaned over to look outside through the. It was the female comrade who was selling wild boars. Their boss had been waiting for a long time, so he quickly opened the door and laughed. "Hello, comrade. Please come in." Ming Shu looked at this person and thought that he had tried to stop her the first time she came here, but now he looked so attentive and said, "Where is your masterly?" "Inside the house, let's go in." Jun led the way in front like a lackey. Ming Shu sneered to herself and followed him into the house. There was no one in the patio, and Ming Shu turned around to look at the person who brought him. Jun pointed to the house embarrassedly. "Master Li is still sleeping. You go first, I'll go call him." "Well?" Ming Shu sat on the chair and waited for a few minutes, and then there was a sound of quick footsteps. "Comrade, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Master Li walked over quickly and said with a smile. Ming Shu raised her lips slightly as she looked at Master Li, who got straight to the point. "Buy an iron pot." Master Li looked at Ming Shu, who asked about the iron pot as soon as she came, and said with a smile, "There is only one left, your pot." "I want it. The money and the bills are here." Ming Shu quickly put the money and the bills on the table. Master Li also quickly collected the money and motioned Dajuan to get the pot. He then said, "Do you still have game to sell now?" "Yes, I will deliver it to you in the evening." Ming Shu nodded. After Ming Shu finished speaking, she paused and looked up at Master Li. Master Li saw that Ming Shu was staring at her. "What's the matter?" "Comrade, do you know anyone in the bank?" Ming Shu asked softly.
Huh?
Master Li's eyes sparkled, and he asked back, "Why are you asking this?" Just tell me if you know anyone. Ming Shu frowned slightly. I know someone like that. What do you want to do? Ming Shu knew him, so she didn't bother to explain. I have a few savings certificates. Do you have any way to find someone to help me withdraw them? Li Ye's eyebrows jumped, and he sat down with interest and said, Here, let me see the savings certificate first. Ming Shu raised her eyebrows, took out the savings certificate, and handed it to him. Li Yi glanced at her, took it, and squinted at it. How is it? Ming Shu took the savings certificate back from Li Ye's hand and looked at him with a frown. Li Yi looked at Ming Shu, rolled his eyes, and smiled. This is not. No, you can, but banks are checking strictly now, so helping you is risky. Ming Shu stared into his eyes with a smile on her lips. I have several certificates of deposit with a total of nearly 8,000 yuan. If you help me withdraw them, I will give you 500 yuan. When Master Li heard that there was 500 yuan, which was equivalent to several nights of his life, he immediately nodded in agreement. He was able to speculate and was a very bold person, but Master Li asked doubtfully, will there be any other problems with this certificate of deposit? Not long ago, there was a spy incident in the town. He has been hiding for a few days. He just came back now. This. Seeing his cautious look, Ming Shu said lightly, Don't worry, there is no problem with this money. This money was originally mine, but it was taken by someone else. It's just that this certificate of deposit is from Anqing. Do you have any way to withdraw it? Master Li pondered for a while, made up his mind, and nodded. Of course there is a way, but there is no bank here. We have to go to the city. Ming Shu stood up. I'll go with you. Master Li looked at her a little embarrassed. Do you have a letter of introduction? If you don't have it, you can't go. You do this, you should have extra letters of introduction. Yes, there are, but they have all been used. Master Li lowered his head, and his eyes flickered. Ming Shu also saw it. This Master Li obviously didn't want her to follow him. She originally wanted to use her own method to take it out, but that method would hurt people if it was not used properly. But now there is no need to make things so complicated that can be solved with money. She scanned the entire house with her mental power, took out all the deposit certificates and handed them to him, staring at him sharply. I'll wait for you here. Master Li thought about the many goods in his house and knew that Ming Shu was worried. Don't worry. I guess he will be back before tonight. As he said that, he went back to the house to get a few bottles of wine and went out. Ming Shu glanced at the bottles of wine. Her eyes flickered. She stood up, walked along the house, and the army of people holding pots followed her and watched. Don't follow me. He won't take things, Ming Shu said as she walked in. Dajuan smiled and said nothing, but he still followed behind with a pot in his hand. Ming Shu didn't care about this. She just walked in, glanced at every room, and found that there were many more things inside. He has all the things in the room that are hard to buy outside. Ming Shu thought of the bottles of wine just now, and she continued to look down. In a room, she found more than a dozen boxes of good wine. These wines are not valuable now, but in the future, some of them are at least hundreds of thousands per bottle. If he took the money and ran away, then she would not be soft-hearted about these, including everything in the room. She continued to look down, and saw that in one of the rooms, there were several wooden boxes piled with wood on the ground. Some were still broken. She looked suspiciously. What is this for? Dajuan scratched his head, with an ignorant look on his face. This is what our boss picked up. I don't know either. Ming Shu squinted her eyes and looked at the wood. She felt that anyone who could get involved in the black market was a profit-seeking person. He definitely didn't pick it up to burn it. She used her mental power to detect it, but could not find anything. She bent down again, picked up a piece and looked at it carefully, and smelled of fragrance. Ming Shu had some vague ideas in her mind. Sister, no, comrade, let us go out and have a rest for a while. Jun, who was standing nearby, saw Ming holding the wood and staring at it, his heart trembling. Although he didn't know why their boss picked up these broken woods, he was in charge of looking after this room and had to guard the boss's things. He was now afraid that this female devil would take a fancy to the things in this room. But now the boss was not here, and he couldn't make the decision. Ming Shu heard him shouting and put down the wood. She only had a vague understanding of these woods now, so she should wait for their masterly to come back and try indirectly. Thinking of this, She stood up and clapped her hands. She took out her watch to check the time. It was already 12:30. It had been 7.5 hours since 4 o'clock this morning until 12:30 now, and she was hungry now. Ming-Shu looked at the things in the room and her 8,000 yuan and decided to be cautious. She should let others run errands. She looked at the man named Dejun, took out $1 and a 2 liang food coupon and handed them to him. You go and pack some food and bring it back. Dejun wanted to watch the things in this room. He didn't dare to leave either. He smiled apologetically. Comrade, I have to look at the house and can't go. Let me see. Ming-Shu narrowed her eyes and raised her foot to threaten him. Go quickly. Dejun was so scared that he remembered the kick that day, and he fainted after the kick. He suddenly shuddered, took the money, and quickly ran to the state-owned restaurant. He quickly bought 5 big steamed buns and came back. Ming-Shu looked at the steamed buns on the table and didn't dislike them. As long as there was something to eat, she took a bite. Unexpectedly, it was quite delicious. Dejun took out the remaining money and put it in front of her. Ming-Shu looked up and took a look. Unexpectedly, this man was quite honest. She took the money and ate the steamed buns by herself. Dejun next to him also felt hungry. He saw that Ming-Shu had no intention of giving him food, so he could only swallow his saliva and watch Ming-Shu eat one by one. Soon the 5 big steamed buns were eaten. After Ming-Shu was full, she sat on the stool and took a nap. By the way, detect the ground and underground of this house again. Suddenly, the mental power detected that under the big tree in the outer courtyard there was a big box buried about 10 meters underground. It was filled with gold jewelry and books. The tree roots tightly surrounded the box, and it looked very old. It was definitely not buried by Master Li and his men. Ming-Shu's heart moved, and her face was normal. She opened her eyes and looked around the yard, and asked Dajuan, who had not yet walked to the side, "Is this yard your boss's?"
Ah.
Dajuan saw Ming-Shu open her eyes and asked a question that was irrelevant, and he didn't react for a while. He answered randomly, "This is rented by our boss. It's only been 2 months and I met you." "Met you? A bandit? Rented? Rented is good. Where did you rent it?" Dajuan looked at Ming-Shu in confusion, but still answered, "The original owner of this house has long been gone, and now it belongs to his relative. Of course, I rented it from them. This is the place he found." "How long will you rent it for?" "At most 3 months. In our business, we usually don't have a fixed place. We run away after shooting and firing a cannon." Dajuan laughed. 3 months. Then, let's do one more thing before you leave. After all, we don't know if we can continue to do this in the future. Ming-Shu nodded. "Okay, we'll tell the boss then." Dajuan agreed with a smile. After Ming-Shu got the information she wanted to know, she closed her eyes again. This time, she was really dozing off. She got up early today. She was also tired now. Seeing Ming-Shu close her eyes, Dajuan also sat down to sleep. Soon, snoring sounds were heard. One of them was dozing off while the other was really sleeping. When it was almost dark, Ming-Shu suddenly opened her eyes and heard hurried footsteps coming from the front yard. Master Li walked in quickly and shouted excitedly, "Comrade, I've kept you waiting for a long time." Dajuan woke up immediately when he heard their boss' voice, wiped his eyes, and stood up. "Boss, you're back." Ming-Shu heard the call and stood up to look at Master Li. He walked quickly and held the suitcase in his hand. Master Li soon came to the patio, looked at Ming-Shu, and patted the suitcase. He smiled and said, "I have lived up to your trust. Thank you for your hard work, Master Li." Ming-Shu nodded with a smile in her eyes. Master Li put the suitcase on the table and opened it. It was filled with new 10 yuan bills. Ming-Shu picked up a stack and counted them. Each stack was 100 yuan. Ming-Shu counted them quickly, one by one. A total of 8,000 yuan. She took out 5 stacks of new bills and gave them to Master Li. "Comrade, don't worry. I have a big business to trouble you now." Master Li hurriedly pushed the money away and whispered. A trace of doubt flashed in Ming-Shu's eyes. "What big business?" "I need 10 big wild boars here." Master Li looked at Ming-Shu with shining eyes. He met the big customer who bought wild boar meat last time at the city station today. During the conversation between the two, the big customer revealed that he wanted to order a few more pigs. Now people in the city only have a few tails of meat tickets every month, which is enough for everything. Many people have money but no tickets, so they like to buy these meats that do not require tickets. So, no matter what kind of meat it is very popular on the black market. When Masterly heard this, he became excited. He did not agree immediately but said that he would ask his subordinates if they could get it. So he immediately went to his relatives who worked in the bank to do the work, and then rushed back. Ming Shu's eyes flashed, and she sat down and said lightly, "It's not easy to get so many. It's too risky. You know that wild boars are very ferocious. You might die if you are not careful." Masterly looked at Ming Shu with a look of disbelief. He saw that she kicked a big man weighing more than 100 pounds unconscious that day, so he knew her ability well. It's just a matter of time for her to be defeated by 10 wild boars. Thinking of this, Master Li made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and glanced at the banknotes on the table. "We have been to each other 3 times, so we are semi-acquaintances. Although I was blind and offended you at the beginning, wasn't I scared by you? Let's put this matter behind us. You see, I am helping you with something important today, so let's not be pretentious. If you can get 10 wild boars, I won't take my 500 yuan travel fee. Just apologize right away, is that okay?" Ming Shu looked at Master Li quietly but didn't say anything. "Comrade, how about this? I will give you the pot as well." "This is my greatest sincerity." Master Li took out the 50 yuan and an industrial ticket from his pocket and put them in the suitcase. Seeing that Master Li was so tactful, Ming Shu curled her lips and nodded slightly. "When do you want it?" Master Li saw that he agreed. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said excitedly, "Half a month, we want it, okay. Then do you want other wild animals?" "Yes, of course I don't want it. It's still the same price as before." Master Li nodded quickly when he heard that there were still wild animals. "Okay, see you in half a month," Ming Shu said. She put away the 50 yuan and the bill, and took out of money and handed it to Mr. Li. "Give me flour and soybean oil. Buy 3 more boxes of those wines. Oh, by the way, are you going to sell the wood in your house? Buy some too. The weather will soon be cold, and I am preparing in advance." Grandpa Li looked at the stack of money in front of him and took it. He could sell other things, but that wood is not for burning. It is the material I brought home to make a small stool. Wouldn't it be better to give the money to buy it? Ming Shu said, staring at his eyes. "These things are not worth spending money on. Money is so hard to earn now." Grandpa Li said calmly. "Just kidding. That is agarwood, very expensive. It's just that people nowadays don't know the value of it, so let him pick up a bargain. I think that wood has a fragrance. I also want to buy a few pieces of wood to make a small wardrobe for clothes. Haha, comrade, these woods all have that kind of fragrance." Grandpa Li laughed and laughed. He didn't mention selling the wood at all. It was because he had picked up so many agarwood with great difficulty. How could he sell it? It was to be passed on to his descendants in the future. It seems that this place is not safe either, and he will move to another place tomorrow. Okay, forget about selling it. Just move 2 more boxes of that wine. Ming Shu saw that the test was out. This might be agarwood, but the production of agarwood is very rare. And the place of origin is in the south, and I don't know where he got so much from. Ming Shu saw that the man didn't want to sell this wood, and he didn't force her to look at the things she bought, and decided to carry the iron pot and suitcase, as well as white flour oil and other things out with a borrowed large basket. Then come back to move the wine. Ming Shu spent more than 4 months' salary of a city dweller in one go. There was no sign of distress at all. If the ants in the village knew, I don't know how to scold this prodigal son. When Ming Shu came out, it was already dark, and there were not many people on the road. She found a dark place, checked again that there was no one around, and instantly put the things into the space. Then put all the wild animals in the basket, and kept the 2 wild boars, and took them out with the other 8 in half a month. Ming Shu thought of this, so she sat there to rest for a while. She got up and carried the basket and the empty suitcase. Go to Master Li again. Master Li looked at the basket of pheasants and rabbits. He smiled and asked the army to count them. Comrade, what's your name? Look, we have done business so many times, but I still don't know your name. It's damnable. Master Li looked at Ming Shu as if he saw the god of wealth. Every business transaction brought him so much profit. He made a net profit of 250 yuan from selling a wild boar last time. 50 cents in, $1 out. As everyone knows, meat without tickets is more expensive than meat with tickets, and there is no limit on weight. Buy as much as you want. Buyers are happy to do so. If 10 wild boars are sold this time, it will be 2,500 yuan. Master Li was excited when he thought about it, and he didn't feel bad about the 500 yuan. As long as he had a good relationship with the comrade in front of him, he would easily earn back the 500 yuan. Ming Shu looked at Master Li, who stopped talking. His face was so smiling that the wrinkles on his eyes were folded together, and he looked a few years older. She stretched out her hand in front of him and waved. Hey, give me the money. Jun also counted, looking at his usually calm boss, smiling like a fool. He hurriedly pulled his clothes. Master Li, 40 hares and 20 pheasants. Master Li was awakened by Jun. He saw Ming Shu's disgusted look, and he didn't understand. When he was about to ask, Jun pulled him. Boss, finished counting. Let's settle the bill. How many? Jun was surprised to see the boss who was different from usual. It was in vain to say what he had just said, so he added 40 hares and 20 pheasants. Okay, exactly 100 yuan, and it's your brand new banknotes. Master Li quickly settled the account. He took out the 100 yuan that Ming Shu had given him not long ago. Ming Shu took the new banknotes that were returned to her and put them in her pocket. Before leaving, she said to Master Li indifferently, "My last name is Bai." It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Ming Shu returned to the Qingshan brigade. She lit the oil lamp and took out other people's iron pots and put them away. She immediately made the simplest corn porridge. Just eat until you are full. Just after she finished eating, she heard a knock on the door. Who would knock on the door at night in the back mountain? Ming Shu opened the door. Her face instantly turned cold, looking at the two famous lazy guys in the village in front of her. She said coldly, "What are you doing?" Zhang Lizi smiled and took out a few dimes and handed them out. "Ming Jiqing, this is 50 cents. Can we have the same as Yi Jiqing?" Zhang Bozi beside him also smiled and took out 50 cents and said to Ming Shu, "Ming Jiqing, we saw Yi Jiqing coming here yesterday. We'll give you some money too." Hey, Zhang Bozi said as he looked at Ming Shu, who looked much softer under the dim light. He just couldn't believe what the villager said, that she could knock down the stove with one kick. This was clearly a weak woman who could be picked by anyone. Zhang Bozi was obsessed and wanted to touch Ming Shu's hand. Ming Shu knew that it was not a good thing when she saw them like that. When she saw this man reaching out to him, she looked at him fiercely, then grabbed his hand, pulled it hard, grabbed his head and slammed it against the door frame. The man fainted instantly. She looked back at Zhang Lizi with a flash of hostility in his eyes and shouted sharply, "What did you see Yi Jiqing doing yesterday? And what do you want to do?" Zhang Lizi looked at his companion who had fainted and turned around and ran away in fear. Ming Shu quickly grabbed him with her hands and feet and shouted loudly, "Speak clearly. If you don't, you will be the same as that man." Zhang Lizi was so scared that he trembled and told everything he thought. It turned out that Zhang Lizi saw Ming Shu accepting money from Alu and thought that Ming Shu took the money and had an improper relationship with Alu. Seeing this, they had evil intentions, so they each found 5 cents at home and came to Ming Shu. After hearing this, Ming Shu frowned, her eyes were cold, and she quickly took a rope to the door and tied the two people to the village. On the way to the village chief's house, he paused, looked at the two people in his hands with disgust, and dragged them to the river. Zhang Lizi saw that Ming Shu looked like she wanted to kill him, and he was so scared that he shouted. He woke up the villagers who were already asleep. Zhang Bozi, who had fainted because of that hand, was now awakened by the pain caused by the dragging. He saw that he was trapped by Ming Shu, and he shouted at the top of his throat and struggled hard, but to no avail. The villagers, including those who knew everyone in the Qingyuan, was awakened by the two people's screams, and immediately came out one by one with oil lamps and flashlights to see what was going on. Ming Shu, with a gloomy face, dragged the two wild dogs to the riverside of the village. Confused and curious, everyone followed Mingshu to the riverside. Some people in the village saw that something was wrong and immediately asked their grandsons to run and inform the village chief. The families of Zhang Lizi and Zhang Bozi also arrived. The two families looked terrified when they saw their lazy sons being dragged. Zhang Lizi's mother was at the scene where Ming Shu kicked the stove. She saw with her own eyes how powerful Ming Shu was. Now her son was being dragged. She was so scared that she screamed loudly. She ran over to rescue her son. But it was also useless. When Zhang Lizi's mother saw her son being dragged by the quilt, she immediately cursed Ming Shu and asked her to let him go. Ming Shu ignored the people around her, dragged the two to the river, threw them into the water, and they were instantly submerged in the water. After a while, the two floated up. "Help, help! Ming Jiqing is going to kill someone." The two shouted together. Ming Shu stood on the shore with cold eyes, looking at the two people not far away. She held a handful of small stones in her hand. She threw them at them from time to time. As soon as she threw them, the two people sank. As time passed, their struggling force became much weaker. At this moment, Ming Shu went up and dragged the two pale-faced people up. As soon as the two got ashore, they began to cough desperately, easing up a little. Zhang Lizi's mother and son were dragged up. She stepped forward and cursed, and all kinds of ugly words came out of her mouth. Ming Shu looked at her coldly, not affected at all. But she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart, and she once again threw the two people who had just been struggling into the water. At this time, more and more onlookers came. They all witnessed Ming Shu throwing the two people into the river. Looking at the two people struggling in the river, they were horrified.
Some people wanted to go down to save them.
Ming Shu took a stone and threw it at the man. "Wait, they haven't washed clean yet. What don't you mean they haven't washed clean? Ming Jiqing, let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. Now if you kill someone you will go to jail and be demoted." Yes, Ming Jiqing, let go quickly. No matter how they provoke you, it's not worth it to ruin yourself for these two people, Aunt Dolly said anxiously. Ming Shu ignored all the voices around her. She looked at the two of them struggling desperately, with a fierce look in her eyes. Villagers became anxious. "Go find the village chief. Go find the village chief." The elder brothers of Zhang Lizi and Zhang Pozi saw that their younger brother was in danger and rushed forward to save him. Although they were lazy and depended on them for support, they were born of the same mother after all. But as soon as they made a move, Ming Shu's eyes were as sharp as a knife and shot straight at them. The two big men were stunned. Seeing that the struggle in the water was weakened, Ming Shu went down to drag the man up, and Zhang Lizi and the other man had a chance to catch their breath. Seeing this, the villagers were relieved, thinking that Ming Shu had listened and stopped. As a result, they saw Ming Shu throw him down again. The village chief was happy to drink 2 cups in the evening because he had paid the public grains smoothly today. He was drinking happily. There was a knock on the door, and he asked clearly, and learned that Ming Shu dragged the two people to the water. He and his wife were shocked. The two looked at each other, got up quickly, and ran to the water quickly with flashlights. At this time, many villagers were gathered by the water with flashlights and oil lamps shining into the river. The village chief pushed through the crowd and saw 2 people from the village struggling up and down in the river, choking on water several times. They were about to sink. The village chief was frightened and shouted loudly, Hey, go down and save them." At this time, the big man who originally wanted to save people looked at Ming Shu with an expressionless face and then whispered in the village chief's ear. When the village chief heard it, his eyes narrowed immediately. No matter what else, he couldn't cause a death. "You go and save people first, and save them first." The big man nodded immediately and called the villagers who knew how to swim to go down and save people together. Ming Shu, whose clothes were already soaked, stood by and saw the villagers going down to save people. She looked over coldly and raised her hand again to hit their bare feet. "They haven't washed it clean yet, so they can't come up." Ming Shu's hand was strong, and when she hit it, the big man who wanted to go down to save people instantly felt his feet hurt. He didn't dare to go down again. Seeing this, the village chief stepped forward and said cautiously, Ming Jiqing, rescue the people. If you kill those two people, our village will be in trouble. You will also go to jail. If you have anything to say, tell me. I will make the decision for you. If it is their fault, I will send them to the farm. Ming Shu looked up at the village chief. She knew that the two people were slowly sinking in the river due to exhaustion. Her anger dissipated a lot. Okay, I believe the village chief. Upon hearing this, the village chief quickly asked people to rescue the two people and then untie their ropes. Zhang Lizi and Zhang Bozi were dragged to the shore like a rag. They drank a belly full of water and lay on the ground coughing desperately. Ming Shu walked towards them slowly, and each step was like a knife tip, stabbing the two people. The two people who had just escaped from her hands trembled involuntarily. They hurriedly crawled towards the crowd. The families of the two people in the crowd ran over in an instant and dragged the two people up to stand. A 60-year-old man with a dark face asked Ming Shu, Ming Jiqing, what did my son do to make you want to kill him like this? That's right, Ming Jiqing, you can't bully our villagers by relying on your strength. Ming Jiqing, our village chief has always been quiet. Since you educated youth came, you have been doing this and that every day. You want to kill our villagers this time. It's really outrageous. Ming Shu was too lazy to pay attention to the people asking these questions. She shouted at the two people, get over here, you two. Tell me all the dirty things you want in front of the whole village. The two people trembled, stopped, and lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Later, seeing Ming Shu's fierce eyes shining on them, they immediately groaned and said it. When the village chief heard what happened, he took a deep breath.
It deserves to be beaten to death.
No wonder Ming Jiqing was so angry that he wanted to kill them. If someone did this to his Lingling, he would probably do the same. The dozen or so educated youths who had been standing by and had been silent all looked at Yi Lu at the same time. Yi Lu had not thought that this matter was related to him. He quickly opened his mouth and said loudly, I gave money to Ming educated youth to ask her to help carry things. When the village chief heard this, it was normal to carry things for each other, but some people's thoughts were too dirty. When Zhang Lizi's mother heard this, she stopped cursing and shouting, who knows, are you giving money to buy things or secretly hooking up with me? Doing something shameful. Zhang Bozi's old mother also followed up in a low voice, that's right, no one knows now, just based on what you two said. No fly bites an egg without a, who knows what's going on. A 5 or 6 month old woman next to her looked at Ming Shu with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you go back to rest with your big belly? Why are you joining in the fun? Go back quickly. Dolly's wife hurriedly pulled her niece-in-law and scolded in a low voice. Aunt, I said something is wrong. It was originally, if the two of them were not messing around, why did Yi Jiqing specially give her money? Humph, you said it was to buy things, but where are those things? Li Hui was not afraid of this young aunt, and continued to refute loudly. Some of the villagers nodded in agreement. That's right, you said it was to bring something, but where are those things? Yes, Ming Jiqing, Yi Jiqing said it was to buy things, but where are those things? Don't get me wrong, we really asked Ming Jiqing to help us buy a pot. Yi Lu saw that everyone was talking more and more unpleasantly, and immediately shouted. Yi Jiqing, there were only 2 of you at the time, and you didn't testify. It's useless for you to say these things. Either find someone to testify or produce something. The young wife laughed and said loudly. She looked at Ming Shu, who had been silent in the crowd, and sneered. Isn't it powerful? Just for a few broken bricks, you forced her aunt to carry manure for half a year. Let's see how you can get away with beating someone this time. Ming Shu looked at the people around her who were digressing. She ignored them directly and looked at the village chief with a cold tone. You also heard what they said just now. Their behavior is an insult to my personality, and they are also committing the crime of hooliganism. Now, serious hooliganism is punishable by death. Ming Shu's words frightened the 2 men who were already in shock, and their faces turned pale. They immediately went to their parents and begged them to save him. Their parents looked at the village chief at the same time. The village chief was very disappointed with these 2 lazy people in the village. They did not do their jobs and were the best at stealing. Now, they were thinking evil thoughts about Ming Jiqing. Would Ming Jiqing let them succeed? He was really tactless. This time he would not let them go, and also give some bachelors some deterrence to prevent them from causing any big trouble. At the same time, the village chief also understood that Ming Shu was willing to ask him, and did not go directly to the police, probably to teach them a lesson. The village chief who had figured it out said loudly, "Ming Jiqing, since they have committed a crime, then applied to the higher authorities to have them sent to the farm. Let them reform well in there. Don't even think about coming back within 3 years." Village chief, "No. The farm is too hard, working day and night. My son can't stand it. He has never worked before. How can he be sent there?" When Zhang Bozi's old mother heard that they were really being sent to the farm, she burst into tears and cried to the village chief. They have to endure it even if they can't bear it. Let them suffer and be good people in the future. The village chief scolded with a sullen face and a tone of disappointment in his children. Zhang Bozi's old mother was at a loss, looking at her eldest son. "Daqing, your brother can't stand it. Daqing, please save your brother." The village chief sighed and said to Zhang Daqing earnestly, "Daqing, do you really want him to live like this in the future? A man in his 20s, even if he has some problems walking, he shouldn't be unable to work. Look, he has worked a few jobs in these years. It's all thanks to the village's relief food, and you support him. Do you want to support him for the rest of his life? Don't you want him to start a family?" Zhang Daqing heard what the village chief said and knew that the village chief was doing it for his own good. He couldn't keep supporting this brother, and he himself had a heavy burden. But he opened his mouth several times but didn't open it, and simply turned his back and didn't look at his brother. Zhang Lizi's mother didn't seem to hear what the village chief said, and she opened her mouth and was about to spit out foul language. The village chief looked at her with a black face, and she was so scared that she lowered her head and shut up immediately. After thinking about it, she still felt unwilling. "Village chief, Ming Jiqing beat my son like this. Shouldn't you give her some compensation?" "Compensation? You have a good idea. Just ask her yourself." The village chief didn't want to say a word to this family. The whole family is lazy to the bone. It would be a waste of words to say anything. When Zhang Lizi's mother heard this, she looked up at Ming Shu with a cold face, hesitated, and didn't say anything in the end. The village chief was too lazy to look at her, and immediately said loudly, "That's it. Send them both away tomorrow." At the same time, he looked at Ming Shu with a slightly impatient expression. "Ming Jiqing, are you satisfied?" Seeing that the village chief's face was not good, Ming Shu also stopped while she was ahead, and at the same time, her sharp eyes swept over the onlookers one by one, and immediately said sternly, "I hope this is the last time this happens. If someone has ideas about me in the future, don't blame me for throwing him to the back mountain to feed the wolves." After Ming Shu finished speaking, regardless of how these people reacted, she went home in the moonlight with a stern face. At this time, Ming Shu had left a reputation of being cruel and ruthless among some villagers. Li Shaoran looked at Ming Shu, who turned and left, eyes full of contempt, and shouted loudly, "Ming Jiqing, you haven't figured out the improper relationship between you and Yi Jiqing. Can't you leave?" Ming Shu stopped when she heard the voice. Her face sank slightly, and she looked back at the pregnant woman with a cold look. She frowned and said impatiently, "How do you want to figure it out? Yi Jiqing is talking, and you are pretending to be deaf and dumb. You can't understand, right? What's the matter? Are you bored because of pregnancy, and you have to make yourself uncomfortable?" Ming Shu exuded impatience, as if she was on the verge of collapse. When Aunt Dolly saw this, she quickly pulled her niece-in-law and smiled at Ming Shu. "Ming Jiqing, she is still young, and she doesn't think before she speaks. Don't mind it." "And I just said something. What's wrong?" Li Hui's husband and mother-in-law also quickly covered Li Hui's mouth. Zhang Xiaojun yelled at his wife Li Hui in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? What does this have to do with you? Why do you have to get involved?" Her mother-in-law said to Ming Shu, "Ming Jiqing, my daughter-in-law, has no other intentions. We will take her home immediately." Dajuan's wife, "Shut up. Do you want to go to the farm too? You will be in trouble for slandering the educated youth," the village chief shouted loudly, with a sullen face. It was obvious to anyone that Ming Jiqing rarely interacted with the educated youth. What was he doing? Where did he do it? If he angered Ming Jiqing and the matter got out of hand, everyone would have a hard time. He didn't want a scandal of bullying educated youth to appear in their village. Ming Shu glanced at Li Hui coldly, then turned around and strode back. The other villagers stared blankly at her gradually receding back, with an indescribable look in their eyes. Especially Zhang Lizi and Zhang Bozi, their eyes were filled with deep fear, as if they wanted to deeply imprint that back in their minds. Just now, the two of them personally experienced the approach of death. The feeling was unforgettable to them. Just thinking about it, their whole bodies trembled involuntarily. The people at the educated youth site looked at each other. Zhou Wenfu and He Yun were shocked, with mixed feelings in their hearts and fear following them like a shadow. Taking advantage of the night, the two supported each other and returned to the educated youth site. Chen Shuangshuang was sweating all over and stood there pale. Her mind was full of the two people struggling to death in the water. She was very scared now. If Ming Jiqing had treated her like he treated the two villagers today, would she still be able to? Chen Shuangshuang's body went limp just thinking about it. Lu Yuemei supported her with an unclear expression and went back with the educated youth. Seeing that the matter was handled, the village chief asked the crowd to disperse. As for Zhang Lizi and Zhang Bozi, let their families take them back first and send them off tomorrow. The educated youths all returned to the educated youth site. Chen Shuangshuang returned to the girls' dormitory and quickly lay on the Kong, tears in her eyes, crying with fear and worry. Lu Yuemei watched her cry from the side. Her eyes were filled with disdain and impatience. Pretty girls are always troublesome. They think they are delicate and fragile, and they cry easily, hoping to get men's pity. But she thought of the female educated youth who was separated. Although she was also pretty, she seemed to be very strong and good at fighting. She wondered if she was as easy to coax as Chen Shuangshuang. Lu Yuemei has been here for half a month. There is endless work to do every day. If she hadn't followed Chen Shuangshuang and asked the two male educated youth for help, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. She has also heard the Annies in the village say that they have to dig canals in winter. Oh my God! Lu Yuemei's eyes went dark just thinking about it. She was eager to find someone to help, but she didn't want to find someone to marry right away. She could only turn her attention to others. First, she relied on Chen Shuangshuang to get the help of the two male educated youth, but the two male educated youth were useless and couldn't help much. She could only find another target. Ming Shu didn't know that she had become someone else's target. She was lying on the Kong now, thinking about what happened just now, and her anger rose again. It felt like being bitten by a bedbug, very disgusting. She really wanted to drown the two people at that time, but her reason would not allow it. When she thought of this, she tried to suppress her anger. Let's count today's gains. Let yourself calm down. Ming Shu took out all the money in the space and put it on the Kong. Whether it was new or old bills, she counted them one by one 10 yuan new bill after another, making up 8,000 yuan. Last time, she made 300 yuan from buying wild boars, pheasants, rabbits, etc., 1,000 yuan from Director Wu, 200 yuan from the youth office, but she spent almost 200 yuan on building the house, and there was also the 50 yuan that caused the trouble. Let's put it one thing at a time. I'll give him the pot tomorrow, and we'll be even. I still need 650 yuan to make up for the difference, which is 10,000 yuan. I believe it will exceed 10,000 yuan soon. If you work hard, you won't have to worry about buying a house in the future. There are also these good wines in the space. Ming Shu opened a wooden box, and there were 24 bottles neatly arranged inside. Ming Shu picked up one of the bottles and looked at the sunflower logo on it, and the corners of her mouth curled up. It's a good time. Ming Shu calmed down, put the box inside, and looked at the 10 ginsengs and Ganoderma that she dug last time. These could not be touched for the time being, so she put them aside for now. She glanced at her wild fruits again. She picked up one and ate it. It seemed that this could also be sold. She would ask Master Li to see about it next time. Ming Shu thought while eating, first find time to hunt 8 wild boars. In another half a month, it would be November, and the weather would get cooler. Then she would not go into the mountains, let the things in the mountains grow well, and go to pull them next year. She would prepare things for the winter. And did she really have to figure out how to cook by herself? This seemed unrealistic. After the autumn harvest, everyone got 2 days off. Of course, there were diligent people who didn't want to rest, so they could still go to work. It was up to everyone's own volition. Ming-Shu slept in the bed the next day and didn't wake up until 9 o'clock. She packed herself up, took the iron pot, and swaggered through the village to the Educated Youth site. Pushing open the gate of the Educated Youth site, she saw a room built on both sides of the yard. Lu, Ming-Shu didn't know which room was Lu's. She stood in the yard and shouted. Ming-Shu's voice was so loud that it woke up the educated youths who were still sleeping in the house. At this time, there was a sound of people walking in the house on the left. Ming-Shu looked over and saw Lu coming out. Ming-Shu directly gave him the pot and said before leaving, "Don't look for her again in the future." Ming-Shu left the educated youth's yard. I was about to go to the village chief's house. On the way, she met the village chief and 2 people walking to Zhang Lizi and Zhang Bozi's house. This time she was really disgusted. She couldn't get rid of her anger until she saw the 2 people being sent away. She followed the village chief to the 2 people's house. She stood far away. Zhang Bozi and the other man saw Ming-Shu looking at them gloomily, and their bodies trembled. They followed the village chief to get on the ox cart without resistance. Ming-Shu saw the 2 people being taken away, and she was not interested in staying to watch the 2 families screaming and howling. She turned and went to the back mountain. Going deep into the mountains, she picked some wild fruits. The yield was not high, and it was estimated that they still could not be sold. So she kept them for herself. She spent the whole day in the deep mountains, catching some dry goods, and killed more than a dozen wild boars, more than a dozen pheasants, rabbits, and the like. She went to the ginseng forest again and saw that they were growing well and were not trampled by wild beasts, so she didn't move. It was dark when Ming-Shu got home. She sat on the kong, rested for a while, and sorted out today's harvest. Then she washed and went to sleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the loudspeaker started to sound again. "Dear villagers, food will be distributed this morning. Dear villagers, food will be distributed this morning." When the villagers heard the news, every household searched for food bags and prepared to line up after eating. Some people were impatient and asked their children to line up now. They were afraid that if they went too late, a lot of food would be distributed. Ming-Shu heard the news just after waking up. She got up and opened the window. She saw that the sky was gloomy and it looked like it would rain. She immediately got off the kong, cooked porridge and drank it, then took the sack to the square. When Ming-Shu arrived at the square, she looked around. There were several tables in front of her. Accountants and scorekeepers were sitting on the tables. Behind them, several young men were moving food from the carts. The village head and the team leader stood by and whispered while watching the young men moving food. The villagers in front of the table were happily holding a small book and counting one by one in the book. Then they discussed with the people next to them. The people from the educated youth point stood by and did not come over. Ming-Shu was suspicious in her heart, but looked calm on the outside. She lined up behind the villagers. The villager behind Ming-Shu was a young girl. She turned around and whispered, "Ming educated youth, the village chief said that you educated youth should wait on the side. We will distribute your food later." Ming-Shu looked at the girl with a puzzled look on her face. "Why?" "I don't know." The girl smiled and shook her head. "Okay, thank you." Ming-Shu raised her lips slightly and nodded. "No, you're welcome." The little girl looked at Ming-Shu's beautiful smile and blushed as she hurriedly said. Ming-Shu walked out of the team and went to the side a few meters away from the educated youth. Lu Yuemei looked at Ming-Shu's tall figure and cold face. She exuded a sense of alienation. She pondered for a while, walked towards Ming-Shu, and smiled softly. "Ming educated youth, why do you think the village chief treats us educated youth and villagers in 2 ways? Does he look down on us?" Ming-Shu looked at the female educated youth, who came up to her. There was provocation in her words, and she said coldly, "I don't know. If you are not convinced, go to the village chief to complain." Lu Yuemei said this to test her, to see what kind of person she is, so that she can get close to her. He shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, I am not as capable as you. Even if we go to the village head, he won't respond to me. You are different. If you go to the village head, he will definitely speak to you in a nice way. Ming-Shu looked at this unknown female educated youth and knew that she had bad intentions, so she ignored her because she was talking to herself. Ming-Shu moved a few steps to the side and looked at the grain distribution over there. The villagers took their work points and checked their accounts with the scorekeeper. This scorekeeper was also a young man in the village who had studied for a few years. The young man checked the accounts with the villagers one by one. Many villagers could not read, but they had their own special way of recording. Anyway, it was okay as long as it was about right. They were all from the same village, so the scorekeeper would not be too serious. The villagers went home happily one by one carrying the divided grain, and the faces of the working people showed satisfied smiles. Lu Yuemei saw that Ming-Shu did not respond to her after talking for so long. She also stopped, and at the same time knew that this female educated youth was very indifferent and difficult to approach. Lu Yuemei frowned and did not want to give up. She said again, Ming Jiqing, you see the village chief distributes all the good food to the villagers, and the food left for us must be unpalatable. After saying that, she frowned when she saw Ming-Shu was unmoved. She thought that if Ming-Shu rushed up to question the village chief, she would definitely be scolded by the village chief. Then she could go forward to comfort them and make them closer. Things in the future will naturally come naturally. In the end, this female educated youth was not fooled. Ming-Shu listened to this female educated youth who was always chattering with her left ear, which was really annoying. She walked a few steps to the side. Seeing that Ming-Shu avoided her like a snake and scorpion, Lu Yuemei lowered her head and a sinister light flashed in her eyes. Then she raised her smiling face and looked at Ming-Shu and was about to speak. The village chief interrupted her loudly. Come here, educated youth. When the educated youth heard this, they all walked over. Ming-Shu followed them. The team leader and the village chief frowned and stared at the 14 educated youth in front of them. Except for one Ming educated youth and 2 or 3 male educated youth, who could work well, the others could only get 5 centimeters a day, and some female educated youth were even worse, only getting 3 centimeters. The team leader said with a fierce face, when you first came, we gave you 50 kilograms of food, so you have no food to exchange this time. When Chun Li and the other male educated youth heard this, their faces suddenly became ugly. Team leader, our 50 kilograms will be finished before winter. How will we survive without food then? How will you survive? How do I know? The team leader finally got angry after holding back for a long time, and he was immediately angry with them. Team leader, can we buy food? Li Xiaoming, who was standing in the crowd, asked with his head stretched out. The team leader looked at the educated youth who was talking, snorted coldly, and was about to say that he couldn't sell it. But then he thought that it would be bad if he really didn't have food in winter, and he couldn't really let people starve to death. One person can only buy 50 kilograms of food. When Li Xiaoming heard this, he immediately said, I'll buy 50 kilograms of corn kernels. The village chief next to him asked someone to weigh 50 kilograms of corn kernels for Li Xiaoming, 13 cents per kilogram. The accountant quickly fiddled with the abacus a few times and quoted 6.5 yuan. Li Xiaoming took the corn kernels, put them down, and took out 6.5 yuan to give to the accountant. The accountant took the money and recorded it in the book. Next, except for Lu Yuemei, everyone else in the educated youth's point bought 50 kilograms of food. He saw that Lu Yuemei was the only one who didn't buy food, and smiled and asked, Lu Jiqing, why don't you buy some? If you don't have anything to eat, you will be hungry. Lu Yuemei saw Heian asking, her face stiffened slightly. I still have some, I'll buy more after I finish eating. She also wanted to buy, but she couldn't bear to spend money. Heian heard this and looked at her, and Chen Shuangshuang meaningfully, then he chuckled and stopped talking. Ming-Shu saw that there were still corn kernels over there, so she was tired of drinking it. So she didn't really want to buy any. Just as she turned to leave, she returned to the scorekeeper and asked, how many work points did I get this month? The scorekeeper Zhang Hongjun was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked down to check. How many work points did you get this month? 300 work points in total, plus Uncle Dahai's family will compensate you with 130 work points, a total of 430 centimeters. Ming Shu nodded, as she thought in her heart, then these work points are enough to pay back the grain I borrowed? Enough, there are still 300 work points left. Do you want exchange for grain? Ming Shu looked at the corn kernels. Keep it. When the educated youth around heard that Ming Shu had so many work points left after paying back the debt, their faces showed envy. Lu Yuemei heard the conversation between Ming Shu and the scorekeeper. Her eyes rolled, and she hurriedly whispered to her, Ming, educated youth, since you have so many work points and you don't exchange for grain, why don't you lend me the work points to exchange for grain, and I will earn work points next year to pay you back. A slight surprise flashed in Ming Shu's eyes. Are they familiar with each other? Why don't you just say to return the grain to her? Lu Yuemei saw that Ming Shu had been staring at her, thinking that she was considering it, and hurriedly said, I will definitely work hard to pay you back. No loan, no sale, no exchange. Ming Shu said those 3 words and was too lazy to talk to them. She turned around and left. With the way she worked, when would she pay back the work points? Seeing Ming Shu was about to leave, Lu Yuemei looked at Chen Shuang with a lost expression. Shuang, I want to buy some food, but I have no money. Please help me persuade Ming's hiking. I will lend her work points in exchange for some food. I don't want to trouble you again later. Chen Shuang's face turned pale when she heard this. She didn't dare to persuade Ming Shu. She burst into tears. I felt pity for her. To Wang Hongba and Lu Dali. When they saw Chen Shuang's beautiful face with tears in her eyes, they quickly looked at Ming Shu's back. Although they were a little scared of Ming Shu, they were just bystanders and had not experienced it personally. So they called Ming Shu with courage Ming Jiqing. The party teaches us that people should be willing to contribute, give up themselves, love the country and the people, and make selfless contributions. Ming Jiqing, you can keep your work points anyway. It's better to use them to the fullest. You can also do one good deed every day. The more they talked, the more they felt that it made sense. Their backs straightened. Ming Shu stood there and didn't bother to turn around when she heard this, and continued to walk home quickly. Chun Li and others beside them, including the village head, the team leader, and the scorekeeper, all looked at Lu Yuemei and the others in surprise. Even Wang Meiying, who was much calmer, looked at Lu Yuemei's face carefully with a foreign look to see how thick it was. Zhang Hongjun raised his head and looked at Lu Jiqing, who said this, as if by accident. They had never seen anyone in their village borrow work points directly. After being surprised, the village chief could not comment on this matter. He just asked Zhang Hongjun to look at the scorebook more carefully and let all the educated youth disperse. Lu Yuemei narrowed her eyes when she saw Ming Shu, who was no longer visible. This person was really cold and heartless. He would rather keep the work points than lend them to her. He was really selfish to the extreme. She felt very unwilling. In the end, she buried it in her heart. Following the crowd back to the educated youth point, Lu Yuemei cried and complained to Chen Shuang because she did not borrow Ming Shu's work points. She said that she was sorry for not borrowing work points to buy food, and she would have to trouble her for help. Chen Shuang hurriedly comforted her. Don't be sad. We will all help you when the time comes. He Yun and the others were watching the show with great interest and suddenly heard that Chen Shuang was still with them. Although they didn't know whether the wish she said included them, they still had to clarify it immediately. Lu Jiqing, you should find a way to buy some food. If you don't, you will have no food. Don't expect us to give you our own food to help you. That's impossible, He Yun said gently. We bought our own food. We don't have enough for ourselves. How can we help others? Miao Dandan said immediately. She bought the food with gritted teeth. How could she give it to help others? Let us make it clear in advance. If you have no food and still want to eat, it's definitely impossible, Wang Meiying said to Lu Yuemei gloomily. Seeing that they were all talking harshly, Lu Yuemei burst into tears. I also want to buy food so as not to burden everyone, but what should I do if the educated youth doesn't lend it to me? How can you be so shameless? Why should she lend it to you? Who are you to her? Wang Meiying couldn't listen anymore and said loudly. We are all educated youth. Shouldn't we help each other? Liu Yuemei lowered her head and cried. Why do you help others? You can say such shameless words, Wang Meiying sneered, looking at He-yun and Liu Yuemei. When He-yun heard the word shameless, his face turned slightly red. Ming Shu knew nothing about the educated youth. After she returned home, she packed up her things and thought that she should find a cook for herself. At least she had to learn how to make steamed buns. Ming Shu carried some dry goods and went to the west of the village, where Aunt Dolly lived. Aunt Dolly heard a knock on the door and hurried to open it, and saw a beautiful female educated youth standing at the door of their house. Ming Jiqing, why are you here? Come in quickly. After Aunt Dolly was surprised, she immediately invited Ming Shu in. After Ming Shu came in, her eyes casually swept across the yard. The yard was clean and the firewood was neatly stacked. It seemed that everyone in the family was hardworking. She explained her purpose and handed over the tuition fee and some dry goods. When Aunt Dolly heard the purpose of Ming Jiqing's visit, she smiled and said, "What's the big deal? You can come to my house at noon every day and watch me cook. Home-cooked meals are very simple, and you will learn how to cook just by watching. Aunt, I will come tomorrow at noon." "I'll come later." Ming Shu heard Aunt Dolly's agreement and immediately looked at the time. It was only 10:30. Then she turned around and went home. Aunt Dolly saw the dry goods she left behind and put them away with a smile. These dry goods were from the back mountain. There was nothing wrong with putting them away. Ming Shu had just arrived home when she heard a loud voice coming from outside. "Is anyone there?" "There is a letter." Ming Shu was puzzled and wanted to open the door, but a postman was looking at her with a letter. "Are you Ming Shu?" "Yes, come on, sign your letter." Ming Shu took the letter and saw that it said Ming Shu received it. Ming Shu took the letter from the postman in a blue uniform and thanked him. She closed the door and opened the letter. It was indeed sent by the parents. In the letter, she said that since she had gone to the countryside, she should stay there for a while and not tire herself out. They would send her money and asked her to take care of her body. The most important thing was to protect herself. Money was only a thing outside of the body, and they would take care of other things. Ming Shu read from the meaning of the words that the parents might be on her side. At the end of the letter, she was asked to wait for their news. There was also a subtle reminder not to get too close to the locals. Ming Shu finished reading the message, sat on the kong, and looked out the window with calm eyes. She felt calm about every word of concern from the parents of this body. In her previous life, she grew up like an orphan. She could not rely on either side and could only rely on herself. She finally stumbled into adulthood, but suddenly encountered the end of the world. Then she began to struggle to survive in the end of the world. A young girl who has just reached adulthood, with no one to protect her. In that morally corrupted apocalypse, one can imagine what she'll encounter in the future. Just after Ming Shu killed the N+Th man who wanted to bully her, her superpowers appeared. Ming Shu just fumbled with how to use superpowers and strengthened her physical fitness at the same time. Slowly surviving in the apocalypse and making a reputation for being ruthless, the parents who abandoned her since childhood heard the news and brought their remarried children to find her. It was the same at the beginning. Every word of concern and greeting. At that time, she couldn't tell the truth from the false and believed that they had no choice, accepted and protected them. As a result, the harsh environment made it more and more difficult to survive, and they still joined forces with outsiders to stab her in the back. Ming Shu thought of this and suppressed the anger in her heart, and thought of the adoptive parents, wondering if they wanted something the more they lacked it. When she first arrived here, it took her a while to adapt before she realized that she had traveled to a peaceful era. After she adapted, she slowly realized that Lin Wanmei might have deliberately starved the original owner to death. Ming Shu felt a sense of sympathy for little Ming Shu. Both of them were abandoned by their biological parents. But Ming Shu didn't do anything to Lin Wanmei. First, she had occupied the original owner's body and survived. No one would believe it if she told others. In addition, she was very weak at that time and she didn't have enough to eat every day, so she could only rob her son of food. Ming Shu didn't feel ashamed at the time for her, an adult soul, to rob an 8 or 9-year-old child of food. After her body recovered, it was obviously impossible to settle accounts with her after the passage of time. And she just lived in harmony with them in this family, with her own abilities. Occasionally, she saw Lin Wanmei caring for her sons. When Ming-Shu saw it, her heart was a little moved. After all, the meaning of the word called maternal love had never been projected onto her. She had never felt it either. Maybe it was this very small and subtle feeling that during those 7 years, no matter how Lin Wanmei deducted, she didn't do anything to Lin Wanmei. Of course, she wouldn't let herself go hungry again. If she didn't give it to her, she would beat her sons to death. But the result is, Ming-Shu now keeps her distance from creatures called parents. Not disturbing each other is the best choice. She wrote a letter mainly to inform them not to send money there anymore. It is a waste to support those disgusting people. Ming-Shu thought of this and put all the letters into the space.
She didn't plan to reply. She saw that it was noontime.
She was ready to get up and go to Aunt Dolly's house to learn how to cook. But it was raining outside. Watching the heavy rain falling on the ground outside, turning a lush road into a muddy road, it was particularly easy for people to slip when walking on it. Ming-Shu could only return to the room. Most of the elderly in the village looked at the rain and felt fortunate at the same time. Fortunately, the rain fell after the autumn harvest. If it fell before the autumn harvest, the crops in the fields would rot in the fields if they couldn't harvest them. When the production was reduced, the crops they were allocated would also be reduced, and they would be hungry next year. It was raining in the village. In a family building in the southwest region, a suddenly came from a household, and the sound slowly stopped after a while. In the room, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, a white shirt inside and a dark brown sleeveless sweater outside, pursed his lips and looked at the investigation report he had just thrown on the ground with anger in his eyes. He paused for a long time. He picked up the report again, which described the life of his daughter in that family. She fainted from hunger for 7 years and was drugged in the end. Such a dirty thing, the couple could do it. His daughter was forced to go to the countryside. He took out the letters Ming-Hai wrote to him and turned them over one by one. Each letter mentioned that his daughter had a big appetite, was good-looking and well-behaved, and attached her daughter's report card. There were also requests for money and tickets. Every time Ming-Dong finished reading the letter and saw his daughter's excellent report card, he would send it according to the instructions in the letter. The couple was too busy at work and could not go home to visit their children at will, so they gave their daughter to their biological brother to raise. I didn't expect him to treat his daughter like this. At this time, hurried footsteps came with the sound of keys opening the door. Ming-Dong, are the results of the investigation out? A gentle woman in blue clothes and glasses walked in quickly and asked Ming-Dong anxiously. Then she saw the report in his hand and immediately took it over to look carefully. It was fine at the beginning. When she saw that she was almost hungry, her lips trembled and her eyes slowly became moist. When she saw that she was drugged at the end, her hand tightly grasped the report and her knuckles turned slightly white due to excessive force. Her face was pale, and she choked with sobs and asked her husband, "Why do you treat her like this? Don't we give enough?" "It's not a question of how much we give. Those are beasts," Ming-Dong said angrily. He also said, "Fortunately, Ming-Shu has gone to the countryside as an educated youth. It's better to stay away from them. It's best to stay in the countryside now. Ming-Dong, we have completely neglected our daughter for work for so many years. She will definitely blame us in the future." The gentlewoman looked at her husband with sorrow in her eyes. "Blame us? That's what we deserve." Ming-Dong lowered his head and looked carefully at the report in his hand. Every bit of his daughter seemed to float in front of him. "I don't know if it's worth it for us to give up our daughter for work," the woman said with her head down, worried about the future and feeling guilty about her daughter. Ming-Dong held his wife's hand and comforted her. "Ming-Dong, I want to take a leave to go see her. At least I want to know if she is doing well now." Ming-Dong pondered for a while and shook his head. "Lao Zhou has been interviewed. We should not move. If we can't escape, we should not implicate her. We don't even have a photo of our daughter. We don't know what she looks like now," the woman said softly with red eyes. "It's like We can only hope that she is doing well now. Mingdong put his arm around his wife's shoulders to comfort himself and his wife. Shun Wanru recalled her newborn daughter, who was small and looked a lot like her husband, and was probably pretty. Thinking of this, she smiled. But then she remembered that being pretty in the countryside meant getting into a lot of trouble. Shun Wanru thought about what her daughter would encounter. She was restless, and the worry in her heart showed on her face. Don't worry, she is thousands of miles away from us. I just hope this storm will pass soon. Mingdong said, but he knew that this storm would not pass so quickly. They probably couldn't escape it. Shun Wanru really didn't understand. Qingshan Brigade did not stop until midnight. The next morning, the sun shone on the muddy road. The familiar and loud loudspeaker of the village chief's house sounded again. The villagers woke up from their sleep and started a new day. Ming Shu was no exception. She got up early, put on her old rubber shoes, and stepped carefully on the muddy road. Ming Shu came to the place where the team leader in charge of them was. Today's task was to harvest cabbage and radishes. Ming Shu still finished the work with 10 work points. The muddy road was much easier to walk after a day of sun than in the early morning. Ming Jiqing wait. Ming Shu heard and turned around, only to see Aunt Dolly passing by. Aunt? Ming Shu, didn't you learn to cook from me? You can go to my house now. Now, it's not convenient. It's okay, let's go. Seeing Aunt Dolly's warm invitation, Ming Shu followed her to her house to learn how to cook. Aunt Dolly made black-faced steamed buns today. Ming Shu was standing by and watching her aunt knead the dough, let it rise, and see when it was ready to be steamed. She memorized them in her mind, and then she saw the steps for cooking and memorized them as well. When Aunt Dolly finished cooking, Ming Shu thought she had learned well enough. She said goodbye and went home. Ming Jiqing, eat here today, and try to cook at home in the evening, Aunt Dolly said with a smile, holding Ming Shu's hand. Ming Shu saw that their family had a large number of people. Food is in short supply now, so there is no extra food to entertain others. I heard that in some places now, when visiting relatives, people bring rice with them. Of course, Ming Shu couldn't stay here to eat, so she quickly declined. Aunt, I'll go home and try to cook first, otherwise I'll forget it by the afternoon. After that, she immediately walked out the door. Seeing that Ming Shu didn't want to eat, Aunt Dolly let it go and didn't force her. She quickly took a noodle starter and chased after her. Hey, wait, when you go home to make steamed buns, take this with you. This is a dough starter. Put it in when you knead the dough. After kneading the dough, remember to save some for next time. Ming Shu took it with a smile and nodded in thanks. She went home and immediately took out the white flour. She followed Aunt Dolly's steps and made it step by step. After kneading, she grabbed a dough and put it in a bowl. According to Aunt Dolly's method, keep it for later use. Ming Shu saw small white and tender doughs, and except for getting her hands dirty, everything else looked the same as her aunt's. Ming Shu immediately put them in the pot to steam. 10 minutes later, Ming Shu opened the lid of the pot with great anticipation. She looked at the small buns in the pot. She looked around suspiciously at the buns she made. She found that this bun was different from the one made by Aunt Dolly. Hers is much smaller. It's still flat. Ming Shu took one and took a bite, and found that it was not cooked inside. She covered the pot again and put in a match to continue steaming. 10 minutes later, Ming Shu took another one and took a bite. It was still a little undercooked, but it was edible. She looked at the steamed buns she made for the first time and was quite satisfied. She ate a few steamed buns directly and lunch was done. It seems that she learned to cook in the wrong direction in her previous life. She should learn northern noodles. In this way, Ming Shu followed Aunt Dolly to learn how to make steamed buns and dumplings every day at noon for 5 consecutive days. And dumplings. Of course, the dumplings now are not filled with meat, but with vegetarian fillings. Ming Shu's taste may not be good, but it is very satisfying for her. Finally, she doesn't have to drink porridge. While she was learning to cook, the work in the field was also completely done. The villagers began to prepare firewood for the winter. Ming Shu also followed them to the mountain to pick up a lot. Half of the wall in the kitchen was filled with firewood, which was enough for the whole winter. By the way, she also killed a wild boar and kept it for her own consumption. 10 days passed in a flash, and the day for the transaction agreed upon by Ming Shu and Li Yi arrived. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Ming Shu walked quickly to the town with a flashlight. She knocked on the door directly. The people inside were probably waiting. When they heard the knock, someone came over and opened the door immediately. Ming Shu saw that it was the one-eyed dragon who opened the door. She narrowed her eyes, calling Li Yi out. The one-eyed dragon lowered his head and stared at the female Tyrannosaurus. Even if he had any ideas before, he didn't have them now. He turned around and went back to the inner room. After a while, Li Yi came out with 10 people. Seeing Ming Shu standing at the door, comrade Bai, where are the things? Of course, they are in the nearby mountains. Just follow me. Okay. Li Yi nodded softly, then turned around and signaled his men to pull the car they had prepared. Ming Shu walked forward quickly with a flashlight in front. Li Yi behind followed with 5 trailers. After Ming Shu went up the mountain, the road was a little difficult to walk on, so Master Li asked his men to hide the cart and followed Ming Shu into the mountain. Ming Shu found a position and raised his hand to signal the people behind to stop. Master Li asked your people to wait for me here. I will go and ask my people to carry the wild boar out. I will shine the flashlight at you a few times, and you can follow me. After saying that, he turned inside and found a place not far away. After detecting that they did not follow, he quickly moved the 10 wild boars to the ground. He walked forward a few steps. Shine the flashlight at them a few times. Master Li saw the light flashing and hurriedly asked everyone to go in quickly. There were 10 wild boars lying on the ground. Each of them was about 500. Master Li looked at the wild boar with a smile. Comrade Bai, you are really awesome. It doesn't matter if I am awesome or not. Tell your men to keep their mouths shut. Don't pour out everything after drinking a glass of rice wine. I have to say it in advance, if you get into trouble and it involves me, I will not tolerate it. Ming Shu said coldly. Haha, don't worry. We are doing this. We are tight-lipped. If not, I dare not use them. I hope so. The two stopped for a while. Ming Shu asked again, do you have glass to sell? Glass. We don't have it in stock. If you want it, just wait 2 days. Okay, it's settled. Come to me in 2 days. Ming Shu and Master Li stood by and talked and watched and saw his 10 men, 2 people in a group, lift a pig and find a place to hide it down the mountain. Wait until everything is moved and then get on the car and take it away. Ming Shu saw that the wild boar was moved. She watched and followed them back to town. After weighing, each wild boar was over 500 yuan, a total of 6,532 kilograms, 50 cents per kilogram. The bill was 3,266 yuan. Ming Shu took the money and threw it directly into the space. The 10 strong men looked at Ming Shu and got several thousand yuan in one night. Their eyes glowed green. Li Yi coughed, and the strong men looked down at the dead wild boar on the ground, and the light in their eyes faded. After all, not everyone can kill this wild boar. Ming Shu didn't rush to leave after getting the money. She cleaned up the dry goods, pheasants, rabbits, and the like. Another 30 yuan came in. She took the opportunity to go to their warehouse and buy whatever she saw that the family was missing. There was also cloth, rain boots, rubber shoes, buy a few more pairs, and also buy a paper umbrella. All in all, she spent more than 10 yuan. She went home. In the late autumn in the north, the coldness is everywhere. There is no moon in the sky. It is pitch black all around, and there is no sound of wind. Ming Shu is walking slowly on the dark road with a flashlight. Suddenly, there is a sound of footsteps from behind, and the footsteps are getting closer and closer. Ming Shu turned her head back vigilantly and saw a dark shadow not far ahead moving quickly in her direction. Ming Shu quickly turned off the flashlight, disappeared into the darkness, and blended into the surrounding environment. The figure in front, who had seen the light in front and was about to speed up to catch up, stopped in astonishment. The light and figure in front disappeared without any warning. This weird situation in the dark night would definitely scare ordinary people. But it was not the case for this figure. He continued to catch up with big strides and walked to the place where the light disappeared. Ming Shu stood under a big tree and looked at the person coming. Seeing that the person was dressed in a straight military uniform, wandering back and forth where she had just stood, Ming-Shu felt a little relieved, turned on the flashlight and shone it at the man. The yellow light shone on the man's face, and his features were regular. The military uniform made him look more righteous. The man raised his hand to block part of the light, squinted his eyes and looked towards the light, and saw a woman standing under a big tree. The woman looked at him expressionlessly with a flashlight. The man in military uniform saw that it was a woman with a cold expression on her face, which made him, who had always been very courageous, suddenly feel nervous. How could a woman be on this mountain road in the middle of the night?
Could it be?
No, the man quickly rejected the idea. He touched his military uniform and muttered to himself, "Down with all the monsters and demons." He bravely opened his mouth and asked slowly, "Comrade, you this is?" Ming-Shu stared at the man's unpredictable face and said coldly, "Just passing by." The man heard that although the woman's answer was brief, there was still warmth in her tone. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Comrade, you passed by here late at night. Why did you turn off the lights? It's a bit scary. Why are you sneaking around so fast?" Ming-Shu said lightly, "I saw that there was light here, so I wanted to find you to be a companion. We're going different ways." Ming-Shu glanced at him. Then she continued to walk forward. The man saw that the woman was walking forward on her own. After what happened just now, he didn't dare to walk fast, so he followed behind, looking at the female comrade as he walked. She was really brave, walking alone in the mountains in the middle of the night. And then he saw that she was empty-handed. The doubts in his heart deepened. Ming-Shu felt the man behind him looking at him. She quickened her pace and walked into the village quickly and returned home. The man behind her watched Ming-Shu enter the village, and he followed her in, passing through the village and coming to a house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door for a while, and then the door opened from the inside. "Wei Jun, why are you back?" An old man with white hair and clothes opened the door and saw his grandson, and smiled immediately. "I'm on vacation, so I came back to see you. Come in quickly." The old man welcomed the man in. Ming-Shu washed up immediately after returning home, lay on the Kong, took out the money she earned today, counted it, and put it together with the 9,350 yuan. Now she is a 60-year-old millionaire, a rich person. Ming-Shu thought about the small courtyard and wondered if the family would sell it. Oh, now it's not about selling, it's about exchanging. Thinking about it, another night passed. Early in the morning, the village chief's loudspeaker arrived as scheduled, meeting in the square. Meeting half an hour later, the square was full of people. Ming-Shu was still standing in the corner, and the people from the educated youth point were standing not far away. Everyone looked at the village chief's passionate speech. The main idea was that everyone should not be afraid of hardship or fatigue, and should keep working hard. They should not be idle during the busy farming season. They would set out to repair the reservoir in 2 days. This time, young and middle-aged men and women were required to go. Each of them should bring food and cook it together. The remuneration was also calculated according to work points. The village chief dismissed the meeting immediately after he finished speaking. The villagers were very willing to repair the reservoir every year. The most important thing was that they could earn work points. The educated youth point was dead silent. Everyone sat silently, and their faces became extremely heavy, as if they were shrouded by an invisible pressure. When they first came to the countryside, they might have had a relaxed attitude to experience life, but after these 2 months of training, they have deeply understood the hardships and heavy work of farm work in the countryside. They cannot rest every day. No matter if they have blisters on their hands or injuries on their feet, they have to go to work. After work, they're so tired that their waists and backs ache. When will this endless labor end? Li Xiaoming touched the scar on his foot and regretted his choice to go to the countryside. Others also touched the tiny scars on their hands left by the autumn harvest. They all regretted their choices, to varying degrees. It was unknown which of the female educated youth started crying first. Several of them covered their faces and cried, sobbing. The male educated youth already felt uncomfortable when he heard the female educated youth crying. He felt even worse now. Stop crying. What's the use of crying? Chun Guojun yelled in frustration, then stood up and lay down on the Kong. The voices of the female educated youths he yelled at suddenly became smaller. Miao Dandan looked down at her small body, her eyes red and wet as she looked at Yilu. Yilu was annoyed with Miao Dandan, who had been pestering him these days. So once I felt her when Miao Dandan saw Yilu go out, she immediately followed him. Yi Jiqing, when we were building the reservoir, can you help me? Yilu saw the thoughts of this female educated youth at a glance and said with a dark face, Miao Jiqing, don't always pester me. We are not suitable. Miao Dandan saw as a girl. She was despised like this. Her face was red and tears were about to fall. Yilu pretended not to see it and turned back to the dormitory. Miao Dandan saw Yilu turned around and left without mercy. She couldn't stop crying. She wanted to find someone to help her. Why was it so difficult? Suddenly, a laugh came from behind. Miao Dandan wiped her tears and turned around to see Lu Yuemei leaning against the wall with her arms folded. Disdain, she laughed and said, Miao Jiqing, women hold up half the sky now. Why do you still want to rely on men? Miao Dandan retorted with shame and anger as if she had been caught. I didn't want to rely on others, but you, Lu Jiqing, you should reflect on yourself and stop trying to take advantage of others and get something for nothing. When Lu Yuemei heard this, she immediately rushed over angrily. Who am I taking advantage of? Everyone in the hospital knows that you like to take advantage of others, and you still have the nerve to say that to me. Miao Dandan did not admit defeat. She had been in the countryside for 2 months and understood that she was an educated youth, and no one could drive her away. So now her true nature is revealed in her words and deeds. It's just that her desire to find a long-term meal ticket has never changed. Lu Yuemei looked at Miao Dandan, who had always been like a punching bag, and she actually yelled at her. She was stunned for a moment, but she was not a good person either. She immediately shouted at her, You want to find a man to marry and let others support you. Everyone knows this. Why are you pretending? Why should I pretend? I just want to find a man to marry. Why can't I? Unlike some people who don't want to pay, but want others to help. Don't treat others as fools. Miao Dandan laughed again when she said this. Oh, there is one. Chen Shuang, that fool, likes to be deceived by you. But she is not a good thing either. Lu Yuemei was furious when she saw that Miao Dandan had explained all her little thoughts clearly. She stepped forward and grabbed Miao Dandan's hair and pulled it hard. Little witch, what are you talking about? Miao Dandan covered her scalp, endured the pain, turned around and pulled Lu Yuemei's hair. After a while, the two of them went from arguing to fighting. After all, Miao Dandan had been here for a long time and she worked hard, so she had built up her strength. She immediately pulled Lu Yuemei's hair and dragged her to the ground. Then she pressed on her and slapped her hard a few times. While beating her, she scolded, You are the little witch. I let you scold me. I let you all bully me, as if she wanted to vent all the anger she had been holding on to her for so long. After a while, the left side of Lu Yuemei's face swelled up rapidly. She was pressed down by Miao Dandan and could not resist. She grabbed a fist-sized stone from the ground with her hand. She smashed it Miao Dandan's head. Miao Dandan felt a pain, and the pain made her scream. She reached out and touched her hand and saw that it was covered in blood. She closed her eyes and fell to the side. People in the front yard heard the scream and rushed to the backyard. They saw Miao Jiqing lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive, with blood all over her head and her face. Lu Jiqing seemed to be frightened and sat on the ground staring at Miao Dandan. There was a bloody stone on the ground next to them. Everyone looked at the two in surprise. Wang Meiying stood in the front. She walked forward quickly and carefully lifted Miao Dandan's upper body and let her lean on her. She gently patted her cheek and called softly, Miao Jiqing, Miao Jiqing. Miao Dandan narrowed her eyes slightly, as if trying to see the person clearly. She fainted in Wang Meiying's arms again. Wang Meiying looked at the people who were still watching the excitement and shouted, What are you doing? Go find the village chief and borrow a car to send him to the hospital. Zhou Wenfu and the others looked at each other, as if they didn't want to intervene. Lu didn't want to go to avoid suspicion. In the end, Chun Li went out to find the village chief. The village chief was resting at home and was pulled over by Chun Li. He looked at the wounded still lying on Wang Meiying and the bloody stone on the ground. He felt bad all over. This educated youth point was really like what the villagers said, with a lot of things to do. This can be done at home. He was so bored. He quickly said to the educated youth with a dark face, "The car is outside. Send one of you to take her to the hospital." After saying that, he didn't even look at Miao Dandan, who fainted on the ground. He turned around and left. The educated youth called for someone, and you looked at me, and I looked at you. In the end, Chun Li and Wang Meiying helped the person to the back of the car, but the person was dizzy and couldn't sit steadily. In the end, they had no choice but to borrow a cart. The two lifted her up and put her on. "Lu Jiqing, you knocked her out, you have to go and take care of her, and you have to pay for the medical expenses." Lu reminded him. "She also hit me, you see." When Lu Yuemei heard that they had to pay, she stretched out her face for them to see. Everyone looked at Lu Yuemei's messy hair and her purple and swollen face. Hiyun spoke softly. "Lu Jiqing, no matter what, Miao Jiqing's head was broken by you. You have to take responsibility. Lu Jiqing, you hurt the person, so you should go." Li Xiaoming also nodded. "If you don't go, who will?" Chun Guojun looked at Lu Yuemei with a fierce face. Finally, Lu Yuemei was forced by everyone to follow Chun Li and Wang Meiying to the town hospital. She was asked to contribute money and labor. At the beginning, she refused to take care of Miao Dandan, but later the doctor confirmed that Miao Dandan would have to stay in the hospital for a few days. Lu Yuemei took the initiative to stay there to take care of Miao Dandan. Wang Meiying and Chun Li both knew why Lu Yuemei suddenly asked to stay to take care of her, but neither of them said anything. Pulling the cart back to the village. The things that happened at the educated youth point could not be concealed in the village, and soon the whole village knew about it. It caused a lot of discussion in the village. 2 days passed quickly. It was midnight on the day of departure. The square was brightly lit, and the villagers held homemade torches in their hands. The 3 trailers were full of pots and pans, as well as tools for repairing the reservoir. Except for a few ants who did not come, most of the villagers came, all with food and bedding, waiting for the village chief to gather. Ming Shu also carried a backpack. Inside was the corn kernels that she had exchanged yesterday, and she was carrying a blanket in her hand. The whole bag was the same as the villagers. She roasted a few roast chickens in the space. There were also white flour buns that she made herself. Of the 14 educated youths at the educated youth point, only 12 came. The 12 educated youths also brought large and small bags. They were waiting on the side. Ming Shu had heard about where the other 2 were going in the past 2 days. This time, the team leader led the team and started to set off after counting the number of people. Although Ming Shu had moved away from the educated youth point, she was still an educated youth. So this time she followed the educated youths and lined up behind. Zhou Wenfu, Hiyun, and Chen Shuangshuang automatically moved away when they saw Ming Shu. Ming Shu pretended not to see them. She had nothing to say to these educated youths. After walking for 5 or 6 hours, the group's legs and feet were weak, and they arrived at the destination just after dawn. Once they arrived at the destination, the team leader went to receive the task and came back to arrange for a few women to build a shed and cook. Then he gathered them together and said a few words, asking them to register the food with the accountant first and put the blankets next to him. Everyone followed the team leader with tools to work. The educated youth were assigned to dig and carry soil. Ming Shu and her group were exactly 6, 1 to dig and 1 to carry. Ming Shu was paired with a young man from the village. Ming Shu and the young man worked with the educated youth to dig soil. It was the first time for the educated youth to hold and that was more terrifying than a sickle. Seeing this, Ming Shu and the young man immediately moved away. Sure enough, after a while, a shrill sound of pain was heard, and everyone looked towards the sound. Zhou Wenfu sat on the ground, covering his feet, screaming, and blood flowed from his fingers. Use grass ash to stop the bleeding. What are you doing? The team leader was building a shed and a stove with the cook not far away on the shore. Hearing the sound, He shouted to Zhou Wenfu. Come, come. Chen Guojun jumped down from the shore with 2 bags of grass ash. He quickly pressed the wound with the grass ash. The folk method in the countryside is good, and the bleeding stopped in a short while. Zhou Wenfu stood up holding his foot and asked the team leader for leave. The captain saw the wound on his foot and said, "Approve half a day off. Go back to work in the afternoon." Zhou Wenfu was also very satisfied. He jumped up to the shore and sat down to rest. Soon, the screams rang out again. Chen Shuangshuang also dug her toe. Her partner Wang Hongguang hurried to the ant who was cooking to get grass ash to help her stop the bleeding. So she also needs half a day off. The captain seemed to have expected their situation and looked very calm. Anyway, no matter how they make trouble, they will only have half a day off. If they are willing to work with injuries in the next few days, it's up to them. Ming Shu and the young man are a good match. The young man works well. The young man is Ming Shu, who Zhang Hongjun sees working very easily. He also heard from his family that everyone who works in the fields praises her and works very well. If she wasn't an educated youth, she would go back someday. His old mother might find a matchmaker to propose to her. Zhang Hongjun looked at Ming Shu, who was carrying 2 baskets of soil easily and walking to the shore.
His face was slightly red.
Hongjun, what are you looking at? Get to work, the captain said loudly to his nephew on the shore. Zhang Hongjun looked at his uncle's disapproving eyes and knew that his little thoughts had been discovered. He quickly looked down and saw that Ming Shu had already returned with an empty basket. In order to keep up with Ming Shu's progress, he swung the faster, and his arms were sore after a day. He continued on the second day.
3 days passed in a flash.
The people who were repairing the reservoir came here for 3 days. Miao Dandan and Lu Yuemei, who were in the hospital, were also discharged. The two had a big fight in front of the hospital because of the medical expenses. Then they parted ways. They returned to the educated youth point one after another. Miao Dandan, with a white bandage on her head, walked for several hours to get back to the village. She felt dizzy and leaned against a big tree to rest. "Comrade, what's wrong with you?" A male voice came into Miao Dandan's ears. Miao Dandan was about to raise her hand to wave, and her eyes accidentally caught the man's military uniform. She looked up at the man in a military uniform and looked okay. A light flashed in her eyes, and she fainted in the man's arms. Zhang Weijun looked at the thin woman who fainted in his arms. He was at a loss for what to do. He gently shook Miao Dandan, but she was still unconscious. Just as he put her down and went back to call for help, Miao Dandan's eyelids trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes and whispered weakly, "What's wrong with me? Why am I fainting again?" Zhang Hongjun saw that the woman in his arms had woken up, and hurriedly helped her up looking at the gauze on her head. "Comrade, how are you?
Can you stand up?"
Miao Dandan nodded gently and stood up unsteadily. Seeing that she couldn't even stand steadily, Zhang Hongjun hurriedly asked, "Where's your home? I'll take you there." Miao Dandan covered her head and nodded gently. "Thank you." Zhang Hongjun supported Miao Dandan and walked back slowly. Miao Dandan covered her head and leaned on the man weakly. Zhang Hongjun looked at Miao Dandan leaning on him, and he shook her. "Comrade, which direction is your home?" Miao Dandan covered her head and looked at the man. It took her a while to react and pointed to the front. "Over there." Zhang Hongjun sent Miao Dandan home and was about to leave. "Well, comrade, thank you so much today, otherwise I don't know what to do." "Don't bother, this is what we should do." Zhang Hongjun immediately shook his head and turned away. Miao Dandan smiled and looked at his receding figure for a while, then turned back to the house to get a few dollars and walked towards the home of the famous Big Mouth in the village. Lu Yuemei and Miao Dandan had a big fight and parted ways after that. She went to the post office to write a letter home, asking her family to send some of her educated youth subsidy. At this time, she saw a letter on the top of the mailbox inside the counter, and the address on it seemed familiar. She stretched her head curiously and wanted to take a closer look. "What are you doing? If it's your letter, take it away. If it's not, don't take it," the staff shouted in a very bad attitude, and hurriedly took the mailbox in. Lu Yuemei rolled her eyes and smiled at the staff, Comrade, I can take the top letter from our village's educated youth back to her. No need to bother you to make another trip. Which brigade are you from? The postman looked at Liu Yuemei suspiciously. Qingshan Brigade. The postman lowered his head and picked up Ming Shu's letter. He carefully saw that the address on it was also Qingshan Brigade. He looked through some letters that had not yet been delivered to Qingshan Brigade and saw that there was only one letter. There were many letters to be delivered to other places today, and he was afraid that he would not have time to deliver this letter. He hesitated for a moment, took out the letter, and asked Liu Yuemei, Comrade, are you also an educated youth from Qingshan Brigade? Yes, Comrade Ming Shu and I are from the same batch of educated youth. The postman nodded and handed her the form. Sign here, and you can take the letter back. Liu Yuemei took the form and signed Miao Dandan's name without hesitation. She handed the signed form to the postman. Then please trouble Comrade to bring this letter to Comrade Ming Shu. The postman took the form and handed the letter to Liu Yuemei. Okay, it's no trouble. We are all comrades, and it's our duty to help each other. Liu Yuemei took the letter and responded with a smile. Liu Yuemei was walking halfway with the envelope in her hand, touching the envelope unconsciously. Suddenly she stopped, stared at the envelope, hesitated for a while, and then opened the letter. She saw that in addition to the letter, there was also a food coupon. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out the coupon.
It was a 5-gene food coupon.
She was delighted. She touched the food coupon for a few seconds and put it in her pocket. She read the letter roughly and saw that the writer was called Shi Yan. She remembered that she had seen 2 handsome male educated youths that day. Although they had just arrived, the 2 male educated youths left, but she also heard from others that one of them had a closer relationship with Ming Shu. I guess it must be Shi Yan. Her face flushed slightly, and she read the letter carefully before putting it in the envelope. At first, she wanted to take the letter back to Ming Shu so that she could ask her for help in the future, but when she saw the food coupon and the address on the letter, she gave up the idea. She had no idea of the consequences of being discovered. Liu Yuemei touched the food coupon, and she felt that the loss she had spent in the hospital these days was finally made up. She walked back to the educated youth point in a happy mood. Seeing that Miao Dandan was not there, she probably didn't come back and she didn't care, so she put the envelope directly into the suitcase. She lay on the Kong to rest, closing her eyes and thinking about the 2 male educated youth. It's a pity that she didn't know which one was Shi Yan. Ming Shu sat on the shore to rest, unaware that her letter had been claimed by someone else. Ming, the educated youth, you can start carrying soil now. Zhang Hongjun wiped the sweat from his forehead and called Ming Shu, who was waiting on the shore. Because Ming Shu worked so well, Zhang Hongjun couldn't catch up with her no matter how hard he tried. Ming Shu was afraid of losing another partner, so she said that they should take turns. The result was still the same. Zhang Hongjun had just left with 2 large baskets of soil, and Ming Shu had dug a lot of soil again. It was impossible to carry it all. In the end, Ming Shu carried the soil, and Zhang Hongjun went to dig. Ming Shu came back with an empty basket and saw that Zhang Hongjun had only dug a little, so she offered to help, but the young man refused to let her. Ming Shu had no choice but to wait on the side. The people working nearby saw this and reported it to the team leader, saying that Ming Shu was not working and was slacking off. The team leader didn't believe it at first, but since the villagers had reported it, he wanted to go and see. As a result, he saw that Ming Shu worked better than everyone else, so he scolded the person who reported it loudly. She is a female educated youth, and she works better than you strong men. You are still reporting her. Do you have any shame? The person who made the report was scolded until his face turned red. He didn't expect the captain to scold him. Didn't the captain see that his nephew was working hard while Ming Shu was sitting on the side to rest? After Ming Jiqing finished his work, couldn't he help other comrades with their work? Sitting and resting affects other people's emotions. Zhang Hongjun heard this and quickly retorted, "It's me who doesn't want Ming Jiqing to help. I can do it." When the captain saw his nephew say this, he glanced at the person who made the report. For making false reports without verification, 2 work points will be deducted to compensate Ming Shu. The team leader handled this one-sided dispute neatly. 2 work points were deducted, and the man's eyes flashed with heartache. But he couldn't refute the team leader's words. He could only look at Ming Shu with resentment. Ming Shu had just seen what the person who reported her looked like, and the team leader had dealt with the matter and compensated her with 2 work points. Ming Shu blinked her eyes and gladly accepted the 2 work points. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. From then on, no one reported to the team leader that Ming Shu was lazy and didn't work. At this time, Ming Shu heard her partner's call and jumped down immediately. He picked up 2 baskets of soil and carried them outside easily and steadily. Zhang Hongjun watched Ming Shu work effortlessly. He could only work harder. He couldn't be worse than a female educated youth. Hongjun, are you tired? If you can't do it, let me do it. The young man from the same village said with a smile. Now Zhang Hongjun's work points are the highest among the young men, and he gets full work points every day. This made them a little envious. In addition, they were very happy to work with the educated youth. Not tired at all, said Zhang Hongjun, swinging his vigorously. Hongjun, if you can't do it, just tell us and we'll replace you, said another young man with a smile. Go to the side. I'm not tired at all. Zhang Hongjun looked at his fellow villagers, knowing that they envied him. Humph, I won't change, even if I die of exhaustion. After a busy morning, it was time for lunch. After Ming Shu lined up to get her meal, she looked down at the half bowl of porridge she had. Yesterday was also half a bowl of porridge. She remembered that she had told the ants on the first day that she would cook 7 taels of grain for each meal. But would she only cook half a bowl of porridge with these 7 taels of grain? Ming Shu looked up at the ants who were cooking. She took the opportunity to go to the stove and lift her grain bag, and found that it was much lighter. She was not full every day, but the grain was running out quickly. Who ate it? Ming Shu came to the captain with a bowl and some food. Captain, how much food should I cook for 1 meal? Don't you eat a lot, so the cook should cook 7 taels for you? The captain was eating with a bowl in his hand. When he saw Ming Shu carrying food, he came up and asked in confusion. Ming Shu handed the food in the bowl to the captain. Do you think there are 7 taels? The captain looked carefully at the half bowl of corn porridge in Ming Shu's bowl. It was indeed not enough. They cooked less for you? Ming Shu's deep phoenix eyes showed a mocking smile. I exchanged this bag of 50 kilograms of food from the grain depot the day before we set off. We have only been here for a few days. Look at how many kilograms of food are left in this bag. The captain put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand suspiciously, picked up the food and shook it. Now this bag of food is estimated to be more than 30 kilograms. He looked at the mocking look in Ming Shu's eyes, his face sank slightly and turned around and strode towards the stove. When the onlookers heard that someone was stealing grain, they immediately followed with their bowls in hand. The team leader quickly walked into the stove, picked up all the grain bags, estimated the weight, and found that the educated youth ate the grain too quickly. But could the educated youth eat a pound of grain in 1 meal? Each bag of grain was weighed and recorded, so it was easy to check. The team leader asked the accountant to bring the registration book and the large beam scale. He took the book and weighed the grain bags of the educated youth 1 by 1, and then compared them with the several ounces of rations they had set for each meal. He found that everyone was short of 3 pounds of grain. He weighed Ming Shu's grain again and found that she was short of 7 pounds of grain. The team leader weighed the grain of the villagers again and found that some were short of grain, but the most was 1 pound. The educated youth who were standing by to watch the excitement turned pale with anger when they saw that their food was short for no reason. This bullying is beyond measure. Several people looked at each other and saw how the team leader would handle it. It was unfair. Then they would definitely report them to the higher authorities this time. Several ants in charge of cooking stood by the stove and looked at the team leader and Ming Shu blankly. One of the ants lowered her head and kept tearing at the corners of her clothes. The team leader looked at the expressions of the educated youths and knew that if they were not handled well, they would go up and report them again. However, as long as this matter is handled in time, it is estimated that the commune will not care too much. It was this educated youth Ming who was really not easy to mess with. 3 people were sent to the farm for reform within 3 months of going to the countryside. I wonder if there will be another one this time. The team leader was upset when he thought of this. He shouted at the ants who were cooking, "Tell me what happened, the 4 of you?" The 4 ants were frightened by the captain's roar. 3 of the ants pointed to the woman who was lowering her head. "Captain, it is the Dashan family who is in charge of the food." The 3 of us did not interfere. "Yes, Captain, the Dashan family took the initiative to manage the food as soon as they arrived here, and we didn't interfere at all. Every time they cooked food, the Dashan family would take the food out, wash it, and put it in the pot. We couldn't do anything." The captain hurriedly shouted at the Dashan family. "Sister-in-law Dashan, how did you manage the food? Didn't you notice that the food was stolen?" Dashan's family was a little scared when she heard the captain's question, and then she thought about his question carefully. Knowing that he was not doubting her, she immediately concealed her nervousness and said loudly, "Usually the food is placed here on the stove, just open like this, and anyone can go in and take it. I don't know if some people are hungry at night and come to get the food to cook for themselves." After saying that, he glanced at Ming Shu and the educated youth. The meaning was obviously that they were hungry at night and cooked for themselves. The onlookers also felt that it was very likely. Now that the daytime consumption is large, it is easy to get hungry at night. The educated youth are city people and must have never been hungry, so they can't help but get up and cook something to eat. It is also normal. A villager said, "One night when I got up, I saw Ming Jiqing coming back from the mountain. I saw it once too." The educated youth. "I moved my mouth in the quilt and smelled a fragrance. I also woke up in the middle of the night and saw sparks on the stove. I saw it that time too, and there were voices talking over here." The captain looked at the villagers and saw that they were talking with details, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately looked at Ming Shu. "Ming Jiqing, what are you doing outside at night?" Ming Shu knew that the captain was on their side when she asked. She raised her lips and sneered at the Annies who were cooking. "Don't worry about what I'm doing outside. When I first came here, didn't I tell them that I had to cook 7 taels of rice for every meal? Do you think there is 7 taels here?" Ming Shu said and showed them the porridge in the bowl. The aunties who were cooking looked at each other and lowered their heads. Seeing this, Ming Shu shouted, "Annies, is there 7 taels here?" "Ming Jiqing, we are not responsible for cooking food. Ming Jiqing, 7 taels of corn kernels may look like a lot, but in fact, there is not much when you cook it." Dashanjia looked up and smiled. "Really?" Ming Shu took a deep look at Dashanjia and chuckled. "That's right, you're city people and don't know what's normal. We won't blame you this time. You have to add a few more taels if you want to be full next time." Dashanjia continued with a smile. There was no panic in his eyes. Hee. She had been drinking corn porridge for 2 months, and someone actually suspected that she didn't know how much 7 taels of corn kernels weighed after being cooked. Ming Shu sneered at Dashanjia, and then at the captain who had been silent. Carrying the food and the bowl of porridge, he strode to the shack and sat down to drink the porridge. Then he used his mental power to scan the 7 or 8 shacks. Except for a pile of food next to the stove, there was no food anywhere else. Ming Shu scanned the ants and finally stared at Dashanjia for a long time. She raised her hand and drank half a bowl of porridge at once, and then drank it again. The food and bowls were placed in the kitchen. Ming Shu took a look at her bag of food in the kitchen and turned to go to the mountain. She had a meal for herself in the mountain and took a walk in the mountain. She shot dozens of pheasants and rabbits as well as a few wild boars, and then stopped. After Ming Shu left, the dozen or so educated youths who stayed behind looked at each other and then looked at the team leader. Seeing that Ming Shu had left like this, the team leader thought she had given up on pursuing the food. He turned to look at Chen Li and the others and asked softly, "Who of you ate in the quilt at night, and who got up in the middle of the night to cook?" "We didn't get up to cook," the educated youths retorted in unison. "We hid in the quilt and ate the cakes we brought." "You didn't get up to cook, so where did your food go?" "Yes, you ate it yourselves. You want to frame us villagers." "Young man, just eat it. Don't try to push the blame on us villagers." When the educated youth heard the villagers' accusations, they were so angry that their faces turned red, and they didn't know how to refute for a while. They didn't have the courage to sue the village just now. They all lowered their heads. In the middle of the night, there was a sound of people walking quietly over the stove. Ming Shu's eyes suddenly opened in the dark night. Looking at the sound, she hurriedly walked to the kitchen quietly. Ming Shu walked quietly to the stove and quietly watched the people inside in the dark. She saw that the righteous mountain lady was using a bowl to scoop 2 bowls of corn kernels from Ming Shu's bag and put them into her cloth bag. Then she went to another educated youth and scooped a bowl. As if it was not enough, she scooped another bowl from a bag. She looked around, bent over and held the cloth bag, and ran to the mountain next to her. Ming Shu looked at the direction she ran, and she returned to the shack and knocked hard. In addition, the collision of 2 enamel cups caused a harsh sound. She called up everyone in the educated youth point. Ming Jiqing, what's the matter? Looking for food, Ming Shu said coldly. Ilu, Chunli, Wang Meiying, and others got up quickly when they heard about the food problem. Ming Shu took Ilu and others and woke up the team leader and others in the same way. Ming Jiqing, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing? Team leader, Ming Jiqing found the thief who stole the food, Ilu said immediately. The team leader looked at Ming Shu and didn't expect that she hadn't given up yet. But who is this thief? The captain instinctively looked back at his villagers, his heart pounding as he followed Ming Shu into the mountains. Ming Shu took Ilu and the captain and several villagers with a flashlight and went straight to Aunt Dashin. After turning off the flashlight, she stopped the people behind her and quietly watched the 3 people who were cooking porridge in front. There was a pile of fire in front, illuminating the surrounding area. Aunt Dashin was setting up a pot to cook porridge, with a young man and a middle-aged man sitting next to her. Boss, Hongming, remember to rinse your mouth after eating before going to bed, so that people won't smell it. Aunt Dashin stirred the porridge in the pot while instructing her husband and son. Mom, don't take the educated youth's food tomorrow, or Ming Jiqing will find out. We can't stand her fists. Zhang Xiaoming frowned and said, she's just an educated youth. No matter how powerful she is, she can't do anything to me today. Aunt Dashin sneered and said with a pout, as long as there is no evidence, she can't do anything to us. And if we don't take some food, how can you eat enough? Be more careful tomorrow, and don't take the food from the villagers, Zhang Dashin said sullenly. As long as they don't catch them on the spot, it's okay to take the food of the educated youth. But it's not the same with the villagers. If you take too much, they won't care about the evidence and will make a fuss on the spot. I know, I have never taken food from the villagers. Those who have less food probably cooked and ate it themselves. Dashin cooked the porridge, gave a big bowl to her son and husband, and gave herself a bowl. Several people drank the hot porridge with big bowls. They didn't pay any attention to the 20 people under the big tree in front. Ming Shu's brows were cold, and she looked back at the team leader. The team leader's face was also very embarrassed. He walked towards the 3 people who were drinking porridge and shouted loudly, Zhang Dashin, you dare to steal food? The 3 people who were drinking hot porridge suddenly heard the team leader's voice, and panic appeared on their faces. They immediately stood up and looked at him. "De Captain, when did you come?" Dashin's family was so scared that they stammered and asked back. "I heard everything you said." The captain looked at Dashin's family with a dark face. He thought that he was really blind. He picked such a thing to cook. It was really embarrassing to the educated youth. Zhang Dashin saw that something happened, and he ran to the captain and begged, "Captain, Xiaoming's mother only took the food of a few educated youths, not the villagers." The educated youths standing under the big tree heard this, and immediately walked up to them and shouted, "Can you steal our educated youth's food at will? We also bought our food with our own money. Why do you steal it? Your Qingshan team is too bullying. The thief is crying thief. We're going to sue you." "Yes, sue you." The educated youths spoke louder and louder, as if they wanted to return all the accusations and grievances they suffered yesterday afternoon. Chunli saw that everyone was angry and immediately waved his hand and said loudly, "Let's go to the commune now. I don't believe that we haven't been given justice yet." At this time, the educated youth were unprecedentedly united and immediately followed Chun-Li down the mountain towards the town. It takes 7 or 8 hours to walk from here to the town, which is 30 kilometers. Ming Shu stood there and looked at the educated youth who had only walked a few hundred meters, hoping that they could hold on. Dashan's family looked at the more than 20 educated youth who suddenly appeared in front of them, and a sense of panic surged in their hearts. When they heard that this group of people were going to the commune to file a complaint, Zhang Dashan's face turned pale in an instant. The team leader looked at the educated youth who were leaving with an expressionless face, turned around with a dark face, and immediately asked several villagers to put out the fire, and then took the family of 3 away. Then he said to Ming Shu, "Ming, educated youth, I will give you an explanation." Ming Shu looked at the captain, who had a completely different look from yesterday. "Captain, let's go. I want an explanation now." Ming Shu turned on the flashlight and walked in front. The captain and his men dragged the 3 people down the mountain. Ming Shu stood in the open space in front of the stove, waiting for the captain's explanation. The captain saw that other villagers had woken up and were looking at them. He quickly asked someone to light a torch and led his men into the stove. Ming Shu did not come in. "Just wait outside. Close your eyes and listen to the small voices of anger, pleading, crying, and all kinds of sounds inside." Finally, the captain came out and walked in front of Ming Shu, whispering, "I'll ask them to compensate you for your food." Ming Shu heard it and opened her eyes and said coldly, "How many pounds of food did you steal from me?" "Dashan's family gives you 4 taels of food per meal, and you have 11 pounds. Ming Shu heard 11 caddies of food is not a small amount. It can feed her for 5 or 6 days in this world, and it can also make those people in the end of the world fight for it desperately. Then pay double the compensation and go back and take turns to work for half a year like the person who stole the blue bricks." "I'll let it go." "No, double is too much." The team leader immediately disagreed. "Double food is 22 caddies. This is not too old or small. Stealing is also a serious crime. It has reached the standard of being sent to labor reform. Otherwise, send them to labor reform." Ming Shu said lightly, as if to make suggestions. "Can it be less?"
No.
The team leader looked at Ming Shu, who did not back down. He thought of the educated youth who were going to the commune. He sighed deeply. The village chief specially held a meeting a month ago to repeatedly warn and urge them not to provoke the educated youth. Why didn't they listen one by one? The most important thing is that he was biased towards the villagers yesterday, and he dared not say it again because he was guilty. He turned around and went back to find the family to notify the verdict. Ming Shu looked at the team leader, who went into the kitchen. She understood but did not agree with his idea of defending their village in the first place yesterday. But it didn't matter. As long as the compensation and punishment were in place, everything would be fine. Nothing else mattered. Suddenly, there was a heart-wrenching cry from inside, accompanied by the captain's scolding. After a while, the captain came out again with a dark face and said, "Okay, but I have to go back and compensate you." "Well, what else?" "Go back and ask their whole family to carry manure, each for half a year." "Okay." Ming Shu nodded and turned to go to her sleeping place. The captain looked at Ming Shu's back with mixed feelings. She was good at work, but she was too unreasonable. He took another look at the road leading to the town and turned back to the stove. The next morning, in the shed of the educated youth, Ming Shu opened her eyes and saw that there was no one in the shed. Surprise flashed through her mind. She didn't expect that this group of people would be so persistent and determined to go to the town to complain. Ming Shu concealed her surprise, got up quickly, washed and packed up, and took the bowl to line up for breakfast. When it was almost Ming Shu's turn, she saw that the ant who was cooking had changed to someone else. She handed the bowl over, and the ant smiled at Ming Shu and quickly scooped a full bowl of porridge. "Ming Jiqing, you've suffered a lot in the past few days. Come, Auntie will add a little more for you." As she said, she scooped a little bit of porridge into Ming Shu's bowl with the tip of the spoon. Ming Shu glanced at the porridge she added and nodded gently. She walked aside and ate slowly. When it was time to work, she didn't see the educated youth come back. Ming Shu carried soil all morning, but still didn't see them come back. When she went to work in the afternoon, she suddenly heard a rumbling sound. The people who were working stopped and looked up at the source of the sound. A tractor was parked on the shore, and a dozen educated youth were sitting on it, looking down at them arrogantly. The captain looked at the people sitting in front of the tractor, and his face suddenly changed. He walked up and smiled. Secretary Wu, you see, these ignorant children have to trouble you to send them back in person. The words seemed intimate, as if he was blaming the younger generation at home. Captain Zhang, these educated youth have suffered some grievances in your village, and they went to the commune in the middle of the night to complain. Secretary Wu jumped off the tractor and scolded with a tense face. Secretary Wu, it's like this. The captain did not hide it and explained it one by one. If he didn't say these, it would be easy for the commune to check because there are several villages here that are repairing reservoirs. I guess they all know what happened last night. Fortunately, he handled it in time last night. I also punished her and asked her to pay compensation. The captain said respectfully. Secretary Wu nodded secretly. As long as it was handled in time, a dozen educated youth ran to the commune today and almost quarreled. The secretary let him get off. After sitting on the tractor for half a day, his ace was sore and he felt dizzy. The most important thing is to solve problems internally and not to go to the commune to complain about everything, which will have a bad impact. Then he hinted, that's good. Treat the educated youth well in the future. They are the future of the country, and we can't make mistakes, especially if they run out in the middle of the night. If something happens, you and I will be responsible. I know. I will keep an eye on them in the future. Don't let them go out randomly. The team leader also understood and promised instantly. Well, Secretary Wu understood the situation and turned to look at the educated youth, Chen Jiqing, Zhou Jiqing, you all get off. The problem has been solved, and I have also told your team leader and others that we will treat you and the villagers equally in the future. We promise to compensate you with food this time. Chun Li and others jumped off the car when they heard that everything was solved. Secretary Wu, how much food will Qingshan Brigade compensate me? As much as I eat? The team leader immediately replied. He glanced at Ming Xu, who was watching the excitement. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he felt relieved. What if she asked for double compensation? These educated youth would definitely clamor for double compensation, and they couldn't refuse in front of Secretary Wu. By then, the Dashan family would probably lose everything. Only the food compensation? And they have to carry manure for half a year. The educated youth thought that the man who stole Ming Xu's blue bricks also had to pay money and carry manure for half a year, and they were very satisfied. Secretary Wu saw that his task was completed, so he went back immediately, and the educated youth waved to him. Ming Xu watched the tractor come in a commotion, and in less than 10 minutes, it rumbled away again. Could it be that it was sent back specifically to send people back? The educated youth turned to look at the team leader again. Team leader, when will the Dashan family compensate for the food? The team leader said with a gloomy face, go to work first, and I'll return it to you when I go back. The educated youths were a little unhappy when they heard that they would return the food when they got back. Did she finish eating all these dozens of kilograms of food? She mixed the food together, and she has almost eaten it these days. The rest will last for half a month. Where can we get food for you? The team leader said with a dark face. Team leader, you want her to return the food, but you can't regret it. We can sue her the first time, and we can sue her the second time, Zhou Wenfu said seriously. The others nodded. The team leader was annoyed when he heard the word complain and turned away. Ming Xu carried 2 baskets of soil and went back and forth easily. An afternoon passed. Since this rectification, Ming Xu has eaten a full meal every day and worked slowly every day to get full work points. Nothing miscellaneous happened. Half a month passed in a flash. It was time for them to repair the reservoir. Everyone packed up and went home. At this time, in a residential building in the southwest region, Mingdong and Shun Wanru stood side by side. They frowned and stood quietly by the window, watching their former colleague being suppressed by a group of people, moving forward step by step with difficulty. They didn't know where they would be demoted. Shun Wanru leaned closely on her husband. Thinking that she and her husband had been interviewed several times in the past 2 days, she was very worried. At this moment, a rapid knock on the door suddenly sounded. The sound was deafening, as if it would shake the whole room. Mingdong and Shun Wanru's bodies trembled violently. After looking at each other, Mingdong quickly pulled his wife behind him to protect her. The knock on the door was still ringing. Mingdong let go of his wife's hand and slowly walked over to open the door. Seeing the person coming, Mingdong's shoulders relaxed instantly. "Old Shun, come in quickly." Shun Zhongxin walked into the room quickly, without sitting down, looking at his friend with heavy eyes. He said in a low voice, "Be prepared. You guys will probably be here in a few days, and then I have a good friend. I will try my best to arrange for you to be together so that you can take care of each other." Mingdong closed the door and walked to his friend, patting his shoulder gently. "Thank you." "Thank you, brother." Shen Wanru calmed down and walked over to thank him softly. "Wanru, brother can only help you find a rural area to be transferred to, and try his best not to let you go to the farm to suffer. Brother, can you?" Mingdong grabbed his wife's hand and smiled gently. "We are already very good like this. We can't let old Shin be implicated anymore." Shin Zhongxin looked at his friend and his brother-in-law. "Don't say anything about whether it will be implicated or not. I can only help you up to this point now. There is nothing I can do." Shin Zhongxin frowned and sighed. "I know. You take good care of yourself." Mingdong looked at his friend gratefully. "Mingdong, we have to believe the current situation is only temporary. The future will definitely be bright." "I hope so." Mingdong nodded. "Old Shin, you all should be careful." "I know, but nothing can be said for sure at this moment. Maybe I will come to you soon." Shin Zhongxin shook his head and said with a wry smile. "Old Shin, ah." Mingdong's expression became depressed. "Okay, don't be discouraged. I'll go for a walk first." "Don't do anything at home," he said, opening the door and walking out without reminding his friend. "Okay, I understand." Mingdong stood at the door and looked at his friends hurried back for a while, then turned around, closed the door, and went into the house. "Wanru, we shouldn't implicate our daughter in this situation. Let her be an educated youth and live a stable life." "I know. I just want my cousin to help us take care of Mingshu." Shun Wanru walked to the window and whispered, "Don't cause trouble for others." Mingdong pursed his lips, holding the report, his brows slightly relaxed. His voice was low and steady, with a hint of relief. "Fortunately, we didn't leave the child with us. Otherwise, she might really be harmed now." "Yes. I hope she won't be affected this time," Shun Wanru said softly, with red eyes. "No. She has been an educated youth for a long time, and she doesn't know us. It won't happen." Mingdong refuted one after another, as if he was also convincing himself. When the two of them said this, they both stopped and looked at each other. Both eyes were full of worry. Mingshu followed the large group back to the home she hadn't lived in for a long time. Suddenly, she remembered the glass she had ordered from Masterly, but she forgot to get it. She didn't know if he had left it for her. She also remembered that the big group said last time that they would move to another place in 3 months. When she thought of that yard, Mingshu quickly put down her things, borrowed a bicycle from the village chief, and rushed to the town. 40 minutes later, Mingshu arrived in front of Master Li's door, put the bicycle aside, and knocked on the door. After knocking a few times, there was no movement from inside. Mingshu probed inside and found that it was quiet. She checked around to see if there was anyone nearby and put the bicycle into the space. Then she looked at the height of the courtyard wall and easily crossed the wall with a boost and a small jump. Mingshu landed lightly with both feet, then slowly stood up and walked inside. She came to the patio. She scanned the entire room and saw that all the rooms were empty. It was too late, which showed that Masterly had moved away. Mingshu exhaled, looked around the room, walked to the yard, stared at the tree, and tried to wrap the box with her mental power and slowly drag it out. But it was buried too deep, and the roots of the tree tightly wrapped the box inside, so it couldn't be dragged out at all. And if the box was dragged out suddenly, it would inevitably cause the tree to sink, and it would also make a noise that would alert others. It would be safest to find someone to buy this house and dig it slowly. Mingshu thought of this and retracted her mental power. She looked at the house again and climbed over the wall. As soon as she landed outside, she heard a familiar voice not far away. "Comrade Bai?" Mingshu looked up at the voice and saw Dajuan standing a few meters away with a bicycle. He was surprised and puzzled as he looked at her who had just climbed over the wall. Mingshu stood up, clapped his hands and asked calmly, "Have you moved away?" Dajun saw that it was really Comrade Bai, and he immediately smiled and pushed the bicycle over. "We have moved everything, and the house will expire in a few days." "Comrade Bai, you are finally back." "Well, I was busy a while ago, so I was delayed for a while." "Well, I know that you educated youth have gone to repair the reservoir." In half a month, more than a dozen educated youth came to the commune to complain and made a big fuss. Dajun smiled and took the key from his pocket to open the gate of the yard. Ming Shu had no doubts about the fact that they knew she was an educated youth. She had never thought of hiding herself. If they knew, they knew. It was nothing. Ming Shu was not interested in how those educated youth made a fuss. She entered the yard again and asked softly, "When did you move out?" "Where is my glass?" "We moved all the things 5 days ago. Today, the boss asked me to clean up here and check out. But I didn't expect to meet Comrade Bai. The boss said it was too troublesome to move your glass, so he sold it to someone else and said he would keep it for you when he got the goods," Dajun said repeatedly. "Oh." Ming Shu put the glass aside now. She looked at the house and asked slowly, "Dajun, is the original owner selling this house?" "Comrade Bai, do you want to buy the house? What for?"
Dajun asked instinctively.
"Of course I came to the town for something, and I have a place to stay." Ming Shu answered every question this time. "It's illegal to buy and sell outside now, and I don't know if you'll sell it."
"Please ask for me."
"If it doesn't work, renting is fine." Ming Shu knew that she couldn't buy or sell it. At first, she wanted to buy the house, but she felt that renting was not stable. But now she thinks it's better to rent it. "Okay, we'll go find that person later," Dajun said, and then he went to clean up the house inside and out. If there was nothing left, he would take Ming Shu to find the owner of the house. But the owner of the house didn't agree to sell the house, so he could only agree to rent it. Ming Shu didn't force to buy it and rented it for a year. Dajun gave the key to Ming Shu directly. Ming Shu didn't go back to the yard with the key and followed Dajun to their new base. Master Li was very happy to see Ming Shu. "The god of wealth has come." "Comrade Bai, how come it's such a coincidence today that Dajun can meet you when he returns to the yard? It seems that we are destined to be together." Uncle Li laughed. "Uncle Li, I'm here to get the glass?" Ming Shu asked with a chuckle. "In the house. The goods just came in yesterday. The first piece. I saw you haven't been here for a long time, so I sold it, don't mind it," Uncle Li said with a smile as he led Ming Shu into the house. Ming Shu and Uncle Li walked in and found that this place was the same as that yard, with a small door and a door lock. She looked at the front, and Uncle Li was also very cautious but bold enough. He took Ming Shu directly to the inner room, where things were stored. He moved a wooden box from behind the cabinet, which contained 6 pieces of glass. Ming Shu squatted down to take a look and found that they were all cut and could be installed on the windows by asking someone to install the wooden strips. "Just pay the bill." Ming Shu picked up the glass and walked out. Uncle Li saw that Ming Shu was about to go back and immediately followed and asked in a low voice, "Comrade Bai, the new year is coming soon. Can you still get a few wild boars and other things?"
"Didn't you say that was the last time?"
"I know, but it's almost the new year. Let's get another batch of wild boars so that the poor people can have a taste of meat and have a good new year," said Grandpa Li with a smile. Ming Shu was moving the glass, thinking about the wild boars, pheasants and rabbits she had shot on the mountain beside the reservoir, which could be sold. "Of course, we can. Shouldn't the price of pork be raised?" Grandpa Li was delighted when he heard that Comrade Bai had agreed. Then he frowned when he heard that the price would increase. After thinking for a while, he looked at Ming Shu's face and hesitated. "This price increase is not good. And we are also taking risks. If we are caught by mistake, we will be in danger too." Ming Shu stopped and looked back at Grandpa Li, sneering. "Grandpa Li, don't say this in front of me. You have no one behind you. You dare to do such a big business. You made a lot of money from those 10 pigs last time. I didn't grow much, just a little hair. I believe you won't let yourself lose money. Besides, this wild boar was brought back by my people who risked their lives to hunt." Master Li looked at Ming Shu's serious expression. He was afraid that he would give up and feel relaxed. Besides, growing a little hair would not affect his ability to make money. He pretended to be embarrassed and sighed.
Oh.
Okay. Ming Shu looked at Master Li's expression and snorted in her heart. Then it settled. I'll send you 3 wild boars in 2 days. Okay. Thank you, comrade. Bye. Grandpa Li immediately changed his expression and followed happily. After leaving the town and walking on the mountain path, Ming Shu went into the mountain, put the glass into the space, took out the bicycle, and rode back home. As soon as Ming Shu rode into the village, she saw a large group of people gathered on the bank of the village pond and talked a lot. Ming Shu took a quick look and rode to the village chief's house. The village chief and his wife were just going out. When they saw Ming Shu, they immediately said, Ming Jiqing, something happened at your Jiqing point. Let's go and take a look. The village chief's wife took Ming Shu's hand. Auntie, wait a minute, I'll park the bike. Ming Shu broke free from the village chief's wife's hand. I'll do it. The village chief's wife took the bicycle and pushed it into the yard, then came out to lock the door. Ming Shu wanted to leave immediately, but was pulled by the village chief to talk, and then was pulled to the water by the village chief's wife. The crowd saw the village chief coming. They all made way around. Ming Shu followed the village chief and his wife inside. They saw the educated youth standing inside. There was a wet person lying on the ground, and there was a man in military uniform next to him. Ming Shu glanced at these people and then looked away. Lu Yuemei, who was squatting next to the person lying on the ground, saw Ming Shu subconsciously lower her head out of guilt. How is Miao the educated youth now? The village chief's wife stepped forward and asked He Yun, who was standing next to her. Aunt, Miao Jiqing just woke up. He was injured a while ago. Just when he recovered, this happened. Alas. He Yun looked at the village head's wife, with his eyes full of worry. The village head's wife looked down at Miao Dandan, who was soaked all over, and immediately showed distress on her face and said, Help Miao Jiqing go back to change clothes. It's winter, and he's soaked all over. His body can't stand it. Especially girls can't stand the cold. When Miao Dandan, who was lying on the ground, heard this, her body trembled, tears flowed down, and she cried and said, I don't want to live anymore. I have lost my innocence. How can I live in the future? Wang Meiying, who was standing in front, looked at the village head with a serious face. Village head, you must stand up for us this time. This rumor is completely slandering our Miao Jiqing. The village head also frowned and looked at the only 3 soldiers in the village. Wei Jun, what's the matter with you? Zhang Weijun lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't expect that he was just helping someone out of kindness that day. As a result, rumors spread in the village that he and Miao Jiqing were hugging each other, and when no one was around, they did something. Seeing that Zhang Weibing didn't say anything, the village chief immediately shouted, Wei Jun, say something, what's going on? How come you were involved with Miao Jiqing when you just came back? I don't know either. I saw that she was dizzy that day, so I helped her up. Nothing happened. Zhang Weijun was also puzzled. Miao Dandan listened to Zhang Weijun's words, wiped away her tears, and her eyes were red. He immediately explained, Comrade Zhang that day just helped me go back to the educated youth site to rest. Nothing happened between us. The village chief put his hands behind his back and pondered for a few seconds, then said to Zhang Weijun in a serious tone, Since you have nothing, I will issue a notice tomorrow morning prohibiting the spread of rumors. Those who commit serious crimes will be sent to jail. Zhang Weijun was very satisfied with the result. But Miao Dandan, who was lying on the ground wearing cold and wet clothes, was not satisfied. She pulled Lu Yuemei, who was squatting beside her, but glanced at Ming Shu, motioning her to speak. Ming Shu was suspicious of Miao Dandan's look at her, but she didn't want to continue probing. Lu Yuemei lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Ming Shu. Seeing Miao Dandan still threatening her, she was immediately furious, but who told her to be careless? Lu Yuemei secretly hated. He raised his head and stared at the village chief. Miao Jiqing's innocence has been destroyed by Comrade Zhang, and this rumor has been spreading for 10 days and a half. It's no use warning them anymore. We can only let them get married. Otherwise, Miao Jiqing will have no choice but to jump into the river, Lu Yuemei said. Seeing that the village chief and Zhang Weijun kept their heads down and said nothing, she pinched Miao Dandan's hand. Miao Dandan received the signal and suddenly got up and ran towards the water desperately. I'm a pure and innocent girl, but now my reputation is ruined. How can I live with a face in the future? Instead of being humiliated, it would be better to die now. She cried while running, and she jumped into the cold river again. Comrade Zhang, say something, are you just going to watch her die? Lu Yuemei shouted anxiously to Zhang Weijun. When the village chief saw Miao Dandan really jumped into the river, he was scared to death. If something happened, his role as the village chief would be over. He hurriedly asked the people next to him to go down and save people. Hongjun, go down and save people. Zhang Hongjun saw Miao Dandan jumped into the river again. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly took off his military uniform and jumped down to hug the person and drag him up. When Miao Dandan was rescued, she struggled desperately and shouted, Comrade Zhang, my innocence is gone. Let me die, otherwise I will be bullied. Comrade Zhang, I know you are a good person. I don't want to implicate you. You go, don't worry about me. After that, she sobbed and cried softly. Zhang Weijun looked down at the woman who was crying in his arms, thought for a moment, nodded. I will marry you, Comrade Zhang. Do you really want to save me? Miao Dandan opened her eyes wide, looking at him with surprise and disbelief. Her hands tightly grasped his clothes, as if it was the only life-saving straw. Wait for me to go to the army and report the marriage. After it comes down, we will go to get the certificate and hold the wedding banquet first. Zhang Weijun was definitely reluctant at first, but when he saw Miao Dandan's surprised and dependent eyes, the reluctance in his heart also dissipated. Moreover, if Miao Jiqing really jumped into the river and died because of him, he would feel bad. The most important thing is that it will affect him if the fuss is made. You are such a good person. Thank you, Comrade Zhang, Miao Dandan said in a low voice with tears. Don't be so polite. Let's go and tell everyone. Zhang Weijun helped Miao Dandan walk to the village chief and said, seriously, I will marry Miao Jiqing. What? You want to marry Miao Jiqing? Then what about the blind date you went to yesterday? An ant suddenly shouted. Weijun, didn't you say that the girl was pretty good yesterday? Why did you suddenly marry Miao Jiqing again? Ants, I'm sorry. It happened suddenly. I have to be responsible for Miao Jiqing. Zhang Weijun bowed his head to admit his mistake. Humph. This is not up to you alone. Let's go find your grandmother. The two ants snorted at Miao Dandan and turned to find Zhang Hongjun's grandmother. Hongjun, you should think about this matter again, the village head's wife advised. Antingzi, I've thought about it. Zhang Hongjun nodded firmly. Antingzi looked at this good-looking and promising young man in the village. She also wanted to introduce her niece to him, but she spoke too late. But this is a major event in your life. You should go back and discuss it with your grandmother. I'll go back and tell my grandmother later. Zhang Hongjun nodded. Miao Dandan was a little uneasy. Immediately leaned against Zhang Weijun again. Comrade Zhang, are you embarrassed? Otherwise, forget it. It's okay. Go back and change your clothes first. I'll deal with my business. Then I'll come find you. Zhang Weijun patted Miao Dandan's hand and said softly. Yeah. Miao Dandan responded softly, with a slight blush on her face. Although she wanted to stay and watch him closely in case of any accidents. But at this moment, her clothes were soaked through, and the cold clothes stuck tightly to her body, making her feel like an ice cellar. She was still eager to go back and change her clothes. Seeing that the matter was done, Lu Yuemei, who was standing next to her, hurried forward to support Miao Dandan, and the two slowly walked out of everyone's sight. Miao Jiqing, I helped you a lot today, and we will keep each other's secrets in the future. Okay, if you don't tell me, I certainly won't tell you either. Miao Dandan nodded, but in order to increase the bargaining chips, she leaned close to Lu Yuemei and whispered a few words. When Lu Yuemei heard this, her face immediately turned red. This is not good. The handwriting is different. It will be troublesome if they recognize it. Don't worry, I guess they have just met not long ago, and neither of them knows each other's handwriting. Why don't you try writing it first? What if it succeeds? Miao Dandan gave Lu Yuemei a reassuring smile. Lu Yuemei pondered Miao Dandan's words carefully, and her heart was very moved. Besides, even if she was discovered, that would be a matter for the future. It would be good for her to make some money before she was discovered. She supported Miao Dandan and asked with a suspicious smile, "Why have you become much smarter now?" "I thought you were stupid at first. When I first came, I was alone and could only pretend to be obedient, but I was still bullied, and even my food was shared by them. Now it's different. If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon become a soldier's family member," Miao Dandan said in a low voice. Of course, as soon as the soldier returned to the village, you targeted him. "You are amazing. No one is as good as you. You actually dared to steal the letter and food coupons from Ming Jiqing." Miao Dandan glanced at Lu Yuemei next to her. She was so brave, but if Ming Jiqing found out, it would be over. But it had nothing to do with her. Mutually. Lu Yuemei smiled at Miao Dandan. Miao Dandan smiled back. Suddenly, an east wind blew, and she shivered. She quickly ran towards the educated youth. The two of them were in cahoots with each other, and they would never have thought that they had fought to the death more than 10 days ago. Zhang Hongjun said hello to the village chief, and was about to go home. His eyes swept to Ming Shu, who was standing next to the village chief's wife. There was a moment of confusion in his eyes, but he didn't think too much and walked home quickly. Ming Shu stood aside and naturally saw the confusion in the man's eyes. Thinking carefully, "Oh, this man who she met once that night." Unexpectedly, he was also from this village. Ming Shu was also slightly surprised. Looking back and seeing the crowd gradually dissipating, she also turned around to go home. "Ming Jiqing, wait a minute," Ilu called her. Ming Shu stopped and looked at him. "Is there something? Let's go to the team leader to ask for food together. We have more people, and they shouldn't dare to deny it," Ilu said with a serious face. "You guys go. I'm tired today, let's talk about it tomorrow," Ming Shu said lightly, turned around and left. Ilu looked at Ming Shu's indifferent figure with a pair of eyes, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Ming Shu became more and more indifferent to them, the educated youth. Chun-Li patted his friend's shoulder and put his arm around him. "Don't look at us. No one wants to pay attention to us now.
Don't bother them."
Ilu glanced at him when he heard this. Chun-Li shrugged and said to Zhou Wenfu and the others, "Let us go and ask for food. We are not afraid of so many people." "Okay, let's go now." Everyone responded. A dozen educated youths rushed to the captain's house and met the captain walking to the water. They surrounded him in an instant, talking to each other. In the end, the captain could not take them to find Dashin's house. Each person carried several kilograms of food back home. Ming Shu returned home and took out the glass. She took out her watch to check the time. It was still early, so she went to find the sixth grandfather who sold furniture in the village. She asked the sixth grandfather to help install the glass. It would be done after paying some money. Ming Shu tore a long piece of cloth to use as a curtain. Ming Shu decorated her own house by herself, but Zhang Weijuan's family in the village was not at peace. After sending away the two aunts from the village, Grandma Zhang looked at her grandson with a pair of confused eyes. "Weijun, are you really going to marry Miao Jiqing?" "Yes, Grandma, I'm serious." "Why, you don't even know her, otherwise you wouldn't have gone on the blind date yesterday." Grandma Zhang's eyes were blurry, but her mind was not confused. Zhang Weijun walked to Grandma's body, took her hand, smiled, and said softly, "There are various reasons, but the most important thing about this marriage is that Miao Jiqing is more educated than me. I hope that the mother of my child in the future will be an educated person. The people he has been dating these days are all those who have not even finished elementary school. If it weren't for the Miao Dandan incident, he probably wouldn't have thought of these things." He agreed to marry Miao educated youth. His future and her academic qualifications were the fundamental reasons. And his position is low, and he is not favored by those people in the art troupe, so it's not bad to find an educated youth. Moreover, educated people speak and behave differently from rural women, and it's also face-saving to take them out. "Okay, it's up to you." Grandma Zhang always listens to her grandson. This is the only grandson left by his son. It's better to get married early and have children early. Zhang Weijun knew that his grandmother would not object. "Grandma, if I get married early, you will have someone to accompany you, and I will feel more at ease in the barracks. Okay. Grandma Zhang said as she heard that her grandson was still thinking about her. Then Grandma, I will go to Miao Jiqing to discuss the banquet now. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Weijun smiled and went out to the educated youth point. Ming Shu had no interest in other people's affairs. After she hung up the curtains, she took out a thick quilt and spread it on the Kong. Then she took out all the thick clothes and put them in the closet. After everything was packed up, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Ming Shu cooked something to eat, took a shower, and went to bed. When she woke up the next day, Ming Shu touched the still warm Kong. She reached out and opened the window, only to see that it was bright outside. The village in front of her was covered with a thick layer of white snow. There were heavy snowflakes in the sky, falling down. Winter here always comes early. I remember that when the reservoir was built not long ago, there was a heavy snowfall. Because her thick clothes had been stored in the space, Ming Shu took them out in time and put them on. In addition, she worked every day and was in very good health, so she didn't feel it was cold. Ming Shu looked at the heavy snow, and the real hibernation season had arrived. Ming Shu leaned against the window and looked at the heavy snow outside. This snow was much milder than the snow in the previous life. But no matter how mild the snow was, it was still snow, nothing to see. Ming Shu got off the Kong to add a piece of firewood. Then she climbed back up. Lying on the Kong with an empty head, a figure she hadn't seen for a long time slowly emerged in her mind, and Ming Shu immediately pushed him away. She laughed at herself, thinking she was so idle. She got up immediately, washed up, and prepared breakfast. Since Ming Shu learned how to steam buns, she had steamed buns and corn porridge for breakfast almost every day with pickles. Of course, the pickles were bought from Aunt Dolly. After Ming Shu finished breakfast and was about to go out, she heard the door being knocked. When she opened the door, she saw the team leader and Zhang Dashan carrying food reluctantly. Large flakes of snow fell on them and on the sacks behind them. Ming Jiqing, this is the food compensation for you. Ming Shu raised her eyebrows and glanced at the team leader and Zhang Dashan behind her. She didn't expect that they would deliver it to her door naturally. She was just about to find them. But it's better to send it to her so that she doesn't have to do it. Then come in and put it on the stove. The team leader patted the snow off his body, took the food from Zhang Dashan, shook off the snow on the sack, went into the house, and put it on the stove. He glanced at the kitchen casually and saw that there was nothing in the kitchen except scattered food and a wall of firewood. This female educated youth lived really well. Ming Shu stepped forward and picked up the food with her hands. She found that there were about 20 pounds, so she nodded. The team leader saw Ming Shu take a look. Ming Jiqing, now we are even. Yes, the captain got the response and took Zhang Dashan to the village. Ming Shu saw them go far away, closed the door, and poured the corn kernels into the dustpan to spread them out. Decided to eat it at noon today. She returned to the Kong and remembered that she had a pig that seemed to have not been slaughtered, but she didn't know how to slaughter it. It seemed that she had to learn to slaughter pigs when she had the chance. When Ming Shu was about to learn how to slaughter pigs, in the southwest region, at the railway station, a tall and straight man in a military coat strode towards the exit. He got on a military vehicle directly and drove to a mountainous area in the suburbs. After layers of inspection, he finally arrived at the family building. Shurian looked around in the car and saw several men in black staring at his car. He got out of the car calmly and patted the shoulder of the brother in front of him. Thank you, brother. Wait for me for half an hour. You're welcome, Brother Yen, the man driving the car said. Shurian nodded and walked towards the family building with a few big strides. He came to the third floor, took out the key to open the door, went in directly and saw a middle-aged man and woman sitting on the sofa, talking in a low voice. Dad, Mom Yenner, why are you here? The middle-aged woman, Shurian's motherly Huiji, stood up quickly. Surprise covered her eyes, and she looked at her son with worry. Didn't I tell you not to come? The middle-aged man held up his glasses to cover the relief in his eyes, and looked at his son who suddenly appeared with a heavy tone. How can I feel relieved if I don't come? Shurian frowned and looked at his parents. Mom and I, if you have any worries, it's the same wherever you are. You should be careful. They can't reach us for the time being, don't worry. Shurian closed the door. Don't be careless, I know. Where are you going? When are you leaving? Well, Northeast China. Leaving tonight. Shurgoan said here, sighing in his heart. This was the result of his good friend's desperate efforts to get here. Otherwise, he would be dragged away on the spot like those people. Northeast China? Where? No matter where, it's the same for us now, Shurgoan said, urging his son to leave quickly. You go quickly. Don't stay here for long. When Shurian heard about Northeast China, he felt a little reluctant. Northeast China is very cold now. He was really worried that his parents would not be able to bear it, but under the current general trend, he could not move around. Northeast China is very cold. You should wear more thick clothes. Yennefer, go back first. Don't worry about me and your father. As long as you are fine, Mom will be fine. Li Huiji's worry finally turned into tears. She looked at her grown-up son and pushed him out. Mom, Dad, when you arrive, remember to write to me. Shurian looked down at his mother pushing him out the door. He knew he couldn't stay long, and he came here to see his parents. Go. Don't worry, we will be fine. Li Huiji looked at her tall and strong son and comforted him with tears. Go, go. Shurian looked at his parents with reluctance and turned to walk downstairs. He turned and walked into another family building. He knocked on the door and looked at the person inside. Uncle Shun Zhongshin looked at his friend's son with a little surprise. Shurian, why are you here? Come in, Uncle Shun. I rushed here as soon as I got the news. Shurian walked in and closed the door. Good boy, but you shouldn't have come. Shin Zhongshin frowned. His tone was deeply relieved. He was happy for his friend, but also worried about the child he had watched grow up. Uncle Shun, I came to thank you for running back and forth for my parents. Shurian bowed to Shin Zhongshin.
Don't talk about this now.
Your parents and I have been friends for many years. I am doing this for them as much as I can. Shin Zhongshin waved his hand. Where are your parents sent down? I want to know the exact location. Shurian looked at this uncle seriously. It's the place where you asked me to arrange for you to go to the countryside last time. Qingshan Brigade? Shurian looked up suddenly when he heard it. Yes, Qingshan Brigade. It's remote and should be quieter. Shin Zhongshin originally wanted to arrange them to go to the south. Now life would be better there, but there is no connection there, so he can only choose this place. Fortunately, it's a bit remote, and the outside disturbances should not reach there for the time being. Well, that's good. It's indeed a little remote. Shurian only stayed there for about 20 days. He didn't understand the people there, but the geography was indeed a little remote. Shurian knew the exact location, and after exchanging a few words with Shin Zhongshin, he left. He returned to the car and closed his eyes thinking about these things. When the man driving saw Shurian get in the car, he immediately started the car and walked out. While driving, he said to Shurian, who had his eyes closed in the back, Brother Yen, you can stay at my house tonight. Thank you, but no, I have to go back tonight. Shurian opened his eyes and refused decisively. Okay. The man nodded and drove towards the train station. Shurian arrived at the train station, said goodbye to the driver, and stayed there. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shurian stood inside the wall of the train station, watching from afar his parents and several other people being pressed by the crowd and slowly entering the station, and then being driven onto the train. Shurian's sharp eyes turned red in an instant, and his hands were clenched tightly on both sides. But he could do nothing. He could only restrain himself and watch the train start quietly. As the train gradually went away, Shurian's heart slowly calmed down, and without stopping, he immediately bought a ticket back to Kyoto. Shurian returned to the army. Already at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, when he passed by the guard, he asked again if there was any letter. He was told that there was still no letter. Shurian was silent for a while and returned to the dormitory, thinking that it had been more than 20 days since he sent the letter to Mingshu, and she should have replied no matter what. But she didn't reply after such a long time. Shurian smiled bitterly. The time they spent together was still too short, so short that apart from that layer of relationship, they were like strangers. Then he thought of his parents being sent down, and then thought of her. Shurian grabbed his hair and pondered. Mingshu was still thinking about how to slaughter the wild boar. Fortunately, Aunt Dolly said that the village would distribute pork at the end of the year. At that time, the pig would be slaughtered on the spot, and she could watch it carefully. When Ming Shu thought of this, she put the matter of slaughtering the pig aside. She sat on the Kong at home and was looking outside through the glass. Suddenly, the village chief and several young people in the village came to her house. Ming Shu slowly got off the Kong and saw the village chief and his people going to the open space next to her house. The open space was 20 meters away from her house. Ming Shu might be bored, so she opened the door and looked at them. Zhang Hongjun and the others saw Ming Shu open the door, and they smiled and said, "Ming Jiqing, you'll have neighbors soon. Who is building a house here?" Ming Shu asked calmly. The village chief said that they would build a simple cowshed here and send people down from above. Send people down? Live in a cowshed? Ming Shu had a question in her mind, but before she could ask it, the young man next to her asked it. "Brother Hongjun, I heard from others that people who were sent down to the farm, don't they?" Zhang Hongjun shook his head when he heard this, and turned to ask the village chief, "Village chief, it's snowing heavily. Who are these people sent down to us?" "I don't know, no matter what experts they are, we don't understand. We just do what the higher-ups tell us to do." The village chief said, "Don't we have a cowshed in our village? Why do we need to build another one? It's a waste of money." The young man continued, "That cowshed is too small. It can't accommodate people." The village chief smoked a pipe and waved his hand. "Okay, stop studying and work faster. We'll be paid based on work points. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can go back and rest." Ming Shu saw that they were working so hard, and she couldn't just stand there, so she turned around and went home to sit on the warm Kong. 5 days passed in a flash. The snow had stopped after a few days. The cowshed next to Ming Shu was also covered. The day for her to deliver goods had arrived. It was still midnight, and Ming Shu dressed warmly and walked quickly to the town. She knocked on Li Ye's door directly. Li Ye looked at Ming Shu, whom he hadn't seen for 5 or 6 days, and smiled with complaints. "Comrade Bai, your 2 days are long enough. I've been waiting so long that my hair has turned white. With such a heavy snow, do you think it's easy to hunt these wild boars? I almost lost a man." Ming Shu looked at Li Yi with anger in her eyes. "I see, how are your people?" Seeing Ming Shu's expression, Li Yi immediately changed his words and asked her condolences. "Still alive? What's the matter, Master Li? Do you want to show your appreciation?" Ming Shu asked back with a smirk. "Huh, I'm just asking." Master Li laughed a few times, then said, "Let us go." Ming Shu snorted inwardly. She glanced at the 10 people behind Master Li, turned around and took the lead. The group walked to the nearby mountain in the same way. After walking for a while, Ming Shu went in first, released 3 wild boars, and then took a large basket of pheasants and rabbits. Then she waved the light to let them in. When Master Li and his men went in and saw the 3 wild boars on the ground, he immediately looked at Ming Shu with a gloomy face. "Comrade Bai, 3 wild boars are too few. The mountains are blocked by heavy snow, and the wild boars have long been hiding. It is not easy to kill these 3. What, do you think it is too few?" Seeing the look on Master Li's face, Ming Shu immediately frowned and looked at them with a cold tone and a little impatience. "It's a little less. Last time there were 10 heads. This time there should be at least 5 heads, to be enough for them to share." The gloomy expression on Master Li's face disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile. "Master Li, you have to know what time it is now. I didn't plan to go into the mountains again. If you hadn't specifically asked me to, would I have taken the risk? I almost broke the leg of one of my subordinates." Ming Shu's eyes sank slightly and swept across the dozen people in front of her and said in a cold voice, "Since you think it's too little, then cancel the transaction tonight." "No, Comrade Bai. We have cooperated several times. Let's talk it over nicely." Although Master Li thought it was too little, he was unwilling to cancel it. Ming Shu stepped on the wild boar and looked at him coldly with a gloomy face. Li Yi looked at Ming Shu with eyes as cold as ice, which reminded him of the first time she kicked the door. Li Yi turned around and looked at the 10 or so men on his side. Although he was doing black market business, his men were stronger than ordinary people. Even if all of them went up, but he couldn't beat her. And he had already offended her once before. If he offended her again this time, he probably wouldn't be able to do this business in the future, and he wouldn't be able to make money in the future. He lowered his head and thought about it. His expression softened and he whispered, "Comrade Bai, do not be angry yet. How can you cancel a deal? In order not to let our brothers and you work in vain, I will add another cent to the wild boar as compensation to that brother. Just this time, what do you think?" Ming Shu heard this for a few seconds, raised his eyebrows, retracted his feet, and walked to the side to stand. When Li Yi saw this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then waved his hand and carried the wild boar, pheasant, and rabbit down the mountain. Ming Shu watched his people carry the wild boar down the mountain in a hurry. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly and stepped forward, patting Li Yi's shoulder heavily. "There will be big business next year. Don't be too anxious." After that, she turned and went down the mountain. Li Yi suddenly felt that his shoulders were extremely heavy and fell down. His legs began to tremble involuntarily, his knees softened as if they had lost support, and his body suddenly tilted forward, almost losing his balance. Fell to the ground. Master Li looked at Ming Shu's back, and his knowledge of her martial arts rose to a new level. He stood firm by holding on to the big tree next to him and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he had known what was right and gave way, otherwise he and his men would have fallen to the ground. Then he walked down the mountain tremblingly, and when he came down, his men were waiting for him here. Ming Shu was sitting in the car in front, looking at the snow scene, and then smiled at him. That smile was so beautiful that it made people feel cold. Master Li shuddered and hurriedly told his men to leave quickly. Everyone returned to the courtyard. Ming Shu sat on a stool, supporting her chin, and watched expressionlessly as Master Li and his men lifted up the wild boars and weighed them. They weighed them one by one, and the total weight was 1,620 kilograms. When Ming Shu was beating them, he focused on the big wild boars, and the weight was almost the same. I can't say it's definitely accurate, but it's close. 7 cents of a kilogram is 1,134 yuan. There are other wild animals. This time Master Li sent a new guy to count pheasants and rabbits. There were 32 pheasants and 74 rabbits. Master Li took out the money from the inner room, handed it to Ming Shu, and said with an apologetic smile, "Comrade Bai, you only earned several years' salary of others in this time. That's amazing." Ming Shu took the money, looked at Master Li, and smiled indifferently. "You also made a lot." "Well, I have a lot of people who rely on me for food. No matter how much I earn, it's for everyone," Master Li said helplessly. "It's all the same." Ming Shu sneered and took the money. "Put it in your pocket and throw it into the space." The young man who was looking down next to him happened to see Ming Shu put the money in her pocket, and his eyes immediately lit up. Then he looked up and looked at Ming Shu's face carefully. A light flashed in his eyes, and he slipped out quietly while no one was paying attention to him. Seeing that the transaction was over, Ming Shu remembered something and asked, "Is there any cotton here?" Master Li gave the money to Ming Shu and sat down to rest. He had just recovered his energy and suddenly heard her question. He dozed off a little, and then he immediately reacted. "Yes, there is, but it's really expensive. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative sells it for 89 cents a caddy. I'm not saying it's doubled, but it's a few cents higher here, 15 cents a caddy, and it's limited to 2 caddies per person. You are a black market dealer, and you limit it. You don't want to sell it." Ming Shu looked at Master Li with a sneer. "How can I sell it to anyone?" Li Yi smiled unnaturally, and then said, "But for the sake of our cooperation, I will sell you 5 kilograms, enough for a whole set of clothes." Ming Shu glanced at him. "It seems that I have to thank you for your kindness." Okay. We will keep in touch in the future." Li Yi immediately smiled and told his men to go in and weigh 5 kilograms of cotton. "It's almost the new year. I want to take a break and come out again in the spring next year," Ming Shu said seriously. "Comrade Bai, why don't we do something big and make a lot of money again?" Li Yi looked at Ming Shu with encouraging eyes. Ming Shu squinted at Li Yi, stood up and took the cotton. "This year, it's just this time. It's cold and freezing, and our people have to go home to rest." After saying that, she turned and walked outside. Ming Shu put the cotton into the space when she went out, and just as she was crossing the street to the rented house. Suddenly, she stopped and heard someone walking towards her on the snow that had not yet melted. Ming Shu turned around and looked at the people coming and going, and saw 4 young men coming towards her. She put her hands in her pockets and looked at them expressionlessly. When they came closer, she could see the face of one of them clearly. Suspicion flashed in her eyes, and then a glimmer of fire appeared. Look, this man is so scared that he is stunned. A fair-skinned man was looking at Ming Shu with a playful face and teased the other 3. He looked at Ming Shu's cold face carefully. He said, "But this woman is more beautiful than those educated youth in our village." "Gooden, does this woman really have money?" The dark-skinned man looked at the companion who brought them with him hesitantly. "That's for sure. I saw her put it in her pocket with my own eyes today. It's more than 1,000 yuan, enough for us to marry several wives," Gooden said very confidently. When the dark-skinned man heard 1,000 yuan and looked at Ming Shu's cold face, his eyes suddenly turned green, and he rubbed his cold hands. "That's good. Let's go and take her to the old place." This was the last man who had not spoken. He looked at Ming Shu's face and confirmed, "If it's not that, just for the money, forget about the person. Wang Jun, we brought you out to play because we saw that you are a reasonable person.
You can't let go like this."
The fair-skinned man looked at Wang Jun with a ferocious face. "I know her. She is also an educated youth." Wang Jun saw the man's expression, trembled, and said truthfully, "Educated youth? No wonder. I was wondering where the beauty was, and it turned out to be an educated youth. That's good. That's good. I'll let my old man get her to our team when I go back so that I can play with her." The fair-skinned man heard that it was an educated youth, and his eyes fell on Ming Shu's face even more and scrupulously. The educated youth here are a group of people who have no one to rely on. The female educated youth in their village have been played by them all, and none of them dared to. Ming Shu also listened from where she was standing. She understood that it was the money and human nature. She looked at this Gooden, Li Ye's subordinate, and a flash of hostility flashed in her eyes. She raised her foot and fiercely kicked the man who looked fair but rotten in his heart. This kick was as fierce and angry as a storm. There was only a muffled sound, and the man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. The 3 people who were still discussing how to catch people saw that their companion was kicked and fainted. They were immediately scared out of their wits, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. They widened their eyes and looked at the seemingly weak woman in front of them in disbelief. They saw that she was agile and knocked 2 of them to the ground with a knife. Finally, Ming Shu fixed her sights on the remaining man named Gooden. Gooden had already been trembling with fear, his legs were weak, and he could hardly stand. Ming Shu swung her fists mercilessly, hitting Gooden one by one. It seemed that it was enough. She stopped. She squatted down again and said in a low voice, "Are you someone close to Master Li?" Gooden raised his swollen face. "Yes, Master Li asked me to come. Please spare me for Master Li's sake." Ming Shu looked at Gooden coldly and shouted in a low voice, "Go and drag those 3 people over." Gooden looked up at Ming Shu's gloomy face, his body trembled, and he stood up and walked over to drag the 3 fainted people over despite the pain in his body. Ming Shu stood up, retracted her strength, and kicked Gooden. Dragged them to Master Li. When Gooden heard that he had to go to Master Li, his legs became weak, and he knelt on the ground. He kowtowed to Ming Shu desperately and begged for mercy. "Stop talking nonsense, get up quickly, and take them away." Ming Shu took out a knife from her pocket, slapped his face, and slowly slashed it towards his neck. Gooden saw that the knife was about to slash his neck, and he got up quickly in fear, dragged the 3 people's feet with great effort, and slowly walked towards Li Ye's house. Ming Shu saw him behind and followed him slowly. Gooden wanted to escape halfway, but was caught by Ming Shu and beaten again, adding insult to injury. Ming Shu arrived at Li Ye's door and kicked his door open. With the door fell apart. It also alarmed the neighbors around, but no one wanted to leave the warm bed in the winter. There was only one sound, and then there was no sound, and they continued to sleep. However, Li Yi and others who were still awake inside ran out one after another. Li Yi saw that the door of his yard had fallen apart, and then looked at Ming Shu with a frosty face. He asked in surprise, "Comrade Bai, why are you not going home in the middle of the night and kicking my door?" Ming Shu picked up Gooden outside the door and threw him in front of Li Yi.
This is your man, right?
Master Li looked at the man in front of him carefully with a flashlight, shook his head, "I don't know him," and then looked at the people around him. "Master Li, this is Guodashin who just came today," a subordinate beside him reminded softly. "Master Li, save me." Guodashin hurriedly crawled over and begged him when he saw Master Li. Master Li took a look at this new subordinate he had just recruited today and looked at Ming Shu with a puzzled face. "Comrade Bai, what's going on? Those people are still fainting outside." Ming Shu stared at Master Li's eyes and said lightly, "He said you ordered it, right?" Master Li heard it and immediately swept his eyes fiercely over Guodashin, who was lying on the ground, and then solemnly explained to Ming Shu, "This is definitely not my order. How could we do such a thing when we do this?" Ming Shu frowned and snorted coldly. "Really? What your subordinates said is true. He just came today and we are not familiar with him." Ming Shu was highly suspicious of this, but she had warned him once tonight, and they sent people even though they knew they couldn't do it. "But you said it's not him, then how do you prove it?" Master Li frowned and said to Ming Shu seriously, "I'll check it now." As he spoke, he asked several people to drag in the 3 people who were still unconscious outside, and then asked someone to repair the door. Then, he invited Ming Shu to the inner room. Later, several of his men dragged the 4 people into the innermost room. Ming Shu sat on a stool outside and listened to the muffled shouting coming from inside. After an hour or so, Master Li and his men dragged the 4 people out again. Ming Shu stared expressionlessly at the 4 people in front of her who were dressed in thin clothes and beaten horribly, with smelly socks stuffed in their mouths. Fainted on the ground. She raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at the still Li Yi with a gloomy face, retracted her gaze. You know, she just kicked the other 3 people unconscious and did not beat them. So, logically speaking, apart from being kicked unconscious, there should not be too many scars on the bodies of these 3 people. But now, there is not a single good spot on the bodies of the other 3 people, not to mention Gooden, who no longer looks like a human. In this cold weather, they took off their thick clothes, leaving only single clothes lying on the cold ground. It is true that the people who work in the black market are all ruthless and cruel. Ming Shu feels that she is still too kind. "Wake them up." Master Li waved his hand, and one of his men brought a bucket of ice water and poured it on the few people. The people lying on the ground shivered instantly and opened their eyes in a daze. Looking at the people in the room, when they saw Ming Shu, several people crawled towards her one after another, mumbling something. Ming Shu looked at Master Li, who was sitting on the chair. Master Li waved his hand again, and several people stepped forward and rudely pulled them apart. Master Li stepped forward and kicked Gooden, pulled out the stinky socks from his mouth, and whispered, "Explain the matter to me clearly. If you are lying, then don't use your tongue." Gooden was kicked and his whole body was in pain. Now he was cold and in pain, so he told the truth without being threatened. When Li Yi heard what Gooden said, his face darkened and he turned around and sat back. "Comrade Bai, you heard it too. This is his own wish, not my order." Ming Shu looked at Li Yi coldly. "You confessed under torture." Li Yi heard Ming Shu's question and stood up anxiously. "Do I need to confess under torture?" Ming Shu saw that he was not pretending, raised her hand, and quickly stopped Mr. Li, who was about to jump up. Okay, since this matter has nothing to do with you, how are you going to deal with these people?" "I have my own way," Mr. Li said with a sullen face. Ming Shu was silent. She didn't know what Mr. Li's way was, but for safety reasons, she secretly urged her mental power to pierce their brains. Seeing that the eyes of several people were instantly confused, they slowly lowered their heads. Seeing this, Ming Shu was completely relieved and stood up. "Okay, since you have a way, then I'm relieved." She raised her hand to check the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. "Back," she said, and turned to walk out. Ming Shu didn't trust Mr. Li completely, but she believed that they had the same interests and he shouldn't deliberately find these trash to mess with her. In addition, it didn't matter whether she believed it or not. They were all sneaking around to mess with her, so who was afraid of who? If he really found someone to mess with her, she wouldn't be soft-hearted. Thinking of this, Mingshu's eyes flashed fiercely, and she continued to walk out without stopping. This time, no one stopped her on the road, and she returned to the rented house smoothly. The rented house is now empty, and it seems that she will need to prepare bedding and other things here in the future for rest. Now, she just finds a room and leans against the wall to take a nap for 3 hours. As for the things under the tree in the yard, she will get a shovel from the village to dig them up another day. At 7 o'clock in the morning, it was just dawn, and the sun came out. Mingshu stood up and walked to the patio. Seeing that the water was still clean, she scooped up a mouthful of water, rinsed her mouth and spit it out, and took out a steamed bun from the space and ate it with pickles. Breakfast was done. Mingshu had nothing to do here, so she got up and went back to the village. In the early morning, there was only an ox cart moving on the snowy road. There were several people sitting on the ox cart, and they huddled together to keep each other warm. Mingshu glanced at it casually and continued to quickly overtake the ox cart. Uncle Zhang drove the ox cart slowly, and seeing the figure in front of him was very familiar. He hurriedly shouted Mingjiqing. Mingshu heard someone calling him from behind, stopped, and turned around to look behind a little surprised. Uncle Zhang, this is too early to get up. Uncle Zhang drove the ox cart a few steps faster and came to Mingshu. Mingjiqing, why didn't you go back to the village last night? I had something to do yesterday, Mingshu said with a smile. Get in the car, I'll take you back. Uncle Zhang waved the whip and said with a smile. No need, Uncle, I'll walk back to keep warm. You go slowly, this snowy ground. Your shoes will definitely get wet if you walk back. Little kid, don't be polite, get in the car. Uncle Zhang stopped the ox cart and looked at Mingshu, urging. Mingshu got on the car because she couldn't push it anymore. As soon as she got on the car, she looked up at the people in the ox cart, and her eyes swept over one of them with a little surprise in her eyes. Mingshu sat on the ox cart and glanced at everyone on the car, 3 middle-aged men and 2 middle-aged women. Seeing that 2 of the men were holding the hands of the women next to them tightly, they were obviously 2 couples. Mingshu glanced at the man in a thin cotton coat and blinked her eyes. This man looked a bit like Minghai. The woman next to the man stared at the girl with moist eyes. The man saw his wife staring at him, so he patted his wife's hand. The woman quickly retracted her gaze and wiped her tears with her head down. Mingshu turned her head to look at the woman's abnormality. She frowned and glanced at the 5 people on the car. They all exuded a bookish atmosphere that had been accumulated over the years, like a faint ink fragrance, lingering in the air. Mingshu squinted at the 5 people. The only man on the car looked at Mingshu, lowered his head and asked softly, Are you an educated youth from Qingshan Brigade? Mingshu, who was about to close her eyes to rest, opened her eyes and looked at the man who asked him, nodded gently, yeah, and then continued to close her eyes and take a nap. The man wanted to say something, but Mingshu obviously had no intention of paying attention to them. He pulled his cotton coat together, shrunk his neck, leaned his head on his knees, lowered his head and closed his eyes. The ox cart slowly drove into the village square. The village chief and the team leader were waiting with the villagers on the square. Mingshu jumped off the ox cart and was about to go back to catch up on her sleep. Mingjiqing, wait a minute, there's a meeting, the village chief called out to the people who were about to leave. Mingshu looked around and saw that most of the villagers were there. Even the Jiqing point had people. She stood on the side. The village chief and a few young men came forward and forcibly pulled the 5 people off the ox cart. Mingshu watched the woman who was looking at her in tears being pulled off and staggered to the ground. A villager came forward to pull her up and dragged her forward. The man saw his wife being dragged by force and wanted to go forward to help her, but he was also pushed hard from behind. He almost fell to the ground. The other 3 were also pushed and dragged, and stood on the stage in a very embarrassed manner. Then 7 or 8 cadres in the village came on stage to criticize a few words. Let them go. Seeing that the formalities were over, the village chief immediately dismissed everyone. Several young men in the village were still dissatisfied. Village chief, is that it? They haven't knelt down to admit their mistakes yet. The village chief looked at the young men and said unhappily, "Okay, that's it. I still have to arrange the winter hunting. If they are not satisfied in the future, come again." Several young men were a little dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to refute the village chief's words, so they had to shut up. Seeing that the young men in the village didn't say anything, the village chief said to the 5 people who were still wearing white hats at this time with a sullen face, "You guys follow me." The 5 people followed the village chief to the back mountain with some numb faces. The village chief took the people to the place, gave a few more instructions, and turned back. When he entered Ming Shu's house, he saw her burning a fire. Thinking of the wild boar she had killed, it would be too wasteful to include her in this year's winter hunting. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace to discuss with the team leader. Ming Shu was boiling water in the kitchen with her head down. She didn't see the village chief's eyes. She boiled water and heated the Kong at the same time. When he looked up and looked outside, he saw Grandpa Zhang leading the only cow in the village into the shed. Grandpa Zhang looked at the 5 people in the house who were at a loss, and hurriedly said with a sullen face, "This big room is for the cow. You guys live in the small one, and be alert at night." Ming Dong and the other 2 colleagues smiled and said they understood to Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang the cow looked at his beloved cow and turned to go home. Ming Dong saw Grandpa left. They took off their hats and carefully read the insulting words on them. Even though they were furious, they could only swallow it at this time. Ming Dong saw that the small cowshed was divided into 2 sections. The big one was for the cow, and the small one was for the 5 of them. They went in and out of the same door with the cow. Ming Dong pulled his wife to find a place to sit, but the small place didn't even have a wooden bed, let alone a stool. They came down empty-handed and were not allowed to bring anything. They were wearing cotton jackets from the southwest, which were very thin in the northeast. Several people looked at the empty cowshed. See where to start. Cough, cough. Suddenly a cough sounded, and one of the 2 women covered her mouth and nose and coughed desperately. The man next to her immediately looked down at her. "Huiji, what's wrong with you?" Seeing her flushed face, he quickly raised his hand to touch her forehead, with panic in his eyes. "Huiji, you have a fever." Huiji covered her mouth and nose with one hand and waved with the other hand. "I'm fine." After saying that, she suddenly patted her chest and coughed violently. Ming Dong and his wife and the other man looked at the comrade who was sick as soon as he arrived, and they were a little panicked. In this place without medicine, what should I do? Shergoen saw his wife coughing badly, and he felt sad. He wanted to pour her some water, but there was no water to pour. The environment they were in was too bad. Suddenly, he looked outside, and he said to Shin Wanru and his wife softly, "Please take care of my wife for me. I'll go to the next door to borrow some hot water." Shin Wanru nodded gently. Shergoen bent down and walked out of the cowshed. He felt cold instantly. He shrank his neck and walked quickly to the blue brick house. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the door a few times. Ming Shu, who had just lay down, heard the knock on the door outside. She got up, opened the door, and looked at Shergoen outside the door without surprise. "Is there something wrong?" Shergoen was not afraid of the cold face of this young man for his wife, and hurriedly smiled and said, "Comrade, can you lend me some hot water? My wife is having a fever and coughing now. Give her some hot water to relieve it." Ming Shu heard the words of the people outside, looked at the cold water in the pot in the kitchen, shook her head and said, "There is no hot water." Shergoen looked at the cold pot and stove in the kitchen and couldn't ask for help to get another pot of hot water. He stood at the door thinking for a long time, then turned around and looked at the village, then walked out. Ming Shu saw that the man had left and immediately closed the door and lay down on the Kong. At noon, Ming Shu had slept enough, got up to prepare lunch, and suddenly heard a violent cough coming from the cowshed. Judging from the cough, she was probably very sick. Ming Shu thought about it and put it aside and boiled water and cooked. When she was boiling water, she saw hot water in the pot, and after thinking about it, she scooped a bowl with a large bowl and took it out. Ming Shu stood outside the cowshed with hot water and saw 3 men inside taking a few broken wooden boards to piece together a bed and put it on the ground for the coughing woman to lie down. She walked in with her head slightly lowered. Suddenly, someone came into the cowshed, and the busy people stopped and looked back at Ming Shu standing in the cowshed. Shergoen's eyes were attracted by the bowl of hot water in her hand, and he took a few steps forward. "Comrade, is this for my lover?" "Yes." Ming Shu nodded and handed him the water.
Thank you.
Shergoen took the hot water, his eyes a little sore. He walked to his wife, who was still coughing, blew on it, and gently fed her. After he failed to get hot water from the educated youth's home in the morning, he went to the village to borrow it, but everyone avoided him like snakes and scorpions. Even the village chief did not dare to lend him water. He only found a few discarded wooden boards for him. No matter how calm Shergoen told his son at home, he was still very panicked in his heart, not to mention that his wife fell ill as soon as he arrived here, but there was no medicine to cure her. At that time, he felt really sad and helpless. Shin Wonru looked at the female educated youth in front of her, who was 99% her daughter, and then remembered that Comrade Sher had asked to borrow hot water. Could it be that she lived in the blue brick house next door? She asked softly, "Comrade, do you live next door?" "Yes," Ming Shu nodded. She looked Ming Shu up and down and said softly, "Little comrade, don't come here again. It's better to stay away from us." Ming Dong glanced at his wife and stepped forward. "You stay away from us, so as not to be implicated." Ming Shu stared at the couple in front of her, thinking about what they said. "I thought it was a bit strange, but I didn't delve into it further." At this time, Goen came over with an empty bowl and said, "Comrade, thank you very much today." Ming Shu took the big bowl, looked at their narrow and empty cowshed, and said softly, "You can go to the village's sixth uncle, he there." Before Ming Shu finished speaking, she remembered that they could only use things that others didn't want, including everything. She stopped talking, glanced at them, and went home. Ming Dong stared at Ming Shu's back closely, then lowered his head to look into his wife's eyes. He raised his eyebrows at her, and Shin Wonru nodded affirmatively. Ming Dong looked at his wife doubtfully. Shin Wonru looked at the three people in the room and shut up. Ming Dong covered his chest and exhaled. When his friend gave them the decentralized address, he quickly tried to find the letter Ming Shu wrote to them to confirm whether it was the address, but those letters were burned by him when they first got into trouble. But he vaguely remembered that the address of the letter written by his daughter was Qingshan Brigade. Ming Dong feels mixed emotions now. Although I don't know how the wife recognized that this was her daughter, it was obviously impossible for the educated youth to recognize her just based on the statement in the morning. But now is not the time to get to the bottom of it. After Ming Shu went home to cook and finish her meal, she went back to sleep. It was such a waste not to sleep in this winter. Shi Yan, who was far away in Kyoto, had just finished training and was taking a break at noon when the guard called.
Said there was a letter from him.
Shi Yan recalled that his parents had just gone down, and even if they wrote letters now, they wouldn't be here. Only Ming Shu. Thinking of this, the person was like an arrow leaving the string, galloping towards the guard. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint afterimage. Shi Yan, who wrote him a letter and made him so excited. The people who were resting together looked at Shi Yan, who had disappeared, and asked in Chi with a smile, "Maybe it's your parents." And Chi patted his military coat. He thought Ming Shu wanted to forget about Shi Yan, but he didn't expect her to reply. It was unbelievable. It seemed that it wasn't his best friend who was in love with him. Shi Yan quickly ran to the guard, breathing very calmly, and took the letter from the guard's hand. He put the letter in his pocket, ran back to training, and would read it again in the evening. When Chi saw Shi Yan coming back, he immediately stepped forward, touched his shoulder, and smiled softly. "Ming Shu will actually reply to your letter. It seems that you are very hopeful. Don't talk about this now, we will talk about it after this period of time has passed."
Come on.
Shi Yan was a little happy at first, but thinking about his situation, he frowned and shook his head. And Chi knew that his parents were going down, and Shi Yan could stay in the military camp safely now. One of the reasons was that there wasn't as much trouble here as there was outside. There are also the results guaranteed above. But no one can say what will happen next. And Chi also knew. "Then will you return this letter?" Shi Yan said nothing. A military whistle sounded, and the two continued training. In the evening, Shuryen washed himself and lay on the bed and took out the letter. While reading the letter, the frown on his face became looser and looser, and the corners of his mouth curved, but as he moved further back, his brows tightened again, and he stared at the letter with sharp eyes. And she, who was lying on the bed reading a book, looked at him with anger on his face, put down the book and stood up and walked over. What did Ming-Shu write that made you so angry? Look at it. Show it to me? Yeah. And she checked it again, took the letter, and read it carefully, shivering as he read it. After reading it, he said to him, "Why has Ming-Shu changed so much? She was so cold and cool before." Shuryen took the letter and looked at him like a fool. And she noticed the look in his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? What do you think?" Shuryen continued to look at him like that, and she scratched his head. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder, and he suddenly realized, is this letter written to you by someone pretending to be Ming-Shu? Well, it doesn't seem possible without jail time. But how did you come up with this? What if this is what Ming-Shu wrote to you? Do you think Ming-Shu would write these disgusting things to me? If it was written by Ming-Shu, do you think I would read it to you? Shuryen looked speechless. And she ignored the latter sentence and recalled the Ming-Shu he met in the Qingshan Brigade. He was a cold and aloof person, and it was impossible for him to write such delicate and weak words. It's impossible. But if Ming-Shu is like this, you won't have so many worries. Then I won't be able to meet her. Shuryen shook the letter, folded it, and put it back in the envelope. And she saw him like this. What are you going to do? I'm going to send a telegram. Shuryen said as he put on his military coat and went out quickly. Ming-Shu slept all day, and when she woke up, it was already night. After a day's sleep, you feel refreshed when you wake up. After dinner, she sat on the Kong with nothing to do. She took out her high school book and read it over. While reading, she heard a violent cough coming from the next door. The cough seemed to be worse than at noon. Ming-Shu was disturbed by the sound of coughing and couldn't concentrate on reading. She put the book into the space and her mind scanned the expired medicines. She wondered if taking these now would kill someone. Ming-Shu thought she had eaten a few pills at that time and she was still fine, but that was because her body was different from ordinary people and there was no comparison. Forget it. She suppressed the thought that had just occurred to her. This was accompanied by the sound of coughing until dawn. The next day, early in the morning, I hadn't heard the loudspeaker sounding again for a long time. It was still the same, and I was going to a meeting. Ming-Shu was dressed neatly and was about to go to the square. Then she heard coughing coming from the cowshed. Alas, it didn't stop all night. Ming-Shu turned around and continued walking that way. After walking for a while, she turned around and saw that no one came out of the cowshed, so she went back. She pushed open the cowshed door and looked into the small room. She saw a few of them sleeping on wooden boards, covered with tattered quilts. The coughing woman lay in her husband's arms, her face pale and weak, and she occasionally coughed twice. Ming-Shu knocked the door. It takes a few people to slowly open their eyes. Are you awake? Get up when you are. There is a meeting in the village right now. It depends on whether you can come or not. After Ming-Shu finished speaking, she turned around and left without waiting for their reaction. Ming-Shu walked towards the square. When she arrived, there were only a few people standing in the square. The village chief and the captain stood on the stage and talked quietly. The village chief glanced at Ming-Shu and said a few words to the captain. The captain nodded, and the two came and walked towards Ming-Shu. Ming-Shu stood in the corner, leaning against the wall and looking up into the distance. Ming-Shu turned her head and looked at the person who came, standing up straight. Captain Ming-Jiqing, you don't have anything to do these 2 days, right? Ming-Shu shook her head in confusion. Nothing. Seeing this, the captain went straight to the point. Every year the village organizes young people to go hunting in the mountains during the winter when the crops are idle. This year, we want you to go too. Those who go will get more meat. Those who don't go can exchange it with public work points. Aren't they all young men? Is it appropriate for me to go? Ming-Shu frowned slightly. Of course it's appropriate. Ming-Shu thought that she seemed to be bored, since the captain invited them. When are we going, and how many days? Starting tomorrow, just 2 days. Okay, Ming Shu agreed straightforwardly. The captain quickly said, "Wait a minute, come and get the tools." Ming Shu nodded. "Captain, today we are going to talk about hunting, right?" A man put his hands into his sleeves, gathered them in front of his chest, shrunk his neck and leaned forward and smiled. "You're not going. Why are you asking?" The captain impatiently glared at the man. "If you want meat." The man laughed. "You're a bachelor. If you want meat, go into the mountains." The captain said in a heavy voice with a bad look on his face. "If I eat enough, my family won't be hungry." "Going up the mountain in this cold weather is asking for trouble," the man sniffed and said indifferently. The captain knew this and didn't want to say anything to him. Looking towards the square, he saw that most people were there, so he pushed him aside and walked to the stage. The man glanced at Ming Shu, lowered his head and walked to the front. As soon as the captain came on stage, he used a loudspeaker and said, "This year's hunting will start. It will still take 2 days. Those who go will bring their own dry food, and then each person will go to the warehouse to get a sickle or other tools." The villagers in the audience had all kinds of expressions on their faces when they heard this, including excitement, expectation, worry, etc. Housewives did not want their husbands and sons to go, but they were reluctant to exchange their work points for meat, so their expressions became more complicated. The young people in the village did not understand the worries of their old mothers at all, and they looked forward to this activity every year. "Captain, will it start tomorrow?" "Yes, okay, we must bring back a wild boar this year." "You have ambition." The captain liked energetic young people, but safety first. "Also, if you have something to do, take a leave." "Captain, if you take a leave, can you still get more meat?" An ant asked with a smile. "Aunt Hua, what kind of beautiful dream are you having?" "I want one too." The man next to him took over with a smirk. "That's right, Aunt Hua. You feel sorry for your son, so just take a leave and don't go," a young man sneered. "Why ask for leave?" The captain said that you can ask for leave if you have something to do. "There is nothing to do at home." Aunt Hua looked at the young people in the village with a stern face. The captain looked at the excitement of the people below and raised his hand to stop them. "This year I will add a female comrade, that is Ming Jiqing. We all know that she is very capable. With her, we can bring back more wild animals."
Oh.
By the way, male educated youth can also participate. The captain remembered that the village would add another educated youth point this year. After the captain finished speaking, his eyes swept over the educated youth. When the male educated youth heard about hunting, some of them showed some interest on their faces, but when they saw that the other educated youth did not say anything, he shut up too. Everyone was going together. If he was the only one going, wouldn't it be uneconomical for him? The villagers and ants in the audience frowned and looked back when they heard that Ming Jiqing was going. The captain thought they disagreed and was about to continue talking. As a result, the villagers were silent for a few seconds and talked in unison. "Captain, with so many male comrades, adding a woman is not good." "Yes, Captain, hunting is different from kicking the stove. The wild animals are alive. People can die if you are not careful." "Captain, you take her with you, and take me with you. I can help," a fair-skinned woman said with a smile. The captain was about to open his mouth to explain, but when he heard the woman's words, his face suddenly turned black. "Jean Dachus, what are you doing?" "Just stay aside." "Captain, I don't like to hear that. If she can go, why can't we go?" The fair-skinned ant looked at the captain with a smile. The captain looked at her like that and sneered. "Are you sure you want to go?" The ant seemed not to see his dark face, and immediately took the opportunity to say, "Yes. There's no man at home, so I have to go out and earn money. It's very dangerous in the mountains. Do you want to go? We won't have the energy to watch you then. You have to protect yourself. Don't look for me if something happens." Jean Dachus's wife looked up and smiled. "Captain, it's okay. I can protect myself. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. Follow her out. They are all from the same village, so she is not afraid that they won't protect her." The captain knew what she was thinking. "We haven't killed any wild animals, so we can't share them." Jean Dachus's family looked at the men who were going to the village, smiled and said loudly, "Okay, I know everything. These can't be difficult for me." When some ants in the village heard her words, They all lowered their heads and looked at her with disdain. Zhang Dashu's family also saw the eyes of these people, but it didn't matter. Without a man at home, she sometimes didn't do that. How could she support 4 children? Seeing that Zhang Dashu's family was determined, the team leader said what he should say. In addition, Ming Xu, a female comrade, would be too conspicuous to follow them. With Zhang Dashu's family, they were not afraid of others talking about it. Zhang Dashu's family, come and sign up later, okay? Thank you. Team leader Zhang Dashu's family agreed immediately. The old bachelor said jokingly, Aunt Dashu, what are you going to do with them? Why don't we go to the mountains to play together? Aunt Dashu heard the words, with a wave in her eyes, and glanced at him, and chuckled. Go away. The old bachelor saw Aunt Dashu's charming eyes and drooled. Aunt Hua, who was driving not far away, looked at this side, muttered to herself, he's starting to flirt with people again. The team leader picked up the loudspeaker again and shouted, that's it for today. Anyone who wants to go, come and sign up so I can give out tools. After that, he stepped down and sat on the side waiting. The young people who couldn't wait any longer ran to the team leader and shouted to sign up. Zhang Dashu's family also ran over. Ming Xu stood in the corner, waiting for fewer people to go. The educated youth didn't want to go hunting himself, but he was thinking about Ming Xu. He turned the pages secretly. At this moment, a postman in blue clothes rode a bicycle into the village and came to the square according to the sound. Aunt Hua looked at the postman who was looking around in front of her and asked curiously, who are you looking for? Hello, comrade. I'm delivering a telegram to Comrade Ming Xu. When Aunt Hua heard that someone was looking for Ming Xu, she immediately shouted to Ming Xu, Ming Jiqing, someone is looking for you. Ming Xu looked up and saw that it was the postman. She frowned and walked over. None of the people who were called by the educated youth left, standing by to watch the fun. When Lu Yuemei saw Ming Xu walking towards the postman, her face turned pale and her steps became weak. She wanted to walk, but her feet didn't obey her, so she could only walk with her back to the outside. The educated youth were talking there. Li Xiaoming saw the postman and his eyes lit up. Comrade, do you have a letter for me? What's your name? Li Xiaoming, yes. Wait a minute, come one by one. The postman handed the telegram to Ming Xu, signed it, and continued to look for a letter for Li Xiaoming. He took out another letter and looked at the person in front of him. Comrade Lu Yuemei, who is it? There is a letter for her. When Lu Yuemei heard that there was a letter for her, she was immediately panicked and did not dare to turn around. Comrade Lu Yuemei, the postman called twice and saw no one answered. He looked at the address on the envelope in his hand suspiciously. He asked again, don't you have a person named Lu Yuemei here? The people at the educated youth point all looked at Lu Yuemei beside them. He gently called, Lu Yuemei, there is a letter for you. Why are you turning your back to us? The postman followed the line of sight of the crowd and saw a person with his back to him. Lu Yuemei, there is a letter for you. The postman walked up to her and handed the letter to her. Lu Yuemei lowered her head to glance at the envelope, seeing that it was quite thick, and reached out to take it. The postman glanced at her casually and handed her the form to sign. Lu Yuemei reached out and signed quickly, then returned it to him. Seeing that all the letters were delivered, the postman pushed his bicycle away. Lu Yuemei saw that the man was about to leave from the corner of her eye, and she felt relieved. She was about to turn around. Wait a minute, comrade. Ming Xu frowned. Her eyes sank slightly, and a flash of anger flashed across her face. She called the postman, holding the telegram she had already read in her hand. What's the matter? The postman put down his foot that was about to step onto the bike, turned around and looked at her in confusion. Ming Xu asked calmly, did someone take my letter away more than 20 days ago? The postman thought for a moment and said, yes, that female comrade said she knew you and wanted to bring it back for you, so I gave it to her. Then he asked in surprise, didn't she give it to you? No, Ming Xu said as she swept her cold eyes over the educated youths, and they all trembled. When the postman heard this, his forehead was a little sweaty. What was going on? Then he hurriedly took out the form that the female comrade had signed at that time. Look, this female comrade signed her name. Her name is Miao Dandan. Ming Xu took the form and saw the name and date on it, and snorted coldly. It was during the time when they were repairing the reservoir. There were only 2 people who didn't go to the educated youth site for the reservoir repair. Do you still remember what she looks like? I can't remember it right now, but I'll definitely remember it when I see her. Okay, follow me. Mingshu nodded, and she walked towards Miao Dandan with a slightly heavy step. The postman hurriedly followed. Miao Dandan was standing there waiting for Zhang Weijun to come back after signing up. When she looked up, she saw Mingshu walking towards her with a gloomy face. Is it her? Mingshu pointed at Miao Dandan and asked. Miao Dandan looked confused and scared, looking at the uncontrollable anger in Mingshu, who seemed to be about to pounce on her. She shrank her neck, took a step back, and asked bravely, Ming Jiqing, what are you doing? Mingshu looked at her coldly, then turned around and waited for the postman to answer. The postman stared at Miao Dandan's face for a long time and shook his head. It's not her. Her name is Miao Dandan. Mingshu frowned even deeper and her eyes became more sharp. We have only one Miao Dandan among the educated youth. The postman still shook his head. It's not her. That female comrade is taller than her, has longer hair, and her eyes are not as big as hers. Mingshu took the signature sheet to Miao Dandan and asked, Is this your signature? Miao Dandan saw her name written on the signature sheet, and her eyes widened instantly. She turned her head to look at Lu Yuemei out of habit. The second postman recalled the female comrade who took the letter. He glanced at Lu Yuemei, who was still looking down. He walked over, looked down at Lu Yuemei carefully for a while, and said loudly, It's you. Then he shouted loudly, Comrade Ming, it was this comrade who said she wanted to take your letter, so I gave it to her. I didn't, you recognized the wrong person, my name is not Miao Dandan. Lu Yuemei turned around and denied it immediately when she saw that the matter was exposed. It's you, I won't recognize the wrong person. The postman immediately retorted. If he didn't find the person, he didn't know whether he could keep his job. Fortunately, I said, my name is not Miao Dandan. Lu Yuemei lowered her head and still didn't dare to look at Mingshu, and she argued loudly. She shouted to Miao Dandan again, Miao Dandan, you still don't admit it. After you were discharged from the hospital that day, didn't you say you wanted to send a letter? I accompanied you there, but you didn't let me in and let me wait for you outside. After Lu Yuemei finished speaking, her eyes hinted at a threat. Miao Dandan looked at Lu Yuemei in confusion and understood instantly, that is, Lu Yuemei stole Mingshu's letter and then framed her. This which, Miao Dandan cursed inwardly, and then she knew that she could not be charged with theft. That would mean imprisonment or demotion. Compared with her cheating Zhang Weijun, that was nothing. She gritted her teeth and said, Lu Yuemei, you stole Ming Jiqing's letter and signed my name on it. You are so insidious. Lu Yuemei was very surprised that Miao Dandan would say that. Isn't she afraid that she would expose her secret? She was about to speak when she was interrupted by Miao Dandan. Ming Jiqing, she not only stole your letter, but also pretended to be you to write back to Shi Jiqing. Lu Yuemei's secret thoughts were exposed by Miao Dandan. She screamed in embarrassment and shouted to Zhang Weijun, who had already signed up and returned a long time ago, Zhang Weijun, you may not know that Miao Dandan pretended to jump into the river that day. In fact, she can swim. She just lied to marry you. Zhang Hongjun, who had been listening for a long time, heard this and understood what to do at this time in his interest. He nodded neatly. I know, she told me that night. Although Miao Dandan was mentally prepared that Lu Yuemei would tell Zhang Weijun about her deception, but now that she really said it, he was panicked. He quickly turned his head to look at Zhang Weijun and wanted to explain. But he didn't expect to hear this, and looked at Zhang Weijun with surprise in his eyes. She clearly didn't say it, but she didn't expect Zhang Weijun to lie for her. Miao Dandan looked up at Zhang Weijun, her face slightly red and her heart overflowing with sweetness. Lu Yuemei stared at them again in amazement, not knowing what to do this time. Miao Dandan saw that Lu Yuemei was speechless, and quickly said to Mingshu, Ming Jiqing, she also wrote to Shi Yan to ask for money. Oh, really? Mingshu smiled faintly. Yes, it's in her suitcase, with a lot of stationery. And your letter? Mingshu looked at the two with a sneer, thinking that it would take some effort to find out who stole her letter, but it turned out to be so easy. Sure enough, the people who do things like backstabbing are usually the ones who are closest to her. Ming Shu walked slowly to Lu Yuemei. Her eyes were covered with a layer of coldness. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she reached out and patted her face. "You are very brave." Lu Yuemei looked at Ming Shu like this, and remembered Ming Shu, who pressed the two men tightly into the water that night, and was terrified.
No.
"It's not me. I didn't go to the post office that day. How could I pretend to pick up the letter? Besides, that list is not in my name. This is all a misunderstanding." Ming Shu chuckled. "Don't you know that the police can find you through your handwriting?" After saying that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, stretched out his hand to pull her clothes, and dragged her to the postman. "Ming Jiqing, let me go. Village chief, help. Ming Jiqing wants to kill me." Lu Yuemei was so scared that she struggled desperately and shouted to the village chief. The people in the Educated Youth Point looked at each other again. They didn't expect that there was such a person in their Educated Youth Point who dared to steal other people's letters and didn't know if his own letters were stolen. The village chief was standing and watching, and he also understood what happened. His head hurt again. It seemed that this educated youth from the city was not as good as the girl from her village. At least there were few girls from her village who would steal things. The main reason was that there was nothing to steal, as they were all equally poor. "Lu Jiqing, it's no use calling me." The village chief walked slowly and said indifferently. "There were only troubles every day." "Confirm again, is it really her?" Ming Shu raised her hand and pinched Lu Yuemei's chin, forcing her to look up, her voice slightly cold. The postman froze and felt that today was particularly cold. The postman saw Ming Shu's cold eyes and immediately looked at Lu Yuemei again. It's her. She said she knew you and brought it back for you. That's why I gave it to her." "Very good." Ming Shu frowned and looked down at Lu Yuemei with cold eyes. Although she wanted to solve it herself, now is a society ruled by law, and it's time to ask professionals to help. She turned to the village chief and raised her lips. He whispered, "Please ask someone to help me report to the police, and then go to the Educated Youth Point. Thank you." When the village chief heard that Ming Jiqing wanted to report to the police again, his head immediately the fake pain turned into real pain, but this time the matter was much more serious than the last time when the blue bricks were stolen. "Let's report it to the police." He nodded and quickly asked the young man beside him to ride his bike to report it to the police. When the young man heard that there was a bicycle to ride, he excitedly ran to the village chief's house, pushed the bicycle, and ran quickly to the town's public security bureau. When Lu Yuemei heard the word public security, her face turned pale instantly, and her body trembled involuntarily. Ming Shu lowered her head and looked down at her, chuckled, but her smile revealed a chill. She looked around and saw the educated youth, the village chief, and the team leader who had just come over. "Please ask the village head and the team leader to go with me to the educated youth site. Be a witness." After saying that, Ming Shu pulled Lu Yuemei's clothes and dragged her to the educated youth site with a gloomy face. Miao Dandan and other educated youths immediately followed. The village head and the team leader looked at each other, and they walked towards the educated youth site with their hands behind their backs. The villagers who wanted to watch the excitement followed behind. Behind them were the Mingdong couple and another man who were sent down. The postman saw that there was nothing for him to do and rode his bicycle back quickly. When Lu Yuemei heard the word public security, she was frightened and lost her mind. She was dragged back to the educated youth site in a daze by Ming Shu. As soon as Ming Shu entered the female educated youth dormitory, she threw Lu Yuemei to the ground and shouted coldly, "Bring my letter here." When Lu Yuemei was thrown to the ground, her forehead hit the calm wall, and a big bump appeared instantly. She covered her forehead, and the pain brought her back to her senses. She covered the painful swelling and looked up at Ming Shu, who had a calm face but a burning anger in her eyes. She shuddered, not afraid of the pain, and swiftly crawled to the side, as if she didn't hear Ming Shu's words. Seeing her like that, Ming Shu glanced at Miao Dandan. Miao Dandan was immediately shocked. Her wooden box has always been locked, and the key is with her. Ming Shu frowned slightly when she heard this, went forward to look at a row of wooden boxes, and asked in a deep voice, "Which one is hers?" The second one inside. Miao Dandan pointed to several wooden boxes inside. Ming Shu walked over, picked up the wooden box and walked to the middle of the room. She broke the lock with force. She threw the wooden box on the ground, looked at the messy clothes in the box, pushed a few steps away, and called Miao Dandan, "Come and take out the letter." Lui Wei, who had been crawling far away, saw her wooden box being violently opened. Her face became even paler, and she immediately ran over, pounced on it, and cried loudly, "Ming Jiqing, I know I was wrong. I will return the food coupons and letters to you. Okay? Please let me go." Ming Shu didn't want to listen to her nonsense, stretched out her hand to pull her up and threw her aside, raised her foot to press her, and signaled Miao Dandan to look for it. Miao Dandan immediately lowered her head to look for it in the wooden box, and her face became more complicated the more she looked. She found a small box of hairy oil, a small red silk scarf, and even a particularly expensive vanishing cream. Miao Dandan put all these things on the ground. Miao Dandan continued to look, and finally found an envelope with the letter still inside, but the food coupons were gone. Heian stared at the bottle of vanishing cream on the ground for a long time, walked forward to take a closer look, and twisted it open again, and saw that it was empty, and was stunned and said, "This is mine. There was still a little bit of it that I didn't use, so I threw it away. I saw that it was gone, so I didn't look for it anymore." Lui Wei saw that her things were all turned out, and her eyes were closed. Wang Donli also walked forward to pick up the red silk scarf that was a little bit snagged. At that time, her family bought it for her from outside, and she didn't dare to take it out, so she kept it in the box. Unexpectedly, it was stolen by Lui Wei. Suddenly, he was furious. Looking at Lui Wei, who was pinned down and unable to move, he stepped forward and slapped her twice. "I didn't expect that you not only like to take advantage, but also are a thief."
Bah.
Wang Meiying picked up a hairy oil. Without saying a word, she went up and slapped her 3 times. "What else did you steal?" "One of my pens is missing." "Did you steal it?" After asking, she ran to the wooden box to search. After a while, she really found the pen. He was so angry that he came back and slapped her several times. Lui Wei's originally pale cheeks quickly became red and swollen because of the slaps. The swelling was as big as the shocking swelling on her forehead, and even worse. She shook her head desperately. No, these are all bought by me, not yours. You can't even afford to buy food, so why would you buy these?" Wang Meiying spat at her and looked at her with a mocking look. Ming Shu ignored the people under her feet and took the envelope that Miao Dandan found. She looked at the graffitied name on it, then read the contents of the letter, which were all standard greetings and a mention of food coupons. Ming Shu put the letter away, sank her feet hard, looked at the person under her feet, and snorted coldly. A cry of "Where are the food coupons?" Lui Wei's swollen face was stepped on, and she couldn't move. She closed her mouth and said nothing. "Ming Jiqing, there are no food coupons in the box. She hasn't bought food recently, so they must still be with her." Miao Dandan took over the conversation. Ming Shu looked down at the person under her feet, retracted her feet, squatted down and patted her face, and asked again, "Where are the food coupons?" Lui Wei felt her chest loosen up, and immediately got up to breathe, looking at Ming Shu in horror, while backing away. Ming Shu stood up and walked towards her, stretching out her hand. "Give it to me." Lui Wei thought she was going to be beaten again, so she was so scared that she quickly blocked her face with both hands and screamed, "I'll take it, and took out a 5 Gene food coupon from her inner pocket. Shakingly handed it to Ming Shu. Ming Shu stared at Lui Wei, took the food coupons, and sat on the Kong with the letter, looking at Lui Wei, who had been beaten to a pulp, without saying a word, waiting for the police to come. The dormitory of the female educated youth suddenly became very quiet. The villagers outside could hear the sounds of begging for mercy, a few slaps, screams, and then no more sounds. This Lu educated youth fell into the hands of Ming educated youth, and he will not get any good. That's right, look, Ming educated youth is going to send another person to the farm for reform. This is the 4th person she sent. That's right, including the Dahai family, she has only been here for a few months, and she has already taken down 5 people. Awesome, the villagers said while giving a thumbs up. No, there are 8 people, and there is also the Dashin family of 3 who stole the food. Now they are waiting to take over the task of carrying manure from Dahai's family. We don't have to take turns carrying manure in the next 2 years.
Haha.
Why are you provoking her?
You are so blind.
She is so good, I wonder how she is at hunting? I really hope she can bring back another wild boar like she did last time so that we can have a good new year. Yes, I am looking forward to it too. The villagers talked about hunting from this matter, and the couple Mingdong and Shunwanru who were standing next to them became more and more excited. After hearing these words, they looked at each other and slowly walked to the side. Is this our daughter? Not like the 2 of us. Mingdong asked his wife in a low voice. The only one in the Qingshan brigade whose surname is Ming Jiqing has a slight resemblance to your eyebrows. The most important thing is that she looks very similar to my grandmother when she was young. Shunwanru lowered her head and said softly, Your grandma? Mingdong looked at his wife in surprise. Well, it's very similar. My grandmother raised her when I was a child. Later, if it wasn't for the war, she wouldn't have gone to Hong Kong City. I haven't seen her for many years now. I don't know if she is alive. Shunwanru's originally bright eyes gradually lost their luster and became eclipsed. Now that she has just come here and can be with her husband again, she does not look too depressed, although her face is also a little haggard. But she is generally in good spirits. In addition, she has been working hard for these years, and there is no trace of the daily life on her body. Even wearing a shabby cotton padded jacket cannot hide her unique temperament. This kind of temperament is hard for a rural man to express. He just thinks it looks good. Mingdong felt the gazes of the rural men beside him and blocked it with his body. Stop talking, let's go back. Comradely is coughing more and more. The more serious it is, and there is no doctor to see it. Oh, what if Laoshan was here? I want to see it again. Shunwanru shook her head and refused. The 2 of them waited for an hour under the strange eyes of others. The young man who reported the police report rode a bicycle and led 2 policemen from a distance. The police are here, the police are here. As soon as the 2 police officers entered the Educated Youth Center, they followed the crowd to the door of the Female Educated Youth Center and looked at Ming Shu, who was sitting on the Kong and reading the letter. Comrade, who is reporting the crime. Ming Shu raised her head and put down the letter. Someone stole my letter. Ming Shu handed the envelope and letter to the police along with the food stamps. This is the letter. The police officer with a Chinese character took it and looked down at the address on the envelope. His face changed slightly. He handed the envelope to his colleague for a look. Another police officer, after taking a look, their expressions changed. The 2 looked at each other and asked Ming Shu, who stole the letters. She not only stole letters from Ming Educated Youth, but also stole things from our Female Educated Youth. She is a thief. Wang Meiying took over the conversation angrily. Yes, comrade police, this bad element not only steals things, she also wants to frame me. Comrade, you must send her down for reform. Miao Dandan hoped that the police would take this person away immediately. It is best not to come back in the future. We will not wrongly accuse good people, and we will not let a bad person go. Now we ask questions one by one. The policeman with a Chinese character said seriously. The 2 policemen asked Liu Yuemei to question her alone, and then called Ming Shu. Ming Shu showed the 2 policemen the telegram Shi Yan sent her. Following them were Miao Dandan, Wang Meiying, and Hian Hui. Wang Donli and several other female educated youths interrogated them all, and then the village chief and brigade captain. Finally, when the police left, they took Liu Yuemei away. They also took away the evidence, letters, food stamps, cream, etc. Before leaving, they also said, Ming Shu, Wang Meiying, Hiyun, and Wang Donli said, we will investigate when we get back. After the investigation, we will inform you of the results. Ming Shu nodded. Liu Yuemei would not get anything good for stealing letters anyway. This was really unheard of. It was very rare in this era. The police immediately interrogated Liu Yuemei and called the postman to identify her. As for the other things, Liu Yuemei refused to admit it. It doesn't matter whether she admits it or not. This letter can finalize the case because the letter she stole was sent from the military camp. She is suspected of snooping on the information there. She is highly suspected of being a spy, so the plot is more serious. There was no need for devolution and reform, and he was immediately sentenced to 10 years in prison. When Liu Yueme heard that she was sentenced to 10 years in prison, she cried and cursed Ming Shu and Hyun. She hated them so much that she gritted her teeth. The staff asked Ming Shu and others to help. After Ming Shu and the others refused, she cried and scolded and laughed in the cell. Of course, Ming Shu was sitting there at this time. On the bed at home, she looked at the telegram in her hand. There were only a few words on it. The letter he sent was stolen. Check it out. Ming Shu read it twice and threw it into the space.
Well.
When she recalled Liu Yueme's incident, she could only wait and see how the police handled it. The last time Zhang Dehai stole the bricks, they only had to pay for it and pick up excrement for half a year. That was the result of the village chief's protection of the villagers. Ming Shu had just arrived. It's inconvenient to worry about it too much. This time it's different. It's unbearable for someone to steal letters and food stamps, let alone have them stolen and pretended to be. Now it's both stealing and being a hooligan. For the same crime, Ming Shu probably wouldn't be able to escape if she was sent to the farm. Ming Shu thought about it and immediately put it aside. It was not worth bothering with anymore. She touched the cold Kong and was about to boil water when she remembered that the hunting tools for tomorrow were not there yet. Leader. He quickly got up and walked to the captain's house. When he learned that the captain was still in the warehouse, Ming Shu immediately hurried over. The captain saw Ming Shu coming over. He stepped forward to greet him. Ming Jiqing, you're here. Pick one quickly. Ming Shu looked at the warehouse full of tools for farm work. It was definitely not good for hunting large prey, and she couldn't hit small prey either, so she took it to feel more at ease. I choose a shovel, okay. The captain wrote a few words in the notebook. Gather at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah. Ming Shu chose this shovel precisely because it was needed in the small courtyard. Go dig it out when you get back from hunting. When she would come home, she would put the shovel in the kitchen and prepare to boil water for cooking when she heard coughing from next door again. It's really hard for these people to come here. Alas, Ming Shu sighed secretly in her heart and started cooking with the sound of coughing. After eating, I planned to sit on the Kong and take a nap. There was a cry from the cowshed next door. No way, someone will die so soon. Ming Shu got up and put on her coat, went out and walked to the next door. She saw a woman lying on the wooden board in the house. Her face turned from pale to bluish white, and she was even weaker than in the morning. All things considered, the other woman looks much better in every aspect. Ming Shu stood outside and looked at the people inside, and the people inside looked outside at her. Little comrade, why are you here again? We have nothing to do here. Go back quickly. Shen Wenru was heating hot water on the small stove set up in the house. When she saw her daughter's face, she smiled and walked to the door and said softly, She is so ill. Why don't you go see a doctor? Ming Shu asked, looking at the breathless woman lying inside. With our current status, how can we find a doctor? Even if we find one, he won't treat us. Another man next to him said with a bitter smile. Ming Shu frowned. It was just the beginning. Is it like this? She was silent for a moment before speaking. I have some medicine for cough and fever, but it's expired. I don't know what will happen if I take it. Do you want it? Shergoen, who was sitting next to Li Huizhi, had a worried face. When he heard about the medicine, his brows relaxed a little, but when he heard that it was expired, he frowned again. Looking at his extremely uncomfortable wife, he turned his head to look at Ming Shu, who was standing at the door. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, How long has it been expired? It should be 1 or 2 months. She found it in a pharmacy at the beginning of the apocalyptic snowstorm.
She looked at the date at that time.
It was the latest production date, and the shelf life was 3 years. She kept it with her. When her space appeared, it was exactly the 3rd year. Well, thank you, comrade. Shergoen was a little hesitant to use it, but his wife's uncomfortable cough started again. He knew that if he didn't treat it, even if he got better in the future, there would be sequelae. Forget it, let's try it. The result is none of the girl's business. Then wait a moment. Ming Shu went home and took out the medicine for cough and fever. She took out a piece of toilet paper, peeled out 12 pills from the box of medicine, poured them on the paper, and then wrapped it up. She looked at the instructions for use, then got up and walked to the cowshed. Here, 12 pills, 2 at a time, 3 times a day. Let me explain. I can't guarantee the efficacy and safety of expired medicine. If you're worried, just throw it away. Ming Shu also knew that expired medicine was a bit dangerous, but seeing her coughing nonstop, it was really annoying. Thank you, young comrade. I won't blame you. I know you are kind-hearted. Shirguan nodded to Ming Shu, with gratitude on his tired face. Young comrade, the medicine has been given. Go back quickly. Shenwan was afraid that someone would see his daughter coming to them. Yes, Ming Jiqing, go back quickly. Ming Dong looked outside and urged. Ming Shu frowned and stared at the couple until they both lowered their heads to avoid her, and then she turned back. Ming Dong and Shen Wanru were relieved to see Ming Shu leave. Why do you always chase Ming Jiqing away? The man next to him looked at Ming Dong and asked curiously. Old Wang, I'm not chasing them away. I just think people of our status should be more cautious, Ming Dong said as he sat on a wooden stake. Well, yes, they're still educated youth, but we are now stinking rats, and everyone avoids us. Wang Chongjun looked at him in a depressed mood. Far away. Shirguan was still hesitant to take the medicine, and Li Huizhi reached out and took it from him. Goen, I have been coughing for more than 10 hours in a row. I am exhausted and disturbing you. Come on, it's okay. It's medicine after all. She reached out and took a few pills and put them in her mouth. Shirguan wanted to stop her, but swallowed his words, so he could only pour her a glass of water. When Ming Shu got home, she put down the things here and prepared to make some steamed buns to take with her tomorrow. Ming Shu also cooked some corn porridge and put it in the space to keep it warm. The next day, early in the morning, at 7 o'clock on time, the encirclement and suppression team gathered. They were all young and strong men in the village. Ming Shu was the only female comrade. There were about 20 people in total. The team leader was holding a shotgun, and several strong men were holding homemade bows and arrows. Ming Shu and his men were holding hoes, shovels, sickles, and the like. Ming Shu stared at the team leader's shotgun. She seemed to have one in her space, but she couldn't take it out. There were only a few shotguns now. Ming Jiqing, you can't play with the shotgun, it's very dangerous. Seeing Ming Shu staring at his shotgun, the captain thought she wanted to play with it like the young people in the village, so he hurriedly said, Just take a look. Ming Shu smiled slightly. The captain turned the shotgun in another direction and began to call the roll. When everyone was present, they could start to set off. When everyone was about to start walking up the mountain. Wait for me. A woman's voice came from behind. The captain and the others stopped and turned to look. They saw Dashu's family running towards them breathlessly. Several strong men frowned and looked at the woman who was running over. Dashu's family, are you really going? Dashu's family caught up and stopped, panting violently, and white smoke kept coming out of her red lips. She frowned, looked at the man who asked her the question, raised her head and said, The captain agreed that I can go. Why can't I go? When the captain saw that the girl from Dashu's family actually caught up with them, his face darkened, and then he remembered that he had agreed in front of everyone yesterday, and it was impossible to regret it now, so he let her suffer a little so that he wouldn't make up stories behind her back. He immediately said seriously, The girl from Dashu's family, follow us closely. If you fall behind, no one will look for you. I know, okay, let's go. The captain continued to move forward and the strong man followed, and then there were the young people in the village. Ming Shu walked behind. The family of Dashu was sandwiched between them. In winter, the mountains were covered with snow. The tall branches were covered with thick snow. With the biting cold wind, they swayed and made sharp and piercing whistles. The hunting in the village was to hunt some prey on the periphery. Occasionally, they would encounter wild boars, roe deer, and larger prey. Wild boars are too aggressive, and most people dare not hunt them. But roe deer are not aggressive, timid by nature, and often move in groups of 3 or 5. Once they encounter danger, they will only run away. Therefore, as long as you know how to set a trap, it is generally easy to catch them. But it is not easy to encounter them. At this time, you need a veteran hunter who can identify the footprints left by roe deer on the snow. Ming Shu has been in the mountains for so many months and has encountered roe deer, but as soon as she gets close, it runs away quickly. She is too lazy to chase them. Anyway, there are so many wild boars. But next year, she will try to kill a few and sell them. If the price is right, she will also sell roe deer. The more money, the better. Now she looked at an old man in the village, who squatted down and stared at the footprints of roe deer, then stood up and nodded to the captain. The captain immediately directed Zhang Hongjun, Zhang Weijun, and others who followed him to dig 3 large pits nearby with the location he pointed out as the center, cover them with large branches, and then cover them with thick snow. From a distance, you can't tell that there is a trap underneath. After it was done, the captain made a mark on the edge. Then he led the men to continue walking forward. A lot of wild rabbits were shot along the way. Ming Shu saw that the captain's shooting skills were quite accurate, 1 shot and 1. Oh, it's strange. Why do I feel that there are fewer wild boars on the mountain this year? Zhang Hongjun looked around. Every year during winter hunting, they would encounter 1 or 2 wild boars on the periphery, but today they walked for so long but didn't encounter any. Yes, Captain, Uncle, what do you think is going on? The captain walked in front and looked around and said slowly, no matter what, it's best if we don't encounter it. There are so many of us, and we are still afraid of a wild boar. 1 person can kill it with a strong man said indifferently. The captain looked back at him and smiled. That's because you haven't encountered it. If you encounter it, you will know how to be afraid. No more talking, walk forward a little, and find a place to rest. Ming Shu took out her watch behind the crowd and looked at the time. It was already 12:30. It was time to replenish energy. The captain led everyone to find an open space, pick up firewood on the spot, and put the clay pot they brought on top to boil clean snow water. Then let the young men in the village skin and remove the internal organs of a few wild rabbits, wash them with melted snow water, and then roast them. Everyone got some meat, plus their own dry food, and their own water bags, filled with hot water, and ate. Ming Shu took out the steamed bun and ate it while watching the surroundings. Ming Jiqing, can you accompany me to the bathroom over there? Dashujia held his stomach and came to Ming Shu and whispered. Ming Shu ate the last bit of the steamed bun, looked up in confusion, then saw her holding her stomach and understood, okay, Ming Jiqing, you are such a good person. Dashujia bent down and smiled. Walk forward. Ming Shu was just about to get up and follow her. Dashujia, where are you going? The captain was drinking water and glanced over here, with an impatient tone. This Dashu family had been quiet all morning, and now started to act up again. Aunt Dashu looked back at the captain. There was no embarrassment in front of so many people. Go to the toilet. When the captain heard about going to the toilet, his face suddenly became complicated. He lowered his head and said nothing, waving his hand outside. Aunt Dashu ran forward quickly for about 20 meters and squatted down immediately. Ming Shu was waiting for her not far away. Just as she looked around, suddenly there was a burst of exclamations and panic from behind. Ming Shu looked back. Her eyes narrowed. She saw 3 wild boars, 2 small ones and 1 large one, rushing out from behind them. The big one pounced on Zhang Hongjuan's group of young men. The 2 small ones rushed towards the captain and his group. The captain reacted quickly and fought back immediately. These wild boars are really unpredictable. They come when they say they will, and there are 3 of them at once, a man said with panic on his face, but he was extremely calm. He quickly shot at the wild boars with a bow and arrow. Who said it wasn't? Another man followed the captain without saying anything. He looked at the big wild boar that was heading towards the young men and saw that they were all stunned. Then he shouted loudly, "Hurry up and get your stuff." He wanted to go over to help them, but the 2 wild boars didn't let him go. The group of young men were eating, but when they looked up, they saw a huge wild boar rushing towards them. They were so scared that they didn't react. Then they heard the captain's loud reminder. Everyone immediately scattered, and the scene was in chaos. Zhang Weijun saw this and immediately shouted, "Don't panic. Pick up your stuff. He raised the high and rushed towards the big wild boar. With one, he hit the wild boar's back hard. The wild boar groaned and instantly turned its head to look at the person who hurt it. Its eyes were red, and it pounced on Zhang Weijun with its teeth and claws. Zhang Weijun looked at the ferocious wild boar above him, and he clenched his teeth with both hands tightly gripping he pushed up against the pig's front hoof. When the other guys saw Zhang Weijun being pinned down, their faces turned pale with fear. Some of the timid ones screamed and tried to climb up the tree. Zhang Hongjun and a few brave young men bravely picked up the tools around them and threw them at the wild boar. However, this did not hurt it at all, not even touching its fur. The wild boar turned its head abruptly, let out a low roar, opened its mouth wide, showing its sharp fangs, and bared at Zhang Hongjun and the others fiercely. Zhang Hongjun and the others were so scared. They were so frightened that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their legs went weak and they fell to the ground trying to crawl back. When the wild boar saw the human running away, it bared its teeth and opened its mouth to bite the person below fiercely. Suddenly, there was a sound of hitting with sticks. The wild boar let out a shrill roar, let go of the person below, and rushed towards Ming Shu, who was hitting it with a club. Ming Shu dodged with a shovel and avoided its attack. Then she kicked the wild boar in the stomach. With a dull, the 600-pound wild boar rolled several times and fell to the ground. However, the wild boar did not give up. Instead, it let out a shrill howl. It seemed that it was not afraid of pain at all. After standing up shakily, it rushed towards her again with its teeth and claws bared. Ming Shu picked up the shovel and hit it again. After a few rounds, the wild boar was injured, but Ming Shu still stood there quietly with the shovel. Zhang Weijun saw the wild boar, let go of him, and rushed towards Ming Jiqing. He suddenly became anxious and quickly got up, ready to lead the wild boar over again. As a result, he saw Ming Jiqing kick the wild boar weighing several hundred pounds and rolling on the ground. He was stunned and stared at the rolling wild boar. "What are you still standing there for? Go help the team leader and others." Ming Shu hit the wild boar again and saw out of the corner of her eye that the team leader was exhausted. He immediately looked at Zhang Weijun, the only one here who had some fists and feet. Zhang Weijun was awakened by Ming Jiqing's loud shout, looked at the team leader, and ran over immediately. Ming Shu saw that the man had left, and while paying attention to the wild boar's condition, she spoke to Zhang Hongjun and others who had stood up and were ready to help. "If you are afraid, climb up the tree. If you are not afraid, go and help the captain and the others." "Oh, okay. Zhang Hongjun nodded quickly and then asked, "Ming Jiqing, can you do it yourself?" "I can't, can you?" Ming Shu glanced at him, picked up the shovel, and hit the wild boar's head again. The wild boar lowered its head and snorted, and turned around on the ground. Zhang Hongjun looked at the wild boar that was already turning around, but he still didn't dare to say that he could do it, so he lowered his head and took to help the captain and the others. Seeing that the wild boar was almost fainted, Ming Shu still took the shovel and hit it the head, and heard a crisp sound. The 600-gene wild boar fell to the ground with a. Ming Shu felt very sorry for the wild boar. He wanted to ride the wild boar away, kill it, and throw it into the space, but forget it. "Since I followed everyone to the mountains to hunt, I have to bring something out. Only then can I convince people." The cowardly people climbing on the tree, and Andashu, who was hiding in the distance and watching secretly, all stared at Ming Jiqing in astonishment. They saw with their own eyes that Ming Jiqing killed such a big wild boar with just a few hits. They developed a fear of her in their hearts. At the same time, they confirmed again in their hearts that Ming Jiqing was not easy to mess with. Seeing that the big wild boar was dead, Ming Shu turned back to see the situation over there. A dozen men surrounded the two wild boars. I shot an arrow and they were very busy. In the end, Zhang Weijun killed one wild boar with a, and the other one was alive and kicking, running around everywhere. I don't know if it was because it took too long, they were exhausted from fighting. This wild boar actually broke through the encirclement and ran towards Ming Shu. Of course, Ming Shu would not let it go, and she hit it with another shovel, and the wild boar fell directly to the ground. The captain and others chased the wild boar and saw Mingshu's move. At the same time, they also saw the huge wild boar at Mingshu's feet and Mingshu, who looked relaxed and at ease. Except for the captain, everyone else was stunned where they were, full of questions in their minds. Are wild boars so easy to kill? Aunt Dashu, who was hiding in the distance and was trembling, ran over when she saw that the 3 wild boars were dead. Looking at the wild boars lying on the ground, the fear on her face had turned into a smile. She was already calculating in her mind how much meat she could get when she returned. Aunt Dashu's eyes lit up. She just felt that she had come to the right place today, and she shouted with joy. Captain, there is so much meat, we are really going to have a good New Year this year.